On a Friday afternoon, at the southern gate of the main campus of Shanghai University, two innocent male students rode an electric scooter through the campus. Suddenly, Pei Chung, who was seated behind, became excited. "Hey brother, there are legs. Legs indeed." Pei Chung's life motto was that ignoring visible beauty was foolish. Xiao Chunze, who was driving, wore a look of exasperation and squinted his eyes in resignation, saying, "Pega, can you not talk about legs all day? You see at least 7 pairs a day, don't you care? Come on, I'm being generous in bringing you along to appreciate the legs. Hurry and turn around. Right at that corner on the main road, drive back for a quick look." Xiao Chunze refused. No way. In a hurry, he had lost count of how many times Pei Chung had insisted on leg watching, each time claiming they were spectacular. Pei Chung urged, "What's the rush? Isn't it just a practice order? Come on, hurry, or it'll make you regret it." As he spoke, Pei Chung began to make a move. Xiao Chunze glanced down, alarmed. Hey, wait a minute. All right, hands back." Pei Chung was grinning with excitement, repeatedly patting Xiao Chunze's shoulder and urging, quick, don't miss out. Definitely good legs, the kind you can admire for a year." Xiao Chunze's lips twitched. He had heard this line far too many times. He finally turned the vehicle around. "All right, this time you can feast your eyes." With a twist of the throttle, Xiao Chunze accelerated towards the corner of the main road. Indeed, Pei Chung's gaze when spotting a beautiful woman was sharp, akin to a heat-seeking missile, never missing a target. At the corner of the main road stood two stunningly leggy beauties. Point one was clad in a JK skirt, standing around 1.65 meters tall, her long, pure white legs exposed, enhanced by knee-high socks that added an alluring touch. The other was more conservatively dressed, taller, in a pure white shirt and straight pants. Yet her figure was strikingly prominent, the quintessential female lead. Upon seeing the JK skirt, Pei Chung's eyes lit up, and he whispered in Xiao Chunze's ear, that one. Get closer, just a quick circle and we're off." Xiao Chunze replied, "All right, they'll let you enjoy." He increased the throttle. However, as they drew nearer, Pei Chung's gaze suddenly shifted to the girl in the pure white shirt. Wow, the one in the shirt is even more enticing. Such an oval face, such fair skin, the high ponytail, those long and shapely legs, and... Hey, idiot, too close. Pei Chung only realized how obvious their approach was when they were about 4 or 5 meters away, frantically tapping Xiao Chunze's shoulder. Driving straight past like this was far too conspicuous. Wasn't it obvious they were interested in her legs? No. In striking up a conversation? But Xiao Chunze, with a devilish grin, continued forward without hesitation. "I'm getting out." Yet Pei Chung thought that jumping out would be even more embarrassing. Before he could react, Xiao Chunze had expertly parked the scooter at an angle beside the girl Pei Chung wanted to see. They were merely a meter away from the two girls, with Pei Chung facing the girl in the JK outfit directly. Both girls wore expressions of bewilderment as they looked at the flustered Pei Chung. His face flushed crimson, alternating between scratching his head and clearing his throat. He was making a fool of himself, with a myriad of expressions flitting across his face, worthy of a film school's textbook. At that moment, he wished to disappear into the ground. Just then, the girl in the white shirt smiled, revealing 2 cute dimples. Her sweet, gentle voice emerged from her soft, rosy lips. "Classmates, do you need something?" Her voice was exceptionally pleasant, devoid of any pretense or coldness. Straightforward and unpretentious, IT conveyed a sense of polite sophistication. Xiao Chunze, who had initially intended to reprimand Pei Chung, found himself captivated by her gentle, melodious tone, momentarily distracted by her figure. Pei Chung had not been wrong. She was indeed stunning. Xiao Chunze had come to tease his friend, yet he too found himself unable to resist the allure of her legs. Meanwhile, Pei Chung was frantically poking Xiao Chunze in the side, whispering urgently, let's go. Xiao Chunze snapped back to reality, glanced at Pei Chung, and smirked mischievously. Then, he turned to the girl who had spoken, adopting a deliberately flippant tone, as though reciting a seasoned pickup line. "Hello, beautiful. My friend here thinks the legs of the girl next to you are quite nice and wishes to admire them up close." Pei Chung erupted in a fit of frustration, covering Xiao Chunze's mouth and whispering fervently, "Are you trying to make me look foolish?" Xiao Chunze grinned triumphantly, thinking that this would teach his friend a lesson. Upon hearing his words, the girl's brows furrowed slightly. What kind of pickup line was this? Was it really that direct? Next, would he attempt to verify his claims inappropriately? The girl in the JK outfit wore a look of disbelief, exchanging glances with the girl beside her, who possessed the quintessential female lead figure. Then, she pointed at Pei Cheng, as if questioning his sanity. Seeing this, Pei Cheng quickly smiled apologetically. He's got a screw loose, I'm sorry. As he spoke, he attempted to escape the embarrassing situation, reaching for the throttle. Then, hey, don't twist that. The scooter suddenly veered sharply towards a girl in the JK outfit. Fortunately, Xiao Chenze managed to adjust the handlebars just in time, ultimately crashing into a nearby stone step. Bang! With a series of startled exclamations. Only the girl with the female lead figure remained standing. The incident occurred so swiftly that she barely had time to react. Her exquisitely oval face was filled with terror, her deep-set eyes wide open, and she stood frozen in place, her expression adorably abstract. Meanwhile, the other girl, startled and attempting to dodge, twisted her ankle and collapsed. On the ground lay 2 boys and 1 girl, alongside a sadly disassembled scooter. Moments later, at the campus infirmary, Xiao Chenze emerged from the treatment room, rubbing his forehead, then touching the adhesive bandage on his elbow. Phew, luckily, he hadn't fallen, he merely had a scraped patch of skin. As he took a few steps outside, he spotted the girl waiting quietly in the corridor. At that moment, she also noticed him, and their eyes met. Xiao Chenze found himself momentarily entranced by the beauty of her eyes, and the chaos. He had hardly paid attention to her earlier. The girl before him had a celestial visage, her pale skin exuded an air of aloofness. Yet, her gentle smile radiated a mysterious allure that captivated one's gaze. It was as if he had glimpsed 1,000 years in an instant. They maintained eye contact for several seconds before the girl spoke first. "How are you?" Once again, her voice was imbued with that exquisite warmth and intellect. Xiao Chenze offered a sheepish smile, responding with a somewhat halting tone. It's nothing, just a scratch." The girl nodded slightly. "Well, that's good. Please, have a seat and rest for a moment." Xiao Chenze felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that this predicament was solely the result of the mischief he and Pei Cheng had caused for the 2 girls. The other girl was still in the treatment room, tending to her injuries. He took a seat across from her, expressing his sincere apologies. "I'm truly sorry, this incident is entirely our fault. We will cover all medical expenses." The girl merely smiled with a hint of resignation, her voice calm as she replied, "It's just a minor accident, really. How are they?" At this, Xiao Chenze struggled to maintain his composure. The girl was graciously trying to spare him from embarrassment, offering him a way out, which only deepened his sense of shame. But he felt that this was far worse than being scolded. He would lie awake that night, consumed with remorse for hours on end. "They're all right, just needed some checks and bandaging," she explained, giving him a gentle smile. It was then that Xiao Chenze truly noticed the charming dimples that appeared when she smiled. Suddenly, the hurried sound of footsteps echoed down the corridor. Thud, thud, thud. It sounded like high heels. Both turned to see a middle-aged woman striding toward them. The girl immediately stood, speaking softly. "Teacher Song Nian." Xiao Chenze thought to himself, "Song Nian? Isn't she the counselor from the adjacent class? So, they're from the computer science class?" He found it curious that he had no recollection of them from a neighboring class. But then he remembered that he had skipped 8 out of 10 classes and had barely entered the classroom, let alone attending classes alongside the computer science students. Song Nian approached the girl, her brow slightly furrowed as she inquired, "Mulan, what happened?" Xiao Chen's gaze shifted to the girl. "Yes, oh, her name is Mulan." "Ah, Mulan, like Hua Mulan." Mulan maintained her smile, responding earnestly, "I had just finished an elective course with Tong Rui, and on our way back, we encountered this student and his friend. Their electric bike lost control, resulting in a minor accident." Song Nian glanced at Xiao Chenze, her frown deepening, and then turned to Mulan, asking, "Is everyone all right?" Mulan replied softly. "Tong Rui twisted her ankle, but it's nothing serious." Song Nian let out a heavy sigh, her expression turning serious as she fixed her gaze on Xiao Chenze. Xiao Chenze was taken aback, quickly rising to his feet. He had heard that Song Nian was notoriously strict, often referred to as the iron-fisted teacher. Xiao Chenze, "Ah? Yes, Teacher Song." Xiao Chenze felt a bit dazed, surprised that Song Nian even knew his name. She seemed somewhat displeased, taking a deep breath before stating, "Pei Cheng is inside. isn't he? Yes, haha. Xiao Qinze chuckled awkwardly. Had he somehow offended this formidable teacher? He had never attended her class. Why was she calling him by his full name? But it soon clicked in his mind. Song Yin expressed her frustration. The absence record for Teacher Chun, his class, are filled with your names, and now you've crashed in my student while racing. Do you wish to be penalized? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's expression shifted with alarm. Yet internally, he remained unruffled. A penalty meant little to him. He could afford to not graduate. After all, studying finance was merely a prelude to a career in sales, and he preferred to earn money through his gaming skills. However, he certainly couldn't say, "Do as you please," for that would surely provoke Song Yin's ire. Xiao Chenze lowered his stance, offering a conciliatory smile. "I'm sorry, Teacher Song, and I appreciate your effort to come here. This incident is indeed our fault. We will cover all medical expenses and apologize to the two girls." As Song Yin prepared to reprimand him further, Mulan interjected, "Teacher Song, they weren't racing, it was genuinely an accident." Song Yin regarded Mulan for a moment, then, after a brief silence, addressed Xiao Chenze. "I will discuss this matter with Teacher Chenhe. Both of you await his decision. Moreover, if I catch you skipping class without a valid reason again, I will consider reporting it to the academy." Once she had finished admonishing Xiao Chenze, her tone softened considerably as she turned to Mulan, saying, "As for the quarantine situation, there's no need for further discussion. The prospective tenant has decided to reconsider." Mulan had been renting a 3-bedroom apartment from Song Yin off campus, and there was initially another student interested in the room. However, Song Yin had just received news that the tenant had changed their mind and wanted to negotiate further. Mulan nodded in acknowledgement as Song Yin departed. Xiao Chenze let out a sigh of relief, thinking that if it were in Teacher He's hands, everything would be fine. That he then turned to Mulan, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." Xiao Chenze had only just realized how fortunate he was. Had Mulan reported the incident to Song Yin, he and Pei Cheng would have certainly faced penalties and had to write self-reflections. Mulan smiled in response. "It's all right, penalties and deductions can be quite troublesome, but it's not that serious." At T-Star C University, having a record of penalties could prevent graduation, so it was essential to find a way to erase them. Xiao Chenze felt a bit awkward, particularly because he had not anticipated Mulan to be so kind and generous. Had the situation been different, it could have easily been spread throughout the campus. Moments later, a commotion erupted from the treatment room. Xiao Chenze turned to see Tong Rui and Pei Cheng exiting, their bandages in place. Pei Cheng bore 2 significant abrasions, wrapped in gauze, while Tong Rui limped angrily, berating him. Pei Cheng, fully aware of his fault, recognized that he had acted recklessly. With no defense, he could only repeatedly apologize. Seeing this, Mulan stood and moved to support the limping Tong Rui. All right, Rui, please sit down and rest for a moment." Tong Rui, clutching her white stockings, had a flushed face, huffing in anger. With Mulan's assistance, the two made their way to a nearby seat. Pei Cheng continued to apologize profusely. I'm so sorry. Xiao Chenze approached, although he did not assist as Mulan had done. Pei Cheng was the first to speak, asking, "How are you?" Xiao Chenze replied, "Just a little scrape on my elbow." Upon hearing this, Pei Cheng's expression suddenly shifted, and he asked earnestly, "Is your hand all right? Your wrist, your fingers?" Xiao Chenze interrupted, Hey, don't worry, it's all fine." Pei Cheng understood that Xiao Chenze had a strained relationship with his father to the point of severing ties, which meant he had to fend for himself in school. For Xiao Chenze, any injury to his hands could be catastrophic, as his only source of income came from his gaming skills, and Mulan, overhearing their conversation, felt perplexed as to why they suddenly shifted the focus to his hands. Tong Rui, still seething with indignation, glared at Xiao Chenze and Pei Cheng. This was an unwarranted disaster, with 2 strangers suddenly appearing to scrutinize her legs. They nearly collided with her, and now she had twisted her ankle because of them. Mulan, observing Tong Rui, sighed softly, gently placing her fair hand on her back to offer comfort. After exchanging a few quiet words, Xiao Chenze made his way toward the exit. A few minutes later, he returned, carrying a large bag of snacks and 2 cups of milk tea. Xiao Chenze approached Mulan and Tong Rui, extending the items in his hands toward them. Upon seeing the large bag of snacks, Tong Rui's eyes widened in astonishment, sparkling with delight. only to quickly regain her composure. "Ladies, I sincerely apologize," came the voice of Mulan, her flawless and radiant face revealing a hint of conflict. "This should serve as our token of apology." Xiao Qinze hurriedly interjected. "Please accept it otherwise. We shall be burdened with guilt." Tong Rui discreetly poked Mulan's slender waist with her finger, to which Mulan cast her sidelong glance but ultimately acquiesced. Very well. She then accepted the items Xiao Qinze had extended. After yet another round of heartfelt apologies from Xiao Qinze and Pei Cheng, they departed from the infirmary. Tong Rui glanced towards the door, still brimming with indignation, exclaiming, "Honestly, how can such people exist? Perverts!" Mulan shook her head slightly. "Enough, you have already accepted their apology." Tong Rui retorted defiantly, "They should have apologized, they nearly knocked me over. And who approaches someone just to comment on their legs? Is that not perverse? I haven't even unleashed my wrath on the campus wall against them yet." "A bounty from a certain book," Mulan urged. "Let it be they seem to be merely jesting. Besides, if they truly are perverts and you post on the campus wall, what if they retaliate? Let's just move on. Besides, it appears you are far more intrigued by that bag of snacks." Upon saying this, Mulan observed Tong Rui's eyes still gleaming with anger. However, within moments, this gluttonous Tong Rui succumbed to temptation, her attention shifting to the snack bag resting on Mulan's lap. Her face lit up with excitement. Let me see. So many. I've saved 2 weeks' worth of snack money." Mulan could only chuckle helplessly, realizing that the earlier discomfort had been overshadowed by this food enthusiast delight. After rummaging through the snacks, Tong Rui inquired, "By the way, did Director Song just arrive? Has the matter with the house been delayed?" Mulan replied, "No, she must have just received a call from the infirmary. There's a new tenant coming to view the property, and I need to be present. But just now, Teacher Song Nian mentioned that the individual changed their mind." Tong Rui nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, after exiting the infirmary, Xiao Qinze and Pei Cheng approached their electric bike, with Pei Cheng lamenting, "I can't believe you actually took me for a fool. Now, look at this, I'm injured and still having to compensate." Xiao Qinze chuckled derisively. "Come on, Pei, whose fault is this really?" Pei Cheng was about to defend himself, but he swallowed his words, contemplating for a moment before conceding, "Forget it." Xiao Qinze teased with a grin. "Come on, Pei. Does this amount of money even matter to you? And were you not enjoying the view of those legs just now?" Pei Cheng cleared his throat, muttering, "It hurts too much to care about legs." Were they not good legs?" Xiao Qinze raised an eyebrow. Pei Cheng instinctively replied, "Good legs." Xiao Qinze erupted in laughter, realizing this fellow was beyond redemption. Pei Cheng, recognizing the humor in his own response, joined in the laughter. The two formed a delightful pair of mischievous rascals. Chapter 3 Indeed, 520, The Residence I Occupy. Xiao Qinze drove Pei Cheng away from the infirmary. Upon arriving at the dormitory building, Pei Cheng alighted from the car and inquired, "By the way, how is your search for accommodation progressing?" At the mention of this topic, a profound weariness enveloped Xiao Qinze. Engaging in gaming assistance or companionship services often extended into the late hours or even overnight. Yet, all 3 of his roommates were fervently preparing for their postgraduate entrance exams, having commenced their arduous preparations since their freshman year. This predicament compelled him to seek external housing. Nonetheless, finding a suitable place proved to be an arduous endeavor. He either encountered unscrupulous agents or stumbled upon subpar accommodations. After much effort, he finally discovered a place relatively close to the university, only to realize he had misread the details. It was a shared rental. With a heavy sigh, Xiao Qinze lamented, "There is only one property near the school that meets my criteria, and the landlord rents directly. I intended to view it today, but I misjudged the situation. It is a 3-bedroom shared arrangement. I had to decline during class." Pei Cheng pondered for a moment and responded, "Shared accommodation can be manageable, as long as you maintain independence. After all, you are not cohabiting." He continued, "Renting near the university is notoriously challenging, rife with opportunistic landlords exploiting students. It's either scams or exorbitant rentals. You can't possibly skip classes every day to fulfill those assignments." Lowering his voice, Pei Cheng added, "I just overheard Song Nian, that ruthless instructor, speaking. It seems we've been placed on her blacklist. If we receive any demerits, it will complicate matters further." Xiao Qinze furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. After a few moments, he replied, "All right, I shall reconsider my options." Pei-Cheng responded, "Then, farewell." "Goodbye," Xiao Qinze said as he rode away on his electric scooter. A few minutes later, he returned to the dormitory, tidied up briefly, and opened his computer. He remained engrossed in his tasks for 7 or 8 hours. Until 10 in the evening. One by one, his 3 roommates returned, each carrying their bags, prompting Xiao Qinze to log off and shut down his computer. Just as he did so, a private message popped up on his screen. An established client sought gaming assistance, offering a lucrative rate of 100 for a minor rank. Xiao Qinze felt a pang of conflict and glanced at his roommates. Ultimately, he graciously declined, citing prior commitments. There was no alternative. Living in a shared space necessitated consideration for others during their rest hours. With a sigh, Xiao Qinze climbed into bed and opened his phone. He sent a message to an individual with the username A Thought Between. "I will inspect the rental property tomorrow. If everything is satisfactory, I will proceed with the lease." After a while, a response arrived. "All right, let us meet tomorrow evening at 8. As he read the reply on his screen, Xiao Qinze mused that the landlord seemed quite amiable, unlike those unscrupulous landlords and agents with their atrocious attitudes, as if he owed them something. Should the property prove satisfactory, he would sign the lease directly, allowing him to focus on his tasks with peace of mind. The following day, Xiao Qinze dedicated himself to gaming assistance throughout the day. After dining at 7 in the evening, he changed his attire and set out to inspect the shared accommodation. The shared apartment is situated in a neighborhood close to the school, a mere 10-minute walk away, making the distance quite suitable. Following the map, Xiao Qinze walked for about 5 or 6 minutes until he reached a small night market street. After traversing through it and turning a couple of corners, he arrived at his destination. As Xiao Qinze wandered through the night market, he noticed a familiar yet unfamiliar figure standing in front of a takoyaki stall, Mulan. However, Mulan did not notice Xiao Qinze. After receiving her order, she adjusted her shoulder bag and turned to leave. A moment later, Mulan turned onto a narrow street. The road was desolate, and the streetlights cast a dim glow, as if they had not been maintained for many years. Yet, Mulan was accustomed to it. This was how it always was when she returned home. However, after walking for a while, she suddenly heard noises behind her, resembling footsteps. Turning her head slightly, she indeed saw someone following her. The darkness made it difficult to discern the person's features. Not thinking too much about it, she felt a pang of anxiety and quickened her pace. After another turn, she found herself at the side entrance of her apartment complex. Once again, she glanced back and noticed a shadow emerging from around the corner. This time, she clearly saw the figure, a young man with an expression of naive clarity typical of a college student, holding a phone like a searchlight, scanning the surroundings as if he were looking for something. In the next moment, Mulan's expression shifted slightly in surprise. Wasn't this the person named Xiao Qinze from yesterday? How did he find his way here? Moreover, he appeared somewhat furtive. Glancing around, she noted that the old neighborhood, already sparse in residents, had only a few scattered passers-by. A sense of unease crept into Mulan's heart as she quickened her pace into the apartment complex. To her astonishment, Xiao Qinze also put away his phone, his gaze resolute, seemingly having set his sights on her, and he hurriedly followed her into the complex. Mulan felt a surge of panic, wondering why Xiao Qinze had entered the complex after her. This thought was entirely reasonable, given that the complex was located in a somewhat suburban area of Shanghai City, and had aged considerably, with very few residents currently living there. Due to its age and lack of appeal for rentals, each building housed only a handful of tenants. Typically, Mulan rarely encountered anyone coming in or out, so the sudden presence of someone behind her, especially after the unsettling incident 2 days ago, filled her with dread. Could it be that Xiao Qinze was truly a stalker? Hastily, she stepped into the building's corridor and turned toward the elevator door, glancing back once more. To her shock, Xiao Qinze seemed to have fixed his attention on this very building, walking briskly toward the corridor entrance. Mulan was taken aback. She was now alone in the corridor. Frantically, she pressed the elevator button, her eyes wide with fear. Yet, Xiao Qinze was quick, already entering the corridor. Mulan swiftly removed her satchel, grasping it tightly in her hand as she retreated a couple of steps. Meanwhile, Xiao Qinze was completely unprepared, feeling instead a sense of relief as if he had found his organization, and he boldly strode into the corridor of the apartment building. However, just as he turned the corner, a satchel came hurtling towards him. It was propelled by a forceful gust. Bang! Xiao Qinze was momentarily stunned by the unexpected impact. nearly losing his balance. Yet, this was not the end. Another satchel struck him squarely on the shoulder. Oh dear. Xiaoqinza barely had time to react before being hit by a double assault. His foot slipped, and he tilted sideways, his palm scraping painfully against the ground. Yet again, a flurry of satchel strikes ensued, wreaking havoc around him. Amidst the chaos, he could only see a figure with closed eyes swinging her arms wildly. Hey, wait. Mulan. Hold on. But it seemed Mulan was oblivious to his calls, prompting Xiaoqinza to hastily grab her satchel. If this continued, it felt as if Mulan might injure her arm even more. Mulan's expression shifted to one of shock, her eyes wide as she dropped the satchel and retreated several steps. Initially, she intended to stealthily ascend the nearby staircase after her surprise attack, but panic overwhelmed her, rendering her legs weak. Flustered, Mulan shouted, "Don't come any closer." Xiaoqinza finally caught his breath, staring incredulously at Mulan. Is it really you? No, wait. Don't come any closer. Xiaoqinza pondered, what does this mean? He glanced at the satchel on the ground, and then back at the visibly distressed Mulan, beginning to comprehend that the person he had seen earlier was indeed her. He had noticed someone in front of him, but his attention had been consumed by the map on his phone, preventing him from recognizing her. Moreover, upon finding the entrance to the complex, his excitement had caused him to quicken his pace. With no one else around, it seemed Mulan had misconstrued the situation. Xiaoqinza awkwardly chuckled, Mulan, I'm not a creepy stalker. I'm here to look at an apartment. Do you live here? He hastily clarified his intentions. Mulan furrowed her brows, her expression one of disbelief. Xiaoqinza, feeling helpless, thought to himself that if he were truly a creep, he wouldn't be wasting his breath. He could easily approach her from every direction, but what could she possibly do about it? He decided to pull out their chat history. Holding his phone out towards Mulan, her gaze fell upon the screen, landing immediately on the 4 characters in a moment. Accompanying it was a familiar profile picture of someone who disliked coriander. Following that were the messages in the chat box, including the details of her apartment building and unit number. Only then did Mulan seem to awaken from her stupor. You are that tenant? As Xiaoqinza listened to her question, he did not recall the conversation between Mulan and Song Nian from the previous day. He merely twitched the corner of his mouth and replied, Yes, I came to look at the apartment. Do I really come across as a bit peculiar? However, just after speaking, Xiaoqinza was reminded of yesterday's events. Well, this can certainly be seen as a cause and effect situation, a chain reaction. Xiaoqinza lifted his left hand, revealing a crimson mark beneath his thumb. Upon seeing the blood on his hand, Mulan's expression turned to one of astonishment, her rosy lips parting slightly in surprise. I'm so sorry, she exclaimed, hastily moving forward to assist him. Xiaoqinza swiftly rose, stating, It's nothing, no need for that. He then picked up Mulan's handbag and returned it to her. She timidly accepted it, lowering her head like a chastened kitten, and whispered, Xiaoqinza, I'm sorry. I thought. Xiaoqinza had no intention of holding her accountable. He simply hadn't expected to encounter Mulan in this place. Throughout the entire time, he had been engrossed in studying the map, completely oblivious to the fact that the person ahead was Mulan. Moreover, this neighborhood was indeed somewhat secluded and shrouded in darkness. The streetlights flickered feebly, and there were hardly any passers-by. A girl walking alone at night through an alley, with someone trailing behind her, would understandably feel uneasy. Xiaoqinza smiled and reassured her, It's all right. A little vigilance is essential. I didn't recognize you either. It was a misunderstanding. Mulan quickly suggested, Why don't you come upstairs with me to clean your wound? Xiaoqinza brushed off the dust from his hands, replying, It's just a trivial matter. I'm in a hurry to view the apartment. Mulan inquired with curiosity, Huh? Aren't you the tenant? Xiaoqinza responded in surprise, Which one? She pointed at his phone and said, 520. At this, Xiaoqinza exclaimed, You live in that shared apartment? He had yet to recall the conversation between Song Nian and Mulan from the previous day. This was indeed Song Nian's place, and Mulan was her tenant. Mulan nodded lightly. Yes, 520, that's where I stay. You must be the tenant coming to view it. Xiaoqinza scratched his head, a smile creeping onto his face. What an absurd coincidence. He had just inadvertently offended her yesterday. To run into her again while viewing the apartment. If he ended up renting it, they would be housemates. Shortly after, Xiaoqinza accompanied Mulan to the 5th floor of the shared apartment. Upon entering, he was immediately struck by the spaciousness of the residence. The living room, balcony, bedroom, and kitchen were all present and did not feel cramped. Furthermore, The interior of the apartment starkly contrasted with the antiquated exterior of the complex. The shared space was exquisitely renovated, boasting commendable amenities. It seemed he was fortunate this time. The photos the landlord sent were not merely stock images from the 58.com website. After washing his wound in the bathroom, he settled down in the living room. Just then, Mulan emerged from the inner room, holding a band-aid. Xiaoqinza, not paying much attention, casually remarked, "This apartment is quite spacious." Mulan approached with a serious demeanor, explaining, "This community is quite old, and at the time of its construction, there weren't many standards. The 5-story buildings are all large 3-bedroom apartments." As Mulan tore open a band-aid, Xiaoqinza, noticing her action, politely insisted, "I can manage it myself." He took the band-aid from Mulan's hand and applied it casually to his hand. Subsequently, Mulan poured a glass of water for him. With her gentle lips, she uttered a statement that nearly caused Xiaoqinza to bite his tongue. "Teacher Song Nian will be back shortly." Xiaoqinza halted with the glass suspended in midair, his brow furrowing momentarily. He slowly turned to Mulan, questioning internally, "Teacher Song Nian? How is she involved in this? Surely, she doesn't live here too? That would be disastrous." After a brief hesitation, Mulan softly confirmed, "Yes, this apartment belongs to Teacher Song Nian." Xiaoqinza's expression stiffened instantly. The landlord is Song Nian, the formidable teacher. Chapter 4 Mulan. "I can do this, Teacher Song Nian." Suddenly, Xiaoqinza recalled the conversation between Song Nian and Mulan from the previous day, and he silently set the glass down. Observing his reaction, Mulan inquired, "What's wrong?" Xiaoqinza forced a smile, his expression fraught with difficulty. Well, this is a bit of a surprise. I fear this apartment may not be available for rent." As he spoke, he stood up, contemplating the arduous journey of searching for a new place once more. Surely, Teacher Song Nian wouldn't allow her rent to be used for gaming. However, just as he rose, the sound of a door opening resonated from the hallway. Moments later, Song Nian appeared in their line of sight. Initially unaware of Xiaoqinza's presence, she set down her bag and, sounding quite fatigued, greeted, "Welcome. Apologies, I just got off work. This is Mulan, who also resides here." Xiaoqinza felt a prickling sensation all over, akin to a stroke of bad luck on a national highway. As Song Nian looked up again, her gaze landed on Xiaoqinza. Xiaoqinza. He found himself in an awkward position, neither able to sit nor stand, forced to smile awkwardly with feigned gestures. His name was once again included in the curriculum of Beiying. As Song Nian, teacher. Song Nian narrowed her brows and asked, "What are you doing here?" Despite having answers in his mind, Xiaoqinza felt incapable of articulating them. After being reprimanded just yesterday, he now found himself seeking to rent from her while potentially sharing a residence with her esteemed disciple. All he wanted was to escape swiftly. Yet, Mulan interjected, "Teacher Song Nian, Xiaoqinza is the tenant. I ran into him downstairs." Upon hearing this, Song Nian's frown deepened as her gaze shifted to Xiaoqinza. He felt a jolt of anxiety, nervously nodding. Song Nian took a deep breath, seemingly at a loss for how to proceed. It was clear she was not one to evict a guest from her home. Although Xiaoqinza often took leave and skipped classes, that was a matter confined to the school. She was well aware that these were two separate matters. Song Nian let out a heavy sigh, expressing her helplessness as she said, "Please, take a seat." Xiaoqinza could only sit down again, followed by Mulan. Song Nian removed her coat and took a seat opposite Xiaoqinza, beginning, "Xiaoqinza, I shouldn't really be asking this, but as you are somewhat my student, I feel compelled to inquire. Why are you renting a place? Why not simply stay in the dormitory?" Xiaoqinza appeared somewhat uneasy, grappling with his thoughts. However, seeing Song Nian speak so rationally, he was rather taken aback. It seemed there was a bit of a story behind his renting, particularly since Song Nian's accommodation truly was quite appealing. To put it bluntly, renting from someone familiar was certainly preferable to an unknown landlord, at least as a teacher. Song Nian wouldn't pull any tricks to withhold his deposit. Xiaoqinza resolved to try and negotiate. Then, he heard Song Nian tentatively ask, "Is the dormitory uncomfortable? If it's not about a girlfriend, then that's unacceptable. This is a shared apartment, and bringing a member of the opposite sex home is prohibited," Song Nian stated sternly. Xiaoqinza hurriedly replied, No, it's not like that, Teacher Song. I don't have a girlfriend." Song Nian continued, "Then what is the reason? If it's not too personal, I think it's necessary to share a bit. You're not the only one living here. There's also Mulan. I must be responsible for my tenants." Xiaoqinza awkwardly scratched his head, saying, Teacher Song, I dislike lying. Would you like to hear the truth? Certainly. I would like to know what you can share, Song Nian encouraged. Xiao Qinze then candidly confessed. I have gaming and coaching orders to fulfill, and I often find myself playing until the wee hours. My roommate is preparing for postgraduate examinations. Before he could finish, Song Nian interrupted him. Then it settled. Huh. I haven't even finished my explanation. Song Nian's expression turned serious as she addressed him. Xiao Qinze, if this is your reason, I truly do not wish to rent to you. Why? You want me to rent to you so that you can game well, and then skip classes to sleep during the day, correct? Continuing down this path, not only will your studies suffer, but can your health endure it? As a teacher, I cannot guarantee your success, but I certainly cannot aid you in jeopardizing your health. If you desire extra pocket money, you can utilize your spare time to earn some, not sacrifice your nights for a full-time job. Is it necessary to emphasize the importance of money versus health? Won't your parents hold us accountable for this? Upon hearing these words, Xiao Qinze's gaze momentarily froze. Then, he suddenly scoffed disdainfully, as if burdened by unspeakable grievances. Meanwhile, the previously quiet Mulan observed the change in Xiao Qinze's demeanor. For some reason, she felt a jolt in her heart, as if his reaction had struck a chord within her. A year ago, when the topic of parents arose, she too had worn that same expression of profound disappointment and helpless laughter. Mulan's gaze slightly dropped, catching sight of the band-aid on Xiao Qinze's hand. A wave of guilt washed over her, and a pensive expression graced her face. Meanwhile, Xiao Qinze was still eager to negotiate, for the quest for housing had proven to be a genuine ordeal, beset by unscrupulous agents and landlords alike. Teacher Song Nian, I find myself without options. Xiao Qinze intended to elucidate his familial circumstances to Song Nian. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts, Mulan interjected, Teacher Song Nian, please allow Xiao Qinze to rent the apartment. Xiao Qinze turned to Mulan, astonished by her unexpected support. Song Nian's gaze shifted to Mulan, and after a moment's hesitation, she replied, Mulan, I cannot possibly do that. Moreover, he is a male. Even if I could reconcile this within myself, I must consider your situation and seek your input. Without a moment's doubt, Mulan replied, I am fine with it, Teacher Song Nian. Song Nian frowned and immediately turned her attention to Xiao Qinze, as if questioning him about the influence he had over Mulan. Xiao Qinze looked innocently bewildered. Mulan continued, Teacher Song Nian, I shall oversee his schedule, ensuring he rests adequately and attends classes diligently. That should suffice, right? Additionally, this arrangement provides you with extra rental income. At her words, Song Nian appeared somewhat swayed. Her gaze fell upon her handbag, and a pang of sorrow gripped her heart. The chemotherapy bill within felt like a heavy weight pressing down upon her. She was in dire need of funds, even if the rent was modest. After a prolonged silence, Song Nian unexpectedly relented. Very well, I shall rent it to you. However, I have reservations about a girl living alone. You must not miss any more classes. Do you understand that you have taken numerous leaves over the past 2 weeks? I am obliged to report such records to the academy. How shall I explain this if they inquire? Xiao Qinze paid little heed to Song Nian's admonitions, merely feeling astonished that this stern figure had shown leniency and consideration for Mulan. He silently rejoiced, grateful that Mulan had come to his aid. Chapter 5. Mulan is quite a good person. Soon after, Song Nian added, let it be clear that you will not be living alone. The fundamental expectation is to maintain proper conduct, respecting each other's privacy. Do you comprehend the implication? Furthermore, it is crucial to acknowledge the distinction between genders. The apartment is equipped with 2 independent bathrooms, so conflicts should not arise. Additionally, I must inform you that there are surveillance cameras installed in the living room. Song Nian's demeanor suddenly shifted, her eyes glinting with a fierce intent. Xiao Qinze grasped her implication and quickly assured her, rest assured, Teacher Song Nian. My intentions revolve solely around renting and gaming, nothing more. Very well, you shall occupy the room opposite Mulan's. The rent shall remain as previously discussed. 1,500 per month. As you are my student, I shall waive the deposit. That is splendid. This strict instructor still possesses a sense of humanity, Xiao Qinze readily affirmed. Subsequently, Song Nian retrieved her shoulder bag, extracting the meticulously prepared contract and keys. After Xiao Qinze affixed his signature, Song Nian informed him that he could move in at any time, and then hurriedly departed. Once Song Nian left, Xiao Qinze finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had never anticipated that he would end up renting a property belonging to Song Nian. In an instant, This matter, though fraught with complications, seemed resolved. All that mattered was having a private room. Xiao Chenze turned to Mulan and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your assistance." Mulan smiled and replied, "Consider it compensation for the injury you sustained earlier. Besides, you must have your reasons. After all, who would venture out to rent a place just to earn a commission?" This was the primary motivation for Mulan's help. She too had been compelled to seek accommodation. Having endured the rain herself, she wished to offer shelter to another. Xiao Chenze was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled in understanding. "I have a question. In a shared apartment, isn't it rather inconvenient for males and females to cohabitate?" What was teacher Song Yan thinking? Although Xiao Chenze was not overly concerned about this issue, as he was primarily focused on his work, he had not anticipated cohabiting with Mulan. Could it be that Song Yan, known for her strict demeanor, would allow her MA student to live with a male? A contemplative expression crossed Mulan's fair, snow-like visage. "I don't believe that this is something teacher Song needs to consider. As long as the tenants are agreeable, that is sufficient. It ultimately depends on individual character. Otherwise, even among the same gender, there can be mutual disdain." She recalled a previous female tenant who had been rather indiscreet, leading to her expulsion by teacher Song after just 2 days. Mulan's gentle smile returned as she continued, "Of course, unless someone has an aversion to the opposite sex, in which case same-gender cohabitation becomes essential. This apartment spans 180 square meters, equivalent to 3 single apartments. Living with the opposite sex would largely allow for mutual non-interference." Xiao Chenze found Mulan's reasoning sound, recognizing that it fundamentally depended on individual character. Otherwise, even same-gender roommates could struggle to coexist. Rising from his seat, he declared, "All right, I shall move in tomorrow. It's getting late. I will head back to school now." Mulan nodded slightly and stood up as well. As Xiao Chenze approached the door, he paused and turned back, asking, "By the way, how is your friend's foot?" A gentle smile graced Mulan's face, revealing a pair of dimples as she replied softly, "It's not a severe sprain. She can still walk." Xiao Chenze, who had been gazing at Mulan, instinctively averted his eyes, raised his hand in a casual wave, and said, "That's good to hear. I'm off now." "Yes." Once the door closed behind him, a faint smile lingered on Xiao Chenze's face. Mulan was indeed quite amiable, gracious, perceptive, and gently measured. He had feared that he might end up with a roommate more troublesome than life in the dormitory, but it now appeared that this concern was unfounded, allowing him to focus on enjoying his gaming. The following morning, Xiao Chenze summoned Pei Cheng to assist him with the move. However, there were not many items. Just one crucial computer, which Xiao Chenze had assembled for over 6,000. The main unit was positioned in front of the electric bike, while Pei Cheng cradled the monitor behind. The two maneuvering through the campus in a rather peculiar manner. Pei Cheng, with the screen pressing against him, had to lean back uncomfortably. "I'm about to be sick. Can't you just shout a little louder?" Xiao Chenze remarked, "It's just this one computer. No one else is going to carry it. Besides, I trust this to you, my good brother." Pei Cheng retorted, "You're just good at sweet-talking me. What is wrong with that? Should I berate you instead? Just hold it tight. If it gets damaged, it'll cost me 1,000 to replace it." Pei Cheng, gaining momentum, shot back. "Do you believe I'd just toss it right now? All right. I know you, Pei Yi, are wealthy. 1,000 is just pocket change for you. Just hold on. We'll arrive in 5 minutes. Hurry up. Pei Cheng urged, mimicking the tone of a card game. 5 minutes later, they parked beneath the apartment building. Pei Cheng looked up and said, "Zai, this is a bit shabby." Xiao Chenze glanced upward, having overlooked the building's exterior amidst the darkness last night. Upon closer inspection, it did appear somewhat antiquated. He retracted his gaze and, holding the main unit, headed towards the stairwell, stating, "Well, Pei Yi, it's not as grand as your mansion." Pei Cheng followed with the monitor in tow. Upon reaching the door of 520, Pei Cheng chuckled, "This door number is quite charming. Master Mieju has discerning taste." Xiao Chenze unlocked the door, and upon entering the living room, they found it empty. Pei Cheng set down the monitor and glanced around, commenting, "This place is decent. It's quite spacious." "It's a 3-bedroom, Xiao Chenze replied. "So large, Master Mieju must be quite affluent," Pei Cheng remarked as he plopped down onto the sofa. "You rest for a moment. I'll tidy up the room," Xiao Chenze said, turning back at the door to add, "By the way, could you buy me a set of bedding? Have it delivered directly." Pei Cheng readily agreed. "Sure, I'll gift you a set as a housewarming present." Pei Cheng was generous towards his friends, primarily because he had ample funds, earning 18,000 a month, which he could hardly spend. As he spoke, he opened his phone and navigated to a certain app. However, before he could finalize the order, Xiao Qinze emerged from the room once more. Noticing this, Peicheng inquired, "Need help?" Xiao Qinze sighed, "It's cleaner inside than out." Peicheng raised an eyebrow. "Oh, Master Mieju is so fastidious." Xiao Qinze found himself puzzled. How could Song Nian have time to clean? Just then, the sound of the door creaking open interrupted his thoughts. Chapter 6, Zai. Do you always come in with an order? A woman in a fitted athletic outfit with a high ponytail, Mulan, stepped through the door. Mulan always seemed to wear a gentle smile upon her face. Her soft voice was akin to the delicate plucking of guzheng strings, melodious and soothing to the soul. Do you need assistance with moving your belongings? Upon hearing Mulan's voice, Peicheng immediately turned to look. Upon seeing her, Peicheng exclaimed, Isn't she the one from the other day, with much more to her? Surely she doesn't reside here as well. Xiao Qinze politely replied, No need, just my computer. He then turned to introduce Peicheng, saying, This is Mulan, whom we met the other day. She also lives here. My brother, Peicheng. Mulan smiled and greeted Peicheng, Hello. Her sweet and gentle voice struck Peicheng's eardrums, leaving him momentarily stunned, forcing him to awkwardly smile and nod. Hi. Following that, Mulan headed straight back to her room. Peicheng's gaze lingered on the direction of her room as he slowly approached Xiao Qinze, who was fiddling with his computer. With one hand, he lifted the crouching Xiao Qinze effortlessly. Xiao Qinze, puzzled, asked, What is up? Peicheng shook his head slightly, proclaiming, Zizha, impressive. He then gave a thumbs up. What? Peicheng slowly turned to Xiao Qinze and nodded appreciatively. Zizha, disregarding your background, I cannot compare to you in any aspect. I was initially unconvinced regarding your looks, but now, well, you're truly remarkable. Peicheng raised his thumb once more, continuing. Now I understand why you were teasing me the other day. Xiao Qinze replied, confused. Just then, Mulan emerged from her room, cheerfully waving to the two before passing by them. Clap. After Mulan exited, Peicheng took a deep breath, inhaling the exquisite fragrance. Zizha, this natural aroma. This oval face, this fair complexion, this high ponytail, these long, shapely legs. What an impressive combination. Such astonishing parameters, with no makeup and yet radiating such warmth. Wow. Xiao Qinze remarked. Finally, I understand this kid's intentions. Peicheng patted Xiao Qinze on the shoulder, saying, Zizha, well played. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Driving over. It seemed like you were teasing me, but in reality, you were flirting. You must have inquired about where she lives, plotting to cohabitate with her. Do you always act so slyly? Peicheng frowned, staring at Xiao Qinze with a look full of suspicion. Xiao Qinze's gaze dropped slightly as he narrowed his eyes. He then feigned a smile and reached for Peicheng's waist. Peicheng instinctively recoiled. Xiao Qinze retorted, Get lost. Are you here to script a drama with me? I didn't even know this was Song Nian's residence. Peicheng replied. Then you didn't bother to inform me that you were living under the same roof as a gentle and alluring senior. Xiao Qinze casually responded, You never asked. Wait a minute. Aren't they from the elite class? What senior? Peicheng chuckled. Zizha, the information is rather incomplete. He continued. Mulan and that Tong Rui from the day before yesterday are indeed from the prestigious class, but they are both in their third year. Third year? Xiao Qinze furrowed his brow in confusion. Peicheng returned to the living room, shrugging nonchalantly. Yes, I inquired with the students from the neighboring class. She happens to be a direct senior under the formidable instructor. Xiao Qinze scoffed. You're criticizing me? Aren't you also curious about the girls? He teased. What? Haven't you had enough of those legs in the treatment room? Peicheng sprang to his feet, his excitement palpable. A gentleman appreciates beauty without being lewd. I merely glance at a pair of legs. I would never indulge in a second look. Xiao Qinze rolled his eyes. Hey, that's a bit crude. Just a reminder. There are cameras installed in this living room. Peicheng hurriedly glanced around in alarm. Why didn't you mention that sooner? I was just innocently curious. I know the people in the prestigious class, but I've never met them. Xiao Qinze waved dismissively. All right, continue your curiosity. I'm off to set up the computer. He carried the host towards the room opposite Mulan's. The room was furnished simply, with only a desk, chair, bed, and wardrobe, essentials indeed. Yet, it was exceptionally clean. Almost immaculate, surpassing even the tedious dormitories. However, Mulan had not specifically cleaned this room. The entire house sparkled with cleanliness. As Xiao Qinze passed the kitchen, he noted its orderly state. The old adage states that kitchens are the hardest to keep tidy, and if Mulan managed to maintain such cleanliness, she must possess excellent living habits and a penchant for tidiness. Skillfully, Xiaoqinza set up the computer on the designated desk and glanced back at the empty bed before stepping outside. In the living room, Pei Cheng turned to Xiaoqinza and said, "I ordered you a set of premium bedding and added a pillow." Xiaoqinza inquired, "Why the extra pillow? I can just buy a pillowcase later." Pei Cheng chuckled, to be prepared for any eventuality. Xiaoqinza approached and shot him a glance. "You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? So that Mulan will think I have ulterior motives." Pei Cheng laughed. "That's a baseless accusation. A pillow, when used for a long time, can get damp. It needs replacing. I simply bought it in advance for you." Xiaoqinza immediately countered, "You can go away. I know all your tricks. I'm just here to place an order, nothing more." Pei Cheng waved his hand dismissively, advising, "Come on, earning money is one thing, but life should have its pleasures. Isn't it dull to go through university without a girlfriend? Especially when you have a charming, slightly plump senior like her." "Slightly plump?" Xiaoqinza frowned. Mulan appeared to have a slender and well-proportioned figure, devoid of any hint of plumpness. Pei Cheng immediately grinned mischievously, remarking, "There should be some weight here and some slenderness there." Xiaoqinza's expression darkened, utterly exasperated with this old lecher. "All right, enough of that. I am not like you. I have to earn a living, and I have a girlfriend to consider," he retorted. "Once the bedding arrives, you'll accompany me to fetch the items." Pei Cheng ceased his flirtation, chuckling lightly in response. "Sure, we can stop by the office as well." "What do we need to do at the office?" Pei Cheng shrugged. "Of course, to have some tea with Brother He. He called me yesterday." "Didn't T Song Yen inform Brother He about the incident 2 days ago?" Xiaoqinza frowned. "She really mentioned it?" "Of course, I only found out yesterday when Brother He told me," Pei Cheng replied. Song Yen, as the head of the finance group, had Brother He as her subordinate, who was required to report to her. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqinza recalled what Song Yen had said the previous night regarding submitting the leave records. He nodded slightly. "I see. So she referred to me as her student and is aware of our absences. We might as well go over there. As long as it's handed over to Brother He, it should be manageable." Pei Cheng smiled in relief. Although Chun He served as a counselor, he easily blended with the students, and he and Xiaoqinza shared a brotherly bond. Half an hour later, the bedding that Pei Cheng had purchased for Xiaoqinza was delivered. Xiaoqinza tossed the extra pillows into the wardrobe and quickly tidied up before locking the door with Pei Cheng as they left. Chapter 7. The remarkably gentle senior sister. The two rode their bicycles to the finance building office at school. Upon entering, they found Chun He, who wore thick glasses, along with a female teacher. Xiaoqinza knocked on the door, and Chun He looked up at them, his expression tightening slightly. "Come in," he instructed. The two hastily entered the office and sat down in front of Chun He's workspace. Chun He pushed his glasses up and said, "I heard you two bumped into a senior from the finance class." Pei Cheng chuckled. "We didn't actually hit her, Teacher Chun. It was an accident. She just twisted her ankle. We apologized and covered her medical expenses." Chun He fixed Pei Cheng with a scrutinizing gaze before shaking his head slightly. "As long as no one was injured, have the electric bike checked. Ensure there are no safety hazards." Of course, Pei Cheng replied repeatedly. At that moment, the female teacher stood up and left the office. As soon as the office door closed, Chun He switched his demeanor. "You two rascals. An accident, you say? That corner of the finance building is so far from the main road. Did the electric bike just happen to veer off course?" Upon seeing Chun He's sudden change in expression, Pei Cheng quickly interjected, "Brother He, it's not what you think. We truly didn't intend to hit anyone." Chun He pointed at them, saying, "Of all the people to flirt with, you two chose a student of Teacher Song Yen, and in such a manner. How could you not end up in the infirmary?" Both individuals exchanged awkward smiles, resigning themselves to this explanation. Surely, they could not honestly disclose the true purpose of their drive. "He brother," one remarked, "there's no need to compose a self-critique, is there?" Chun He furrowed his brow and replied, "What use is it for you to spend 2 minutes online to copy a critique?" Pei Cheng promptly complimented, "Truly, he brother is the best." Chun He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "All right, enough with the flattery. Just be cautious while riding your bike. And you can't request leave anymore. You'll have to skip class instead, but do avoid getting caught." The two nodded eagerly in agreement. He brother remained as caring as ever towards his students. "All right, you can head out now. I need to discuss a few matters with Xiaoqinza." Pei Cheng glanced sideways at Xiaoqinza before rising to leave. The office was left with only Chun He and Xiaoqinza. Chenhe began. Chinja, you've just paid your tuition. You must have some funds left, right? Xiao Chinja replied with a smile. Yes, I do. Chenhe nodded slightly, saying earnestly, if you find yourself in financial difficulty, do let me know. And don't neglect your studies too much. Although a bachelor's degree is commonplace, it is certainly better than none. It opens up more avenues. Your talent for gaming is commendable and can yield income. But having multiple paths ensures you won't be troubled by obstacles. Thus, keep up with your studies. Xiao Chinja responded, all right, I understand. Chenhe smiled and added, I heard from Teacher Song Nian that you've rented a place outside. Yes, it's Teacher Song Nian's place, Xiao Chinja confirmed. Understanding that gaming might disturb his dormitory mates, Chenhe refrained from probing further. How is the rent? He inquired. Xiao Chinja casually replied, it's fine, not expensive. I earn it back with just a few gigs. Chenhe chuckled. That's impressive. At this rate, you might earn more in a month than my salary. Xiao Chinja smiled shyly. To be honest, if he devoted an entire month solely to taking gigs, his earnings would certainly surpass Chenhe's. Subsequently, Chenhe inquired about the location of Xiao Chinja's rental and some other details. Xiao Chinja recognized that Chenhe's concerns stemmed from both personal care and his responsibilities as a counselor. If anything were to happen to him, Chenhe would undoubtedly be affected in his role. After leaving the financial building, Xiao Chinja returned to the dormitory with Pei Cheng, gathering some miscellaneous items. Moments later, they arrived back at the community. Pei Cheng carried Xiao Chinja's backpack as they ascended the stairs together. In the elevator, Pei Cheng remarked, aren't you going to inform your roommates? Xiao Chinja replied, I don't think there's much to say. We rarely talk in the dormitory. Being an outsider, I'm not on the same wavelength as their local graduate school group. Pei Cheng scoffed dismissively. You're hardly an outsider. Just because they're pursuing graduate studies doesn't mean they're superior to you. Take the most tangible aspect, for instance, their monthly salary. If you were free of academic worries and focused on high-paying gigs for a month, you'd likely earn 20 to 30,000. Xiao Chinja chuckled softly, saying, what can be described as a talent can also be interpreted less flattering as an internet addict. A gaming enthusiast or a graduate student? Who would you choose? Pei Cheng waved his hand dismissively, replying, it's not as simple as that. Just because you enjoy gaming doesn't mean you're an addict. You managed to get into Shanghai University with a score of 600. After all, I'm the real internet addict here. If it weren't for my father pulling strings for me, I wouldn't even be at the same school as you. Nowadays, people are quite pragmatic. No one cares what you do as long as it's legal and lucrative. Just take your 5-figure savings to a bar, and I assure you, you'll attract attention from those heavily made-up women. Xiao Chinja smiled lightly. Let us not kid ourselves. I truly cannot afford to indulge in that place. Upon reaching the 5th floor, the two made their way to room 520. To be honest, Zay, if we're talking purely about personal merit, you surpass your peers by a significant margin. Supporting yourself through school. How many college students can claim that? Xiao Chinja retrieved his keys to unlock the door. All right, enough flattery. I'm only doing what I must. You know my relationship with my father is strained to the point of severance. After entering, they found that Mulan had not yet returned. Pei Cheng set down his backpack and remarked with a grin, oh, the remarkable and gentle senior hasn't returned yet. Xiao Chinja shot him an irritated glance. Could you speak more civilly? You just offended her. Pei Cheng chuckled, but she's not here. Besides, I was complimenting her, only stating her virtues. Xiao Chinja approached to grab his backpack, smiling. You think that as flattering? The girl might not see it that way. Go ahead and try complimenting Song Yin like that. A knowing smile crept onto Xiao Chinja's face as he observed Pei Cheng. Pei Cheng seemed to visualize the scenario in his mind, then inhaled sharply, admitting, all right, that might be a perilous endeavor. Xiao Chinja burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. Half an hour later, after organizing his belongings, Xiao Chinja entered the living room where Pei Cheng was growing increasingly restless. What is taking her so long? Pei Cheng inquired, frowning. Are you developing a crush again? Xiao Chinja teased. Pei Cheng straightened his back, grinning mischievously. That's not it at all. Senior Mulan is not to be compared with those frivolous flirts. My antics are simply to gauge the competition and strategize. Xiao Chinja could only shake his head at the absurdity of Pei Cheng's thoughts. Enough of this nonsense. How about we go out for a meal and a drink? Xiao Chinja declined. Perhaps another time. I still have some work to finish. What game are you on? What is your rank? Master rank in Hunt. Hunt is the highest tier, akin to the rank of King, with server-wide standings. Pich Ing was slightly taken aback, exclaiming, my goodness, Jean is hunting. At the season's outset, a single transaction barely yields 1,000. Xiao nodded, remarking, with a spike in prices, this order conveniently covers a month's rent. Upon hearing this, Piching refrained from further remarks and simply rose, stating, "All right, I shall let you be." He understood the gravity of the situation. Financial concerns were not his burden. However, Xiao had fallen out with his family and lacked an economic foundation, thus needing to earn for himself. Chapter 8. MLN, Why Not Marry Me Instead? After bidding farewell to Piching, Xiao promptly seated himself before his computer, launching the game to accumulate points. For 3 consecutive hours, the clock struck 11 in the morning. Glancing at the time, Xiao took out his phone to order takeout. Just as he set his phone down, a sudden knock echoed from the door. A look of confusion crossed Xiao face. Could it be Senior MLN returning? Yet, she should have a key. Why knock? The knocking persisted. Knock. Knock, knock. Xiao removed his headphones and rose to answer the door. Upon reaching the entrance, he opened it and greeted. "Hello, may I assist you?" A male and female voice queried in unison. "Why are you here?" To his surprise, it was Ying-Ru. She stepped back, glanced at the door number to confirm its accuracy, then tiptoed to peer inside, frowning. "What are you doing here? Where is MLN?" Upon hearing this, Xiao mused internally, realizing she had come in search of MLN. With a smile, he responded courteously. "I am a tenant of Professor Ning, having just moved in. It appears MLN has not returned yet." Ying-Ru continued to furrow her brow, her expression one of perplexity as she exclaimed, "Huh? How did this peculiar person become a tenant of Director Sing?" As Ying-Ru pondered this, a gentle, melodious voice resonated from the end of the corridor. "Ru, you have arrived." Turning to see MLN returning with a bag of groceries in hand, Ying-Ru stepped outside a few paces and inquired, "MLN, has Professor Sing found a tenant?" MLN replied softly, "Yes, Xiao is the one who came to view the apartment." She then ushered the still curious Ying-Ru inside. With a sheepish grin, Xiao closed the door behind them. Upon entering the living room, he announced to the two, "I shall retreat to my room for now." A gentle smile graced MLN's face, her dimples subtly appearing. "Have you eaten? We are making pizza and egg tarts. Would you care to join us?" MLN seldom ordered takeout, preferring to cook for herself, valuing both health and economy. Xiao chuckled awkwardly. "Thank you, Senior, but I have already ordered takeout." "Very well then," he said, turning back to his room. Ying-Ru immediately frowned at MLN, saying, "MLN, your gentle nature should be reserved for those deserving." 2 days ago, as she spoke, Tong Rui suddenly recalled the events of that day, realizing that Xiao Chenza had not exhibited any offensive behavior. Mulan gently patted Tong Rui's shoulder, reminiscent of hands bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In a soothing voice, she remarked, "Forget about that, Peicheng. It seems Xiao Chenza did not behave inappropriately towards you." Tong Rui pouted slightly, still seeming somewhat reluctant. However, since this was Mulan's affair, she refrained from saying much. With a resigned sigh, Tong Rui said, "All right then. But Mulan, how could you agree to share a flat with a boy? Did Teacher Song really approve of this?" Mulan's deep eyes momentarily glazed over, revealing a hint of uncertainty. She understood Tong Rui's concerns. "Well, I never claimed I had to share with a girl, did I? Besides, you know what that last girl was like." Upon hearing this, Tong Rui thought for a moment and then nodded twice in quick succession. A smile illuminated Mulan's face as she continued, "Teacher Song has already discussed this with me. Xiao Chenza is a sophomore in the Jing class, a student of Teacher Chen He. Aside from his lack of enthusiasm in class, he has committed no other infractions. Moreover, renting out this space could alleviate some of Teacher Song's burdens." Upon hearing this, Tong Rui's expression seemed to soften. After a few moments, she slightly nodded her head and sighed. "All right, I mean no offense. It is not my place to object. I merely wish to remind you to remain vigilant. Your gentle and virtuous nature may lead to your downfall." Mulan smiled softly, her gaze towards Tong Rui sparkling with clarity. "I am aware of that. It appears you still harbor some reservations about him. You accepted his compensation, so this matter should be put to rest. We must be reasonable." Tong Rui pursed her lips, seemingly savoring the snack she had just enjoyed. "Well, he is not bad, handsome and polite. He shouldn't be a creep. It's that Peicheng I detest." Upon mentioning Peiqing, Tong Rui's expression shifted to one of indignation. That creep was staring at my legs in the treatment room. It infuriated me. Mulan chuckled helplessly. Rui, you can't entirely blame the boys. Doesn't that just indicate your charm and allure? And you can't expect them not to look when you're dressed the way you are. Should all boys close their eyes? That seems rather unreasonable. Tong Rui pouted and replied, they can look, but they shouldn't be so blatant about it in front of me. Regardless, I really dislike Peiqing. After speaking, Tong Rui's expression transformed as she flashed a mischievous smile at Mulan. Next time, you should wear something too. Maybe add some stockings. They will definitely notice you. Your long legs are not just pure and white. They have a certain allure, with just the right amount of curve. The mere sway of them could be a deadly temptation for college boys. Whoever claims to dislike it must certainly be from a small town. Upon hearing this, Mulan's gently soft lips parted slightly, her expression a mix of surprise and alarm evident in her autumn-like eyes. I think I shall pass, she stammered. Tong Rui, relentless, playfully grasped Mulan's plump, elastic thigh with her small hand. Mulan, you're halfway through university. I've yet to see you show off those lovely arms of yours. It would be a pity to keep such splendid qualities hidden. Mulan, increasingly flustered, quickly returned Tong Rui's hand to her side. I don't want to, she protested. Her originally pale cheeks now tinged with a blush, her body shrinking slightly. Noticing this, Tong Rui chuckled softly, teasingly delighted by Mulan's reaction. Then let us begin, she suggested, referring to making pizza and egg tarts. Mulan replied. The two of them headed to the kitchen with their supplies. Mulan's culinary skills were quite impressive, while Tong Rui's were lacking significantly. The process of creating the pizza and egg tarts was predominantly guided by Mulan. After a flurry of activity, once they had placed the pizza and tart bases into the oven, Tong Rui exhaled deeply and remarked, that was tough. I can't make this meal. Mulan, you truly are multifaceted. Cooking, household chores. If I were a man, I would definitely marry you. Tong Rui jested. How about you marry me instead? A dowry of 300,000, and I'll bring you home to cook for me. To Tong Rui's playful banter, Mulan merely smiled gently and replied, it's not that remarkable. Anyone can learn with a bit of practice. Just then, Xiao Chenza unexpectedly passed by the kitchen door. Both turned to look. He entered the room, carrying takeout. Tong Rui then turned back to Mulan and inquired, why is he renting teacher Song Yan's room? It must be a coincidence that he found this neighborhood, Mulan mused. He seems to have rented the place to play games, as it would disturb his roommates in the dorm at night. Tong Rui frowned slightly. Playing games? I've dabbled in some, but I've never encountered anything like a boosting order. Mulan elaborated. It seems he is not merely gaming. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to rent a place. I heard about gaming orders when I was looking for part-time work. They mentioned that my qualifications could allow me to be a chat companion, providing emotional support. But his seems to be technical boosting, which requires a high level of gaming skill. Tong Rui pondered for a moment and replied, isn't that still gaming? Not quite. His seems more like a job, aimed at earning money, Mulan clarified. Tong Rui shrugged. All right, I'm a gaming novice. But he does seem quite affluent if he is renting a place. Mulan's lips curled slightly as she glanced at Tong Rui and said, I suppose you were drawn to that bag of snacks. Tong Rui immediately broke into a wide grin. Of course, I saw it all. Chapter 9. The 8:13 alarm for early classes. After their meal, Mulan and Tong Rui collaborated on their coursework in the living room. Due to Mulan's part-time job, she only has Sunday afternoons free, leading her to accumulate most of her assignments for that time. Fortunately, Tong Rui always graciously accompanies Mulan to complete her work, leaving only at 5 in the afternoon. After tidying up her books and computer, Mulan ventured into the kitchen to prepare a simple meal of rice porridge and stir-fried greens. She ate sparingly, treating dinner as a mere necessity, primarily due to her limited finances. Moments later, Mulan emerged from the kitchen with her bowl and chopsticks, just as Xiao Chenza appeared to retrieve his takeout. However, his demeanor seemed less vibrant than it had been in the morning, evidently having spent the afternoon engrossed in gaming. As Mulan settled at the dining table, Xiao Chenza passed by with his takeout. She merely glanced at him, not paying much attention. After all, they were not particularly familiar. And everyone has their own way of living. She certainly couldn't afford takeout herself. Just as she picked up her chopsticks, Xiao Chenza's voice called out from behind, Mulan, where's the bathroom? The layout of Song Yan's 3-bedroom apartment was indeed peculiar, likely modified for rental purposes with an added bathroom and an expanded balcony. Yet, Xiao Qinze failed to locate the en-suite bathroom, only finding the original communal restroom. Upon hearing his query, Mulan turned to see him lingering at the doorway. She raised her slender finger and indicated, "It's in the innermost room. There are 2 bathrooms, one in my room and one in that room." "What? Why not let me stay in that room?" Xiao Qinze asked, puzzled. He thought it would save him a trip, at least in terms of time. Mulan managed a wry smile as she replied, "You'll understand once you take a look. That room was occupied by the previous girl, and she left quite a mess. Even after cleaning, there's still an unpleasant odor lingering. Teacher Song Nian had disposed of all her belongings, deciding not to rent that room anymore." Xiao Qinze glanced back, a hint of astonishment gracing his features. Is it really that outrageous? Were they conducting nuclear experiments in there? And yet they claim it's a rental-free bedroom? A faint smile blossomed on Mulan's face, reminiscent of a flower bud just beginning to unfurl. Initially, she had intended to rent only 2 rooms, finding 3 a bit excessive. Teacher Song Nian was quite busy and perhaps had not updated the rental information. Xiao Qinze shrugged off the concern, replying, "All right then." With that, he retreated to his room. At 9 in the evening, after finishing his last game, Xiao Qinze felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He glanced at the time, deciding to take a shower before resting, as the day had been rather intense. Shortly thereafter, he entered the other room with the en-suite bathroom, only to find it completely empty and permeated by a faint, unpleasant odor. Xiao Qinze furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, renting a room, leaving behind lingering scents, is rather disheartening. Fortunately, the bathroom bore no unpleasant odors, and Xiao Qinze quickly took a shower before retreating to his room. Once in his room, fatigue washed over him, and habitually, he set his alarm for early Monday morning before drifting into a deep slumber. The following morning heralded yet another dreaded Monday for Xiao Qinze, as nearly all students had early classes on this day. It was colloquially referred to as the suffering day for college students. Typically, he set his alarm for 8:13, allowing himself 2 minutes to rise, dress, and descend, followed by a 3-minute dash to the school gate for breakfast, and finally a 2-minute sprint to the finance building classroom, arriving just in time for his 8:20 class. This routine had become second nature to him since his freshman year. However, at 7:50, he was jolted awake by a knock on the door. He blinked open his eyes and glanced at his phone. 7:50? Had he set the alarm incorrectly? Just then, another knock resounded, and he realized he had mistaken the knocking for his alarm. Was it Senior Mulan? What could she possibly want at such an early hour? Hastily, he dressed and approached the door. Senior Mulan stood outside, impeccably dressed. What could have prompted her to come so early? Xiao Qinze, still groggy with sleep, wondered. Mulan looked at him in his pajamas, her brows slightly furrowing. Is this early? It seemed he intended to brush her off and return to sleep. It's not early, it's Monday. Don't you have an early class? If you don't hurry, Teacher Song Nian will surely send you back to your dormitory, she admonished. Xiao Qinze's mind briefly short-circuited. I do plan to attend class. I set my alarm. But as soon as he spoke, he felt something was amiss. Mulan then inquired, what time did you set your alarm for? Without a second thought, he replied, 8:13, I believe. Mulan's bright, profound eyes widened in astonishment. 8:13. You expect to rise, eat breakfast, and reach the classroom in just 7 minutes? Faced with her question, Xiao Qinze's expression stiffened. A few seconds later, realization dawned upon him. Oh no, I forgot I wasn't in my dorm and didn't adjust the clock. Yesterday, I was so dizzy that I collapsed onto the bed, and the alarm time remained unchanged. Moreover, my electric bike was taken by Pei Cheng. 7 minutes is utterly impossible. Seeing his flustered state, Mulan couldn't help but smile with a hint of exasperation. She was a person of great integrity, and thankfully, she had noticed the time before leaving. Otherwise, she would have betrayed the trust she had just given to Song Nian. You must hurry and get ready. There is still time. All right, Xiao Qinze replied, swiftly turning back to his room to prepare. After closing the door, Mulan returned to her own room, and shortly thereafter emerged with a bag of breakfast pastries. Just as she reached the living room to wait for Xiao Qinze, he appeared from the hallway, backpack slung over his shoulder. Mulan immediately turned in surprise towards the impeccably dressed Xiao Qinze, who still bore traces of water on his forehead. In that instant, Mulan comprehended the significance of Xiao Qinze's alarm clock ringing at 8:13. A mere minute had sufficed for him to rise and complete his morning routine. As Xiao Qinze entered the living room, he noticed Mulan gazing at him in astonishment and remarked, Senior Mulan, you haven't left yet. Mulan was still taken aback by the swiftness of Xiao Qin's awakening. A faint blush adorned her fair cheeks as she rose and said, "I was concerned you might be unfamiliar with the route, so I thought I would accompany you." Stepping a few paces closer, Mulan extended the breakfast bread in her hand towards Xiao Qinza. "This is for you, a little something to tide you over." Xiao Qinza looked down at the bread for a moment, momentarily lost in thought. Then, accepting it with a smile, he replied, "Thank you, Senior. However, there is still time. We could buy some breakfast." "Come on, Senior, it's on me. This alone won't suffice." At his words, Mulan's gaze fell, and a hint of embarrassment flickered across her face. A single piece of breakfast bread was her own morning sustenance, which might indeed appear insufficient for a young man. Nonetheless, Mulan misinterpreted Xiao Qin's earlier reaction. He was merely taken aback by her kindness and thoughtfulness, which radiated warmth. Xiao Qinza believed that no one would wish to forego the chance of befriending Mulan. Without further elaboration, Mulan gently responded, "Then let us go." The two locked the door behind them as they departed. Chapter 10. Is Mulan socially anxious? Upon reaching the entrance of the community, while walking, Mulan explained, "To the right is the wide street, and ahead lies the alley, the same route you took the day before yesterday. The alley is quieter during class time, with few cars and pedestrians. We walk the street home after classes. It's longer, but easier to navigate." Xiao Qinza nodded slightly, realizing that Senior Mulan was quite familiar with the routes, indicating she had resided there for some time. "Senior Mulan, what prompted you to rent a house from Teacher Song Yin here?" Mulan pondered for a moment before responding vaguely, "Something similar to your situation." Her response was general, largely due to her roommate situation. Xiao Qinza refrained from prying further, recognizing it was a personal matter for her. Following the same path they had taken the day before, Xiao Qinza and Mulan walked for 10 minutes until they arrived at the entrance of Xinghai University. Xiao Qinza glanced towards a bustling breakfast shop not far to his right. Every morning, it was teeming with people, while it wasn't the only establishment. It was certainly the cleanest and most delicious. "Senior, let us go buy some breakfast," he suggested. However, Mulan's expression conveyed a hint of social anxiety, as she seemed to be grappling internally. After a few seconds, she softly replied, "I think I'll pass. I've already eaten." Her voice was noticeably quieter than before. Noticing the change in her demeanor, Xiao Qinza wondered to himself, could Senior Mulan be socially anxious? After a moment of contemplation, he smiled and said, "All right, then I'll go buy something. Please wait for me for a moment." "Okay." Xiao Qinza hurried towards the breakfast shop. In less than 2 minutes, he returned triumphantly from the throng of breakfast seekers, his tall frame of over 6 feet carrying several plastic bags. Approaching Mulan, he handed her a cup of hot milk, saying, "Senior, here's a warm cup of milk to soothe your stomach." Mulan was about to decline, but Xiao Qinza continued earnestly, "Please help me out quickly. I need a free hand to eat. Once we're in the teaching area, eating is prohibited." Mulan, momentarily at a loss for words, accepted the milk and softly replied, "Thank you." Seeing her reaction, Xiao Qinza felt a wave of relief. He had received considerable assistance from her in recent days, and not reciprocating would have weighed heavily on his generous spirit. They slowed their pace, and Xiao Qinza devoured his breakfast with gusto, finishing 3 buns in just a few bites, washing them down with soybean milk. In contrast, Mulan sipped her milk delicately. Xiao Qinza casually disposed of his trash, but at that moment, a figure suddenly approached from the left behind Mulan, deliberately bumping into her shoulder. "Ah!" Mulan stumbled slightly, letting out a soft gasp. Xiao Qinza turned to see 3 girls, all of similar height to Mulan, holding their breakfast. However, the stark difference lay in their heavy makeup and varied hair colors. The girl who had collided with Mulan glanced back, a malicious smirk playing on her lips, exchanging whispers with her companions. Then, her voice rose slightly, mocking, "Our little princess can no longer maintain her facade of poverty." The other 2 girls quickly chimed in, their tones dripping with sarcasm. "She can't eat dry bread, but can afford a cup of hot milk? How generous of her, especially with that little gigolo by her side." Their faces were etched with derision, embodying the spiteful nature of gossip mongers. Though their voices were not loud, they were perfectly audible to Xiao Qinza and Mulan, clearly intended for their ears. Xiao Qinza's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. He was no fool. It was evident these girls were trouble. Yet, Mulan remained unfazed, merely lowering her head and avoiding their gaze. Xiao Qinza leaned closer and whispered, "Senior, what are those girls?" Mulan's expression turned slightly grave as it became evident she was not pleased. Ignore them, she replied. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chenze seemed to grasp the situation. These three ruffians couldn't possibly be Mulan's roommates, could they? In the dormitory at Xinghai University, there were typically 4 students, and with Mulan included, they would make a complete set. Moreover, Mulan had previously mentioned her reasons for renting off campus were similar to his own. With this realization, Xiao Chenze couldn't help but chuckle softly. He had encountered such situations himself. Xinghai City is regarded as a highly developed metropolis, and Xinghai University, as the representative institution of this city, imposes remarkably lenient academic requirements for local students. The majority of the students at this institution are locals, accompanied by a few affluent individuals who gain admission through special recruitment or artistic endeavors, such as Peiqing. Xiao Chenze's 3 roommates are all from the vicinity. Upon their arrival, they too experienced a period of isolation. Such occurrences are rather commonplace at Xinghai University. Xiao Chenze gazed at the 3 faces before her with profound disdain, especially after they had just insulted themselves. However, she chose not to engage in any conflict with them, realizing that allowing their venomous words to affect her would only lead to her own frustration. She glanced sideways at Mulan, who displayed no particular reaction. Subsequently, Xiao Chenze diverted her gaze, preferring to ignore the annoyance. As the 3 girls recognized the lack of entertainment in their antics, they hastened their pace and moved forward. Moments later, an electric scooter approached from Xiao Chenze's right. It was Peiqing. Zai, have you resorted to walking? Upon hearing his voice, Xiao Chenze turned her head and was taken aback to see him. What brings you to the sidewalk? Aren't you afraid the school will catch you? Mulan turned to Peiqing, who waved in greeting, and she smiled in response. Soon, a mysterious grin appeared on Peiqing's face as he leaned closer to Xiao Chenze and whispered, I was saying, you little rascal. Xiao Chenze immediately interrupted him with a glance, knowing all too well the mischief he was about to propose. Peiqing chuckled, then adopted a serious tone. So, what is it going to be? Hop on. I texted you a dozen times last night about how to get to class, and you didn't reply. Xiao Chenze looked ahead and replied, I was dead asleep. It's not worth it. It's just a short distance. As she spoke, she suddenly caught sight of the 3 malicious girls from earlier. Her eyes narrowed, and a plan began to form in her mind. Quickly, Xiao Chenze leaned over to Peiqing, who was driving slowly beside her, and whispered a few words. Peiqing glanced ahead, his eyes widening in realization. Wait, are they really trying to show off like that? Xiao Chenze and Peiqing exchanged knowing glances before she nodded slightly. Peiqing understood immediately and patted his chest confidently. Count on me. I can't stand people who are more pretentious than I am. He accelerated, moving forward with determination. Mulan turned to look at Xiao Chenze and then up at Peiqing ahead. Peiqing maneuvered the electric scooter skillfully, weaving through the crowd until he reached the 3 spiteful girls. Just as he attempted to pass them, a slight miscalculation led him to accidentally bump into the girl with the yellow hair. The impact caused her to lose her balance and stumble forward. At that moment, Peiqing glanced back and exclaimed, Sorry, but your appearance is just too distracting. Without giving her a chance to retort, he sped away, leaving her to regain her footing in a fit of impotent rage, stamping her feet in frustration. Upon hearing Peiqing's words, Xiao Chenze erupted into hearty laughter. Indeed, it seems that one must confront evil with evil. While such a tit-for-tat approach may not be ideal, its efficacy cannot be denied. Meanwhile, Mulan's previously sullen demeanor transformed into one of radiant joy. Thank you, Xiao Chenze, she expressed warmly. Xiao Chenze hesitated momentarily before responding with a smile. I cannot tolerate them, and I must also stand up for myself. He had always felt discontent towards those who banded together to isolate others, having experienced it firsthand. Initially, he considered letting it go, fearing that any confrontation might provoke retaliation that could involve Mulan. However, with Peiqing's arrival, his patience began to wear thin. The more he contemplated the situation, the more irked he became. Mulan may have feared them, but Peiqing was unfazed by anything. Sometimes, one must retaliate against grievances and act on discontent immediately. Bottling it up would only sour one's mood. Conversely, if the adversaries were also displeased, perhaps it would result in a balance of sorts. Chapter 11. What? You two slept together? 5 minutes later, they arrived at the base of the finance building. A gentle smile graced Mulan's face, her dimples accentuating her charm. With utmost politeness, she addressed Xiao Chenze. I apologize for dragging you into this. She continued, They are my former roommates, though it has been quite some time. Xiao Chenze casually replied, I do not blame you, senior. Such individuals are utterly repugnant. Mulan offered a soft smile and raised her hand, bidding farewell. Goodbye, as she turned to leave, ascending the nearby staircase. Xiaoqinze took a few steps before unconsciously glancing back at the direction in which Mulan had departed. Moments later, he entered the classroom. It was Monday morning, and the first class was microeconomics. The early 8 o'clock class was perfect for a quick nap, and Xiaoqinze mused that the scheduling was the work of a genius, as he had not once lifted his head during the lecture. He settled into a seat by the window in the back row, and Wang, hailing from the same hometown, joined him promptly. Zai, what was up with those hideous creatures just now? Peiqing inquired. Xiaoqinze scoffed. They are Mulan's roommates, 3 locals, much like yourself, who look down upon anyone they deem inferior. Xiaoqinze suspected that Mulan's family was not particularly affluent, given Mulan's gentle and kind nature. She was undoubtedly easy prey for bullies. Peiqing quickly dismissed the comparison, waving his hand in disgust. Do not equate them with me. What are they? Mere meat buns with soy milk? Are their circumstances considered good at Shanghai? They are not even middle class, yet they have the audacity to look down on others. My father is wealthy and often teaches me to treat others with humility. They are simply deluded, believing their only merit lies in their makeup. Xiaoqinze's face lit up with intrigued amusement. Oh? I did not expect you to possess such insight, Peiqing. Get lost. What do you mean by such insight? Peiqing retorted. Let us not dwell on that. You have been attending classes with Mulan. Peiqing sniffed, wearing an expression of eager curiosity. Xiaoqinze shot him a sidelong glance, exasperated. You daydream far too much. If Mulan had not called me in time, I would have been late today. What? You two slept together? Peiqing exclaimed, taken aback. Xiaoqinze's expression changed abruptly as he pushed Peiqing's head aside. I forgot to adjust my alarm clock last night. I overslept. At 8:13 this morning, there were no cars available to get here. How could I possibly make it? Thankfully, Senior Mulan knocked on my door to wake me up. Peiqing chuckled awkwardly. Well, you certainly owe her your gratitude. It's been 2 weeks since the semester started, and have we even attended 3 days of classes combined? If we continue to be late and miss classes, we'll undoubtedly face the wrath of our stern instructor. By the way, how are you planning to get to class in the future? I can't keep going out of my way to pick you up, he added. Is there somewhere you can charge your vehicle? Just leave it there, and you can come to school and pick me up. Xiaoqinze frowned. If I come to pick you up, it won't be out of my way, will it? You're always trying to get me to drive you around. And I even took you in front of Senior Tong Rui. Peiqing quickly replied, please don't. If that happens again, she might call the police. Fine. I'll let you have the car. I'll buy another one, he suggested. This electric scooter was purchased jointly by Xiaoqinze and Peiqing. Xiaoqinze declined. That's not necessary. Just keep it there for now. I don't go out much. That works. You can use the vehicle. I'll bring it over to you. Peiqing said. For the next 2 hours, the two managed to avoid being spotted by their microeconomics teacher, dozing off until the next class. The second session was an unimportant experimental course. Halfway through, Xiaoqinze received a gaming service request and excused himself to the restroom to slip away. After leaving the finance building, he hopped on the electric scooter and headed home. Riding was certainly much faster than walking, and he reached the community entrance in just 5 minutes. However, upon arriving at his door, he suddenly froze. He had forgotten his keys. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoqinze awkwardly scratched his head. What a predicament! He considered calling Song Nian or Mulan, but soon realized both avenues were completely blocked. Calling Song Nian now would be disastrous, and he hadn't saved Mulan's contact information. Great! In a state of panic, Xiaoqinze began pacing back and forth. Feeling overwhelmed, he had already committed to this request, which came from a loyal client. If he concocted an excuse to back out now, it would surely diminish the client's expectations. Just when he was at a loss, an idea sparked in his mind, and his eyes lit up. He promptly took out his phone and called Peiqing. Hey, why are you calling me? Peiqing spoke in a hushed tone. Xiaoqinze quickly replied. Can you help me find Senior Mulan's contact information? I rushed out without my keys, and now I can't get into my house. Huh? Are you really that useless? It's been 2 days, and you still haven't added her contact? Peiqing was baffled. Do you think I'm like you? She's a third-year student. How am I supposed to get her contact information? Xiaoqinze retorted confidently. I know you're aware she's a senior. If you know that much, how can you not contact her? In a moment of urgency, Peiqing hesitated before responding. Let me inquire. A few minutes later, Peiqing called again. Hello, I couldn't reach Mulan, but I found her friend. Here is the phone number. You can call her yourself. After hanging up, Pei Chung quickly forwarded the number to Xiao Chinzhua, who promptly dialed the number. Before long, the call was answered. Hello, who is this? Senior Tong Rui. This is Xiao Chinzhua. Huh? Who? Xiao Chinzhua? How did you get my number? Tong Rui's demeanor shifted dramatically. I'll explain that later. I urgently need to contact Senior Mulan. After a brief hesitation, Tong Rui inquired. What do you need her for? I need to place an order. But I left my keys at home and can't get inside. Could you help me reach her? However, Tong Rui replied. It won't help to contact her. She is currently working part-time at the nut shop in the food street west of the school, so she won't be able to return. Thank you, Senior Tong Rui. Knowing her whereabouts is half the battle. Xiao Chinzhua expressed his gratitude. Wait, how did you get my number? Xiao Chinzhua admitted, I found it out. Anyway, I'll go look for Senior Mulan now. After ending the call, Xiao Chinzhua hurried downstairs. Fortunately, he had an electric bike, making the trip to the food street a matter of mere minutes. Around 10:30, he arrived at the entrance of the food street, where only one nut shop was visible. After parking his bike, he rushed towards the shop. Moments later, he stood at the entrance of the nut shop, where Mulan was busy in her work attire and mask. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Chinzhua approached her. As Mulan finished packing a bag of macadamia nuts and noticed Xiao Chinzhua suddenly before her, she instinctively recoiled slightly. Xiao Chinzhua, what are you doing here? Skipping class again. Mulan's elegant brows furrowed slightly, a hint of reproach in her expression. Given the heavy course load in the first 2 years, Monday mornings were certainly packed. Xiao Chinzhua's presence here suggested he was indeed playing truant, showing little regard for his studies or the responsibilities he had assumed. Chapter 12. I see you were trying to guard against me taking action. Xiao Chinzhua averted his gaze momentarily, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. I had an order, and the lab class was rather easy. Don't worry, I signed in. But I forgot my keys when I left this morning. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged woman entered the shop, smiling gently. Xiaolon, is this your boyfriend? Mulan quickly clarified. No, Aunt Shun. He is just a friend. Mulan contemplated and remarked that her roommate was somewhat peculiar. Thus she adjusted her phrasing to refer to him as a friend, which felt more appropriate. Xiao Chinzhua responded with an awkward chuckle. At that moment, a sudden flurry of ringing from a phone interrupted the conversation. Xiao Chinzhua retrieved his mobile device and answered it, a youthful male voice emanating from the receiver. Zego, are you ready? Xiao Chinzhua replied, Almost, I'm heading home now. After concluding the call, Mulan, with a sense of urgency, stated, I must leave first. Observing the situation, Mulan no longer harbored her previous annoyance and simply said, Then you should hurry. Once Xiao Chinzhua departed, Aunt Shun, a middle-aged woman, approached Mulan, her gaze drifting towards the entrance of the shop. Xiaolon, is this friend of yours a student? He seems more like someone who has graduated and entered the workforce. She had never witnessed a university student in such a frantic state, akin to negotiating with clients. After a brief moment of silence, Mulan replied, He is a student, but perhaps like me, he must fend for himself. Aunt Chin's eyes flickered with surprise upon hearing Mulan's words. Oh, is that so? It's quite challenging for a young man. If he has to support himself now, how will he ever marry in the future? With a slight sigh, Aunt Chin concluded her thoughts. Mulan merely cast a sidelong glance, choosing not to elaborate further. After all, Aunt Chun hailed from the 1980s, and her perspectives differed significantly. At 5 in the afternoon, Mulan returned home from work. As Xiao Chinzhua emerged from the restroom, he bore an expression of exhaustion, as if he had been worn out from gaming since the morning. He was so engrossed that he failed to notice Mulan's entrance into the living room. Mulan set down her handbag and approached him. Xiao Chinzhua. Her voice, light and melodious, reached his ears. It was as if he had been activated by a switch. He paused at the doorway, his demeanor brightening as he turned to face her. Senior Mulan, you finished work. Is there something you need? Mulan took a few steps closer, her tone carrying a hint of admonition as she said, I want to advise you to avoid missing classes without reason in the future. Teacher Song will face accountability and have her salary deducted, and you could fail directly. She continued, She just asked me to supervise you, and you cannot miss any more classes before the end-of-month summary at the college. Upon finishing her statement, Mulan slightly furrowed her brow, striving to convey seriousness. Yet, her captivating eyes, which seemed to render everyone foolish, were indeed difficult to appear stern. Hearing her words, Xiao Chinzhua was taken aback, his mind sharpening. Oh, so regarding today, Senior Mulan, you weren't. Mulan gently shook her head, her high ponytail swaying slightly and releasing faint floral notes. You weren't discovered. Teacher Song is unaware. That's a relief, Xiaoqin's aside. Then, with a tone of resignation, remarked, Senior Mulan, I am left with no choice. I mostly take private orders now, catering to a few well-paying regular clients. My gaming hours are quite unpredictable. Just like today, that first-year civil engineering student at our school has only 4 classes a week, spending nearly every day in leisure. Occasionally, he seeks my company for gaming. At times, after finishing a practice match, Xiaoqinza returns to request companionship for casual play, seamlessly transitioning between the two. His record for continuous gaming stands at an astonishing 2 days and nights, with only brief intermissions for meals and restroom breaks. However, declining his requests is not a viable option. Should I refuse, the boss might seek another companion, which could jeopardize my steady position. Although Mulan does not fully comprehend Xiaoqin's sentiments, she can discern his sense of helplessness. She too understands the struggles of earning a living and the lack of autonomy. The seriousness in her eyes dissipates, giving way to a soft, conflicted expression. What should be done? Xiaoqinza scratches the back of his head and states, I can only find a substitute teacher. Finding a substitute for practice is akin to a double replacement. Upon hearing this, Mulan expresses mild surprise. A substitute teacher? That must be quite expensive. Xiaoqinza replies, 20 per class, which isn't bad, especially compared to losing a few hundred on a single match. 20? That exceeds my hourly wage. Xiaoqinza turns to head towards the living room, chuckling. Well, what can be done? Hey, Senior Mulan, why are you getting involved? I see you're busy. Xiaoqinza remarks, puzzled by Mulan's willingness to assist Song Nian in this matter, which seems unrelated to her. Ultimately, this is a personal issue between him and Song Nian, not her concern. Mulan settles onto the sofa in the living room and explains. Teacher Song has been kind to me. I should help her share the burden. Xiaoqinza is taken aback for a moment, but then laughs. It's the first time I've heard someone speak well of Extinction Mistress. Extinction Mistress? Mulan queries, perplexed. Indeed, this title originated from the elite class. Their class consists of only 8 boys and over 30 girls, and Teacher Song is notoriously strict. Hence the nickname, a Mei sect. Extinction Mistress. Xiaoqinza concludes with a snap of his fingers. Observing his expressions and gestures, Mulan can no longer contain herself and breaks into a smile. This description is rather vivid and amusing. However, Teacher Song is genuinely good and responsible towards her students. Xiaoqinza shrugs slightly, acknowledging the truth in that statement. Mulan continues, do you remember my roommates from today? When I first arrived as a freshman, I was isolated and bullied for quite some time. Upon learning of this, Teacher Song issued a major demerit to all 3 of them and deducted their moral points. She even helped me withdraw my accommodation fees and relocate here. Reclining on the sofa with his hands behind his head, Xiaoqinza closes his eyes in contemplation, frowning. The dorm costs 700, while this place is 1500. The Extinction Mistress is draining your living expenses. He scoffs dismissively, inhaling deeply and resting on the sofa to regain his composure. Mulan smiles awkwardly, admitting, I pay 700. Xiaoqinza suddenly opens his eyes wide, a cold intensity emanating from him. 700. He sits up abruptly. Sister, surely you haven't misremembered. You charge 700, yet ask me for 1,005. I wonder if you have any familial ties with Teacher Song Nian. If so, I might as well recognize her as my godmother. Mulan. Xiaoqinza exhaled sharply, but soon considered Mulan's situation. With merely bread for breakfast and vegetable porridge for dinner, her circumstances appeared quite strained. 1,005 for rent was exorbitant. In this light, it seemed that Song Nian truly cared for Mulan. Xiaoqinza sighed softly, saying, Sister, you would have been better off not telling me. Mulan, somewhat exasperated, replied, But you asked, and I dislike lying. Well, I too have an aversion to falsehoods, he conceded. In this regard, they were quite similar. Xiaoqinza decided not to dwell on the matter further, as he had originally agreed to the 1,005. It wasn't exceedingly high, and he could afford it. Then, Xiaoqinza recalled that Song Nian had installed surveillance cameras. What was the purpose of having Mulan watch over him? Sister, hasn't Teacher Song Nian set up monitoring? Why would she have you keeping an eye on me? Mulan clarified, the surveillance was initially installed to monitor my pet cat. It broke long ago. Teacher Song Nian was merely trying to intimidate you to prevent any further truancy. Reflecting on Song Nian's gaze at that moment, Xiaoqinza couldn't help but smirk internally, thinking, I suspect the real concern was to deter me from pursuing you. He released a deep breath, then stood up, saying, "Very well, let us leave it at that. In the future, I will seek you out for substitutes." "Wait, sister, do you have a heavy course load?" he inquired. "Perhaps I should just ask you to substitute." Mulan replied, "I don't have many classes, but I also work part-time. I only have time on Sundays." "Ah, understood. We shall discuss it later. I am returning to my room now." As Mulan rose to stop Xiaoqinza, she said, "Hold on, there's one more thing. Tong Rui messaged me today, complaining about you. What is going on?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoqinza chuckled awkwardly. "Well, I didn't have your contact information, so I asked Peiqing to inquire. He only managed to find Sister Tong Rui's number, and she informed me you were near the food street." Mulan nodded slightly, responding softly, "Oh." She then took out her phone and said, "Why don't you add me for easier communication?" "Sure." Xiaoqinza retrieved his phone to scan the code. After Mulan agreed, she casually asked, "Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet. I was just about to order takeout." "Then why not skip it? I can cook, and we could eat together." Chapter 13. The order was placed right at the dining table. Who knew where it would go next? At this, Xiaoqinza was taken aback. "Huh. I've never dined with a girl before, let alone had her cook for me." Seeing Xiaoqinza's reaction, Mulan clarified, "I usually eat very little, and I've had ingredients in the fridge for almost a week. If I don't use them, they'll go to waste. Consider this a favor." Her tone was quite neutral, clearly devoid of any ulterior motives. Xiaoqinza readily agreed, all right. There is nothing more delightful than a complimentary dinner, though it surely cannot be just a plate of greens." Mulan promptly rose and made her way to the kitchen. Xiaoqinza retrieved his phone, intending to watch some videos, but as soon as he opened the app, a call from Peiqing appeared. Xiaoqinza muttered in confusion before answering. "Hello, what is up? Have you ordered takeout yet?" "No, I'm dining in. You haven't even set up a feast for your housewarming celebration yet." Xiaoqinza glanced back at the kitchen and replied, "Let us do it another day. Senior Mulan is cooking, and I'll join her for a meal." "Oh, you're already enjoying Senior's cooking. What's next? You'll be climbing her?" Xiaoqinza hastily cut off this line of thought, casting a glance toward the kitchen. Relieved that Mulan had not overheard, he explained, "She bought too many ingredients, and it would be wasteful not to eat them. I'm just helping out." All right. Then I'll eat alone. By the way, remember to pick me up tomorrow morning. Catch a ball. You're on the 11 bus, right? Oh, for heaven's sake." Shortly after, Mulan emerged from the kitchen with 3 dishes: scrambled eggs with green peppers, spicy and sour cabbage, and cold cucumber salad. Xiaoqinza approached the dining table as Mulan brought out half a bowl of rice, saying, "You can serve yourself. There should be enough for you." "All right." As he stepped into the kitchen, he was immediately struck by its immaculate cleanliness. Indeed, one's living habits can be discerned from their surroundings. Mulan exuded a pristine and pure aura, and her home reflected that same level of tidiness. Xiaoqinza chuckled to himself, acknowledging that he could never achieve such standards. He was fortunate to have found such a wonderful roommate. Soon, he filled his bowl with rice and returned to the table. Mulan softly remarked, "I usually eat more vegetables. I hope it suits your taste." Taking a seat across from her, Xiaoqinza smiled politely. "It's fine. I'm not picky as long as I can fill my stomach. Besides, it's a privilege to enjoy a meal prepared by a senior." Although the dishes were all vegetarian, they exceeded his initial expectations of merely stir-fried greens. A change of light flavors was quite welcome. A smile graced Mulan's exquisite face as she nodded. Xiaoqinza took a bite of the scrambled eggs, his eyes lighting up, and eagerly took a mouthful of rice. "How is it?" Mulan inquired, her gaze filled with a hint of anticipation for his approval. Xiaoqinza nodded vigorously. "Delicious. Far superior to the overseasoned takeout." "That's good. I'll leave these to you, and there's more tomorrow." Xiaoqinza could not agree more enthusiastically. The dishes Mulan prepared were perfectly seasoned, neither too bland nor too salty, showcasing her evident culinary skills. "Senior, do you cook for yourself often?" Xiaoqinza asked with his bowl in hand. Mulan chewed thoughtfully before answering. "Yes, takeout is too expensive, and my stomach isn't great. Cooking for myself is both economical and healthy." Upon hearing this, Xiaoqinza casually remarked, "I also have a delicate stomach." Mulan showed a hint of hesitation, tilting her head slightly, her bright eyes blinking a few times as she gazed at Xiaoqinza. He met her gaze, instantly feeling awkward. His words sounded as though he were eager to mooch off her meals. Swiftly, Xiaoqinza clarified, No, senior, I had an upset stomach from takeout once before." Upon hearing this, Mulan's lips curled slightly, revealing a faint dimple. "Well, it's rather peculiar. Someone with a sensitive stomach frequently indulges in takeout. No worries. If you ever tire of it, just let me know in advance, and you can join me for a meal. Xiao Qinze exhaled, relieved to escape the awkwardness, and replied with an awkward smile. All right, thank you, senior. After dinner, Xiao Qinze took the initiative to tidy up the dishes. Mulan had returned to her room early, and Xiao Qinze received a call from Peiqing to join him in a game. So he retreated to his room to assist Peiqing in climbing ranks. The following day, Tuesday, Xiao Qinze had an early class at 8 o'clock. He managed to remember to adjust his alarm, rising promptly at 7:50. As he stepped outside, he encountered Mulan coming from the living room. Senior, you also have an early class for 2 consecutive days? Mulan smiled gently, replying softly, I have no classes today. I'm heading to my part-time job. At the dried fruit store? Yes. After saying this, Mulan returned to her room, and shortly after, emerged with her bag. I'm off now. Remember to attend your classes diligently. All right, senior, goodbye. Goodbye. After Mulan left, Xiao Qinze smiled lightly, realizing that in renting a place, he had inadvertently gained an extra teacher. However, it was Mulan who had vouched for Song Yan, which had led to the agreement on the rental. Hence, he felt compelled not to let Mulan lose face in front of Song Yan. Xiao Qinze tidied up briefly, took his keys, and stepped out. Moments later, he arrived at the base of Peiqing's dormitory on his electric bike. However, Peiqing seemed to still be upstairs, prompting Xiao Qinze to make a call. Hey, I'm downstairs. Hurry up and come down. Peiqing initially expressed surprise, then incredulously replied, Oh, you actually consider me a person's eye? I thought you had already whisked the senior off to class. Xiao Qinze frowned, saying, Do you think I'm you? Or do you believe the senior is as casual as those you meet at bars? Hurry up. I woke up early for this. Peiqing chuckled a couple of times, saying, Just wait and see. Xiao Qinze turned to look, and Peiqing approached, driving a brand new electric bike. No way. You actually bought another one. Peiqing stopped beside Xiao Qinze, grinning. Of course. It's quite inconvenient to keep borrowing rides. Besides, I can't let you abandon the senior, can I? That would surely cost you points, right? Peiqing said this with a mischievous grin, raising his eyebrows playfully. The implication was unmistakable, and Xiao Qinze was all too aware of it. Get lost. I'm off to place an order. Ah, indeed. The order has ended up on the dining table. Who could predict where it will lead next? Peiqing waved his hand, adjusting his voice dramatically. Xiao Qinze was equally exasperated with this master of fantasy and shifted the topic. I will transfer you the money for the electric bike shortly. Let's head out. I didn't even buy breakfast while waiting for you. Peiqing turned off the ignition casually, saying, What is the need for a transfer? Between brothers, this small amount is nothing. Xiao Qinze caught up, insisting, That won't do. It must be transferred. Oh, forget it. Just treat me to lunch. Xiao Qinze stated directly. That won't do. I promised Senior Mulan I would help her with meal prep at noon. Peiqing abruptly hit the brakes, pointing at Xiao Qinze with a tense expression. You're impossible. That's off the table. Xiao Qinze couldn't help but chuckle. All right, Pei go, let us move. Peiqing shot him an irritated glance before restarting the ignition and following behind. Chapter 14. The skewers end up in the senior's hands after buying breakfast. The two headed straight to the financial building in the teaching area. They spent the morning in 2 classes at the back, sleeping soundly, time passing swiftly, only to be jolted awake by the commotion of students changing classrooms. After switching rooms, they resumed their slumber until noon. Xiao Qinze rode his electric bike to the school canteen first, purchasing 2 cups of fruit tea and a large serving of fruit salad. He couldn't just mooch off Senior Mulan's meal. He felt the need to show some gratitude. Moments later, Xiao Qinze returned to the community on his bike. Just as he parked, he spotted Mulan coming back through the entrance. Upon seeing Xiao Qinze, Mulan approached with a smile. You actually didn't skip class today. Hearing her playful banter, Xiao Qinze responded with a sheepish grin. There were no orders today. He then handed her the fruit tea hanging from the bike. Senior, this is for you. His words were polite, almost like a gesture of reciprocity. Mulan glanced at the large cup of fruit tea, her expression slightly troubled. I didn't mean it like that. She thought Xiao Qinze had misunderstood. She merely intended to invite him for a meal without any expectation of receiving anything in return. Xiao Qinze, understanding her sentiment, replied directly, I know, senior. It's just that I'm not accustomed to being taken care of without reciprocating. It doesn't sit well with me, haha. Upon hearing this, Mulan paused slightly, realizing this sentiment resonated with her. She accepted the fruit tea, responding, All right, thank you. Xiaoqinza cheerfully replied, "Ah, that has settled then. I also bought some fruit. Let us enjoy a good meal." Mulan smiled gently and nodded, "MHM." The two walked side by side toward the hallway. Upon arriving home, Mulan set down her bag and headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Xiaoqinza opened the fruit salad, munching while scrolling through his phone. However, shortly after, Pei Cheng bombarded him with a series of messages. Spicy balls. Spicy balls. Spicy balls. Spicy balls. Spicy balls. Xiaoqinza frowned in response, thinking, what is this guy up to again, always causing a stir? He quickly replied, what is going on? Pei Cheng, damn. You've put me in a terrible situation. Xiaoqinza, huh? Pei Cheng, you asked me to inquire about Mulan's phone number. And my friend ended up asking a gossipy woman. Now, the entire junior class is buzzing about how Sister Tong Rue was confessed to by a junior. I can't believe this. That gossipy woman even asked who was inquiring, and my friend knew nothing, so she revealed my name. I'm doomed. Xiaoqinza, you're unfairly blaming me, Pei. I was just thinking I hadn't spilled your name. Pei Cheng, but you started it. Xiaoqinza smirked slightly. This was indeed true. He typed, Pei, at this point, we can only make that gossipy woman keep quiet. Pei Cheng, it's too late. The news has spread like wildfire. My name is already out there. Pei Cheng, sophomore, student ID 163031. Xiaoqinza was taken aback, murmuring, how did they even get my student ID? With a helpless smile, he replied, so what now, Pei? Should we turn the tables and pretend it's all real? It could work. Pei Cheng, no way. That sister wants to kill me now. What if it gets posted on the campus wall? How will I ever show my face again? You need to reach out to Mulan and ask her to speak on my behalf. Xiaoqinza, come on, Pei. It's just about getting a contact number. Besides, if you genuinely like that sister and want to confess, it's not something to be ashamed of. It's not like high school where dating was forbidden. Now you can pursue freely. Pei Cheng, easier said than done. That gossipy woman has already spun several versions. Now they're even saying I had a one-night stand. Xiaoqinza, is it really that exaggerated? Where did they conjure up a one-night stand from? Just talking. And the whole story is fabricated? As Xiaoqinza pondered in disbelief, Mulan emerged from the kitchen with 2 plates. Wait, there's one more dish. Xiaoqinza hurriedly called out to Mulan, saying, Sister Mulan, there's something I need to discuss with you. A hint of confusion crossed Mulan's snow-white face. Her exquisite brows slightly raised. What is the matter? Xiaoqinza took a deep breath, suddenly unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Noticing his hesitation, Mulan came over and sat at the dining table. What happened? Xiaoqinza glanced at his phone screen and reluctantly recounted the events to Mulan. After listening, she fell into contemplation before tentatively saying, he wouldn't have asked Zhao Jia, would he? Who asked Zhao Jia? A girl from our class. She tends to gossip. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqinza sighed and rubbed his temples. That must be it. Sister, could you please help clarify and say something nice? Mulan replied, all right. I'll call Tong Rue in a bit. Mulan rose and returned to the kitchen, bringing forth 2 plates. Let us dine, she suggested. Xiaoqinza responded affirmatively and proceeded to the kitchen to serve the rice. This time, he filled 2 bowls in one go. Observing this, Mulan couldn't help but chuckle. That is my entire day's worth of food. Xiaoqinza felt a growing familiarity with Mulan and replied candidly, then that means my appetite is several times yours, senior. More or less, Mulan replied, her smile becoming even more radiant as she playfully tilted her head. Xiaoqinza handed her a bamboo skewer, saying, senior, enjoy some fruit. Yes, thank you, she replied. Xiaoqinza, ever the voracious eater, devoured the 2 bowls of rice even faster than Mulan finished her half bowl. The dishes she prepared were indeed delightful, making one crave more with each bite. As their bowls neared emptiness, Mulan picked up a skewer to spear a piece of watermelon. Meanwhile, Xiaoqinza, distracted by his phone, also intended to grab a piece of fruit. He reached for the skewer he had placed in the box, but before he could grasp it, his hand brushed against a warm, smooth sensation. This feeling was fleeting, and upon looking up, he noticed an additional skewer in the fruit box. Mulan, with her hands clasped together, sat demurely at the table, her expression tinged with embarrassment and shyness. In a moment of realization, Xiaoqinza understood what had just transpired. He had been so engrossed in his phone that he inadvertently touched her hand while reaching for the skewer. I apologize, senior, he stammered awkwardly. Mulan lowered her head, blinking her eyes a few times before responding somewhat awkwardly, it's fine. He pushed the box toward her, saying, senior, please help yourself. I am full. Mulan glanced at her skewer and replied hesitantly, I suppose I am about done as well. I will call Tong Rue now. Her second sentence came out with a noticeable quickening of pace, and she stood up to return to her room. Xiao Chenza closed his eyes and took a deep breath, rubbing his face as a hint of regret washed over him. Had he known, he would have served the dishes separately. That moment felt somewhat intrusive. He wondered if Senior would take it as a deliberate act. Meanwhile, Mulan, back in her room, paused for a moment, murmuring to herself, the fruit he bought. It felt as if I was stealing something to eat. Would that be considered too forward? Both individuals, sensitive and contemplative, feared they might have offended one another, concerned about how the other perceived them. Chapter 15, Senior Mulan, allow me to assist you. 10 minutes later, Mulan emerged from her room, carrying a shoulder bag. Xiao Chenza had already cleaned the dishes. Upon entering the living room, she remarked, I have explained everything to Tong Rue. However, she insists on clarifying with Pei Chung about what he has said. Hearing this, Xiao Chenza wore a resigned smile. It seemed Pei Ge would not be escaping scrutiny after all. Very well, let us not concern ourselves with them. Pei Chung should remain discreet. Xiao Chenza, much like Mulan, chose to deftly overlook the recent awkwardness. However, the atmosphere between them remained decidedly uncomfortable. Xiao Chenza, feigning nonchalance, remarked, Senior, are you heading out now? Mulan nodded deliberately, uttering a soft before adding, I'm off to my part-time job. Yet, sensing the lingering awkwardness, she appended, don't you have any orders? Xiao Chenza responded, sliding into the conversation, I do, but there's no rush. Well then, I shall take my leave, she said. All right, he replied. Once Mulan departed, Xiao Chenza took a deep breath, releasing a long sigh. Their previous exchange seemed merely a tactic to alleviate the tension. Had Mulan not needed to leave for her job, their conversation could have continued indefinitely. Clearly, Mulan was a person of delicate sensibilities, fearing that silence might rekindle memories of their earlier awkward dining experience. Mulan returned home around 6 in the evening, and they shared dinner together. In the following 3 days leading up to Friday, Xiao Chenza had no classes scheduled for the morning. All his courses were in the afternoon. The university, demonstrating a degree of understanding, recognized the aversion students had towards early morning classes and did not schedule all 5 days that way. During this period, Mulan attended only 2 or 3 classes, spending the remainder of her time at her part-time job and rarely returning home. Consequently, Xiao Chenza reverted to relying on takeout, though he found that the fried rice was becoming increasingly bland. Having ordered several times, he noticed a growing amount of leftovers each time, leading him to wonder if he had truly grown tired of this particular establishment. On Friday afternoon at 4 o'clock, Xiao Chenza and Pei Chung concluded their week of classes and decided to indulge in a meal. They drove to Dawan Square, intending to revisit a restaurant they had frequented in the past. Upon entering, they ordered a large seafood pot. However, as they dined, Pei Chung noticed that Xiao Chenza seemed rather off, appearing disinterested in the food. This was a stark contrast to their previous shared meals, where they devoured their dishes with enthusiasm. Hey Zay, what's going on? Pei Chung inquired. You used to love this place, and I still think it's quite good. Why are you eating so slowly? Like a demure young lady? Xiao Chenza frowned slightly, setting down the crab leg. He took a deep breath and confessed, I haven't had much of an appetite these past few days. Perhaps the takeout has been too heavy, and I've grown somewhat numb to the flavors. Pei Chung looked puzzled and responded, But Zay, you've been eating takeout for over a year now. Are you telling me it's too heavy now? You're not developing a stomach ailment, are you? Xiao Chenza replied nonchalantly, I don't know, before sipping the water beside him. Pei Chung offered him a bottle of beer, saying, Take a swig of this, it might stimulate your appetite. Xiao Chenza grimaced, retorting, What kind of logic is that? Beer opens the appetite. Drink too much of it, and your hands start to tremble. Pei Chung withdrew his hand, shrugging, Then perhaps it's best you don't drink at all. Wait until you earn enough from your orders before indulging. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Chenza went to fetch a bowl of rice, intending to eat a little something, but found it tasted remarkably similar to the takeout. As the clock struck 5:30, the two individuals concluded their meal and set off for home. Upon arriving, Mulan appeared to have just returned, emerging from the kitchen with a plate of stir-fried vegetables. Noticing Xiao Chenza enter, she instinctively greeted him with a warm smile, saying, You're back. After spending several days in Mulan's company, Xiao Chenza had grown accustomed to her enthusiastic welcomes. He recalled that Mulan rarely seemed unhappy. Her face was almost perpetually adorned with a smile. He even wondered if her demeanor was solely reserved for him. However, That notion was indeed a rather fanciful thought. Xiao Qinze offered a faint smile in return, replying, Mulan, you're home quite early today. Typically, she would return around 7 or 8 in the evening. Especially with the influx of students from the nearby school. Mulan took a seat at the dining table and explained, Aunt Chun had some matters to attend to, so she closed the shop early. I see. Then I'll head to my room, Xiao Qinze said as he passed the table. His senses caught by the enticing aroma of the dish. His taste buds stirred involuntarily, and for a moment he paused, casting a fleeting glance at the delectable Mulan before hastening to his room. At 10:30 that evening, having just finished a game, Xiao Qinze stretched and prepared for bed. As he grabbed his clothes and stepped out, he noticed the lights still on in the living room, which struck him as odd. At this hour, Mulan would typically have turned off the lights and retired to her room. Approaching the living room, he found her still seated on the sofa, engrossed in her work on the computer. Her once bright eyes now appeared dim, and her expression conveyed evident fatigue. Compelled by an unseen force, Xiao Qinze walked over and inquired, Mulan, are you still working? Mulan seemed to have just noticed his presence, her expression rippling like a pebble dropped into a still lake. With a heavy sigh, she replied, It's the group project for financial big data. It's due on Monday. I only have Sunday to work on it. And if I don't finish the data analysis paper today, I'll surely miss the deadline. Hearing this, Xiao Qinze frowned. ISNT at a group project? Why are you handling it all alone? In his experience, group projects were usually trivial affairs where each person contributed a small portion, and the results were easily stitched together. However, it was evident that Mulan's situation was far from that. She explained, each group consists of 4 people, divided by dormitory. Xiao Qinze instantly understood the predicament. Since they were grouped by dormitory, Mulan was not alone. The other 3 members surely would not assist her. Contemplating the paper, he stroked his chin and smiled at Mulan. Mulan, let me help you. Surprised, Mulan responded, You want to help me? This is quite challenging. It requires gathering data and writing a 5,000-word analysis. The efficiency of 2 people isn't much different from 1. However, Xiao Qinze wore a confident smile as he gestured with his thumb towards his room behind him. If 2 individuals were insufficient, then perhaps countless others would suffice. Mulan paused momentarily, then ventured to inquire, What do you mean? Xiao Qinze replied, Senior, please follow me. He turned and walked into his room. After a brief hesitation, Mulan picked up her laptop and followed suit. Chapter 16, Astonishing Parameters. A sudden infatuation upon entering Xiao Qinze's room, Mulan's curiosity led her to survey her surroundings. Despite having cleaned this space numerous times before, she was intrigued by how it had transformed into a young man's domain. Nevertheless, the room was quite sparse, with only a computer prominently displayed. Xiao Qinze sat before the screen, opened a software application, and inquired, Senior, what is the theme of your group project? In response, Mulan placed her laptop down beside him and said, I chose to analyze the correlation between the trends of the U.S. stock market and changes in international dynamics. Xiao Qinze expressed mild surprise. That's quite impressive. Well, this should be simpler then, as there is ample information available. With that, he began to type furiously on the keyboard. Soon, a program execution window appeared on the screen, displaying a flurry of dazzling lines of code. Mulan's eyes sparkled with astonishment as she leaned closer to the monitor. What is this? Just as Xiao Qinze was about to turn and explain, his gaze caught sight of the watermelons hanging on the trellis, a sight so captivating that he found it difficult to look away. The allure of those 2 fruit-laden vines was undeniably potent. In that moment, Xiao Qinze comprehended what Peiqing had mentioned. The parameters were indeed astonishing. It became evident that a young man's initial attraction to a young woman often stemmed from a visual impulse. Previously, he had been indifferent, but now he realized it was because he had not been close enough to notice. The drowsiness he had felt earlier evaporated, and his mind momentarily blanked. Clearing his throat, he stammered, Ahem, this software was developed by someone from our university's School of Electrical Engineering. It functions as a web crawler, essentially, equipped with an editing feature and intelligent language composition capabilities. It's quite useful for writing papers. Upon hearing this, Mulan turned around, her expression one of astonishment. She then stood up, causing the 2 fruits to sway slightly. I had considered something similar, but it seemed too rigid when I attempted it. Furthermore, this is a core course, and there are quality requirements for assignments, which must pass a plagiarism check. Xiao Qinze straightened his back slightly and smiled. Rest assured, Senior, This tool is specifically designed for academic writing. The creator informed me that it includes an automatic detection and reduction feature. You can simply refine it in your own words afterward. If you're still concerned, you can run a plagiarism check again. Mulan hesitated briefly before giving a slight nod in agreement. A mere few minutes passed before the operating interface ceased its function. Xiaoqinze entered a series of codes. And after just half a minute, a new text file appeared on the desktop. Done. Xiaoqinze exclaimed as he opened the file, revealing a complete thesis. It exceeded 6,000 words, interspersed with various data and charts, meticulously analyzed. Mulan's mouth fell slightly ajar, her eyes widening in astonishment at the screen. This seemed rather distinct from the typical software. Xiaoqinze, brimming with pride, remarked, "Of course. That fellow specializes in this area. Their data analysis is no less than ours. This is where they truly excel. Senior, I'll send it to you. Please review and make any necessary modifications. If it doesn't suffice, I can craft another one and merge them." Mulan nodded fervently, responding, "All right, thank you." Xiaoqinze politely replied, "It's a trivial matter. You can utilize this for any future papers." With that, he sent the thesis to Mulan and resumed his previous task, feeling invigorated for reasons unknown. Mulan pulled a chair beside Xiaoqinze and sat down. After several minutes of silence, she suddenly gasped. "Oh!" Hearing her exclamation, Xiaoqinze glanced over curiously. He then removed his headphones and focused on the screen, asking, "Senior, what happened?" With a worried expression, Mulan replied, "My computer just shut down unexpectedly, and I hadn't saved my work." "What? Did it run out of battery?" "No, it was plugged in all along. I'm not sure why. It's an old issue with my laptop." Xiaoqinze stated plainly, "That likely means the battery is failing. Laptop batteries have a short lifespan. Just wait a moment. And you can make edits on my computer. I'll finish up shortly." After saying this, he donned his headphones and spoke into the microphone. "Gentlemen, I'm pressed for time. Please draw their fire while I flank them for a quick takedown." His teammates, eager to support him given his impressive record of 15 kills and 2 assists, complied without hesitation. Xiaoqinze then began to operate with intense focus, his left hand flying across the keyboard with deft agility. Mulan's gaze drifted to his nimble fingers, momentarily entranced as if pondering something profound. After a brief pause, her expression shifted to one of concern as a realization dawned upon her. Last time, Peiqing had inquired earnestly about any injuries Xiaoqinze might have sustained, and now she understood why. Such rapid and frequent keystrokes demanded exceptional hand speed. For Xiaoqinze, an injury would be akin to a sprinter suffering a torn Achilles tendon. She recalled how she had inadvertently caused him to graze his palm in the past, a pang of guilt washing over her. After a short interval, Xiaoqinze removed his headphones and exited the game, rising to say, "Senior, it's your turn." Mulan looked up and inquired, "Xiaoqinze, how is your hand injury?" Xiaoqinze hesitated momentarily upon hearing her words, unable to immediately recall what Mulan had inquired about. However, as he raised his hand and noticed the scab beneath his thumb, he replied, "Ah, this? It's nothing, just a minor scrape." Mulan nodded slightly, her voice tinged with a husky timbre as she said, "I apologize for that day." Surprised, Xiaoqinze wondered why she was broaching the subject again. He chose not to dwell on it, instead smiling and responding, "I've already said it's fine, Senior. It's getting late. You should focus on revising your thesis and get some rest. Aren't you here to ensure I maintain a healthy sleep schedule?" A faint smile appeared on Mulan's pale face. "All right, I suppose I've ended up staying up late myself." Xiaoqinze chuckled softly and rose to walk towards the bed. Mulan, not wanting to waste any more time, seated herself at Xiaoqinze's chair, pulling the keyboard closer as she began to revise her paper. After a short while, Mulan suddenly let out a low exclamation of confusion. "Oh!" Xiaoqinze, who had been engrossed in his phone, looked up at her. "What is the matter, Senior?" Mulan pointed at the screen. Her face contorted in mild distress as she replied, "Why has it turned into this?" Xiaoqinze furrowed his brow, responding with a perplexed hum. He then approached her, leaning down to examine the screen. To his astonishment, the document editing page was uncontrollably inserting spaces without stopping. Mulan, feeling anxious, exclaimed, "What is happening?" I haven't touched the keyboard. She thought to herself, "I hope I haven't broken Xiaoqinze's computer." Chapter 17. Not seeing the tip of one's toes, Xiaoqinze observed the screen with equal bewilderment, scratching his head and pondering, "Could it be that I accidentally touched something?" He then glanced at the keyboard in front of Mulan. His lips twitched as he felt a wave of despair wash over him. Cough. Cough, senior. Mulan looked at him innocently. Perhaps we should give the keyboard a breather? Mulan glanced down and was startled to see her watermelon pressing down on the spacebar, causing the document to accumulate nearly 3 pages of spaces. She reacted as if someone had stepped on her tail, her expression shifting to one of shock as she quickly lifted her chest. Xiaoqinza, witnessing the tremor caused by Mulan's sudden movement, involuntarily inhaled sharply. Mulan's gaze darted around, a mix of panic and embarrassment flooding her senses. She had been so focused on the screen moments ago, while Xiaoqinza's monitor was positioned a bit further away, causing her to lean in closer. A hint of color bloomed on her pale cheeks. No, I'm so sorry. Xiaoqinza chuckled awkwardly, his face betraying his embarrassment as he said, your figure is simply stunning. I might as well keep this keyboard as a cherished relic. Mulan's cheeks flushed even deeper, her eyes darting away, unable to meet Xiaoqinza's gaze. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoqinza steered the conversation back to the matter at hand. Senior, how is your thesis coming along? Mulan remained ensnared in the recent awkwardness, momentarily rendered speechless. There's just a little left, she murmured. Xiaoqinza acknowledged her with a sound, and then turned to recline back on the bed. After a brief pause, Mulan rose and said, All right, thank you, Xiaoqinza. He straightened up and inquired, Senior, how is your thesis? Is it sufficient? Mulan turned back with a smile and replied, Yes, I've checked for plagiarism. Let me treat you to a meal tomorrow as a token of my gratitude, she proposed. Xiaoqinza graciously declined, saying, No need. I've already enjoyed several meals thanks to you. Mulan insisted, It cannot be said that way. You truly aided me this time. Without your help, I would have likely spent the night working and still might not have completed it. Xiaoqinza felt a moment of inner conflict and scratched his head, saying, All right then. Let us have another meal together. He added, I'm quite tired of takeout lately. Mulan pondered for a moment, her face breaking into a radiant smile, and replied, Okay, I'll buy more ingredients when I return tomorrow at noon. I'll take my leave now. You should rest. All right, good night, senior. Yes, good night. Mulan's voice was gentle as she picked up her laptop and departed. Once Mulan left, Xiaoqinza's gaze fell upon the keyboard on the nearby desk, and he inhaled deeply. Back in her room, Mulan stood by the bed, her body a bit rigid. Clearly, she too had felt a degree of restraint earlier. Not as relaxed as she appeared, her expression turned somewhat gloomy as she cast her eyes downward. Her view was dominated solely by her 2 prominent curves. With her toes entirely out of sight, furrowing her brow slightly, she lifted her hands to support herself. After a moment, she murmured, Really, why is it like this? Sigh. Walking is exhausting and embarrassing. Pouting her lips, she set aside her burdens and went to retrieve her sleepwear, entering the bathroom. The following day, Saturday, Xiaoqinza had no classes and rose at 9 to prepare his orders. In contrast, Mulan had left early for her part-time job. In Xiaoqinza's memory, Mulan resembled a model worker, never ceasing her part-time endeavors whenever she had free time from classes. However, she seemed to struggle even more than he did, her introverted nature evident. Aside from her striking beauty and exceptional figure, she appeared to possess only the qualities of a diligent housewife. Yet, in society, such traits often rendered one vulnerable to exploitation, offering little in terms of positive reinforcement. Thus, she had to settle for simpler part-time jobs. As noon approached, Mulan returned with groceries in hand. Upon hearing the door open, Xiaoqinza stood and stepped outside, spotting Mulan entering. Today, she had changed her attire. The pure white shirt was absent, replaced by a long-sleeved, white cotton top paired with loose-fitting trousers. It was apparent that Mulan preferred not to wear tight-fitting clothing outside of work and exercise, perhaps due to the burdens of her remarkable figure. Senior, he greeted. Mulan replied with a smile, I bought some beef. Do you enjoy beef stew with potatoes? Upon hearing the name of the dish, Xiaoqinza felt a moment of bewilderment, his mind drifting to a takeout he frequently ordered, beef and potato rice. It's fine, I'm not picky. Senior, your cooking is delightful. Mulan felt as if her veins were rejuvenated by his compliment, her face blossoming into a pure smile akin to a flower in its first bloom. Thank you, she said, making her way to the kitchen. As her long sleeves billowed, a gap formed at her waist. With each step she took, her attire swayed gently, captivating Xiaoqinza, who couldn't help but marvel at her beauty, thinking that just one glance could linger for eternity. Yet he reminded himself to exercise caution. He didn't wish to be misjudged as a pervert by his senior. Half an hour later, Mulan had prepared lunch and called for Xiao Qinze. He responded promptly, approaching the dining table, where a delightful aroma of the meal enveloped him. His appetite surged, and his empty stomach protested from the morning's neglect. Hastily, he served himself 2 bowls of rice. Noticing his eagerness, Mulan chuckled. "Did you skip breakfast this morning?" Xiao Qinze nodded vigorously, taking a bite of rice before explaining, "I woke up at noon since I had no classes. I don't even know what breakfast is." Mulan smiled gently, finding this quite relatable. This was a true depiction of most university students. They would never deny themselves during their free time. Xiao Qinze devoured 2 bowls of rice in quick succession, while Mulan had barely finished half a bowl, indicating that he was indeed a fast eater. After setting down her utensils, Mulan's phone chimed suddenly. She checked it and saw a message from Aunt Chen, asking for her assistance at the store. Typically, Mulan wouldn't return home during lunch, and since it was Saturday, a busy day, she stood up and said, "I need to help out at the dried fruit store. Could you please clean up here?" Xiao Qinze looked up at her and replied, "Sure, senior, go ahead." As she picked up her bag and was about to leave, she turned back and added, "By the way, the washing machine in my room seems to be broken. I put some clothes in for a wash this morning. Could you hang them up for me? It's just a shirt and a pair of pants." "Of course. No problem." After Mulan left, Xiao Qinze washed the dishes and wiped the table. He then retrieved 2 hangers and headed towards the innermost room. Chapter 18. Mulan's inner garment. The room still carried an inexplicable odor. It was hard to fathom what kind of chemical experiments that girl had conducted within. Xiao Qinze grimaced and murmured, "Senior was right. It's quite challenging to get along with a girl who lacks tidiness." Xiao Qinze opened the bathroom door and approached the washing machine, preparing to retrieve the freshly laundered clothes. However, upon opening the machine, he was taken aback by the sight of a peculiar pink object. Furrowing his brows in confusion, he picked it up, only to realize with a start, this was a bra. How could he have mistaken it for a shirt? Why on earth would his senior toss the straps of a grape trellis into the wash? Wasn't she supposed to have only 2 items of clothing? Surely, such an item should be hand-washed. Had it been intentional? But he quickly dismissed the thought, chiding himself for such a whimsical notion. It was rather absurd. Setting aside all considerations, it was impossible to imagine Mulan engaging in such antics. She would surely be mortified. Yet, this item could not simply be left lying around. Xiao Qinze resolved to hang it up as well. He would explain to Mulan later when she inquired. However, as he pinched it between his fingers, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Goodness, this was quite a sizable piece. It seemed that Peiqing's description of the equipment was decidedly understated. Swiftly, he hung it on a drying rack and headed out to the balcony to hang it up. The washing machine still contained 2 garments, a shirt and a pair of trousers. It appeared that the bra had inadvertently found its way into the load, as Mulan would typically wash it by hand. At 3 in the afternoon, while Xiao Qinze was engrossed in drafting a Delta escort order, his phone suddenly chimed beside him. Glancing at the screen, he noticed it was an unfamiliar number. "Hello?" He answered. "Xiao Qinze," came a voice from the other end. Upon hearing his name, he cast a sidelong glance. Who is this?" "I'm Tong Rui." Senior Tong Rui? What brings you to call me?" Tong Rui seemed somewhat irked, her tone icy as she stated, "I need to speak with you about something. Give me Peiqing's number." At this, Xiao Qinze's expression shifted to one of suspicion. "Senior, what do you need his number for? Ask him what he said. Hurry and give me his number." Tong Rui's voice sharpened, prompting Xiao Qinze to quickly pull the phone away from his ear. Just then, a message flashed on his screen. "Peiqing, damn it. The behind-the-scenes gossip has been overheard." Xiao Qinze stared at the message, his lips twitching slightly. At that moment, Tong Rui urged, "Hurry up. I've already contacted Mulan for you, so we're even." Swallowing hard, he thought to himself, "Peiqing, you two are destined to be adversaries. Tread carefully." Reluctantly, he relayed Peiqing's number. To be fair, it seemed unequivocally that Peiqing was in the wrong, and Tong Rui's reprimand was well-deserved. Tong Rui hung up abruptly, and thereafter, no further messages from Peiqing arrived. With a wry smile, Xiao Qinze returned his focus to the Delta escort order. By 6 o'clock in the evening, Xiao Qinze had just finished his takeout and was preparing to descend and dispose of the garbage. As he entered the living room, Mulan pushed the door open. "Senior, is it raining outside?" At that moment, Mulan was visibly dampened in multiple spots, with her hair clinging to her forehead due to the water. With a slight sigh, she remarked, "I forgot to check the weather. There's a thunderstorm today. It started pouring unexpectedly while I was halfway here. The weather in Shanghai is indeed peculiar." akin to living in the mountains. When it rains, it pours heavily. Xiao Qinze, having remained indoors all day, was completely unaware of the downpour outside. Senior, you should hurry and take care of it, he advised. Mulan nodded softly and walked back to her room. Xiao Qinze then opened the door and headed downstairs. A moment later, having disposed of the garbage, he returned to find Mulan, now changed into a different outfit, emerging from her room and turning towards the innermost room. After a while, she reappeared in the living room, seemingly searching for something. Senior, what are you looking for? Xiao Qinze inquired. Mulan opened her mouth to speak, but hesitated, appearing somewhat at a loss for words. At that moment, she cast a quick glance towards the balcony and then abruptly turned her gaze back. Her eyes widened slightly, as if she had seen something startling. Mulan hastily approached the balcony, retrieving the undergarment Xiao Qinze had helped hang earlier. Upon noticing the shirt and trousers hanging nearby, she immediately grasped the situation. A faint blush crept across her cheeks as she stuttered, "This." Xiao Qinze, almost forgetting about the item, awkwardly explained, "Senior, you inadvertently tossed this in with the laundry today, so I just hung it up." Mulan replied, "Oh, is that so?" Grasping her undergarment, she found herself engulfed in an indescribable embarrassment. Her fair complexion flushed crimson, her gaze darting about, and she stood there, visibly unsettled. No wonder she had intended to wash both after her shower, but she couldn't find it after changing. This morning, in her haste, she had carelessly thrown the two garments into the washing machine together. Seeing the situation, she felt rather indiscreet. Closing her eyes momentarily, she nervously rubbed her toes together, feeling awkward enough to dig a hole in the ground. Noticing her discomfort, Xiao Qinze suggested, "Senior, you should take a shower first. Getting caught in the rain can lead to a cold." Mulan's hair was still in its prior state, indicating she had rushed out to find her undergarment without taking the time to shower. Grabbing onto the opportunity, she hurriedly replied, all right. Flustered, she rushed out of the balcony towards her room. However, a few steps in, her calf collided with the nearby television stand, causing her to stumble precariously. Even through her clothing, the contours of her curves were evident as she regained her balance and quickly made her way to her room. Like a headless fly, in a hurried frenzy, Xiao Qinze remarked, "Senior, are you all right?" Mulan responded, I'm fine, and promptly entered her room. She did not emerge until late into the night. The following morning, Xiao Qinze was roused by the shrill sound of a phone ringing. He picked up his phone to find yet another message from that civil engineering student, requesting his assistance. Goodness, this fellow has no classes. Yet he is up at this hour. How much does he enjoy gaming? It was barely past 8, and Xiao Qinze was perplexed by the early wake-up call. Yet, as the saying goes, one must endure hardships to earn a living. Reluctantly, he dressed, washed up, and prepared for the day ahead. A few minutes later, having completed his morning routine, Xiao Qinze approached his room's door. Just as he was about to push it open, he noticed Mulan slumped over the dining table, seemingly lifeless. Chapter 19. Senior, why are you sleeping here? Before her lay a bowl of warm porridge and a fried egg, which appeared to be a hastily prepared breakfast. Yet, why was she dozing at the table? Normally, Mulan would have left by this hour. Feeling something was amiss, Xiao Qinze stepped closer and called out, Senior? Receiving no response, he gently poked her soft shoulder. Mulan stirred slightly, and then slowly lifted her head, her face clouded with fatigue, her eyelids heavy. Senior, why are you sleeping here? Mulan blinked in confusion, staring blankly at Xiao Qinze for a few moments. Then, as though jolted awake, she sprang up, exclaiming, Oh no, it's 8 o'clock. I must hurry to the grocery store. Her voice was hoarse, and she attempted to rise, but a wave of dizziness washed over her, causing her to stagger and nearly fall. Hey, Senior. Xiao Qinze quickly reached out to steady her arm. Mulan sank back down, her body curling slightly, utterly exhausted. Senior, are you feeling unwell? It was evident that Mulan was suffering from a cold, and it seemed quite severe. She rubbed her temples and glanced at the porridge and egg on the table, saying, I just got up and felt a bit dizzy. I thought it was because I didn't eat last night, but after making breakfast, I felt so sleepy. Her voice dwindled, reminiscent of a kite trembling in a storm, on the verge of snapping. Xiao Qinze's expression turned grave. Senior, it's not merely about missing a meal. You are definitely coming down with something. Do you have a thermometer? We should check your temperature. If you have a fever, we need to go to the hospital. At his words, Mulan propped herself up slightly, her expression one of surprise. Oh, do we really need to go to the hospital? I still have my part-time job. Xiao Qinze replied firmly. Senior, Your health is of utmost importance. Where's the thermometer? Xiao Chenze did not perceive Mulan as foolish. For if the situation were to be placed upon himself, he would likely find his circumstances akin to hers. He too might compromise his health for the sake of obligations already undertaken. Nevertheless, Mulan's condition was undeniably dire. He knew he could not endure such a state. With her eyelids half closed, Mulan spoke in a faint voice. It's in the drawer of my room. Xiao Chenze glanced back momentarily before addressing her. Senior, allow me to assist you in retrieving it. He helped Mulan rise to collect the thermometer. Yet, as soon as she stood, she appeared to lack any strength, almost collapsing at any moment. Xiao Chenze swiftly supported her arm, feeling her feverish body lean against him. The heat radiating from Mulan was palpable, causing his brow to furrow slightly. What was the point of measuring her temperature? It was clear she was suffering from a high fever. Senior, there's no need to check your temperature. I will take you directly to the hospital, he declared resolutely. Why? Mulan seemed reluctant, her speech soft and dazed. Xiao Chenze's lips twitched. Did she really need to ask? Even without touching her forehead, it was evident that she was burning with fever. Please lie down for a moment. I will change my clothes, he urged, quickly returning to his room to change in half a minute before helping Mulan out the door. Once they reached the first floor and exited the elevator, Xiao Chenze's phone rang. Hello? Hey, Zegu, I've been waiting for ages. Xiao Chenze's brow furrowed slightly as he exhaled. I can't play today. I need to go to the hospital. The hospital? Are you alright, Zegu? You should hurry. Xiao Chenze felt a sense of relief. Having known this lad for some time, there was a bond of camaraderie. Alright, sorry about this. We'll reschedule for another day. Not a problem, just take care. After hanging up, Xiao Chenze noticed Mulan's dry lips releasing warm breaths as she softly apologized. I'm sorry for troubling you. Immediately, he interrupted. Senior, this is my decision. I would do the same for anyone else. Casting a glance outside the community gate, he dismissed the idea of hailing a taxi. During peak hours, not only was catching a ride uncertain, but traffic to the hospital would be a considerable delay as well. Senior, taking a taxi would likely take too long. I'll ride my electric scooter to take you, he suggested. Please lean against the wall for support. Mulan nodded slightly and leaned against the doorframe of the corridor. Xiao Chenze hurried to retrieve the scooter. Senior, do you know how to get to the first affiliated hospital of traditional Chinese medicine from here? He asked, recalling his previous visit during his stomach ailment. But he had only taken a taxi then and was unfamiliar with the route. Mulan nodded faintly. I've been there once. Just head west past the food street. Very well. We shall take the back roads. We will arrive swiftly. With that, Xiao Chenze assisted Mulan onto the scooter. Mulan's body felt heavier than before, indicating that her strength was waning. However, Xiao Chenze found it curious. A common cold and fever shouldn't manifest so severely, resembling a state of collapse. Without hesitation, he resolved to take her to the hospital immediately. He swiftly started the car, turning the ignition to its fullest. However, the sudden acceleration caused Mulan, still in a daze and lacking support, to be jolted forward by inertia. In a reflexive panic, her small hands grasped the soft flesh at Xiao Chenze's waist. He promptly slammed on the brakes, straightening his posture with a hiss. Mulan quickly released her grip, timidly murmuring, I'm sorry. No worries, Senior. Just find something to hold on to. We'll get there as quickly as possible, he reassured her. Mulan scanned her surroundings and eventually clutched the plastic edge of the back seat beneath his thigh. With that, Xiao Chenze turned the ignition, only to hear Mulan let out a small cry as her strength suddenly failed her, causing her to lurch forward. Her soft, warm body pressed against Xiao Chenze's back, sending a shiver through him as if he had been electrified. The sensation of her two soft forms behind him felt like the source of that electric jolt. Mulan, now seemingly unwilling to detach, had utterly lost her strength, her small hands grasping his clothing for support. Xiao Chenze glanced back, noting that Mulan appeared as drowsy as she had been at the dining table. He could sense her condition was deteriorating, clearly more serious than just a cold and fever. They needed to reach the hospital urgently. Ignoring everything else, he accelerated out of the residential area. Mulan had been right. This narrow alleyway was indeed sparsely populated, with hardly any vehicles in sight. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the food street. Slowing down, Xiao Chenze looked up to see a familiar tall building standing out among the rest. The first affiliated hospital of traditional Chinese medicine. He quickly accelerated once more. Approximately 5 minutes later, they reached the hospital entrance. However, as soon as Xiao Chenze parked the car, He faced a pressing dilemma: which department to visit for a cold and fever. He thought to himself, the school never taught us this. If it weren't for the last time when Pei-Ching and I had studied the process together, we wouldn't even know how to register. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to just go in. They would figure it out once they arrived and simply call for a doctor. Chapter 20. Did you not stay together last night? Xiao Qinze helped Mu Lan into the hospital. As they entered, he noticed a section labeled Fever Clinic nearby. A wave of relief washed over him. This aligned perfectly with her symptoms, making it unnecessary to go through any additional hassle. He quickly led Mu Lan to the fever clinic, where several patients sat, each within 4 drip, appearing to be in poor condition, likely suffering from similar fevers. Within the room, a duty-bound female doctor noticed the entrance of 2 individuals and promptly approached them with a concerned inquiry. What seems to be the matter? Xiao Qinze quickly responded. She was caught in the rain yesterday, and this morning she developed a fever. It appears she has no strength whatsoever. The doctor furrowed her brow slightly, glancing at Mu Lan with an expression of mild perplexity. Mu Lan's condition was exceedingly poor. The doctor gently opened Mu Lan's eyelids and instructed, "Please sit over there and let us check your temperature." She then handed a thermometer to Xiao Qinze. As they settled into a nearby seat, Xiao Qinze shook the thermometer nervously, preparing to take Mu Lan's temperature. However, Mu Lan suddenly flinched and recoiled slightly. Xiao Qinze hesitated for a moment, then realized the situation and awkwardly suggested, "Senior, why don't you do it yourself?" Mu Lan took the thermometer and placed it under her arm. 5 minutes later, the doctor returned to assess the situation. 39 degrees Celsius. High fever, likely due to a cold caused by wind exposure, she announced. She then raised her hand and instructed, "Stick out your tongue for me." Mu Lan complied, and after a brief examination, the doctor advised, "Drink some glucose solution. It acts quickly." Xiao Qinze acknowledged, understood. "Doctor, why does she seem so utterly drained?" he inquired. The doctor regarded him thoughtfully and replied, "Her body is fatigued, and her immune system is compromised." "How has she been regarding her meals and rest?" Xiao Qinze glanced at Mu Lan, who nodded slightly. He then responded, "She hasn't been eating much." Upon hearing this, the doctor sighed, another one who neglects to eat. During seasonal changes, it is easy to fall ill, and if one does not eat properly, it only exacerbates the issue. Remember this for the future. After noting Mu Lan's information, the doctor exited the room briefly, returning shortly with several bottles of water and intravenous equipment. Xiao Qinze felt a pang of anxiety at the sight, as he had always harbored a fear of such procedures since childhood. The doctor, noticing his apprehension, smiled reassuringly. "It's not for you. The young lady here is not afraid." Xiao Qinze managed a nervous smile, casting a glance at the visibly weakened Mu Lan, thinking to himself that she must be too drained to feel fear. Surely, no one could be entirely unafraid of needles. Yet, when the needle was inserted into her vein, Mu Lan displayed little reaction, merely closing her eyes and drifting into slumber. The doctor stood and declared, "All done. That was 2 bags in total. Keep an eye on the fluid. Call me once it's finished. And remember to settle the bill shortly." Xiao Qinze replied earnestly, "Thank you, doctor." The doctor then inquired, "When did she start feeling dizzy and unwell? Was it last night or this morning?" Taken aback, Xiao Qinze responded with uncertainty, I. The doctor frowned. "You are unaware? Weren't you 2 staying together?" Xiao Qinze replied, "Yes, we were, but I genuinely didn't know." At that moment, Mu Lan opened her eyes slightly and murmured, "It was at 3 in the morning." The doctor nodded subtly and remarked, "You seem to be experiencing hypoglycemia and hormonal imbalance. This is likely due to a prolonged lack of proper nutrition. If this continues, it may lead to complications." After completing the infusion, they proceeded to the internal medicine department to obtain a prescription and some medication. Upon hearing this, Mu Lan appeared somewhat conflicted. The notion of acquiring medication instinctively triggered her aversion. The costs were exorbitant, and she harbored uncertainty regarding its efficacy. The female doctor remarked, "Your body has likely been signaling distress. This lifestyle has persisted for over 6 months, hasn't it? Do you often experience insomnia, and are your menstrual cycles irregular?" Xiao Qinze glanced at Mu Lan, who averted her gaze shyly. With a faint nod, she acknowledged the doctor's observations. The physician continued, "This indicates a warning from your body. If this continues, you risk excessive protein depletion and fat breakdown, leading to significant weight loss. At that point, medication will not suffice." With that, the doctor departed. Mu Lan lowered her head, her expression clouded with gloom. Xiao Qinze turned to her, his gaze momentarily bewildered. Senior, maintaining a proper diet is quite crucial. You are constantly busy, which surely takes a toll on your body. After a brief pause, he looked conflicted. One reason for Mulan's poor eating habits was financial constraints, yet he pondered how to broach this sensitive subject. Money was indeed a formidable concern. Just then, Mulan let out a resigned sigh, acknowledging the inevitability of expenses. Xiao Qinze observed her in silence for a moment before softly stating, Senior, while it may be unpleasant to hear, overextending your health for the sake of saving money ultimately leads to hospital bills. At these words, Mulan's expression momentarily froze. After a few seconds, she nodded slightly, as she had been contemplating this very issue. Health is the foundation of all endeavors. Neglecting one's well-being results in financial burdens to healthcare institutions. Approximately an hour later, after the infusion of 2 bags of fluids, her temperature had stabilized, and her overall condition had improved significantly. Once the needle was withdrawn, Xiao Qinze escorted Mulan to register for an appointment in internal medicine. While they were waiting in line, Pei Cheng called, his tone resembling that of a morose spirit. Hello, Zhe, are you free? Come out for a meal, and bring Senior Mulan along. Xiao Qinze frowned slightly. What's with you this time? Pei Cheng responded with a hint of exasperation. I'm making amends. Per the request of the Tai Sui, just invite Senior Mulan to our usual place. Xiao Qinze glanced at Mulan beside him and replied, Not possible right now. Senior Mulan is unwell and at the first affiliated hospital. What? Senior Mulan is ill? Before Pei Cheng could finish, another voice interrupted the call. And then the line went dead. Unsure of what had transpired, Xiao Qinze stared at the screen, puzzled by the abrupt end. At that moment, Mulan inquired, What's wrong? He turned to her and replied, I'm not sure. Pei Cheng wanted to go out for a meal and asked me to include you. Me? Mulan was equally perplexed as to why she was being summoned. However, both of them were preoccupied with more pressing matters, prioritizing Mulan's health over everything else. After waiting in line for 10 minutes, it was finally Mulan's turn. The doctor examined her pulse and conducted a thorough checkup. Ultimately, the diagnosis aligned closely with what the female physician had previously indicated. Mulan's chronic lack of nourishment had severely compromised her immune system. Thus, any illness would elicit a significant response from her body. The doctor provided a prescription and instructed the two to retrieve the medication from the pharmacy while also settling the costs for the intravenous treatment. Upon reaching the medication counter, the nurse retrieved the prescribed items and stated, 400, please scan here. At the mention of that sum, Mulan's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a hefty amount. With the month drawing to a close, her entire balance was insufficient by 10 yuan. The nurse continued, Your prescription includes medication for low blood sugar and gastrointestinal care, along with the intravenous costs, hence the total. Mulan found herself in a precarious predicament. Chapter 21. The mother crocodile, useless except for her legs standing nearby. Xiao Qinze seemed to perceive Mulan's discomfort and promptly took out his phone, displaying the payment code to settle the bill. The nurse glanced at Xiao Qinze and smiled knowingly, recognizing his opportunistic nature. She handed over the medications, which Xiao Qinze then passed to Mulan, further complicating her feelings of embarrassment and conflict. With a reassuring smile, Xiao Qinze said, It's all right, you can pay me back later. He chuckled lightly and added, Don't worry, Senior, I won't charge interest. As both were students of finance, Mulan found the situation amusing and let out a soft laugh. Regarding the interest, Xiao Qinze waved his hand dismissively and said, Come on, Senior, let's go grab something to eat. Didn't the doctor advise you to eat well? Mulan turned her gaze towards him, momentarily lost in thought, before replying, Yes, thank you. It's a small matter, he replied casually. The two made their way out of the hospital, and just as they exited the main doors, Xiao Qinze spotted Pei Cheng riding an electric scooter. Both he and Mulan exchanged puzzled glances as their eyes followed Pei Cheng, who had Tong Rui sitting behind him. Upon noticing the two, Pei Cheng veered towards them and came to a steady halt. Tong Rui gracefully dismounted, striding over to Mulan, her long legs propelling her forward as she anxiously inquired, Mulan, what happened to you? Mulan responded, I got caught in the rain yesterday and developed a cold with a fever. Tong Rui pressed further. How are you feeling now? Mulan nodded and replied, I feel much better after the intravenous treatment. So, how come you two are together? She turned her gaze toward Pei Cheng. Xiao Qinze, too, furrowed his brow, his expression laden with suspicion as he shifted his gaze between Pei Cheng and Tong Rui. Tong Rui looked back at Pei Cheng, who felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. He glanced at Mulan and Xiao Qinze, forcing a sheepish smile as he stammered. I came to apologize for my previous offense and treat the senior to a meal. Tong Rui's demeanor shifted, her expression cooling as she firmly replied, that sounds nice. But it doesn't erase what happened. This matter is far from over. Pei Cheng visibly deflated, taking a deep breath, reflecting on how he had never endured such humiliation before. Xiao Qinze leaned closer, a smile playing on his lips as he whispered, Pei Yi, what is happening here? Pei Cheng shot him a glare, responding with irritation, is it not obvious? I am here to admit my faults. Admit your faults? Xiao Qinze retorted, I believe it is more about paying for your mistakes, and perhaps even for some other things. Pei Cheng seized Xiao Qinze by the arm, threateningly gesturing. You better watch your tongue. I am certain it was you who provided her with my number. We need to have a serious talk about this. With their faces mere inches apart, Xiao Qinze lowered his voice. Who told you to speak ill of her behind her back? He could easily infer that Pei Cheng had been careless with his words, bad-mouthing Tong Rui, which had undoubtedly led to the current predicament. Otherwise, she would not still be pursuing this matter relentlessly since the last incident. Pei Cheng glared in frustration, yet recognized his own fault, pushing Xiao Qinze away in exasperation. At that moment, Tong Rui called out to Pei Cheng, hey, come here. Anger surged within him, but he suppressed it. Recognizing that his own unkind words had led to this situation, he stepped forward, to which Tong Rui said, we didn't get to have our apology dinner. So let us go to Mulan's place later to prepare lunch. Pei Cheng replied, all right, so can we consider this matter settled? For Pei Cheng, anything that could be resolved with money was trivial. He simply wished for the situation to pass. However, Tong Rui countered, not so fast. Let's discuss this. Pei Cheng erupted in frustration. Hey, that's unreasonable. There must be limits to how much one can pay to avoid disaster. You've tied me into this. Tong Rui gazed at him with astonishment and disbelief. You still have the audacity to be upset. Fine. I shall bind you, my leg-impaired crocodile. Mulan and Xiao Qinze exchanged glances, with Xiao Qinze commenting, Pei Yi, this seems a bit excessive. How did you let her hear that? Pei Cheng closed his eyes and sighed, feeling his frustration mount like a collapsing tunnel within him. All right, I concede. Whatever you say, my esteemed one, he said, adopting a bowing posture. Tong Rui shot him an indignant look and declared, let us go. Pei Cheng sighed heavily before turning to walk towards his electric scooter. Xiao Qinze observed him, shaking his head with a smirk. These two are destined to be rivals. Meanwhile, Mulan remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. What happened to them? I thought I had cleared things up with Tong Rui last time. Xiao Qinze turned to Mulan, smiling gently. Senior, this is not about the previous incident. This time, Pei Cheng is entirely at fault. But let us not dwell on them. How are you feeling now? Mulan nodded, my head no longer spins. But I still feel weak. Xiao Qinze replied, that's because you haven't eaten. Let us head home. Those two are probably planning to cook together. Okay. Mulan nodded obediently. Shortly after, Xiao Qinze brought the electric scooter over, and as Mulan climbed onto the back seat, she instinctively leaned back. Upon arriving in the morning, I was nearly devoid of strength and consciousness. Now, it is certainly prudent to maintain a degree of distance. However, it is undeniable that she is rather ample. The two succulent forms, akin to watermelons, hovered perilously close to Xiao Qinze's back, occasionally grazing against him. Mulan endeavored to draw in her chest and abdomen, her heartbeat accelerating incessantly. Yet, the calm demeanor of Xiao Qinze, who was driving ahead, remained unperturbed throughout the journey. Pei Cheng and Tong Rui veered off to the mall for shopping, while the two of them returned home to rest. 10 minutes later, they arrived back at the community. After parking, Mulan stepped out of the car. Xiao Qinze's expression appeared somewhat strained as he cleared his throat twice and said to Mulan, Senior, I need to find a place to charge. With that, he hastily drove off, almost as if fleeing. Mulan watched his retreating figure, perplexed, murmuring, there are no charging stations in this community. Indeed, this neighborhood lacks any charging infrastructure, and even the parking spaces are merely open and haphazard. To charge a vehicle, one would have to pull a wire from the hallway, which is rather unsafe. After a while, Xiao Qinze returned on foot from the opposite direction to the entrance of the building. Mulan remained standing in place, waiting, and had not ascended the stairs. She turned to face Xiao Qinze. Upon seeing her, Xiao Qinze, still affected by the earlier brush against his back, instinctively cast his gaze downward. The earlier intense feelings flared up once more. The calm composure he had maintained throughout the journey had been a struggle to uphold. Wearing only such a garment, the sensation of the occasional friction against his back was unmistakably vivid. Quickly averting his eyes, he remarked, "Senior, why haven't you gone upstairs?" Mulan, oblivious to Xiaoqin's earlier gaze, gently replied, "I don't have my keys. I left them in my bag, in the living room." At her words, an inexplicable sense of disappointment washed over Xiaoqin. He had thought she was waiting for him. Alas, it seems to be a significant miscalculation. "Oh, I see. Then let us go," he said. The two entered the hallway together. Chapter 22. Mulan is so wonderful. She must marry me a moment later. At the door of 520, Mulan suddenly spoke up. "Xiaoqin, I will repay you the money as soon as possible." As he opened the door, Xiaoqin replied, "Senior, why do you bring this up again? Look at your condition. There's no rush. I've already said I won't charge you interest." Mulan smiled softly and responded, "All right then. Thank you truly for this." In truth, Mulan had been feeling unwell since midnight the previous night. Had it not been for Xiaoqin taking her to the hospital for 4 in the morning, she might have resolved to endure it alone. However, it seemed this time to be rather serious, more than just a common cold, as she had developed a high fever. If she had insisted on toughing it out, it could have led to significant complications. Upon entering, they found the dining table still adorned with the untouched bowl of congee and fried eggs that Mulan had left. Observing the meager fare, Xiaoqin remarked, "Senior, this does seem a bit insufficient. In the morning, I indulged in at least 3 meat buns." Mulan, somewhat embarrassed, remarked, "I've grown accustomed to eating this way." Xiaoqin shrugged and replied, "Being accustomed doesn't necessarily imply it's right, just like my frequent late nights. You should take a rest for now, until the two of them arrive," he added, before gathering the bowls and plates from the dining table and heading to the kitchen. Mulan stood still for a moment, then proceeded to the living room to sit down. A glance towards the kitchen revealed her pale eyelids slightly drooping, her expression contemplative. The sensation of having assistance and companionship was something Mulan found herself unaccustomed to. Shortly thereafter, she poured a glass of water and took her stomach medication before the sound of knocking echoed from outside. Pei Cheng and Tong Rui had returned. Mulan moved to open the door and was greeted by Pei Cheng, who was carrying 2 oversized, bulging plastic bags. "Rui, did you buy so much?" she inquired. Tong Rui confidently replied, "I'm a growing crocodile. I eat a lot." With that, she turned to glance at Pei Cheng, who wore a dejected expression and could only nod in acknowledgement. A hint of a resigned smile appeared on Mulan's previously pale cheeks as she said to Tong Rui, "Maybe you should ease up on Pei Cheng. He has already apologized." Pei Cheng quickly nodded enthusiastically at Mulan. Tong Rui turned back to Pei Cheng, exclaiming, "Hey, am I letting you off the hook?" Pei Cheng hurriedly interjected, "No, not at all. You owe the senior an apology." Tong Rui flashed a grin at Mulan before stepping further inside. Pei Cheng watched her retreating figure, muttering under his breath in frustration. Mulan shook her head slightly, pondering how these two had become so combative. Pei Cheng approached Mulan, whispering, "Senior Mulan, please speak a good word for me. Otherwise, this calamity won't leave me alone." Mulan awkwardly nodded in agreement. Just then, Xiaoqin emerged from the kitchen and, upon seeing what Pei Cheng was holding, remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "Pei, you truly have wealth." Pei Cheng's expression darkened as he placed the items on the dining table. "You're partly to blame. We'll settle this later." All right. We'll see if you continue to speak unkindly," Xiaoqin said, casting a glance towards Tong Rui in the living room. Pei Cheng shot a sidelong glance at Tong Rui, still murmuring to himself, clearly unaccustomed to such treatment. However, Pei Cheng was principled. Ultimately, he acknowledged that he was entirely in the wrong and sought her forgiveness. "I swept through the supermarket, gathering vegetables, meats, snacks, and desserts. Now you, young man, should prepare a decent meal." Pei Cheng was unwilling to spare Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin frowned and asked, "Are you certain you want me to cook?" "If you dare eat it." Pei Cheng, puzzled, responded, "You can't cook?" Xiaoqin confidently stated, "If I could cook, why would I order takeout?" Pei Cheng scratched his head and exclaimed, "Good grief, I thought you would cook for yourself after moving out. Turns out you're just a takeout connoisseur. What shall we do then? I can't cook either." One cannot expect Mulan to take the initiative. Both Xiaoqin and Pei Cheng simultaneously cast their gazes towards Tong Rui. Sensing the weight of their stares, Tong Rui innocently remarked, "I can only cook instant noodles and order takeout." The two of them promptly abandoned the idea. Mulan approached and said, "Allow me to handle it." Xiao Qinze immediately interjected, "Senior, you have just finished your four." A gentle smile blossomed on Mulan's face as she looked at Xiao Qinze and reassured him, "It's all right. Cooking does not require much effort. Please lend me a hand." The soft, melodic tone of Mulan's voice, accompanied by the delicate dimples gracing her cheeks, was utterly captivating. For a moment, Xiao Qinze found himself momentarily entranced. Since their first meeting, her enchanting voice had been a source of endless delight. Her sweet smile brought a profound sense of comfort. Pei Cheng's eyes darted back and forth, his gaze oscillating between Xiao Qinze and Mulan. He then let out a silent, sardonic chuckle, pondering to himself, "This fellow is certainly not merely here to place an order." Pei Cheng instinctively took 2 steps back. As Mulan made her way to the kitchen, Xiao Qinze picked up the items Pei Cheng had purchased and followed her. A knowing smile crept across Pei Cheng's face as he ambled toward the living room, muttering to himself, "Ah, Zhe is indeed exceptional. This person is not only talented but also possesses striking good looks, which gives him an undeniable advantage." Nearby, Tong Rui, engrossed in her phone, glanced up and shot a sidelong look at Pei Cheng. She then turned her attention back to the kitchen, smirking as she declared, "With someone as wonderful as Mulan, she is bound to marry me." Pei Cheng furrowed his brows slightly, retorting, "She has to be willing to marry you, you know. Besides, my brother is quite exceptional as well." Tong Rui scoffed derisively, casting a disdainful look at Pei Cheng. "Your brother and his friend have a peculiar fascination with legs, which is rather impressive." Pei Cheng protested, "That remark is misplaced. It is I who admires legs, not my brother. So, by that logic, you share the same peculiarities." "I truly cannot tolerate you, Tong," Pei Cheng exclaimed. "Oh, you can't tolerate me? I have yet to settle the score for your last slanderous accusations. It wasn't me who spread rumors. I said nothing." "Then where did she conjure that from?" In the kitchen, Xiao Qinze and Mulan exchanged awkward smiles as they listened to the banter outside. How had these two become such adversaries? Mulan shook her head slightly and remarked, "It seems Rui still harbors some grievances against boys." "Grievances against boys? What do you mean?" Xiao Qinze asked, puzzled. Mulan smiled softly and explained. Rui had a brief relationship during her freshman year. The boy pursued her fervently, putting in considerable effort. Yet, after just 6 months, Rui discovered that he was subtly trying to take her to hotels. Such matters cannot be taken lightly. When the second semester of freshman year began, he invited Rui out, only to be caught by another girl, his ex-girlfriend. Xiao Qinze furrowed his brows slightly and questioned, "Does having an ex-girlfriend warrant resentment?" "Of course not," Mulan clarified. Rui did inquire, and he claimed she was his first love. This deception can be overlooked, yet Mulan suddenly paused, her delicate brows knitting slightly. Before she continued, "That girl is his 7th ex." Upon finishing her statement, Mulan shrugged. "The 7th?" Xiao Qinze was astonished. How extraordinarily charming and affluent could this fellow be to have accumulated 7 former flames? Mulan went on to state, "Later, Rui heard from that girl that he is nothing more than a deceitful scoundrel, seducing girls to hotels a few times before moving on to the next." Xiao Qinze smirked, thinking to himself that he had indeed heard of such individuals but had never encountered one firsthand. Reflecting on the last time Pei Cheng had been so fixated on legs, it was no wonder Tong Rui could compete with him. Chapter 23. If I cannot cut, neither shall you. Xiao Qinze assisted Mulan in thoroughly washing and preparing the vegetables, while Mulan skillfully sliced them into neat pieces on the cutting board. Xiao Qinze praised her, saying, "Senior, your technique rivals that of a master chef." "Oh no, I merely cook frequently," she replied modestly. "Please wash the meat. I shall prepare a stir-fry with green peppers." After rinsing the meat, Xiao Qinze handed it to Mulan, who struck the knife heavily upon it, only managing to cut through halfway. "This knife has seen better days and is rather dull." Mulan soon exerted herself again, but after slicing just 2 pieces, fatigue began to overwhelm her, her ample chest rising and falling with each breath. Having fallen ill, she had not eaten breakfast and lacked strength. Noticing her struggle, Xiao Qinze spoke up, "Senior, allow me to cut it. You are still recovering, and it seems rather taxing for you." Mulan, not wishing to appear stubborn, nodded and said, "Very well, but do be careful. The knife is not very effective." Taking the knife, Xiao Qinze began to slice the meat on the cutting board. However, after making a cut, Mulan interjected, "Those pieces are too large, they won't cook through." Xiao Qinze glanced at the chunks he had cut, realizing they were significantly larger than Mulan's, and responded, "Oh, I'll cut them again," as he redivided the smaller pieces. Mulan suddenly changed her expression upon seeing the blade perilously close to Xiaoqin's fingers, as though a terrifying thought had struck her. Awakening from a dreamlike state, she hurriedly stepped forward, raising her hand to stop him. "No, no, never mind. I will cut it." Xiaoqin halted, looking at Mulan with a sheepish smile. "Senior, I haven't cooked much. I'm a bit out of practice." He assumed she was merely frustrated with his slowness or lack of skill. Yet Mulan candidly explained, "No, that's not what I meant. I'm worried you might injure yourself. It would affect your gaming." Lowering her head, her voice dwindling to a whisper, she added, "Then I would be guilty again." Observing Mulan with her head bowed, her small hands clasped together, Xiaoqin suddenly found her rather endearing. Yet Mulan was his senior by a year, adorned in elegant attire that radiated sophistication. Xiaoqin felt a sudden flutter in his heart, an indescribable sensation. He often reassured himself not to dwell on the notion of a girlfriend. Yet encountering such an exceptional and captivating senior made it increasingly difficult to maintain that resolve. Taking a discreet breath, he swallowed hard, convincing himself that it was all right. He would be cautious. However, Mulan immediately raised her head and exclaimed, "No? You cook infrequently, and it appears you are quite unskilled with the knife. With fingers as long as yours, what if you were to cut yourself?" As she spoke, she assertively stepped forward, grasping Xiaoqin's hand and snatching the knife from him. Before he could retreat, Mulan's petite frame unexpectedly tumbled into his embrace, her lightly fragrant ponytail brushing against his cheek, filling his senses with a delicate scent. Startled, Xiaoqin stole a glance at Mulan's exquisite profile, instinctively retreating 2 steps. Statistically speaking, the likelihood of cutting oneself is not necessarily tied to skill. It is merely a matter of chance. Either one cuts or does not. Upon hearing this, Mulan remained steadfast in her gaze, responding, "That's still one to do. If I cut myself, I certainly cannot allow you to be harmed." Xiaoqin felt a peculiar sensation bloom within him upon hearing Mulan's firm assertion. His cheeks flushed slightly, and his lips twitched. At that moment, Mulan seemed to realize the ambiguity of her words. Her actions faltered, and a hint of panic flickered in her autumn-like eyes. She chided herself for speaking without thinking, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Rapidly blinking, her countenance grew more flustered as she anxiously explained to Xiaoqin, "I didn't mean it that way. I meant that if you were to cut yourself, it would be far worse. It would have a significant impact." Her urgency escalated, her words tumbling forth as if weighed down by a heavy stone, rendering her nearly speechless, with a faint blush blooming on her previously pale cheeks. Understanding Mulan's shyness and her concern over potential misunderstandings, Xiaoqin smiled reassuringly and said, "Senior, I comprehend your meaning. However, do take care of your health. You have yet to fully recover from your illness." Mulan released a small sigh of relief and nodded, responding, "Yes, I am aware of that. Please help me rinse the rice." With that, she turned to continue slicing the meat, but her demeanor had shifted considerably. Her silver teeth bit down on her lower lip, and her expression grew tense. Xiaoqin replied, "All right, I can handle that." Given that Mulan had just received a needle in her hand and was unable to get it wet, this was naturally a task he would assist with. He moved towards the refrigerator at the entrance. Stealing a glance back, Mulan felt a twinge of discontent, pondering if Xiaoqin might misunderstand her or grow to dislike her. After half an hour passed without any incidents of cutting or bleeding, Xiaoqin and Mulan emerged from the kitchen, carrying the prepared dishes. In the living room, the 2 adversaries faced each other, arms crossed, both wearing expressions darker than the other. Mulan placed the tray on the dining table and took a few steps towards the living room, saying, "All right, why don't you 2 start your meal? After eating, you'll have the energy to argue." Tong Rui immediately stood up and coldly retorted, "Who wants to argue with that pervert?" Upon hearing this, Pei Ching also stood up and said, "This so-called pervert would rather not lay eyes on you. You old crocodile." Tong Rui was instantly furious, exclaiming, "This is infuriating." Mulan quickly intervened, pulling Tong Rui back and advising, all right, let us not escalate this. You 2 have already become acquainted through conflict. Let us just eat first." Tong Rui huffed, her face flushed with indignation as she walked towards the dining table. Xiaoqin approached Pei Cheng and remarked, "Come on, you were the one who offended her first." Pei Cheng gritted his teeth and retorted, "So what? I can hold a grudge. Xiao Qinzhe raised an eyebrow and said, "What is the point of holding a grudge? She just wants a meal." Pei Qing shot back, "Why do you have to drag me and Mulan into this?" With a glare, Pei Qing added, "Isn't it that old man's fault? More people mean more expenses to share. He just wants me to feel the pinch." Xiao Qinzhe scoffed and patted Pei Qing on the shoulder, saying, "Pei, a meal for you is hardly more than the cost of a bottle of water. Now let us eat." Pei Qing, casting an annoyed glance at Tong Rui, chose not to argue further. Ultimately, the group settled down and enjoyed a peaceful meal together. The following day, Monday, began with the usual irritation of early classes. Xiao Qinzhe begrudgingly got out of bed, while Mulan had already risen early to prepare 2 breakfasts. After washing up, Xiao Qinzhe approached the table and was momentarily taken aback by the sight of breakfast. He then turned to Mulan as she emerged from the kitchen. "Senior, you made breakfast for me?" Mulan hesitated slightly before nodding. "Yes, Pei Qing bought too many ingredients. With the temperature still quite high, they won't last long in the fridge. We should consume them to avoid waste." Xiao Qinzhe felt a twinge of doubt. He recalled that vegetables in his home fridge could last a week without issue, and meat was typically frozen. Was it possible that Teacher Song Yin's fridge was of inferior quality? He quickly brushed off the thought, reassured by the fact that Mulan's cooking was exceptionally delicious. There was no need for him to venture out for an uncertain breakfast. After breakfast, Xiao Qinzhe turned to Mulan, who was tidying up the dishes, and inquired, "Senior, how is your health recovering?" Mulan replied, "It's getting better, but I still feel a bit dizzy upon waking. It might be due to low blood sugar. The doctor advised me to take good care of myself for a while." Xiao Qinzhe nodded slightly, recalling that the doctor had indeed said so. "Senior, let me give you a ride to school later. Low blood sugar can be serious. Sometimes it hits suddenly, and one can barely stand, even losing consciousness." Upon hearing this, Mulan's expression became conflicted. As Mulan suddenly recalled her visit to the hospital yesterday, a wave of embarrassment washed over her, leaving her feeling quite awkward. Yet, for reasons unknown, she found herself inclined to acquiesce rather than decline. At that moment, Xiao Qinzhe noticed her discomfort and cryptically remarked, "By the way, Senior, remember to sit sideways later. The footrest from last time was rather unstable. You wouldn't want to misstep." Sitting at an angle would certainly avert the embarrassing situation of the previous day. It was as if a blockage in her heart had been cleared, and she nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, thank you." Xiao Qinzhe waved dismissively, saying, "It's a small matter. I can't let you cook for me without offering something in return. Senior, aside from attending classes, if you ever need to go out for a part-time job, you can ride with me." But I can't ride," Mulan replied, slightly embarrassed. "What? You can't ride an electric bike?" Xiao Qinzhe was taken aback. It was surprising that a university student couldn't manage something so basic. He had never learned formally, but had naturally transitioned from riding a bicycle to an electric one. "Well, let's discuss it later. It's getting late. We should head to school," he suggested. Mulan nodded gently, After a brief tidying up, they descended the stairs. Xiao Qinzhe dashed off to retrieve the electric bike, while Mulan gracefully mounted it, her figure poised. He turned on the ignition, and together they departed the community, making their way to the financial building in the teaching district. The awkwardness of yesterday's incident faded, and their interactions felt much more relaxed. About 10 minutes later, Xiao Qinzhe stopped in front of the financial building. "Senior, you'll be heading to your part-time job after class, right?" "Yes, I'm paid by the hour." "So there's no such thing as sick leave," Mulan replied. Most establishments around the university compensated students on an hourly basis, as they typically sought extra income rather than long-term employment. Calculating salaries monthly could lead to disputes if someone left midway through their tenure. Xiao Qinzhe advised, "Then please take your time walking. Your health is paramount." A warm feeling blossomed in Mulan's heart. However, she still felt a bit unaccustomed to his concern. Perhaps it was due to her solitary nature and a profound lack of security. Aside from Tong Rui, few cared for her at school. Her gaze momentarily wandered, lost in thought, as a contemplative expression graced her features. She then slightly smiled, saying, I understand. I'll head upstairs now." With that, she walked towards the financial building. Xiao Qinzhe stood still, watching her retreating figure, feeling a twinge of awkwardness. Had he been overly concerned? After all, they had only known each other for about a week. Yet, Mulan had shown genuine care for him yesterday. So perhaps mutual support was simply part of their burgeoning friendship. In the days that followed, Mulan continued her routine, oscillating between classes and her part-time job, as she always had. However, Mulan returned home for every meal, inviting Xiao Qinzhe to join her, and each meal consisted of several dishes. Naturally, Xiao Qinzhe was more than willing, for Mulan's culinary skills were indeed commendable. Moreover, it seemed that Mulan had begun to value the act of dining, unlike before when she would merely make do with her meals. On Friday noon, Mulan returned at her usual time to prepare dinner, carrying freshly purchased ingredients. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Xiao Qinzhe stepped out of his room. Seeing Mulan enter, he remarked, "Senior, you've bought quite a lot again." In his recollection, this was already the second time Mulan had returned with groceries. Over the past few days, with both of them, their meals had been quite substantial. The ingredients purchased by Pei Cheng had not been consumed as quickly as Mulan had claimed. They had lasted longer than just 2 days. It appeared that Mulan had overlooked her own reasoning regarding the consumption of ingredients, replenishing them as needed, seemingly accustomed to this lifestyle. Xiao Qinzhe felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, Mulan had no objections, stating it was her way of expressing gratitude for him taking her to the hospital. "The last batch is all gone," she mentioned. Xiao Qinzhe scratched his head, his expression slightly awkward. No, senior, you really shouldn't go to such expense." Although cooking at home was indeed more economical than ordering takeout, purchasing ingredients was still quite costly. He insisted, "The last incident was really no trouble. I think I'll just order takeout instead." Xiao Qinzhe was aware that Mulan was likely not financially well off. If this continued, Mulan might eventually find it burdensome, and he was already feeling rather guilty. However, upon hearing Xiao Qinzhe's words, Mulan's gaze faltered momentarily, and a sudden wave of despondency washed over her. This feeling left her with a sense of loss, as if she had missed out on something significant. In truth, she had already grown accustomed to sharing meals and living with Xiao Qinzhe over the past few days. Cooking and dining together seemed to have transformed into a bridge for their companionship and communication. This experience was far more fulfilling than sitting alone at the dining table, merely confronting a bowl of plain porridge. Eating alone was merely sustenance. It was only when two people sat together that it became a meal. Resting alone was but a pause. It was only when two shared slumber that it became true sleep. Once one has experienced companionship, returning to solitude becomes an arduous task. Mulan bit her lip, feeling quite anxious, and tentatively inquired, "Are you tired of eating together?" Xiao Qinzhe quickly replied, No. Senior, your cooking is delightful. I just feel a bit embarrassed. It's akin to me using the excuse of repaying a favor to take advantage of you." Mulan hesitated, the words, "I am willing," bubbling to the surface of her thoughts. Yet, how could she utter them directly? Instead, Mulan said, "But if I were to cook alone, it would be challenging to prepare so many dishes. It feels wasteful, and I wouldn't know how much is enough." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qinzhe pondered, "How about this? In the future, we can take turns buying the ingredients. I'll purchase them next time." Mulan hesitated for a moment before nodding. "All right. By the way, I'll return the money to you next week when I receive my salary." Xiao Qinzhe promptly replied, "It's nothing. No need to rush. Senior, you should assess your own circumstances." He then added, "Well, I will go prepare dinner." As Mulan made her way towards the kitchen, she suddenly turned around at the doorway and said to Xiao Qinzhe, "There is one more thing. Teacher Song Nian asked me yesterday if you have been studying diligently. You have missed too many classes in 3 subjects, and your performance scores have been reset to 0. If you fail the monthly exam next week, you will definitely not pass." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qinzhe's expression stiffened and his brows furrowed. "Monthly exam? What monthly exam?" Mulan looked puzzled and responded, "You are unaware? The finance department has made adjustments this year. The midterm exam has been replaced with 2 monthly exams to ensure a more equitable distribution of regular scores. Next week marks the first monthly exam of the semester, and the teachers will certainly organize tests on Monday and Tuesday before the National Day holiday. Did they not notify you?" Bam! Xiao Qinzhe felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his eyes wide open in shock. He and Pei Cheng had barely participated in the notification group thrice throughout the semester. How could he possibly know? Seeing Xiao Qinzhe's expression as if the sky were falling, Mulan grew anxious and asked, "You haven't read a single book, have you?" Xiao Qinzhe slowly sat down on a chair at the dining table, pulling a wry smile. Observing his expression, Mulan came over to place her items on the table and inquired, "Did you at least listen in class? What about your notes?" Before she could finish, Xiao Qinzhe grinned awkwardly at her. "My book is wider than my face." At this, Mulan frowned, her anxiety escalating. "Then what have you been doing in class?" Xiaoqinze took a deep breath, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. Heh. Mulan sighed heavily, feeling a wave of dizziness. But what should we do? If you fail, Teacher Song Yin will definitely send you back to the dormitory. The exams will start next Monday. Her expression resembled that of someone facing a formidable adversary, more anxious than Xiaoqinze, who was on the brink of failing. Xiaoqinze looked at Mulan's restless demeanor, feeling somewhat bewildered. Wait, senior, I'm the one taking the exam. Why does it feel like you are the one about to fail? After a moment, Mulan asked, do you have any assignments at hand? Xiaoqinze replied, I have one more, but it's not a major one. I can finish it today. So tonight, when I return from my part-time job, I'll help you with your studies. You should first rescue those 3 struggling courses. Mulan's expression was exceedingly serious, leaving no room for rebuttal. Xiaoqinze, caught between confusion and curiosity, thought perhaps Mulan was worried about losing credibility with Teacher Song Yin. He awkwardly agreed, I'm all right. Subsequently, Mulan went to the kitchen to cook, while Xiaoqinze hurriedly called Pei Cheng. As expected, Pei Cheng, like Xiaoqinze, was completely unaware of the imminent exam crisis. After dinner, Mulan set out for her part-time job once more. Xiaoqinze hurriedly completed the gaming commission he had in hand, then retrieved the textbooks for 3 critical courses: microeconomics, securities investment, and linear algebra. However, the state of Xiaoqinze's books could only be described as pristine, untouched, and as new as the day they were purchased. He had never even opened them. As he accessed the notification group for Course 99, he was met with a jumble of assorted files. After a considerable effort, he finally located the course materials, but they were utterly incomprehensible to him. At that moment, Xiaoqinze began to grasp Mulan's earlier reaction. She undoubtedly realized that merely reviewing the course materials would not suffice. Without any guidance, and with only 2 days at his disposal, passing seemed utterly unattainable. Moreover, Mulan had already lost faith in Song Yin. It was evident she feared being implicated by Song Yin's judgment. Indeed, that was likely the case. Later, Xiaoqinze steeled himself and sat before the computer, attempting to study the materials for a short while. However, before long, he found himself clicking on the wallpaper icon in the bottom right corner, admiring the aesthetic appeal of the wallpaper instead. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait for Mulan's return before delving into the textbooks. Evening arrived swiftly, and surprisingly, Mulan returned home a bit earlier than usual. Upon seeing her enter, Xiaoqinze raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Why was she back so soon? It was only 5 o'clock, and typically she did not finish work until at least 6. Since her part-time job was paid by the hour, she had effectively given up an hour's wages. Mulan stepped into the living room and turned to Xiaoqinze, saying, let us have dinner early today, and afterward, I'll tutor you. Xiaoqinze felt an overwhelming sense of shame wash over him, the phrase I feel guilty echoing incessantly in his mind. Eating the meal prepared by someone else, and then asking them for tutoring made him feel like a child in a daycare. Despite the fact that Mulan owed him 400 yuan, this thought struck him as peculiar. Just then, Mulan's voice interrupted his reverie. Did you manage to study this afternoon? Snapping back to reality, Xiaoqinze nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Yes, I glanced through it, but I couldn't make much sense of it. Mulan did not elaborate further, merely acknowledging with a slight nod. That's normal. Finance courses can indeed be quite obscure. Without attending lectures or taking notes, it's difficult to grasp the concepts. I'll look for my old textbooks to assist you. Xiaoqinze was taken aback by her generosity, responding with a sheepish smile. Thank you. I appreciate your help, senior. Mulan casually acknowledged him before heading to the kitchen. Xiaoqinze quickly took out his phone to order 2 cups of milk tea along with some snacks and desserts, feeling somewhat relieved. It seemed Mulan was more anxious about his studies than he was, leaving him to ponder whether he had become a mere passive participant in his own success. After preparing a lavish dinner, Mulan returned to her room to search for her textbooks from her freshman and sophomore years. After Xiaoqinze tidied up the dishes, Mulan emerged from her room with a few books in hand. Which edition of the textbook are you using? Upon hearing this, Xiaoqinze recalled, I believe it's the 3rd edition. Mulan opened one of her books and remarked, mine is the 2nd edition, but it makes no difference. No difference? The editions are not even the same, he replied. Mulan reassured him, it's fine. The 2 editions are essentially identical. I don't understand why the school insists on changing them. Perhaps it's under the guise of academic rigor, she added with a shrug. It should be in your room, combined with the course materials. All right, thank you, senior, Xiaoqinze replied. The 2 made their way to Xiaoqinze's room. where Mulan sat down in front of the computer. Xiaoqinza took a secondary seat beside her. The computer displayed the microeconomics material Xiaoqinza had opened earlier that afternoon. Mulan perused it with the mouse and said, "Let us start with this subject." She then opened the microeconomics textbook and noted, "According to your syllabus, the progress for this month covers the first 3 chapters. There isn't much that requires complex calculations at the beginning. Just take notes on the key points from my textbook and memorize them. I'll explain a few concepts that might be difficult to grasp. Don't be anxious. The monthly exam will only cover this material. And the teacher usually draws questions from here." Listening to Mulan's organized approach, Xiaoqinza suddenly felt she had an aura of an academic overachiever. "Senior, do you still remember the coursework from your second year?" he inquired. Mulan hesitated momentarily before responding, "I think I still recall, as I just entered my 3rd year. You will also study macroeconomics next semester. The 2 subjects have commonalities." Curiously, Xiaoqinza asked, "If you don't mind my asking, what was your arithmetic average for your 2nd year?" The arithmetic average typically aggregates all course scores from 2 semesters over a year, serving as a primary reference for scholarship evaluations. After a moment of contemplation, Mulan answered, "They haven't yet calculated the statistics for my 2nd year. But my 1st year average was 91. 2. Upon hearing this number, Xiaoqinza was involuntarily astonished, exclaiming, "Huh?" as if in disbelief. This score undoubtedly positioned her as the top student in the class. "What about you?" she asked. "Oh, as for me," Xiaoqinza chuckled awkwardly, admitting, "I'm not sure. It should be low." Suddenly recalling that he hadn't scored above 70 in any subject, he felt embarrassed to voice it. Mulan paid little mind to it and began explaining the content from her textbook. Her textbook was filled with notes, several pages densely packed with writing. Xiaoqinza was genuinely surprised. The last time he had seen such a textbook was in high school. Once in university, he had largely bid farewell to diligent studying, as few tended to listen attentively or take notes. However, it seemed Mulan was striving for scholarships and further studies. Xiaoqinza found himself at a loss for other justifications for pursuing academic endeavors at university. Just then, the bubble tea and desserts he ordered arrived, and Mulan began to patiently elucidate the material to him. After 2 continuous hours of tutoring, Xiaoqinza absorbed a considerable amount of information, thanks to his strong memory and logical reasoning skills, which allowed him to retain the essential points. Once Mulan concluded her explanation of the final segment of Chapter 3, she remarked, "All right, that should suffice. There's no need to memorize everything. The monthly exam should be relatively straightforward and superficial. Please review what we just covered. I'll check the assignments sent in your group and find some example problems." Without further contemplation, Xiaoqinza honestly replied, "Sure. Thank you for your hard work, senior." Mulan acknowledged with a brief response before attempting to minimize the screen. Xiaoqinza glanced up momentarily before returning his gaze to the textbook. As the sound of the mouse click echoed, a sudden revelation struck Xiaoqinza like a bolt of lightning. "Senior, wait a moment," he exclaimed, his eyes wide with panic as he looked at the screen. Unfortunately, he was a moment too late. The page had already been hidden in the taskbar, revealing instead a classic shooting game on the desktop. As Mulan observed the peculiar collection of wallpapers stored by Xiaoqinza, she became momentarily frozen in shock. Her bright eyes darted about, unsure of where to focus. Unbeknownst to her, she had stumbled upon Xiaoqinza's secret haven. A faint blush crept onto her pale cheeks as she lowered her head, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Xiaoqinza, equally stiff, felt his lips twitch. Although there was nothing inappropriate in the collection, it was certainly not the most suitable content to have displayed on his desktop. He desperately wished to seize the mouse and close it, yet that would only draw further attention to the matter. Thus, the two remained silent for several seconds until Xiaoqinza, maintaining a serious expression, attempted to clarify. "Senior, this isn't what it looks like. It's just wallpaper." Mulan seemed uncertain whether she had comprehended his explanation, her gaze fleetingly darting back to the wallpapers. After a moment, she bit her lip and, blushing, said, "It's nothing. It's quite normal. I apologize for the intrusion." Xiaoqinza exclaimed, "Senior, your words feel like a death sentence for me. This is genuinely a wallpaper application." He felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, realizing that it would be difficult to explain. Mulan must think he was indulging in something inappropriate. No, this needed clarification. Otherwise, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Taking control of the mouse, Xiaoqinza frantically scrolled upward, searching for wallpapers of a more subdued nature. Fortunately, His swift fingers and the abundance of tasteful wallpapers made it easy to find one suitable for his desktop. "Senior, look, it truly is just wallpaper," he insisted, turning his gaze toward Mulan. Mulan cast a sidelong glance at Xiaoqinze, holding her breath for over 10 seconds before exclaiming, "Isn't this wallpaper a tad too lifelike?" Her mind lingered on the exquisite page she had just encountered. Xiaoqinze was rendered speechless. Indeed, what a vivid representation of life. Clearing her throat twice, Mulan feigned composure and shifted the conversation, saying, "You should focus on your studies. Feel free to ask me if anything puzzles you. Make sure to rest early." After uttering these words, she seized the mouse to close the wallpaper application and began sifting through notifications in Xiaoqinze's class group. Xiaoqinze found himself devoid of motivation to study, his spirit akin to ashes. Thus, they spent another 20 minutes as Mulan unearthed the 2 assignments for microeconomics and explained the problem-solving techniques to Xiaoqinze. Subsequently, she hurriedly departed from his room. The following day, Mulan left early for her part-time job. While Saturdays are often a delightful respite for students, for her, they heralded a flurry of activity. Xiaoqinze, having taken a minor order, immediately turned to his next text on securities investment. That evening, Mulan would return to tutor him in this subject, allowing them to cram for linear algebra on Sunday before the exams commenced on Monday. At 6 in the evening, Mulan returned home. Xiaoqinze had thoughtfully prepared 2 drinks and purchased snacks and a small cake just for her. Upon seeing the spread laid out on the living room table, Mulan remarked, "It's just a review session. You needn't go to such expense. I still owe you money." However, Xiaoqinze dismissed her concern, reasoning that he had been benefiting from her generosity daily while she assisted him academically. "It's no trouble at all, senior. It's a small price to pay. I can't possibly take advantage of you," he replied with a grin. Mulan smiled lightly and teased, "Are you really that affluent?" To which Xiaoqinze playfully thumped his chest, saying, "Well, moderately so. Although not wealthy, he had a modest savings of around 20,000, sufficient to sustain his daily indulgence in bubble tea." Their laughter echoed in the room, a testament to their growing camaraderie under the same roof, where mutual assistance fostered a deepening bond. As was her custom, Mulan prepared dinner. After their meal, she proceeded to Xiaoqinze's room for tutoring. Compared to the stiff academic exchanges of the previous day, the atmosphere today was decidedly more relaxed, punctuated by anecdotes from their college experiences, continuing until 11 in the evening. Originally, they had planned to intensively review linear algebra on Sunday, but an unexpected message in the group announced a postponement until after the National Day holiday. Overwhelmed with joy, Xiaoqinze felt as though he could weep. The mere sight of linear algebra caused him distress, as it was rife with calculations. Now, he could leisurely prepare during the holiday and allocate time to other subjects that were less daunting. On Monday morning, Mulan and Xiaoqinze walked to the financial building together for class. Upon arriving at the classroom, Xiaoqinze noticed that he had yet to see Pei Chengren, leading him to wonder if the latter had simply chosen to fail the course. However, to Xiaoqinze's astonishment, another stranger occupied Pei Cheng's seat. Xiaoqinze's heart raced as he thought, "This lad has arranged for a proxy. What audacity!" The monthly examination is not merely a routine test. It constitutes a formal assessment by the institution. If caught employing a proxy, it would result in immediate expulsion without a diploma. Xiaoqinze couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety for Pei Cheng. Fortunately, the situation was not as dire as it seemed. As Pei Cheng's seat was located in the back row, the microeconomics instructor remained oblivious, and the examination concluded smoothly. Upon exiting the classroom, Pei Cheng promptly approached Xiaoqinze, feigning nonchalance. Xiaoqinze glanced around before whispering to Pei Cheng, "I must say, your audacity is quite remarkable." Pei Cheng lowered his voice and replied with a hint of resignation, "Fortune favors the bold. I surely would not pass on my own. Thus, I sought the assistance of a senior from the financial engineering department." Xiaoqinze peered into the distance, then furrowed his brow as he addressed Pei Cheng. "Pray tell, how did you persuade him to assist you in this examination? If caught, you both would face the same consequence, a serious matter indeed." Pei Cheng chuckled awkwardly. "I offered him an irresistible price." Xiaoqinze squinted, his lips twitching as he exclaimed, "Damn it, having money is truly advantageous." Chapter 27. The examination went smoothly. All thanks to my senior sister, the subsequent experimental course was conducted via computer examination. They were well aware that they could utilize their mobile phones for assistance, thus encountering no difficulties. After school, the two rode their bicycles side by side at a leisurely pace. Pei Ching exhaled deeply and inquired, "So what is it to be? Are you dining at home or grabbing something at the cafeteria?" Xiao Chenza replied, "I'll eat at home." Pei Ching raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Are you returning to indulge in senior sister Mulan's hospitality once again? She truly spoils you, allowing you to mooch off her daily. This week, she hasn't even taken you out." He continued with a teasing tone, "Be honest, is it truly because senior sister Mulan's cooking is delightful? Or is it simply more enjoyable to dine in her company?" At this, Xiao Chenza initially intended to assert that Mulan's cooking was indeed delicious. But a flicker of hesitation crossed his mind. Was it genuinely the flavor of her dishes? Or was it the pleasure derived from sharing a meal with her that made it so appealing? After several moments of contemplation, Xiao Chenza replied, "I'm not certain. But it certainly feels better than takeaway." He disliked dishonesty. This was the most unvarnished reflection of his feelings. Pei Ching regarded him with disdain and remarked, "Zai, you could be a tad less shameless. Are you truly just in it for the handouts? From what I see, you seem to relish this soft meal quite thoroughly." Xiao Chenza pulled Pei Ching closer, frowning. "What do you mean by eating soft meals? I can't possibly keep taking advantage of senior sister's kindness. I even contribute by purchasing ingredients." Pei Ching quickly interjected, all right, I get it. I'm just curious. Is senior sister Mulan genuinely as gentle and gracious as she seems, with no surprises at all?" Xiao Chenza pushed Pei Ching away, deep in thought, while Pei Ching rolled his eyes in response. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Chenza remarked, "No." Pei Ching chuckled lightly, filled with skepticism, and inquired, "In this day and age, are there truly virtuous and gentle girls in the Star Sea?" Xiao Chenza shot him a disdainful glance and replied, "One cannot generalize. If senior sister Mulan were not genuinely kind and gentle, she would not have been bullied by her roommates to the point of seeking a separate residence." "What? She was bullied by her roommates to the extent of moving out?" Pei Ching exclaimed in surprise. Previously, he had merely thought that Mulan did not get along with those three girls who seemed to thrive on indulgence, assuming she was just isolated. He had not anticipated that the situation had escalated to the level of bullying, forcing Mulan to relocate. Xiao Chenza nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. This is not surprising at Star Sea University." Pei Ching muttered under his breath, feeling a surge of indignation. "I should have confronted them last time." Xiao Chenza quickly interjected, "Please don't. Pei Yi, you might end up causing her more harm." Pei Ching scoffed and retorted, "Well, that means she hasn't crossed me. If she did, I could easily knock her down, and my father wouldn't say a word. I'd just have to cover her medical expenses." Xiao Chenza gently shook his head. "Let's avoid unnecessary trouble, Pei Yi. I'm off now, goodbye." "Goodbye," Pei Ching replied. Xiao Chenza turned at the intersection and headed towards his neighborhood. A few minutes later, he arrived home to find Mulan already back, busily working in the kitchen. As he entered the living room, Mulan emerged from the kitchen and said, "I got paid today. I'll return the money to you." Xiao Chenza was momentarily taken aback, feeling a hint of guilt as the debtor. However, Mulan had previously stated that this was a separate matter and that she intended to repay him. Thus, he softly replied, "All right." Soon after, Mulan transferred 400 yuan to Xiao Chenza, who accepted it immediately. A sweet and gentle smile graced Mulan's face, revealing a charming dimple, seemingly quite pleased. Then, a melodious voice emanated from her lips. "Dinner will be ready shortly. By the way, how did your exam go?" Hearing this, Xiao Chenza smiled and responded, "It went quite smoothly, all thanks to you, senior sister." "That is good to hear," she replied before turning back to the kitchen. Xiao Chenza watched her retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought, his mind conjuring the image of her delightful smile. He was suddenly struck by a lingering question. Was it the food prepared by Mulan that was delectable? Or was it simply the sight of her enjoying her meal that made it so appealing? Several minutes later, Mulan called Xiao Chenza to the table for dinner. Once seated, he asked, "Senior sister, are you feeling all right now?" Upon hearing this, Mulan felt a slight tug at her heart, but quickly smiled and replied, "I'm fine now, even better than before." "That is good," he reaffirmed. These familiar words exchanged between them seemed to echo their mutual desire for reassurance regarding each other's well-being. After dinner, Mulan hurriedly set out for her part-time job. As she was about to leave, she mentioned, "By the way, I will be quite busy during the National Day holiday and won't be back for lunch. Are you staying home during the holiday, or do you have other plans?" Xiao Chenza inquired. "No, I will definitely be at home taking orders. Just like you. While everyone else is on vacation, we will be working hard," he replied. During the National Day holiday, those who are idle, particularly gaming enthusiasts, will undoubtedly immerse themselves in their games, with coaching orders flooding in daily. This is indeed a lucrative opportunity that Xiao Qinze cannot afford to miss. Mulan smiled gently and said, "All right, I am off now." Okay. In the afternoon, Xiao Qinze received another invitation for coaching from a freshman in the civil engineering department. This individual had already begun their holiday after attending classes on Monday morning, wanting to book 3 days of gameplay with him. Xiao Qinze was taken aback. This person had remarkable energy and wealth. For someone at his skill level, charging an average of 60 yuan per hour, this individual always transferred several hundred yuan in advance, akin to topping up internet fees at an internet CAF. However, for Xiao Qinze, this was undoubtedly a good thing. After all, there was money to be made. After playing for over 5 hours and reaching a significant rank, the civil engineering freshman finally called it quits. Xiao Qinze took a moment to rest and opened a relaxation app. After a while, he heard the sound of a door opening outside, followed by Mulan calling his name. Xiao Qinze glanced at the door, casually turned off the app, and stepped into the living room. "Senior, what's up?" Mulan replied, "We're running low on ingredients. We need to go grocery shopping. Do you have time now?" Xiao Qinze immediately responded with a smile, "I'm free. I'll go buy them." He felt a pleasant sensation at the thought of spending money. Mulan suggested, "Let us go together. You probably haven't done much grocery shopping before." Xiao Qinze didn't refuse. He indeed hadn't shopped for ingredients and had just been planning to buy whatever he saw. He accompanied Mulan to the nearest mall. Upon reaching the supermarket's retail section, Mulan grabbed a shopping cart. "You can push the cart. I'll pick out the items." Sure. Selecting items was not Xiao Qinze's forte, so he gladly left it to Mulan. They first headed to the vegetables section, where Mulan meticulously chose lettuce, baby bok choy, and green peppers. Later, as they reached the celery shelf, she examined each stalk. Xiao Qinze, puzzled, remarked, "Senior, aren't they all the same? Why bother picking?" This was a question he had been meaning to ask. To him, all the vegetables on the shelf looked alike. It seemed sufficient to grab any of them. Mulan turned to Xiao Qinze and gently explained, "A supermarket is not like a morning market where fresh produce is sold in bulk. There will definitely be stock issues. If you look closely, you'll see differences. Some of them have wilted leaves and aren't fresh. The stale ingredients, when hastily stir-fried, are bound to become charred." Xiao Qinze responded, "I see, very well." Although he was not particularly knowledgeable, he found the dishes prepared by Mulan to be exceptionally delectable, thus he believed her words held merit. Mulan selected the 2 freshest bundles of celery and remarked, "These 2 are the most pristine. They can be consumed within 3 days without issue." Upon inspecting the celery in the bag, Xiao Qinze noticed that it appeared superior to the others. Mulan's discerning eye for vegetables was indeed commendable. "Senior, you are impressive." Just as Xiao Qinze finished speaking, a voice of complaint suddenly emerged from nearby. "Come on, at least pick a few. You've gathered all the stale ones. No wonder your stir-fried dishes resemble something from World War II." Both Xiao Qinze and Mulan turned to see a couple selecting eggplants. The man wore a frown, seemingly displeased with the eggplants chosen by the woman. He gestured towards them and then furrowed his brow, saying, "Look at that woman." At his words, Mulan felt a jolt, her cheeks flushing rapidly, and she frantically waved her hands towards them. The man's comment had left Mulan utterly flabbergasted. Yet, despite her flustered gestures, she felt no urge to explain, as she seemed to harbor no strong aversion. The couple remained oblivious to Mulan's demeanor, continuing their banter. Mulan let out a soft sigh, lowering her head, her shyness unmistakable. Xiao Qinze, feeling somewhat awkward, rubbed the back of his neck and thought, "Please, don't speak carelessly." After a few more exchanges, the woman glanced at the young, beautiful, and gentle Mulan, and suddenly, a wave of frustration washed over her, stemming from the stark contrast. She then yelled, "Well, you might as well go over there with her." Tossing aside the bag of eggplants, she turned and stomped away. The man paid her no mind and had no intention of chasing after her, shaking his head slightly and muttering, "Sigh, some people just make you feel inadequate." With that, he seemed equally vexed, carelessly selecting a few eggplants before departing with his bag. Knowing how sensitive Mulan was, Xiao Qinze discreetly glanced at her, noticing her discomfort, and gently shifted the topic. "Senior, were her chosen eggplants truly that poor?" Mulan bit her lip, raised her head once more, and gazed at the eggplant display. She replied, "The ones she picked had stems that were close to falling off. They've clearly been around for some time, and she bought so many." She continued, "When selecting eggplants, One should flip them over to check their quality. Mulan earnestly shared her knowledge, striving to overshadow the recent awkwardness. Xiao Qinzhe listened attentively as they shared a tacit understanding. I see. I'm fortunate to have you here, senior. Otherwise, I would have ended up like her and simply taken whatever was available. Mulan nodded slightly and then suggested, let's move on and check out the meat section. All right. Xiao Qinzhe did not dwell on the previous incident and followed Mulan as they departed. Upon reaching the meat section, the two intended to select some fresh meat and purchase a bit of cooked beef. Upon arriving at the stall, I unexpectedly encountered a woman pushing a cart. Teacher Song Nian? Mulan inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. Xiao Qinzhe had not noticed her until Mulan spoke, at which point he recognized Song Nian. Upon hearing Mulan's voice, Song Nian turned to look at her. Mulan, is that you? And Xiao Qinzhe? Song Nian's brow furrowed suddenly, and her expression turned noticeably colder. Xiao Qinzhe remarked, it seems this stern teacher changes her demeanor more swiftly than one turns a page in a book. She certainly doesn't seem fond of me. He smiled awkwardly and greeted her. Teacher Song Nian, are you here to shop as well? Song Nian's demeanor softened slightly as she replied, yes, I finished work early today and decided to buy a few things. Xiao Qinzhe quickly added, I arranged with my senior to take turns buying ingredients, but I'm not particularly good at selecting items. He feared that this formidable teacher might misunderstand his intentions towards her disciple. However, this was merely Xiao Qinzhe's own apprehension and imagination. In university, such concerns were largely irrelevant. Song Nian glanced at Mulan, who nodded slightly. Song Nian then continued, I wanted to ask how your exam went today. Failing the monthly test would mean you directly fail the course. Xiao Qinzhe felt a twinge of embarrassment at her words. Why didn't you mention this sooner? However, he realized he had been somewhat hasty. After all, Song Nian was merely Mulan's advisor, and it was not her place to concern herself with Mulan's affairs. With a smile, Xiao Qinzhe replied, it went quite smoothly. I managed to pass. Song Nian regarded him with a discerning look and nodded slightly. Good. I see you are taking your studies seriously. Xiao Qinzhe chuckled awkwardly. I owe that to Senior Mulan's guidance. No sooner had he spoken than Song Nian doused him with cold water. I only said you appear to be studying diligently. Passing is certainly due to Mulan's assistance. Otherwise, how could you pass given that you sleep in class every day? Xiao Qinzhe was left speechless, only able to force a smile. Indeed, the title of formidable teacher was well earned. Mulan interjected with a smile. Teacher Song Nian, Xiao Qinzhe is quite serious about his studies. Song Nian offered a faint smile in response, saying, it's good that you can help each other. Having support is beneficial. I was previously concerned about you living alone as a girl. I must take my leave now. Goodbye, Teacher Song Nian. After she departed, Xiao Qinzhe muttered in disbelief. How does this stern teacher know I sleep in class? Mulan replied, half amused. Teacher Song Nian is the head of the finance group. If students fail early, she faces penalties and deductions from her salary. Your scores with Pei Cheng have been reset, and if you fail even one exam, you will directly fail the course. Xiao Qinzhe shrugged and grinned. No wonder she keeps such a close watch on us. As they walked on, Mulan remarked, Teacher Song Nian has no choice. She is, after all, an employee. The college has such demands, and she must comply with their arrangements. Xiao Qinzhe sighed in response. What kind of university operates like this? It feels just like high school, racing for grades. Two individuals paused before a stall, with Mulan smiling and saying, it only commenced this year. As there were too many resits last year, the report to the school was rather disheartening. Xiao Qinzhe grimaced, expressing disdain. Isn't it merely for the sake of appearances? Mulan gently reassured. All right, we need not concern ourselves with that. As long as we do not fail, it suffices. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qinzhe was momentarily taken aback. A sudden sensation of being sheltered and supported washed over him. After a brief pause, he smiled and nodded. Yes, we students cannot control such matters. At this, Mulan turned her gaze toward Xiao Qinzhe, her expression earnest. No, I'm not concerned about others. I only care that you do not fail. Earlier, Teacher Song Nian had inquired about his exam, noting that failure might result in him being forced to return to the dormitory, which would indeed spell disaster. Chapter 29. The Oddity of Washing Together Young Lady. Would you like to buy some meat? Which cut do you prefer? The vendor at the stall asked. Mulan glanced briefly and pointed to a particularly fine piece of meat. I'll take this one, cut it in half. Moments later, she held the bag and noticed Xiao Qinzhe lost in thought, prompting her to ask, what are you pondering? Let us go? Xiao Qinjia slightly regained his focus, replying, "Oh, have you finished the purchase?" Mulan blinked her beautiful eyes, tilting her head in mild confusion. "Yes." "Then let us depart." Shortly after, they selected the remaining items and proceeded to check out, spending just over 100. Upon exiting, Mulan furrowed her brow. "I didn't notice the meat had increased in price. Had I known, I would have bought less." Xiao Qinjia chuckled lightly. "It's all right, it's not much." Mulan smirked slightly, half-jokingly retorting, "Well, you certainly have more money than I do." This was undoubtedly true, as Xiao Qinjia regularly indulged in takeout and occasionally ordered milk tea. A lifestyle far removed from Mulan's. "Haha, I suppose I am somewhat affluent," he replied. The two shared a laugh, evidently accustomed to their playful banter. 10 minutes later, they arrived home. Mulan turned to Xiao Qinjia. "You should find some time to review your notes. The securities investment exam is tomorrow. I'll go prepare dinner." Xiao Qinjia nodded in agreement. "All right." As Mulan headed toward the kitchen, Xiao Qinjia scratched his head, pondering that with Mulan's sense of responsibility, she ought to consider tutoring. By nearly 7 in the evening, after dinner, Mulan received a call from Tong Rui and retreated to her room. Xiao Qinjia also returned to his room, intending to review his studies. However, after merely half an hour, drowsiness began to creep in, making concentration elusive. Thus, Xiao Qinjia resolved to scroll through his phone to invigorate himself. Just as he flipped through a few pages, a knock echoed from outside. Xiao Qinjia, hearing Mulan's voice, he quickly turned off his device and replied, "Senior, you may come in." As Mulan pushed open the door, her gaze was immediately drawn to her textbook, which was placed a considerable distance away by Xiao Qinjia. Frowning slightly, she inquired, "Have you finished reading it all?" Xiao Qinjia chuckled, "Almost, nearly there." Mulan, with a perceptive insight, remarked, "I suppose you've missed quite a bit, haven't you? Are you unable to continue?" Xiao Qinjia awkwardly chuckled, Yes." Mulan bore no ill will. She simply advised, "Make sure to remember the key points I've shared with you." "Of course, senior," Xiao Qinjia responded with eager confidence. Mulan nodded slightly. "I'll need to borrow your washing machine again." Surprised, Xiao Qinjia asked, "Is the washing machine broken again?" With a soft sigh, Mulan replied, "Sort of. I had intended to contact someone for repairs last time, but it seemed to fix itself unexpectedly. Now, it has failed again. I've already informed teacher Song Yan. She will arrange for someone to come and take a look." "All right then," Xiao Qinjia replied. "Do you have any clothes to wash?" Mulan inquired. I don't have any at the moment." "Very well," Mulan acknowledged before closing the door and departing. Xiao Qinjia glanced at the wardrobe nearby, where his own discarded clothes remained. His expression turned conflicted as he murmured to himself, "Washing together feels a bit strange." Just as he spoke, Xiao Qinjia's demeanor shifted, and he regarded himself with disdain. What was he thinking? It was merely washing clothes. Why did he feel an unseemly sense that it might somehow taint Mulan? Such thoughts were utterly shameless and pitiable. However, Mulan was indeed pure and immaculate, devoid of any blemish, resembling a celestial being. Anyone in her presence would inevitably feel a sense of humble inadequacy. She was akin to a flawless jade, instilling a fear that even the slightest touch might mar her perfection. The following day, Tuesday, Mulan had no classes and set out early for her part-time job. Xiao Qinjia, on the other hand, had an early class at 8, facing a monthly exam in securities investment. Fortunately, the exam was not difficult, and he managed to pass successfully. Pei Cheng had arranged for a substitute to take the test, allowing Xiao Qinjia to witness once more the remarkable skills of this individual. At noon, when classes concluded, Mulan messaged that she would not be returning for lunch due to the busyness at the store. Xiao Qinjia said nothing in response, understanding that with the National Day holiday approaching, many would be out shopping. Thus, he decided to join Pei Cheng for a meal at the cafeteria. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, they casually ordered from a vendor, as the offerings were generally unremarkable, all tasting quite similar. Once seated, Pei Cheng immediately cast furtive glances around, as if plotting to steal from someone. Xiao Qinjia, bemused, remarked, "Pei, why does it seem like you're about to commit a nefarious act just to have a meal?" Pei Cheng shook his head slightly. "We wouldn't commit such acts, but we must be cautious with our words. Last time, I inadvertently made a comment about a certain mother crocodile in the cafeteria, and somehow it reached her ears. She hasn't let me off the hook since. I ended up having to compensate her with numerous snacks. The mother crocodile is nothing short of a glutton, welcoming all with open jaws," Pei Cheng remarked, inhaling sharply, clearly astonished by Tong Rui's ability to keep him in check. Xiao Qinze chuckled derisively. Look at you, caught by a girl. Pei Cheng retorted defiantly. And what about you? You're living off your senior's kindness every day. It was evident that he was under her spell, yet he dared to mock me. What's the matter? Did your senior not pamper you today? You might need to replenish your vitality. Xiao Qinze's expression darkened as he rebuked. Get lost. You should be more cautious with your words. Be wary of eavesdroppers. As Pei Cheng uttered these words, thoughts of Mu Lan's flawless complexion and gentle smile stirred an uncomfortable feeling within Xiao Qinze. Pei Cheng grinned smugly. At worst, I'm merely being gnawed on by that fierce matriarch. It pales in comparison to your situation, where you've completely succumbed. Pei Cheng. Just as he spoke, a furious voice erupted from behind. Both Xiao Qinze and Pei Cheng turned to see Tong Rui, holding a sundae, standing across the table, her expression colder than ice. Pei Cheng's face turned crimson as he recoiled, realizing he had unwittingly enrolled in the North Film Academy's curriculum for a second time. Xiao Qinze displayed an expression of sheer delight, as if years of gloom had been lifted. This was pure entertainment. As Tong Rui and Pei Cheng locked eyes, she promptly moved to circle the table, clearly intent on reprimanding him. Pei Cheng hastily rose, ready to flee. However, with only a table's length between them, as he barely lifted himself, Tong Rui's hand came crashing down upon his shoulder, followed by a barrage of reprimands. Sister, wait, it was a mistake. Oh no, you've spilled your sundae. A few minutes later, Pei Cheng had completely surrendered. Tong Rui sat across from the two, her anger still simmering, her gaze fixed intently upon the now subdued Pei Cheng. Her chest heaved with indignation as she coldly remarked, You've got quite the vocabulary. The moment her words left her lips, Xiao Qinze couldn't help but chuckle at the phrase fierce matriarch that popped into his mind. I didn't mention you. I merely witnessed your seating arrangement. Tong Rui snapped, pointing at Pei Cheng. Xiao Qinze cast a sidelong glance at Pei Cheng, realizing there was no escape this time. With a shifty glance, he failed to notice Tong Rui lurking behind him. Ah, this truly was a remarkable rivalry. Seeing no way out, Pei Cheng boldly declared, Then what do you propose? I can always treat you to another meal. Tong Rui, incensed by his words, retorted, I don't need your meal. You think your wealth matters? Let me tell you. Some things cannot be bought. Both Pei Cheng and Xiao Qinze exchanged startled glances, one feeling a jolt of anxiety, the other curiosity. Tong Rui then coldly commanded, Write an apology on a sign and stand on the playground for 2 hours. Upon hearing the words, Pei Cheng erupted in anger, pointing an accusing finger at Tong Rui, exclaiming, This is revenge. Yes, I am retaliating. If you are so indignant, then let us settle our grievances once and for all. After uttering her words, Tong Rui stood up in fury, intending to leave. Realizing that her statement was merely a spur-of-the-moment remark aimed at mocking Pei Cheng, she turned back to Xiao Qinze and asked, Aren't you supposed to be dining with Mulan? Why are you here in the cafeteria? Where is Mulan? Xiao Qinze replied, Senior Mulan is busy with her part-time job and won't be back for lunch. Tong Rui nodded slightly and swiftly grabbed her sundae before departing. Pei Cheng, seething with anger, muttered under his breath, This wretched woman. Who has a sundae for lunch? Damn it. She wants to humiliate me. Just wait. Xiao Qinze furrowed his brows and remarked to Pei Cheng, Pei, why do I feel like you're gearing up for a counterattack? You really shouldn't. It's quite clear you're the one at a disadvantage. Unbothered by the warning, Pei Cheng retorted, I don't care. She just threw it back at me. She won't let this go, and she wants me to be embarrassed. This time, I refuse to back down. If she wants a confrontation, then let it be. Xiao Qinze thought to himself, sensing an ominous premonition that Pei Cheng was about to unleash something significant upon Tong Rui. In the days leading up to the National Day holiday, Shanghai City was bustling with crowds, as everyone eagerly ventured out to shop and enjoy their time off. After all, such a long holiday comes only once a year, inevitably leading to a wave of retaliatory spending. However, Mulan and Xiao Qinze were not as carefree. Both were providers of services during the holiday, which meant they had to work even harder. On October 5th, at 9:30 in the morning, Xiao Qinze was engrossed in his room, passionately engaged in a game. The civil engineering student had dragged him into an intense session of the game Fearless Contract, playing for several days straight. Averaging at least 8 to 9 hours a day, Xiao Qinze had earned over 3,000 yuan from this endeavor. He had managed to elevate the student's rank to the realms of hunter and mythical. Just as he finished a match and was about to start another, the sudden sound of a door opening outside caught his attention. Glancing up, he removed his headphones and said, Hold on a moment. I have something to attend to. With that, Xiaoqinza stepped outside. Upon entering the living room, he was surprised to see Mulan returning unexpectedly after being out for over an hour. Approaching her with a puzzled expression, he noticed that Mulan appeared somewhat discontent, leaning on the sofa with her eyes closed and a troubled expression on her delicate face. Sitting down opposite her, Xiaoqinza inquired, "Senior, what's wrong? Why are you back so soon?" Slowly opening her eyes, Mulan's gaze was filled with sorrow. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke. "A fire broke out at Aunt Chen's nut shop." "What?" Xiaoqinza was taken aback, shocked by the news of the fire. Such an occurrence was rather uncommon. "Is everyone all right?" he asked, a sense of dread tightening in his chest as he noticed Mulan's brow furrowing. The incident last night was unfortunate. The electrical fire consumed a significant portion of the shop. "I just visited Aunt Chen, who settled my wages for the past few days and mentioned that the shop would not reopen, regardless of the financial compensation for such a calamity. Even if there were resources to resume operations, overcoming the fire safety regulations would prove exceedingly difficult. An indirect consequence of this tragedy is that Mulan has lost her job." Upon hearing this, Xiaoqinza found himself at a loss for words. After a brief silence, he attempted to console her, saying, "Senior, such accidents are unforeseeable. We can only regard it as an unfortunate disaster. What matters is that you are safe. You can find another part-time job." Mulan's voice trembled slightly as she replied, "I just feel a bit upset. Aunt Chen is such a good person to me." Taking a deep breath, Mulan exhaled heavily, her bright eyes gazing at the ceiling, wide open. Before long, she could no longer contain her emotions and immediately stood up, retreating to her room. Xiaoqinza intended to rise and offer her comfort, but it seemed that Mulan needed solitude to process her feelings. Although he had only met Aunt Chen once, her kindness was evident in how she still paid Mulan despite the shop's destruction. It was clear that Aunt Chen was a remarkable person, now facing an undeserved misfortune. Given Mulan's gentle and kind nature, she must have been deeply affected. Xiaoqinza glanced back at Mulan's room, and then took out his phone to send her a few messages. It wasn't until nearly noon that Mulan emerged from her room. Hearing the door open, Xiaoqinza got up to greet her. Mulan, though not in a dire state, still wore a smile upon seeing him. "Thank you for your comfort," she said. Xiaoqinza replied with a smile. "That's what friends are for." At his words, Mulan exhibited a contemplative expression and, after a few seconds of silence, remarked, "Yes, I don't have many friends, but you are one." In truth, Mulan had only one friend, Tong Rui, as she had often been ostracized by other girls. Perhaps it was her outstanding qualities coupled with her exceedingly gentle disposition that rendered her an easy target for exclusion and bullying. Later, Mulan prepared lunch, and after eating, she promptly left the house. Xiaoqinza found it strange that Mulan, having just lost her job, was not taking a break. She should at least rest for a couple of days. However, it was her own decision, and he felt it inappropriate to comment. Chapter 31. Is Mulan a night owl? The entire afternoon passed without Mulan's return, and it wasn't until 7 in the evening that she finally came home. Upon her arrival, she appeared utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the sofa as if she would fall asleep at any moment. Just then, Xiaoqinza emerged from the restroom and noticed Mulan dozing off on the sofa. He approached her and inquired, "Senior, what is going on?" At his words, Mulan slightly opened her eyes. "Oh, I was just cooking," she replied, attempting to rise. Xiaoqinza quickly interjected, "Wait a moment, Senior, you are not a maid." Having just finished her meal, Mulan reclined back on the sofa and inquired, "Where have you been? You seem utterly exhausted." "I took a part-time job at the express delivery station off campus," replied Xiaoqinza. "An express delivery station?" He frowned. Xiaoqinza had previously encountered advertisements for such positions, involving the sorting of packages. This job was indeed laborious, typically employing a few university students as temporary workers, compensated hourly on the spot. Furthermore, the university's location was somewhat remote, approximately 2 to 3 kilometers away, with no direct subway access. The thought of Mulan exerting herself to reach that place filled Xiaoqinza with a sense of unease, prompting him to suggest, "Senior, perhaps you should take a couple of days off to recuperate and adjust your mood. You've only recently recovered from your illness." Mulan, seemingly resigned, responded, "The hourly pay for the delivery work is quite attractive. I just paid my rent and am short on funds. The manager mentioned that if I perform well, I might receive ongoing opportunities." Hearing this, a wave of confusion washed over Xiaoqinza. Had Mulan truly spent all her money immediately after paying rent? It was hard to believe she had no savings at all. Considering that she worked several hours each day, how could she have nothing left? Yet, recalling the last incident at the hospital, it indeed appeared that Mulan was financially strapped. "All right, senior, have you eaten yet?" he asked. Shaking her head, Mulan replied, "Not yet, but I'm not very hungry. I'll prepare something for myself soon." Xiaoqinza contemplated mentioning that Mulan often skipped dinner, but seeing her utterly exhausted, he decided to let her rest for the time being. "Very well, senior, please take some time to rest," he said before retreating to his room. Ultimately, it was her personal matter, and he felt it was inappropriate to interfere. As long as Mulan felt she could manage, that was what mattered. Later, Mulan prepared a bit of food for herself and returned to her room to rest. The following day, at 9 in the morning, Xiaoqinza was abruptly awakened to process orders. Goodness, this kid worked until late last night. What boundless energy he possesses. After dressing and freshening up, he prepared to log in. At that moment, Mulan entered the room holding a broom. Surprised, Xiaoqinza asked, "Senior, aren't you going to your part-time job today?" Mulan's face brightened with a sweet smile as she softly replied, "The delivery work isn't daily. They have their own staff sorting packages. They only call for part-timers when they are overwhelmed. I mentioned going in the afternoon." Xiaoqinza nodded. "That's good. You'll have some time to rest." "Yes. I need to clean the room." "Does your room require tidying?" he asked politely. "No need. I can manage it myself," she responded. "All right. By the way, senior, you should consider learning to ride an electric bike." "Learn to ride an electric bike?" she questioned. "Yes. Once you learn, you can use my bike for your part-time job. It's quite a distance to the university, isn't it?" Upon hearing this, Mulan declined. "That wouldn't work. How would you use the bike?" Xiaoqinza waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I rarely venture outside of class. Our class schedule is fairly similar, and my electric bike often sits idle for several days each week. The specialized finance courses are predominantly clustered within just a few days. This arrangement is intended to free up some leisure time, allowing students in our major to engage in extracurricular activities without significant scheduling conflicts." Mulan felt somewhat conflicted. As the university was indeed quite distant, it would take a 20-minute walk, and taking a taxi would be economically unfeasible. Riding the electric bike seemed just about right for the distance. Yet, Mulan couldn't shake the feeling of indebtedness to Xiaoqinza. However, Xiaoqinza soon provided her with a reasonable justification. "Senior, I have one more favor to ask. Our school lacks a charging station, but there is one installed at the university. When you go there for your part-time job, could you please help me charge my bike? Pei Chung and I often have to trek to our counselor's residential area to charge, which is quite bothersome. This old neighborhood lacks charging facilities, and going all the way to Chun He's place is too far." As fate would have it, Mulan would be heading to the university for her part-time job, where electric bikes were abundant and charging stations were available on campus. Moreover, Xiaoqinza, feeling empathetic, wished to alleviate some of Mulan's burdens. Perhaps out of sympathy, he saw a reflection of himself in Mulan, who was also striving to make a living independently. After pondering for a moment, Mulan replied, "All right, thank you. How shall I learn?" Xiaoqinza drew out a long sound before responding, "I have a task ready. Just come back after your shift this afternoon, and I will teach you downstairs." "Okay, then you should get back to your work." At noon, Mulan prepared a sumptuous lunch, and after they enjoyed the meal together, she changed her clothes and set out for her part-time job at the university. Xiaoqinza returned to his room to continue with his gaming practice. After several hours, the student studying civil engineering finally showed signs of slowing down. "Ziege, why don't you take a break?" Xiaoqinza chuckled. "Ah, so you finally can't keep up, huh?" "Not really. I'm just feeling a bit bored," he replied. "You go for the main attacks while I provide support. We can dominate the game like a well-oiled machine." Xiaoqinza suggested, "How about we switch roles? You go on the offensive, and I'll assist." Let us not. I know my limitations. You can dominate in higher ranks, but I can't keep up with you." He continued, "I'm just feeling a bit numb from all this. Should I call a girl to play with us?" Xiaoqinza frowned. "A female companion? It's not that I look down on anyone, but there are very few women who can play at a high level, and they usually charge exorbitant fees." The civil engineering student chuckled. "I know very well that skilled female companions are rare. I mean those who primarily chat and provide emotional support. While their skills may be lacking, they're like any random player. But we don't need her to carry us. Having you, Ziege, is sufficient. She can just cheer us on and provide some warmth." Upon hearing this, Xiaoqinza understood his intention. The three gentlemen found the current situation rather monotonous and decided it might be more engaging to have a female companion to liven things up. The civil engineering student remarked, "Hey, Zeej, you've probably stopped taking orders on the gaming platforms, haven't you? Nowadays, many gaming companions team up, one with lesser skills and a top-tier player, creating an opportunity for the boss. It's a balanced arrangement. The skilled player benefits from the emotional support provided by the female companion, compensating for her lack of technical prowess, while simultaneously increasing the orders for both. Why not connect with a sweet-voiced female companion on the platform? Teaming up could yield remarkable results. I'll even offer 100 per hour." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qinze furrowed his brow, a sense of confusion washing over him. Has the situation evolved to this extent? It had been quite some time since he last engaged with the platform, relying instead on private orders from long-standing clients. The thought of pairing a top-tier player with a charming female companion led Xiao Qinze's mind to drift to Mulan. Mulan seemed to meet all the criteria without requiring any gaming skills. Her ethereal beauty and captivating voice were undeniably enchanting. Yet, Mulan's shyness might hinder her ability to undertake such a role, and she certainly had her own choices and aspirations. Xiao Qinze quickly dismissed the thought. "I'm not entirely sure about that," he replied. "Moreover, there might be complications when two people team up. It's crucial to discuss the split beforehand." The civil engineering student responded with an elongated hum, then added, "True, those individuals likely know each other in real life. I'll call a sister over, Zeej. You should experience the feeling of being a boss. All right, go ahead." Moments later, a girl entered the group, her voice sweet and her conversation skills impressive. The civil engineering student instantly perked up and struck up a conversation with her. After another 2 hours of gaming, Xiao Qinze remained an unyielding force. Devoid of any warmth or compliments towards the girl, he felt no connection to her voice, which he found rather average. And her gameplay was surprisingly poor. She frequently obstructed Xiao Qinze's position, which began to annoy him. At 6 in the evening, Xiao Qinze logged off. Mulan messaged him, stating she was almost home. Xiao Qinze changed into different attire, preparing to go downstairs to teach Mulan how to ride an electric scooter. A few minutes later, he arrived at the entrance of the building just as Mulan was entering the community. Upon spotting Xiao Qinze, she approached with a smile and said, "Xiao Qinze, Senior, you seem much more relaxed today." Mulan replied, "I had fewer orders today, and I've become more proficient." "Great. Now, let me teach you how to ride the electric scooter." Hearing this, Mulan glanced at the scooter beside her, her expression tinged with trepidation. "Is it difficult to learn?" Xiao Qinze chuckled. "Senior, rest assured, this is faster than riding a bicycle." Mulan replied, "I can ride a bicycle. I just returned from riding one." Xiao Qinze remarked, "Given this distance, riding a bike must be quite exhausting, especially with an uphill and a bridge to cross. However, knowing how to ride a bike will make learning this much swifter." Mulan nodded. "All right then." Xiao Qinze pushed the vehicle closer, pointing at the handlebars. "This is the handlebar and the brake. In the middle is the dashboard. You only need to monitor the speed and battery level. We can discuss the rest later. For now, focus on getting on the road. It's like riding a bicycle. Maintain your balance, except you need to pedal. Just twist the throttle. Senior, give it a try." Listening to Xiao Qinze's explanations, Mulan grasped some of the concepts and understood the handlebars and throttle. She mounted the vehicle, placing her hands on the handlebars. Xiao Qinze turned the key and instructed, "Gently twist the throttle, then stabilize your speed and lift your feet up." Mulan cautiously twisted the throttle, and the electric bike began to move slowly, gradually picking up speed. After covering some distance, Mulan instinctively lifted her feet, just like riding a bicycle. Xiao Qinze, observing from the side, was slightly astonished. Mulan was remarkably adept at learning and practical application. However, just as he was contemplating this, the electric bike began to slow down and tilted dangerously to one side. Mulan failed to stabilize it in time. Xiao Qinze's expression shifted to shock. His eyes widened as he lunged forward, reaching out to support the tipping Mulan. It was only then that Mulan managed to steady the electric bike. Both of them exhaled in relief, while Xiao Qinze's heart raced. "I forgot to teach you how to stop, Senior. Thankfully, you remembered to release the throttle. If you had twisted it again, you would have gone flying. Could you let go of me now?" Mulan said, her body stiff and her face slightly flushed. Xiao Qinze responded, perplexed, as he glanced down. His hands were inadvertently resting on Mulan's collarbone and gently cradling her soft waist. The fragrance from her hair enveloped him. "Ah!" Xiao Qinze exclaimed. quickly retracting his hands a meter away. I'm so sorry. I was afraid you would fall. Mulan bit her lip, taking a few deep breaths before replying. It's all right. It happened so suddenly. I should have been more mindful that the electric bike is heavier than a bicycle and should have prepared to lift my feet earlier. This point was crucial. While the electric bike felt light when in motion, once the power diminished, its weight became apparent. For novices, this transition could be disorienting, making it easy to lose control. Xiaoqinze appeared embarrassed, averting his gaze. He rubbed his fingers together, recalling the sensation from moments earlier. Mulan's waist felt incredibly soft, akin to resting on cotton. Moreover, Mulan possessed exquisitely defined collarbones, a quintessentially slender figure resembling that of a delicate vine, yet above, she bore 2 ripe fruits. Xiaoqinze could not help but swallow hard. This marked his first occasion engaging with a girl at such proximity. Aside from the time spent in the car with Mulan, he increasingly comprehended why Peicheng, that old lecher, had such inclinations. Having familiarized herself with parking several times, Mulan then remarked, I'll take a lap to get accustomed. Please don't follow me. Upon hearing those 5 words, Xiaoqinze raised a hand to rub the back of his neck, his expression tinged with embarrassment. Apparently, he had truly offended Mulan. Just as Mulan was about to twist the ignition, she turned and noticed Xiaoqinze's awkward demeanor, instantly realizing his misunderstanding. She hurriedly clarified, No, that is not what I meant. I simply wished to drive a circle alone, just like learning to ride a bicycle. It seemed as though Mulan had more to say, but was reluctant to continue, for no explanation could suitably justify those 5 words. To assert that she was unconcerned about the earlier incident might imply a casualness she did not intend, while to express her discomfort would only place Xiaoqinze in an even more awkward position. Upon hearing Mulan's explanation, Xiaoqinze inexplicably felt a sense of relief. It turned out Mulan harbored no ill feelings towards him regarding the earlier matter. He awkwardly smiled and said, Senior, I understand. Please, go ahead. Mulan nodded, maintaining a serious expression as she maneuvered the electric scooter, taking a couple of laps downstairs, appearing considerably more adept. Learning to ride an electric scooter was not particularly challenging. Especially for someone who could ride a bicycle, it was even simpler. After returning to her starting point, she declared, I think I've got the hang of it. But I'll familiarize myself in the vicinity for a couple more days before embarking on longer journeys. Just as Xiaoqinze's words fell, Mulan's phone rang. Hello? After a 2-minute conversation, she hung up, her entire demeanor radiating joy. Putting away her phone, she smiled at Xiaoqinze and said, The station owner just informed me that whenever I have free time, I can come in for sorting work at 25 an hour. 25? That is quite generous. Xiaoqinze replied, astonished. The part-time wages around Shanghai University typically hovered below 20, and Mulan's previous job at the dried fruit shop had only paid 18. Was the proprietor at the normal university truly that benevolent? Nevertheless, setting aside other considerations, this was undeniably excellent news. Mulan had secured a stable part-time job. Xiaoqinze smiled and congratulated her. Congratulations, senior. How about we celebrate with a meal out? Mulan joked, I'm in an economic crisis. Going out to eat would be a death sentence for my wallet. Hearing her jest, Xiaoqinze sensed that Mulan was genuinely happy. One cannot make jokes when they are truly unhappy. Oh, it's not like we're going for lavish delicacies. I can't afford that either. I know a great noodle shop that serves a delightful dish reminiscent of home. Let me take you to try it. Xiaoqinze replied cheerfully. Mulan indeed did not refuse any longer, nodding in agreement. By the way, where's your home? Chapter 33. Senior. You are quite wonderful. My home is in the north, in Enyang City. Mulan pondered for a moment and replied, I haven't heard of it. But the name sounds quite elegant. Xiaoqinze chuckled, it's a small place. Senior, you drive. It's a good opportunity for you to familiarize yourself. Upon hearing this, Mulan's eyes involuntarily flickered with a hint of panic. I can drive. Yes, it's perfect for you to get accustomed to it. Mulan hesitated. But I've never driven with passengers before. Xiaoqinze waved his hand casually. Don't worry, driving with passengers lowers the center of gravity, making it more stable than driving alone. I can serve as a second support in the back seat. Your bag won't topple over. Xiaoqinze, standing over 1.8 meters tall, could easily stretch his legs and touch the ground. Mulan was amused by the idea of him being a second support and ultimately replied, All right then. After Xiaoqinze locked the door, he descended the stairs and swung one leg over the back seat. Mulan turned her head slightly, puzzled. Aren't you going to sit sideways? Xiaoqin's lips twitched slightly. Ah, that would look rather effeminate, senior. Mulan's lips curled into a subtle smile, and she playfully remarked, Is there no place to put your feet? At her words, Xiaoqin's realized he had been teased by Mulan. Ah ha ha. It seems Mulan is in quite a good mood today. After that, Mulan ceased her banter, turned on the ignition, and the electric vehicle carried the two of them slowly out of the neighborhood. However, shortly after exiting the community, Xiaoqin's began to feel a bit awkward. Mulan's figure was rather too model-like. Sitting upright like this was truly a test of endurance. Xiaoqin's leaned back, muttering a calming mantra to himself. About 10 minutes later, Mulan stopped at a noodle shop near the school. After parking, she let out a gentle sigh of relief, stating, My wrist feels a bit sore. Xiaoqin's cleared his throat a couple of times to ease his nerves, then said, Senior, you were too tense. Once you get the hang of it, it'll be quite easy. Let us go. I haven't been here in a long time. Mulan followed Xiaoqin's inside. Since it was past the prime dining hour, there were hardly any patrons. The shop was not large, with only 5 or 6 simple tables, but it was quite tidy. Senior, what would you like to eat? I recommend the lamb braised noodles. Mulan nodded. Then I'll have the lamb braised noodles. Xiaoqin's then called out, Boss. 2 bowls of lamb braised noodles, one with an extra 3 portions of noodles. Coming right up, the two found a spot to sit, and Xiaoqin's fetched a bottle of drink, pouring 2 glasses. Senior, where are you from? Mulan looked at Xiaoqin's and smiled gently. I'm a local from Shanghai. You're from Shanghai? Xiaoqin's exclaimed in surprise. He had assumed Mulan was from another place studying in Shanghai, only to discover she was a local. It seemed that the dynamics of exclusion and isolation among roommates had little to do with regional origins. It was more about financial status. The smile on Mulan's face slightly faded, and with a hint of self-deprecation, she remarked, Am I perhaps the least typical local of Shanghai? Xiaoqin's, fully understanding her sentiment, pondered for a moment before responding in a solemn tone. Every place is home to a myriad of personalities. Those who are wealthy and powerful are not necessarily noble, while those who navigate the mundane are not inherently vile. You, Senior, are quite admirable. Upon hearing this, Mulan paused, her hand holding the cup suddenly stilled, and she looked at Xiaoqin's with a hint of astonishment. The two exchanged glances for several seconds before both broke into gentle smiles. Mulan earnestly replied, Xiaoqin's, you are also quite admirable. At that moment, the boss approached with a large bowl of noodles and placed it on the table. This bowl contains no noodles, Xiaoqin's remarked. Give it to her. The boss pushed the bowl in front of Mulan. She stared wide-eyed at the bowl before her. It was only after the boss departed that she could not contain her astonishment, exclaiming, Is this a bowl of noodles? This is clearly a basin. Xiaoqin's chuckled at the incredulous expression on Mulan's face, finally avenging himself for her earlier teasing. This is what a bowl looks like in the north, he stated. Is this a bowl? This is nearly the size of a pot at home. Mulan frowned in disbelief. Xiaoqin's laughed heartily, relishing the moment. Senior, this is the standard serving of noodles in the north. Do not let it go to waste. Mulan's expression turned sour. This 15 yuan bowl of noodles was enough for 2 meals, and she wondered how she could possibly finish it. Meanwhile, Xiaoqin's was laughing heartily. Mulan pouted slightly, casting him a reproachful yet playful glance. Shortly thereafter, the boss returned with another identical basin, this time piled even higher with noodles. Mulan was once again left speechless. The quantity was astonishing. Could anyone truly finish it? Yet, it seemed she had underestimated the capacity of northern diners. Xiaoqin's devoured mouthful after mouthful, and before long, only broth remained in the basin. Meanwhile, Mulan still had nearly half a basin of noodles left, and despite this, she felt quite full. I truly cannot eat any more, she declared. Xiaoqin's, glancing at the satisfied Mulan, chuckled. If you cannot eat any more, then do not force yourself. Mulan set down her chopsticks and reclined her back against the chair. Just then, the boss interjected, Young lady, our establishment has a rule. You cannot leave more than 100 grams of food. Startled, Mulan replied, But I still have nearly half a bowl left. Hearing this, Xiaoqin's turned to the boss. When did this regulation come into effect? It wasn't in place the last time I visited. The boss grinned mysteriously and said, It was just established 2 days ago, and we haven't even posted the notice yet. If you leave too much, you must pay half the price. Mulan's eyes widened in shock. What? I have to pay? But I really cannot eat any more. Can I take it to go? The boss chuckled lightly, raising an eyebrow at Xiaoqin's. How can noodles be packed to go? If you cannot finish them, perhaps your boyfriend can help, as long as nothing is left behind. At this, Mulan panicked. No, we are not a couple. Xiao Qinze also chuckled, recognizing the boss's flamboyant nature, clearly intending to tease them. Upon hearing Mulan's words, the boss waved his hand dismissively, stating, then just pay up. Just as Mulan was caught in a dilemma, her phone suddenly rang. Hello, Rui, what is the matter? I'm furious. That despicable Pei Cheng. Mulan held the phone away from her ear, frowning slightly. Why was Tong Rui at odds with Pei Cheng again? Rui? What exactly happened? The campus wall. With that, Tong Rui abruptly ended the call. As Mulan prepared to check the campus wall, Xiao Qinze furrowed his brow at his phone, exclaiming, what is this guy up to? It's all about wishing lovers a happy union. Hearing this, Mulan looked at Xiao Qinze in confusion. What does that even mean? What transpired between Pei Cheng and Tong Rui? Chapter 34. The old grass consumes the tender cow. Xiao Qinze dismissed his phone and then grabbed Mulan's bowl, devouring the remaining noodles with gusto. Hey, I've already eaten. Mulan protested, her petite hands tapping the table anxiously. Yet, Xiao Qinze appeared quite intent, finishing Mulan's leftovers in just a few bites. After all, one shouldn't pass up such a bargain, especially when one could enjoy a generous portion of noodles for free. Observing this, the boss emerged from behind the counter, placing 2 bottles of drinks on the table with keen interest. Northern boys can eat and work well. You have good taste. No, that's not. Mulan waved her hands in protest. The boss shrugged and smiled. Apologies, I just thought you two looked good together. Noodles at a discount. Drinks on the house. With that, he returned to the counter, ignoring Mulan's protests. She sighed in resignation. Xiao Qinze dabbed at the corners of his mouth with a napkin and remarked, wasting money, senior. We should leave. Something big is about to happen. Let us check the school playground. Mulan's thoughts returned to the present as she inquired, what are we going to do at the playground? Xiao Qinze grinned. Just take a look at the photos on the campus wall. He then scanned to pay, grabbed the drinks, and stood up. Mulan fiddled with her phone and followed suit. Boss, we're leaving. The boss raised a hand, smiling. Take care. Next time, order the couple set for a discount. Thank you, boss. Mulan nearly stumbled, almost dropping her bag. If the boss was right, they would indeed need a separate table for their wedding. Once outside, Xiao Qinze reassured Mulan, don't mind him. The boss is a bit eccentric, but quite genuine. Xiao Qinze wasn't wrong. Those 2 bottles of drinks were 5 yuan each, plus the discount. Altogether, their meal cost just 14 yuan for 2 large bowls of noodles. Such value was hard to find in Shanghai. Upon hearing this, Mulan seemed somewhat conflicted, her voice elongated. I wasn't bothered. Xiao Qinze smiled, that's good. Let us go? Xiao Qinze did not delve deeply into his boss's matchmaking intentions. He felt that, at present, he was utterly alone, which rendered him ill-equipped to pursue a romantic interest, let alone someone as exceptional as Mulan. Senior, I'll drive, he declared as they departed together. Moments later, Xiao Qinze parked near the entrance of the playground. Lifting his gaze, he immediately noticed a crowd gathered on the field. With a resigned sigh, he remarked, what on earth is this fellow up to? Has he made an enemy of Senior Tong Rui? Mulan, equally exasperated, realized that Tong Rui must be infuriated, likely wishing to exact revenge on Pei Cheng. They hurried towards the throng of people, and upon reaching the center, they spotted Pei Cheng parading a luminous sign across the grass. The 5 words emblazoned on it were particularly striking. Tong Rui, I'm sorry. As they approached, a booming voice emanated from Pei Cheng's phone. With an air of confidence, he circled the grass, while onlookers speculated wildly. He must have upset his girlfriend. Wouldn't it be better to just say I love you? Isn't Tong Rui from the prestigious gold science major? He looks like a freshman or sophomore. Wow, this is sensational. An older guy pursuing a younger girl. Oh, the meat is still tender and delicious. Xiao Qinze and Mulan exchanged glances, both feeling a mix of disbelief and annoyance. It was abundantly clear that Pei Cheng was aiming to embarrass Tong Rui. Xiao Qinze shook his head, regretting not having deterred Pei Cheng back in the cafeteria. He had not anticipated such a spectacle. Now, Tong Rui had little choice but to seethe in silence, as Pei Cheng's public apology would seemingly erase their grievances. Ironically, Tong Rui's angry words had backfired. Xiao Qinze approached Pei Cheng and said, Hey, are you even thinking straight? What are you doing? Tong Rui won't let you off easily. Pei Cheng set down the sign, plopped onto the grass, and grinned smugly. This time, I'll make that she-wolf taste a bitter defeat. She has taken so many of my snack funds. I must take my revenge. Xiao Qinze countered, you truly don't grasp that sometimes one must concede a little, even if one is in the wrong. At that moment, a voice rang out nearby. Rui, you're here too? Upon hearing this, Pei Qing craned his neck and spotted Tong Rui storming towards him, fury radiating from her. Pei Cheng, Tong Rui bellowed, as if awakening him from a trance. He sprang to his feet, flinging the sign aside, and bolted toward the playground exit. Stop right there. I'm going to kill you. Tong Rui's voice was sharp and piercing. Hey Rui, Mulan called out, struggling to restrain Tong Rui. In a flash, they were in a chase, racing toward the playground exit. You scoundrel Pei Qing, you said all grievances would be resolved. I'll resolve you, she exclaimed, indignation evident in her every word. Let us see if your 2 legs can surpass my 2 wheels. Farewell. With that, Pei Qing hopped onto his electric scooter and revved the throttle, speeding away. However, after covering a short distance, he encountered another electric scooter racing towards him at the same velocity. Pei Qing urgently shouted, Hey, brother, left or right? Bang, crash, boom. As Tong Rui, who had chased after him, witnessed the horrific scene, her anger was abruptly replaced by fear. Xiao Qinze, Mulan, and a crowd of onlookers on the playground stared in terror at the entrance. This was truly a grave situation. An hour later, in the ward of the first affiliated hospital of traditional Chinese medicine, Pei Cheng, with a bandage wrapped around his head, slowly opened his eyes, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. Ugh, Xiao Qinze remarked, observing the unfortunate soul awaken. He approached and inquired, How do you feel? Beside him, Mulan and Tong Rui remained silent. Pei Qing furrowed his brows, closing his eyes as he queried, What happened to me? What happened? You collided head-on with someone. Xiao Qinze replied, You're lucky. If your head had hit the ground just 2 centimeters earlier, you would be on your way to the afterlife. It then dawned on Pei Qing. Ah, right, I crashed. However, as soon as he spoke, confusion crept in. Wait, I remembered directing the maneuver. He went left, I went right. That is correct, isn't it? Shouldn't it have been him going right and me going left? Xiao Qinze, Mulan, and Tong Rui exchanged glances, incredulous. Have you lost your mind? If you both went head-on, and he veered left while you veered right, it would inevitably lead to a collision, Xiao Qinze exclaimed. Pei Qing's eyes widened in realization, and he responded, Then it must be him going right and me going left. Mulan and Tong Rui nearly fainted. Clearly, Pei Qing had suffered a mild concussion, or perhaps he had always been a touch oblivious. Xiao Qinze found himself at a loss for words, struggling to fathom how Pei Qing could have collided with another individual, one who was also a carbon-based life form. One dared to direct, while the other dared to comply. Tong Rui gazed intently at Pei Qing, her desire to tease him evaporating, especially upon learning from the doctor that he had sustained a mild concussion, along with a slight fracture and strain in his arm. Despite her disdain for Pei Qing, she never wished for him to endure such a fate. At that moment, hurried and chaotic footsteps echoed from outside. Chapter 35. Mulan, he is an orphan. The group turned towards the door, where several figures emerged. Song Yin, Shen He, and an unfamiliar middle-aged man, presumably Pei Qing's father, Pei Guosheng. Pei Guosheng rushed over to the bedside, his voice laced with concern. Cheng, what happened? Are you all right? Thankfully, Pei Qing's mind was still clear. Dad, I'm fine. I had a collision. Damn, who dares to crash into my son? The crowd collectively thought, well, it's somewhat your son's fault for giving such reckless directions. Song Yin then asked, Xiao Qinze, what exactly transpired? How did you collide with the business college? Oh. Xiao Qinze was unsure of where to begin. Beside him, Tong Rui shrank her neck, feeling a twinge of guilt. It seemed that the whole situation stemmed from her pursuit of Pei Cheng, leading to subsequent events. At that moment, Pei Cheng addressed Song Yin, saying, Teacher Song, it's nothing serious. I was just driving a bit too fast. When I spotted him, I misdirected my commands. It should have been him on my right and me on the left. Huh. Both Song Yin and Chun He echoed in confusion. What was this talk of left and right? The trio of Xiao Qinze sighed in exasperation. Truly remarkable. Perhaps another cognitive assessment was in order to ensure their minds were intact and not flung away. Chun He interjected, as long as he is unharmed, let him rest. Mr. Pei, what do you think? Pei Guosheng nodded and turned to Pei Cheng, advising, Cheng, take good care of yourself. Once you're better, I will get you a Hummer to drive. You won't get hurt again. Upon hearing this, Chun He felt a wave of embarrassment and quickly replied, Mr. Pei, the school does not permit students to drive motor vehicles to and from school. Then I shall arrange for a dedicated vehicle for my son. They both laughed heartily. While Song Yin and Chun He struggled to maintain their composure. Subsequently, Pei Guoxing took care of the necessary paperwork and fees, and after 2 hours, he received a phone call that required him to depart. Song Yin and Chun He also needed to address the disputes at the business college. The responsibility of looking after Pei Cheng was entrusted to the trio of Xiao Qinze. Mulan glanced at the downcast Tong Rui and then said, "I need to use the restroom." As if startled, Tong Rui quickly stood up and exclaimed, "I'll go too." She hurriedly nudged Mulan toward the exit. Once outside, Tong Rui exhaled in relief and remarked, "I'm glad to have you, Mulan." Mulan furrowed her brow and inquired, "Rui, what is bothering you? You seemed off earlier." With a soft sigh, Tong Rui confessed, "I feel a bit guilty. If I hadn't pursued him, he wouldn't have ended up like this." The doctor just mentioned that he nearly hit his head on the ground. If that had happened, considering the impact of the electric scooter at full speed, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Mulan gently patted Tong Rui's back and reassured her, "Don't overthink it. This isn't your fault. As long as he is okay, that's what matters. He didn't say it was because of you chasing him." After a brief walk outside, the two prepared to return to the hospital room. As they approached the door, they overheard the voices of Xiao Qinze and Pei Cheng from within. "Hey, you really messed up this time. You made the senior feel so exasperated. She was so well-behaved for the last 2 hours." Pei Cheng peeked outside and replied, "Who told her to chase after me? I followed her instructions to the letter." Xiao Qinze let out a derisive laugh and remarked, "You two are indeed natural-born adversaries. Just a glance at each other's legs seems to bind you together. Oh well, given my current state, she should certainly let me off the hook." He turned the conversation to Pei Cheng, who wore a sly grin. "What's the matter? It's not me lying here, so why are you talking about me?" Xiao Qinze frowned. Pei Cheng, increasingly intrigued, said, "You and Senior Mulan, I see you two are inseparable these days. Didn't you just arrive in the same vehicle? One after the other?" Pei Cheng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he raised an eyebrow. Outside, Tong Rui gasped softly, glancing at Mulan, and whispered, "Mulan, you and Xiao Qinze." Mulan hastily waved her hand, saying, No, I just borrowed his electric bike to get to the university's parcel station. It's quite far. There's nothing more to it." Tong Rui chuckled. "Mulan, your explanation seems a bit off." Then, Xiao Qinze interjected Pei Cheng's remarks, replying, "That's not the case. I merely lent my electric bike to Senior Mulan." Pei Cheng teased, "You lent her your bike? Isn't that a chance to get closer and elevate your feelings?" Xiao Qinze gave Pei Cheng a disdainful look. "You think like that, but I don't have the luxury. As a poor student, I am essentially homeless and alone. If I cannot offer her a future, why would I complicate her life?" He shrugged, a hint of self-mockery evident in his demeanor. "Xiaoyi, you seem quite devoted. Why ponder so much? Senior Mulan has such great qualities. Don't you like her at all?" Upon hearing this, both Mulan and Tong Rui outside perked up. Tong Rui noticed Mulan's sudden tension and couldn't help but laugh. When Mulan caught Tong Rui's gaze, her face flushed, and she quickly looked down. In the hospital room, after a moment of contemplation, Xiao Qinze said, "I haven't considered it in that light. In my view, liking someone and being with them entails responsibility. Given my current predicament, what responsibility can I offer?" Pei Cheng clicked his tongue. "Well, Xiaoyi, you're in for a tough time. Your sense of responsibility doesn't guarantee the same from the girl. You might end up being let down." At that moment, Tong Rui outside exclaimed, "Mulan, he is an orphan." Mulan's expression turned vacant for a moment as she furrowed her brow and asked, "Huh? How do you know that?" Tong Rui chuckled awkwardly. "Didn't he just say he is alone?" Mulan replied somewhat exasperated, "That doesn't mean he is an orphan. I feel like he has just had a falling out with his family, similar to my situation." Tong Rui pondered this for a moment, nodding slightly, "I see." Suddenly, her eyes lit up. "Hey, Mulan, doesn't that make you two quite compatible? He is responsible and devoted, and you are a virtuous woman. You both live together. I think it could work." Tong Rui exclaimed excitedly. Mulan, flustered, responded, "What do you mean by me being a virtuous woman? How can it be?" Tong Rui smiled and remarked, "Isn't your situation different? It sounds quite pleasant to others. You two can support each other and resolve your issues regarding marriage. It's a win-win situation." Mulan's eyes narrowed slightly. "What do you mean by not being able to marry? My circumstances are quite different from his. He has a falling out with his family, while I am essentially without one." Mulan's expression darkened instantly. Tong Rui's face also changed abruptly, as if she realized she had misspoken. With an apologetic tone, Tong Rui said, "I'm sorry, Mulan. That wasn't my intention. I merely believe that being together is better than being alone." Mulan gently shook her head. "It's all right, I understand. However, given my situation, it might be better to avoid adding to anyone's troubles." With that, Mulan walked towards the hospital room. Chapter 36. Senior sister is quite delicious. Tong Rui tilted her head, frowning as she murmured, "You two really are cut from the same cloth. Your words are strikingly similar." In truth, after spending more than half a month together, Mulan had to admit that she enjoyed the sense of being cared for. Moreover, she recognized that Xiao Qinze was a good person and felt a certain affection for him. Yet, Mulan found herself unable to overcome the emotional barrier within. Not only was her own life challenging, but she was also burdened with debts that cleared her finances each month. Both she and Xiao Qinze were exceedingly responsible individuals. It was precisely because of this that she could not allow him to share in her hardships. Consequently, her affection had to remain at a mere platonic level. Later, Pei Cheng's aunt arrived at the hospital to care for him, and the three of them returned home. Xiao Qinze escorted Mulan back to the community. But throughout the journey, she seemed preoccupied, remaining silent. Upon reaching the ground floor, Xiao Qinze inquired, "Senior sister, what's wrong? You seem a bit downcast." At his words, Mulan felt as if she had been jolted awake, her gaze snapping to Xiao Qinze. "No, it's nothing. Perhaps I'm just a bit tired. By the way, I'll transfer you the money." Xiao Qinze smiled lightly, saying, "No need, it's just a small amount." However, Mulan still transferred 12 yuan to him, and then turned to say, "Let us go." Xiao Qinze watched her retreating figure, a sense of confusion creeping in, as he suddenly felt a distance between them. What is going on with senior sister? Why does she seem so cold? He quickened his pace to catch up with her. Once home, Mulan went straight to her room, skipping a shower and curling up on her bed. Her exquisite form was highlighted by the contours of her body, the curve of her waist accentuating her silhouette. Tong Rui's earlier words lingered in Mulan's mind, prompting her to confront her feelings. Yet, she found herself unable to leap over that emotional hurdle, plunging her into a state of inner conflict. Ding dong. Mulan's phone lit up. It was a message from Xiao Qinze. "Senior sister, is it about what happened at the noodle shop?" Xiao Qinze was actually inclined to inquire whether his perceived offense towards Mulan during their driving lesson yesterday had caused any discomfort. However, feeling that a direct question might be inappropriate, he opted for a more playful approach instead. Mulan's gaze flickered with surprise for a moment before she responded with two messages. "No, I'm just a bit tired. Remember to review linear algebra. I'll tutor you when you return from your part-time job." Tomorrow, being Tuesday, marked the final day of the National Day holiday, after which the monthly exam for linear algebra would commence on Wednesday. After sending her messages, Mulan fixated on her phone, awaiting Xiao Qinze's reply. After a while, he finally responded, "All right, thank you, senior. Good night." With that, Mulan set her phone aside and casually pulled the quilt over herself. Her mind began to whirl with thoughts. Tong Rui's words had opened up her feelings, rendering her unable to forget the fondness that had taken root. The comforting presence of Xiao Qinze beside her intertwined with her current situation, leaving her in a state of confusion. Moments later, Mulan slowly opened her eyes, murmuring to herself, "What if I missed the chance to extricate myself from this situation? Perhaps I should give it a try?" After pondering for a moment, Mulan shut her eyes once more and soon drifted into slumber. The following morning, at 8 o'clock, Mulan was abruptly awakened by the insistent ringing of her phone. Blinking her sleepy eyes open, she saw a string of numbers on the screen. It was the delivery station owner calling. She quickly answered. The owner informed her that a large batch of packages had arrived that morning and requested her assistance in sorting them. After agreeing, Mulan ended the call, rubbed her fair forehead, and surveyed her surroundings, momentarily bewildered at how she had slept so soundly through the night. She tidied herself up and stepped into the corridor. There was no sound from Xiao Qinze's room, indicating he was likely still asleep. Mulan hurried to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, eating a little for herself before leaving a note for Xiao Qinze and heading out for her part-time job. Approximately 5 minutes later, Xiao Qinze awoke and stepped outside. After yawning, he noticed the breakfast laid out on the table along with the note. He then glanced toward Mulan's room, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. It seemed that Mulan was not upset about the incident from yesterday, as she had even prepared breakfast for him. Xiao Qinze took out his phone and called Mulan. After a few rings, she answered. "Hello, senior. Have you gone to your part-time job? Yes, I just left. Be careful on your bike. Don't rush. All right, remember to eat breakfast. Thank you, senior. After hanging up, Xiaoqinze could discern from Mulan's tone that she bore no ill will. He then set his phone down and began to eat his breakfast, followed by another half-day of gaming practice. The lad studying civil engineering seemed to revel in the attention from the female companion from their last outing, once again coaxing everyone to team up. However, Xiaoqinze felt a twinge of annoyance. The female companion was clearly not of a high caliber. It seemed she had rented an account and displayed a screenshot of a higher rank on the gaming platform. Such a woman would only hinder his shooting speed. After playing for half the day, that civil engineering student seemed to sense the mounting pressure on Xiaoqinze, as it felt akin to carrying two individuals. Previously, encountering high-ranked players among random teammates had been somewhat advantageous. However, after 2 sessions, it became evident that this female companion often fell short of even average players, relying solely on her flirtatious charm to please her clients. At noon, after logging off, Xiaoqinze received a message from the student. Brother Zhe, I'll add an extra 100 to your payment for this session. This girl is indeed quite disappointing. He continued, however, her chatting skills are decent. At least she doesn't use a voice changer. This was indeed true. She could only rely on this advantage. Xiaoqinze understood the student's intention, an extra payment as compensation. He quickly replied, all right, I can manage. It's a bit overwhelming, but within my capabilities. This was a tactic Xiaoqinze had honed, balancing the need to comply with his employer's wishes while demonstrating his own contributions, ensuring that the employer would willingly part with their money. As expected, the civil engineering student promptly responded, awesome, Brother Zhe, I'll make sure to pay you extra in the future. Upon reading the message, Xiaoqinze chuckled softly, unaware of the student's thoughts. Imagine being in the midst of a chaotic battle, only to hear a sweet, melodic voice from a teammate showering you with praise and admiration. What young man wouldn't be flustered? Yet, Xiaoqinze remained unfazed. His sole focus was on earning money. He stretched lazily, standing up and muttering disdainfully, no skills whatsoever. What good is a pretty voice? With that, Xiaoqinze stepped outside to take a stroll and stretch his legs. Upon entering the living room, he had barely settled when he heard the sound of the door opening. Instantly, he straightened up and looked toward the entrance. There stood Mulan, returning from her part-time job. After placing her bag down, she addressed Xiaoqinze with her sweet, gentle voice, smiling softly. You just finished gaming, right? I'll go prepare dinner. What would you like to eat? Xiaoqinze inhaled deeply, captivated by Mulan's voice. It was undeniably soothing, penetrating to the very core. Her natural sweetness and charm stood in stark contrast to the insincere flattery of the previous female companion. The latter's voice evoked images of barmaids, while Mulan's, devoid of her stunning appearance, conjured thoughts of an educated and gracious young lady. The difference was akin to that between the earth and the heavens. There was no comparison. A smile that even a hydraulic press could not flatten appeared on Xiaoqinze's face. Anything is fine. Senior Sister's cooking is always delicious. Huh. No. Senior Sister's cooking is truly delectable. Mulan paused, a hint of surprise crossing her features. Then a gentle smile emerged as she nodded appreciatively. Very well, let us prepare a hearty beef stew with potatoes. Xiaoqinze could only manage a sheepish nod, having momentarily lost his train of thought and let slip an awkward remark. What a delightful senior, always relishing good food. The details of the female protagonist's family background will be revealed in a few chapters, as this serves as the backdrop for redemption, necessitating thorough exposition rather than a cursory mention. In Chapter 37, the senior, naturally beautiful, finds her attire merely enhances her charm. Shortly thereafter, Mulan finished preparing lunch, and the two sat down facing each other with their plates. Xiaoqinze inquired, "How was your day, senior?" Mulan, understanding the question, cast a glance at him with her beautiful eyes and replied, "It was fine. I've grown accustomed to it. Occasionally, there are a lot of deliveries, and 2 students from the normal university are helping with sorting." Upon hearing this, Xiaoqinze's interest was piqued. Is the normal university truly so benevolent? A wage of 25 per hour. It seems they are not merely treated as beasts of burden. How fortunate Mulan is. It appears that hope is never lost. After lunch, Mulan took a brief rest before heading out. Xiaoqinze, not accepting any new orders, pulled out Mulan's linear algebra textbook and began his preparations. This subject was unlike the previous 2, rife with calculations. although he had scored 136 in mathematics during the college entrance examination. A year in his freshman year had led to a complete regression. Now, as he stared at the numbers densely packed in the book, it resembled an ancient script to him. Struggling through 2 arduous hours, he managed to peruse a mere 10 pages. What on earth is this matrix? It may have been manageable in the past, but now, never mind. A true hero never reminisces about past glories. It would be better to wait for the senior to return and consult another book. Setting aside the textbook, he grabbed his mouse and clicked on the icon at the bottom right of the screen. For several hours, Xiaoqinze practiced his marksmanship in a shooting game, amassing a few more points to his 701 hours of playtime. It was not until 6 in the evening that Mulan returned. Xiaoqinze hastily exited the shooting game and stood up to greet her. Mulan was busily arranging items on the dining table, holding a bag in her hands. Spotting Xiaoqinze, she called out, "Come help me for a moment. I've bought roasted duck." Xiaoqinze stepped forward and approached her side, assisting her while asking, "Senior, what made you decide to buy roasted duck?" He recalled that Mulan was not particularly fond of meat, and it was quite a splurge for her. With a smile, Mulan explained, "I received my paycheck today, 400 for a day and a half." Xiaoqinze was slightly taken aback, initially intending to comment on the sum. However, recalling that Mulan had worked a full day and a half, minus the trial shift yesterday morning, it amounted to 16 hours. Who would dare to insinuate that wages do not increase due to a lack of effort? Indeed, Mulan remained indifferent to meat, having filled up after just a few pieces. It seemed as though the roasted duck was intended for Xiaoqinze, who ended up consuming the majority of it. "Senior, I feel a bit guilty. You should eat more as well." Mulan chuckled, saying, "I can only eat this much meat. Perhaps we can disregard what I purchased." She quickly dismissed the notion, "That won't do. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have bought this roasted duck." The reasoning felt somewhat peculiar. After tidying up the remnants, Mulan decided to take a shower. The weather was still rather warm, and after a day of bustling about, she had worked up a bit of sweat. A little over 10 minutes later, Xiaoqinze heard a knock at the door. "Senior, you may come in." Mulan entered, clad in a white nightgown and slippers. Xiaoqinze's eyes widened in surprise. He had never seen her in such attire before. Typically, when she visited his room, she was dressed formally. But this time she appeared so casually in her nightwear. "Senior, is that a new outfit?" Mulan smiled and replied, "I just bought it. What do you think?" Xiaoqinze, being honest, said, "My taste is rather average, so I can't discern much. However, with your natural beauty, any clothing is merely an embellishment." Even in the simplest of garments, Mulan's ethereal beauty and alluring figure would remain striking. Unable to resist, Xiaoqinze's gaze flickered, and he stole another glance. Hearing his words, Mulan felt a slight blush rise within her. "You certainly know how to flatter," Xiaoqinze chuckled. "Please, have a seat." He stood up to offer her a place, taking a seat on a nearby chair himself. As Mulan settled down, a refreshing fragrance wafted towards Xiaoqinze, enveloping him in a delightful aura. "How much have you read?" Mulan inquired. Xiaoqinze sheepishly replied, "About a dozen pages." Mulan furrowed her brow slightly. "Is it that difficult?" "Haha, senior, you are an academic prodigy. I am but a slacker," he retorted. She shrugged and said, "I am not an academic prodigy. I am simply studying for a scholarship." Mulan herself was not keen on arduous studying, but financial necessity compelled her to forego her other interests in pursuit of higher grades. Linear algebra consists mainly of calculations. "Let me fetch the homework problems for you to explain," she said, moving the mouse towards the lower right corner. Xiaoqinze instinctively straightened his posture. Mulan paused, turning to him with a smile. "Are you worried I might click the wrong thing?" Xiaoqinze's expression shifted. "Oh, it seems Mulan is quite pleased after receiving her paycheck today," he thought, caught off guard by her playful banter. With a charming tilt of her head, Mulan casually opened the notification group for Xiaoqinze's class and began sifting through the materials. However, just as she found half of what she was looking for, a prompt from her new friends appeared. Xiaoqinze squinted slightly. "Who could be adding me as a friend? I haven't received such notifications since my freshman year." Mulan promptly clicked on it, revealing a friend request from Ji Ruo, whose profile picture featured a stunning woman. Xiaoqinze curiously remarked, "Who is this person?" Mulan softly inquired, "Could it be a classmate of yours?" "Impossible," Xiaoqinze directly dismissed. "I am practically invisible in class. Who would add me as a friend?" Just as Xiaoqinze pondered this, another message arrived. It was from that civil engineering fellow. Even before he glanced at the message, he deduced its content. for the name belonged to that female companion's online alias. It seemed she had charmed the boss and was attempting to secure a position as his deputy companion. As Mulan opened the message thread, Xiaoqinza couldn't help but chuckle softly. Indeed, the young man had messaged him to recommend this woman as a deputy companion. Mulan turned to Xiaoqinza and said, "You should handle your matters first." As she spoke, she began to rise to give way. However, Xiaoqinza raised his hand to stop her, saying, "Senior, there's no need." Mulan sat back down, looking at him with curiosity. Xiaoqinza continued, "Senior, please accept her request." This woman seemed quite calculating, coaxing the civil engineering fellow to forge connections. Since that young man was his boss, he certainly could not refuse him. Mulan clicked to accept, and immediately, a message popped up. "Hello, Zegu. I'm the previous companion, Zhuo. Let us have the opportunity to take on orders together in the future." The message was accompanied by a heart emoji and what appeared to be a half-body selfie of her. Her face bore a slight youthful charm, exuding a petite allure, though her attire was rather bold, rendering her overall beauty somewhat mediocre. Mulan furrowed her brow at the screen, a myriad of thoughts flooding her mind. What was the intent behind this? Why was she sending a selfie right off the bat? And what was with the heart? Zhuo, was that a female name? Though it could also belong to a male. As Mulan was lost in contemplation, Xiaoqinza stood up and typed a response. "I will consider it." Mulan immediately turned back, bewildered. "Consider it?" Xiaoqinza, unfazed, explained, "It's the female companion that the civil engineering fellow pointed out. She lacks skills and wants to cling to me to form a team for taking orders." "Cling to you? Form a team?" Xiaoqinza elaborated. "It means I would go with her to take on orders, with her serving as my deputy companion, essentially acting as a lure for clients. It's a bit convoluted, but it's not of great importance. I didn't outright refuse because of the civil engineering fellow's standing. Let us not concern ourselves with her, senior." Mulan slowly moved the mouse, switching to the notification group, yet she couldn't shake the feeling that she had inadvertently set a trap for herself. What followed was a rather endearing scene. With her heart filled with doubts, Mulan glanced back at Xiaoqinza, then at the screen, then back at him again. Xiaoqinza's expression stiffened, and he forced a somewhat awkward smile. "Senior, what's wrong? Why do I feel like Senior Mulan is scrutinizing me?" Chapter 38. It seems you are playing hard to get. Mulan turned her head to glance at the screen, scrolling through the chat content with the mouse wheel, and casually inquired, "Why does she want to team up with you? I find it rather intriguing. Isn't it customary for gaming companions to take on their own orders?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoqinza displayed a hint of astonishment. "Senior, you are acquainted with the concept of gaming companions?" Mulan replied, "I was once approached for this while searching for part-time work." "Oh, I see. It might have been the case before. I am not entirely sure. It seems that now the trend is for a primary companion to lead while a secondary one assists. Much like how I, a well-connected player, accompany her. A chatty companion who flatters the boss. In simpler terms, she utilizes her charm and emotional value to captivate the boss, while I fulfill her technical deficiencies. This way, we complement each other and earn money together." Mulan remarked, "Isn't that more lucrative than taking orders by yourself?" After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoqinza responded, "Perhaps. But she would certainly take a cut. The ratio would need to be negotiated, which sounds rather troublesome. I prefer to avoid that. What is the point of guiding a novice? She merely has to chat while she takes a share of the effort I put into the game." At his words, Mulan appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, turning to smile as she said, "The world of gaming companions is indeed quite intricate." "Well, it's manageable," Xiaoqinza replied with a relaxed tone. "By the way, why do you always refer to that person as the civil engineering major? Does he not have a name?" At this, Xiaoqinza could not help but chuckle. "How should I put this? Of course, he has a name. However, it's rather unappealing. Is the name unpleasant?" Xiaoqinza quickly denied. No, it's quite lovely, just notably distinctive. His full name is Ma Tong. He informed me that it was a name chosen by his grandfather in the family genealogy, and his family is engaged in road engineering. It's rather fitting, don't you think? A name that suggests extensive reach and abundant fortune." Upon hearing this, Mulan halted her scrolling, her brows furrowing slightly. "Ma Tong." She hesitated for a moment, as if recalling an object. "Isn't that a homophone for?" "Ah, senior, some things are better left unspoken." Xiaoqinza hastily interjected with a smile. "He absolutely loathes being called by his full name, so I usually refer to him as the civil engineering major." Upon hearing this, Mulan couldn't help but laugh. That name is indeed amusing. However, it seems quite apt for his family's line of work. This implies that they would certainly never allow him to change his name. That must be somewhat distressing. A few minutes later, Mulan had pulled all the linear algebra assignments onto the table. The content was primarily foundational linear algebra, which was quite simple to comprehend. It mainly involved solving systems of linear equations and understanding determinants. Come closer, and I'll explain it to you, Xiao Qinzi said, shifting his chair closer to Mulan. His gaze directed at the linear algebra textbook and the accompanying materials. Xiao Qinzi quickly shook his head. What are you looking at? That is rather inappropriate. It seemed Mulan was indeed being a bit outrageous. Mulan appeared to be considerably smaller in stature than Xiao Qinzi. As she settled down at the table, her two prominent assets were inevitably pressed against the surface. Fortunately, Mulan typically wore loose-fitting attire, which alleviated any potential awkwardness. Unaware of Xiao Qinzi's gaze, she spoke with a hint of seriousness, urging him to listen attentively. The concepts of linear algebra could be quite challenging to grasp. Yet there were only two crucial points to focus on. Given your mathematical foundation, it should pose no difficulty. Xiao Qinzi quickly nodded with a sheepish smile. Subsequently, Mulan elucidated the definitions and her interpretations. Xiao Qinzi demonstrated commendable diligence, mastering 2 sets of assignments in just over an hour. After an additional half-hour of review, Mulan closed the textbook and remarked, "That should suffice. Just remember how to tackle the assignments." She then continued, "There is something I need to discuss with you." "What is it?" Glancing at the date on the computer, Mulan announced, "I have registered for the sports meet, and I would like you to assist me with logistics." "Logistics?" Xiao Qinzi inquired, somewhat puzzled, as typically, logistics for a sports meet would be managed by a designated team from one's class. However, upon reflection, he understood. Even within the class logistics team, participants usually selected their closest friends for such roles before signing up. It seemed that besides Tong Rui, Mulan had no other close companions. "Sister, wouldn't it be more appropriate to ask Sister Tong Rui?" With a tinge of helplessness, Mulan replied. "The training sessions are all in the evening, and Rui has a guitar class to attend. Therefore, I intend to find someone for logistics independently, rather than going through the class logistics team." "That makes sense," Xiao Qinzi conceded, yet he felt a bit conflicted. The logistics role involved responsibilities such as providing water, overseeing participants, and offering post-training massages to help them relax their muscles. He felt it might be inappropriate for him to handle massages, despite the enjoyment it might bring. "Sister, I'm not sure I'm the right fit for this," he expressed hesitantly. Understanding his concerns, Mulan reassured him, "It's nothing to worry about. Aside from being a bit busy on the day of the competition next month, the daily training sessions will last at most half an hour. I've signed up for the 400-meter run, so the training won't take too long. For the massages, you can simply use tools like a foam roller. It's merely a collaboration. There won't be any awkwardness." She then added, "Many girls seek out boys for logistics assistance, as they can be more effective in certain events." "Effective? All right then, I'm on board," Xiao Qinzi acquiesced. The logistics role for the sports meet was officially registered and could earn him extra credits. If Mulan placed well, the credits he could apply for would increase significantly. Currently, his extracurricular credits stood at 0, making this an excellent opportunity to boost his score, especially alongside a celestial senior like Mulan. With a gentle smile, Mulan said, "Great, please send me your student ID, and I will take care of the registration." Xiao Qinzi nodded in agreement, saying, "All right." Subsequently, Mulan elongated her tone with a playful smiling as she remarked, "It feels like you are employing a strategy of feigned indifference." Xiao Qinzi was momentarily bewildered, his mind in a state of confusion. Why was Senior Mulan teasing him so frequently? He scratched the back of his head awkwardly and replied, Not really. I just think it's inappropriate, and besides, I've never done anything like this." Mulan tilted her head adorably, her voice sweet as she said, "That is not important. It's better to have someone familiar handling the logistics. You're the only friend I'm acquainted with." Xiao Qinzi frowned, a sudden image flashing in his mind. Tong Rui, looking at Mulan in shock, blurted out, "Then should I leave?" However, Mulan's intention seemed to imply that Tong Rui needed to attend her guitar class and thus lacked the time. "All right, senior, I'll do my best. But why are you considering participating in the sports meet? I recall you being preoccupied with part-time jobs and not attending any school events." Mulan shook her head slightly, stating, "I usually spend my free time working part-time, rarely participating in activities. If I place in the sports meet, I can instantly fulfill my extracurricular sports credits." The extracurricular credit rules established by Xinghai University encompass several categories, with sports credits being one of them. These credits are primarily earned through regular extracurricular activities and are also a graduation requirement. Failing to meet them results in ineligibility for graduation. After Mulan finished speaking, she looked at Xiao Qinze and inquired, "You probably haven't fulfilled your extracurricular credits either, right?" Xiao Qinze chuckled. "How could I possibly have completed them? I'm still at 0 points." He was constantly occupied with work, leaving no time for those tedious activities. Mulan nodded, her voice melodious as she remarked, "Then I will strive to place in the top 10, and your sports credits can be fully accounted for." Upon hearing Mulan's words, Xiao Qinze felt a sudden rush of surprise and chuckled awkwardly. "Then I'll be relying entirely on you this time, senior." Mulan's smile grew wider as she replied, "Let us work hard together." Chapter 39. Giving this fairy a massage must be quite delightful for him. The next day, Wednesday, the National Day holiday had swiftly passed, ushering in the dreaded return to classes. Xiao Qinze, who had no early classes scheduled, was soon reminded that debts must eventually be repaid. The linear algebra teacher had unceremoniously scheduled an early exam at 8, causing the entire class to grumble in discontent. Xiao Qinze awoke early, feeling utterly exhausted, his eyelids heavy and reluctant to open. After groggily dressing, he shuffled through the hallway towards the innermost room. Moments later, he arrived in the living room, only to be surprised to find Mulan already awake and preparing breakfast. Xiao Qinze gazed at the breakfast spread on the table, exclaiming, "Senior, aren't you supposed to have late classes?" If he himself had no early classes, he would undoubtedly be sleeping until at least 9:30. Mulan slowly rose, replying, "I'm accustomed to waking up early." Subsequently, Mulan cast a weary glance over the listless Xiao Qinze and, with a bemused expression, remarked, "You look as if you've just been infected by a zombie." Xiao Qinze stifled a yawn, his eyes brimming with tears, and replied, "Last night, my mind was consumed by determinants. And who on earth has the audacity to schedule an early class at 8? That detestable linear algebra teacher." Mulan's face softened into a smile of indulgence as she urged, "All right, hurry and have breakfast. Afterward, we must set off for class." As Xiao Qinze made his way toward the dining table, he inquired, "Senior, are you working part-time today?" Mulan responded, "It's not busy over there right now. I'll be heading in for a few hours this afternoon." Xiao Qinze sat down and took a spoonful of congee, commenting, "This part-time job seems far better than working at the nut shop. Higher hourly wage and no need to go every day." Mulan, while scrolling through her phone, replied, "It's decent. The owner of the station mentioned that I present a good image." Both part-time jobs offered 20 per hour, but she was given 25. Xiao Qinze frowned. "Oh, is that so? Is the owner male or female?" "Male." Xiao Qinze chuckled lightly, then remarked, "I knew it. Being beautiful certainly has its advantages. Senior, if I were the owner, I would gladly hire you." Mulan couldn't help but laugh, saying, "All right, but the owner is nearly 40 and has a family." Xiao Qinze shrugged, "That's not how it works. What man doesn't he appreciate beauty? Just because he is married doesn't he mean he is immune to such feelings. He may not show it openly, but inside, he is undoubtedly stirred. Men understand men best, so you should be cautious, senior." Mulan approached the dining table. Her cheeks dimpled with a gentle smile, and teased, Okay, if you were the owner, I would be more than willing to work for you. Now, hurry up and eat, it's almost 8. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qinze suddenly turned his gaze aside, pondering for a moment before looking back at Mulan with utmost seriousness. What is the matter?" Mulan asked, puzzled. Xiao Qinze, with a grave expression, stated, "I don't think I could engage in any inappropriate conduct with you, senior." After saying this, he frowned and nodded earnestly. He then forced himself to suppress a smile and resumed eating. Mulan was momentarily taken aback. After a few seconds, she regained her composure and shot him a glare. Raising her hand, she intended to place it on Xiao Qinze's shoulder, exclaiming, "I." Xiao Qinze quickly recoiled and burst into laughter. Mulan, slightly embarrassed yet feigning annoyance, said, "How dare you tease your senior?" Though she chided him, a flicker of happiness warmed her heart. Setting aside the topic, the distance between her and Xiao Qinze was undeniably narrowing. Their relationship had transformed from that of unfamiliar strangers to relatively close friends. Yet, within Mulan lingered a fondness she had never experienced for any boy before, leaving her uncertain about how to navigate this burgeoning feeling. After a brief moment of contemplation, Mulan playfully admonished, "Hurry and eat, or I shall drive off on my own." "Senior, Your driving speed is such that I could easily catch up on foot. Xiao Qinjia remarked with a grin as he shrugged his shoulders. Mulan was so exasperated that she couldn't help but laugh. She turned to grab her bag, determined to head out the door. Hey, senior, I was just joking. How can 2 legs possibly outpace 2 wheels? Xiao Qinjia hastily finished the remainder of his breakfast, then picked up his bag, unsure if it contained his books, and followed her. Ultimately, it was Xiao Qinjia who drove Mulan to the finance building. The sight of a girl escorting a boy would undoubtedly attract attention, leaving Mulan in an awkward predicament, struggling to grip the handlebars. After nearly 10 minutes, they arrived at the foot of the finance building. Mulan spoke up. You should head to class. I've asked Rui to join me for self-study. All right. Goodbye, senior, he replied, and they each went off to find their respective classrooms. A moment later, Mulan entered an empty classroom, just as Tong Rui emerged from the opposite corridor, looking somewhat fatigued. Mulan, why are you here at the finance building so early? You don't have a morning class, do you? She inquired. Mulan replied matter-of-factly. I usually wake up this early. Since I have the time, I thought I'd come and study. Tong Rui sighed and followed Mulan into the empty classroom. They found a spot to sit down. With her chin resting on her hands, Tong Rui asked, Have you sorted out logistics for the sports meet? You should post it on the campus wall. I'm sure many people would appreciate the extra points. Mulan nodded. Yes, I've arranged it with Xiao Qinjia. Wait. What? Xiao Qinjia. Tong Rui's sudden shift in demeanor startled Mulan. Tong Rui's eyes widened in surprise. You're working with him? Mulan furrowed her brow in confusion. Is there a problem? Aside from you, he's the only one I'm relatively familiar with. It's better than enlisting someone I don't know for a blind box. Tong Rui's expression tightened, her gaze darting around. If you're giving this fairy a massage, then he must be quite pleased, she teased, her expression playful. Mulan instantly conjured an image in her mind. Her cheeks slightly flushed. I have a fascia gun, she declared. Tong Rui chuckled. A fascia gun might be a bit too intense for your 400 meters. I'm sure using your hands would feel much better. Mulan quickly silenced Tong Rui, gesturing for her to stop. Tong Rui regarded her with a knowing look. Raising an eyebrow, Mulan shot her a glance of exasperation, then decided to let it go. Tong Rui leaned in closer, asking, So Mulan, how are things between you two? What stage are you at in your strategy? What? What strategy? Mulan exclaimed, her face a picture of panic. Tong Rui waved her hands dismissively, a smirk on her face. Oh, come on, everyone knows you two are constantly together. Tong Rui scoffed lightly, those roommates of yours. The other day, when Pei Qing crashed outside the playground, he saw you and Xiao Qinjia sharing a car. Long before, rumors circulated in the class about you and the charming Xiao Qinjia, uttered in rather unflattering terms. Tong Rui remarked, a grimace playing on her lips. Her eyes filled with disdain. The likes of Mulan were entirely oblivious to this, as she had scarcely spent any time at school outside of class. Disgust welled up within Mulan, and she replied, They have always behaved this way. I prefer to ignore them. Tong Rui, with a fierce sense of justice, retorted, Mulan, your kindness and grace are your downfall. You resemble a celestial being, and the other girls in class are undoubtedly envious of you. Now that you are seen with Xiao Qinjia, they will certainly seize this opportunity to spread rumors. Suddenly, Tong Rui shifted her tone, her gaze fixed on Mulan. By the way, Mulan, what reaction do you wish to provoke from him? After a moment's hesitation, Mulan playfully nudged Tong Rui. Honestly, you are such a gossip. Tong Rui leaned closer, wrapping her arms around Mulan's, her cheeks brushing against Mulan's snow-white neck. I'm just concerned about your romantic life. I fear you may end up marrying me if you remain single. No sooner had Tong Rui finished speaking than an unexpected noise broke the air. Both girls turned towards the door to see Pei Chung, his arm encased in a cast, half-turned, glancing at them. Pei Chung swallowed hard and forced a smile, saying, Please. Continue. I just arrived and have seen nothing. Pei Chung. Tong Rui erupted in indignation. Pei Chung had merely sought a proxy to take an exam, intending to find an empty classroom to play on his phone until class ended. However, upon entering, he was struck by the intimate scene between Tong Rui and Mulan. As if hit by lightning, instead of indulging in gossip or curiosity, his instinct was to escape quietly, regardless of the truth behind the rumors. Tong Rui would undoubtedly seek to silence him. Hearing her furious shout, Pei Qing quickly took off. Tong Rui stood up. her anger boiling over as she contemplated how many versions of this incident Pei Chung would spread. Mulan, rising to restrain her furious friend, said, "Calm down. You've already decided to let it go. He will surely tell everyone that we are together." Mulan's lips twitched, her smile somewhat stiff. Surely, he wouldn't dare. He in a cast. With an exasperated sigh, Tong Rui's chest heaved. Why isn't he staying put in the hospital? What is he doing out here? Never mind. I'll warn him later. Then, abruptly shifting her demeanor, she smiled at Mulan. So, Mulan, do tell me. What exactly is going on between you and Xiaoqinza? Please share. Tong Rui's finger continued to poke at Mulan. Mulan sighed softly. I shouldn't have let you bring this up. It's really nothing much. We simply help each other out, watching over one another, and gradually became friends. Tong Rui furrowed her brows and remarked, Just friends, huh? I can see you have some feelings for him. Upon hearing this, Mulan's eyes widened in surprise as she turned to Tong Rui, only to realize something and hurriedly averted her gaze. Unable to contain herself, Tong Rui burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Mulan, you're so honest, you can't hide anything. Your emotions are written all over your face. Mulan bit her lip. Her once pale cheeks now flushed a rosy hue. Tong Rui linked her arm with Mulan's and whispered, So, how far have you progressed in your pursuit? Mulan immediately lost her composure, hastily pulling away and pouting. What do you mean by pursuit? All right, I won't tease you anymore. But I truly meant it. Didn't I mention before that you and Xiaoqinza are quite compatible? You've spent a month together, so you must know each other well by now. Your feelings for him indicate that he at least possesses good character, and he certainly appears tall and handsome. Besides, you two are living together. I think it's quite promising. At this, Mulan glanced sideways at Tong Rui and exclaimed, You think it's promising too? After a moment's hesitation, Tong Rui's face broke into an irrepressible, joyful smile. She then became excited, saying, Yes, of course. So, Mulan, you are interested too. Mulan quickly pressed a finger to Tong Rui's lips, scolding, Keep your voice down. Tong Rui nodded eagerly, her face alight with curiosity. Mulan, feeling helpless yet compelled to be honest, confessed, I do have feelings for him. I only realized it after you mentioned it in the hospital. Tong Rui responded incredulously, Really, Mulan? You needed me to remind you of that? You truly are an innocent fairy who has never interacted with boys, unaware of your own feelings. Mulan pouted, Well, I've never been in a relationship before, and I've been too busy with part-time jobs to focus on such matters. All right then, even a fairy must toil for a few coins in the mortal realm. Tong Rui replied with a shrug. Mulan continued, That night, I considered it. What if I wait until I've repaid my parents, and then it's too late? Tong Rui's face lit up with delight. Wow, how profound and romantic. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and spoke in an exaggeratedly sentimental tone. What if I shed my burdens and become better? Would I still have the chance to pursue the one I like? Perhaps you no longer belong to my world. Mulan abruptly pulled Tong Rui back from her reverie. What are you doing? Tong Rui waved her hand sheepishly, Just expressing my thoughts. You go on. Mulan looked at her oddly before continuing, So I decided to give it a try. Tong Rui's eyes sparkled. Try? How are you going to try? Is it a romantic approach or something more platonic? Mulan instantly felt shy. What do you mean by romantic or platonic? I attempted to engage him in conversation, yet it seemed he was rather unresponsive. Tong Rui let out a long sigh before inquiring, What sort of reaction do you desire from him? Mulan found herself at a loss for words, stammering, Just that kind of reaction. Upon hearing this, Tong Rui frowned. Please clarify. What exactly do you mean by that reaction? Realizing Tong Rui had misunderstood, Mulan hurriedly explained, I want him to know I have feelings for him. Surely he ought to respond in some manner. Tong Rui, slightly relieved, replied, You startled me. I thought you were after something else entirely. Mulan lamented, But how am I supposed to know what he is meant to react to? With a sense of resignation, Mulan questioned, What should I do then? Just say it outright. Tong Rui crossed her arms, forming ends with her hands. You absolutely cannot say it outright. Doing so would likely lead to disaster. You two haven't even progressed to the stage of developing feelings. Even if you were to suddenly take a liking to your beauty, any subsequent fights or arguments would inevitably lead to a breakup. Mulan gasped in shock. What should I do then? Tong Rui cleared her throat, adopting a more authoritative tone. Generally, there are several stages. You began as strangers, but through cohabitation, you evolved into friends. If you wish to be together, the next step is to deepen your connection and cultivate some ambiguity. The ambiguous phase is crucial. Eventually, you'll need to find an opportune moment to confess. This approach has a much higher success rate than your current inclination to be forthright. A flicker of doubt crossed Mulan's eyes as she regarded Tong Rue. Is that how it went in your last relationship? Tong Rue quickly grimaced, responding, I only reached the ambiguous stage. Nothing progressed beyond that. This is merely a framework I gleaned from romance novels, strangers to friends, to ambiguous relationships, to partners, to marriage and children. Mulan blinked her bright eyes, her small hands fidgeting. Children? Marriage? Tong Rue, in exasperation, retorted, what on earth are you thinking? You've only just reached the friend stage. Becoming partners is still quite a ways off. There's also the step of spending the night together at a hotel. Chapter 41. Let him massage you with his hands. Mulan shuddered, her face turning crimson as she quickly interjected, oh my, why do you say everything so openly? Tong Rue frowned slightly, murmuring, what is wrong with that? It's all quite natural. However, we digressed. Mulan, you need to transition into the ambiguous phase now. Mulan earnestly asked, how do I make that transition? Tong Rue felt a wave of dizziness. You don't know how to do this? What a waste of such excellent circumstances. The simplest way is through physical contact, intentionally or unintentionally brushing against his hand. You could also share some playful innuendos that might leave him guessing. Mulan, her expression filled with confusion, murmured, touching hands? Physical contact? Mulan's mind wandered back to her last driving lesson and that time when she ate fruit, recalling the moment when Xiao Chunzi had touched her hand. Was this what they called ambiguity? Yet, at that point, they weren't even friends, were they? Hey, huh. Mulan was jolted back to reality by Tong Rue's exclamation. Tong Rue remarked, you silly girl, what are you thinking? There's no need to plan so meticulously. Didn't he become your logistical support for the sports meet? Mulan stared at Tong Rue with wide, innocent eyes, perplexed. Can this even be elaborated upon? I have no other thoughts on this matter. Tong Rue leaned closer, grinning as she suggested, why not let him massage you with his hands instead of bringing that fascia gun? What? No way. Mulan instinctively protested. Why not? That would be too casual, wouldn't it? We haven't even confirmed our relationship yet, and you're suggesting physical contact. Tong Rue squinted her eyes and tilted her head, saying, Mulan, you truly are an exceptionally conservative girl. Nowadays, it's all about ambiguity, which naturally involves physical contact. Some even take it further. If you close the loop without any physical contact, how can the relationship progress? Mulan turned her head, gazing at the desk before her, and replied, it can't be like that. I won't take your advice. Tong Rue raised an eyebrow and said, all right then, you strategize on your own. However, Mulan, didn't you say you wouldn't add to his troubles? If you end up with him, how will you handle that? Understanding Tong Rue's implication, Mulan pondered for a moment before responding, I suppose I won't tell him. My salary is higher now, so I should be able to pay it back by the end of this semester. This concealment seemed acceptable, not encouraged but understood. Tong Rue shook her head, saying, Mulan, I still feel it's unfair for you. You're such a wonderful person. Why must you have parents like that? Mulan's parents were exceedingly traditional and favored boys over girls. Ironically, Mulan was their first child, and she had never been favored since childhood. Her health and growth were largely attributed to her loving grandmother, who had essentially raised her. All her tuition and expenses were supported by her grandmother. Tragically, however, Mulan's grandmother passed away from a sudden brain hemorrhage after only one semester of Mulan's freshman year. The loss of her only family member was already devastating enough. But her parents, hearing rumors about her grandmother having 30,000 in cash, raised a commotion at the funeral, claiming that Mulan had a close relationship with her grandmother and demanded their share of the inheritance. Since there was no will left by her grandmother, Mulan's parents even caused a scene at her school, insisting that she must hand over the money or they would not let her be. Consequently, Mulan faced ridicule and exclusion from her classmates. She had no choice but to agree to give them the money, leaving her utterly disillusioned with her biological parents. In reality, she was using her hard-earned wages to fill this inexplicable void. In order to prevent further harassment at school and to complete my studies, as well as to fulfill my grandmother's enduring expectations for me to excel academically and reach great heights, I shall disregard those two wretches. Mulan's gaze became vacant, her beautiful eyes veiled with a layer of misty haze. After a moment, she managed a resigned smile, reminiscent of Xiao Chunzi's earlier cold smirk, suffused with disappointment and helplessness. I have only my grandmother. and she shall remain my sole memory." Upon hearing this, Tong Rui glanced at the despondent Mulan, her eyes reflecting a trace of sympathy. "All right, Mulan, let it go. They have promised not to bother you again once the debts are settled." Mulan nodded in agreement, then suddenly smiled, saying, "I had originally intended to invite you to study together, but it seems I've absorbed some other knowledge instead." Tong Rui chimed in, laughing, "It's all knowledge." At 10 in the morning, Xiao Chenze completed his examination. As he exited the classroom, Pei Cheng, still in a cast, approached him. Xiao Chenze turned to look at him. "Goodness, Pei, your resilience is commendable." Pei Cheng retorted irritably, "Get lost. What a dreadful place that hospital is. I can't stand being there for even a moment longer." Xiao Chenze remarked, "But it's only been 2 days. Have you healed enough to be out and about?" Pei Cheng waved his hand dismissively. "No worries, I consulted the doctor. My concussion is fine. I just need a cast for discharge. I can't bear to stay in the hospital any longer." Xiao Chenze scoffed. "Then perhaps you should refrain from speaking ill of the senior. Your injury was a direct result of offending her." Pei Cheng, stubbornly unconvinced, replied, "I refuse to believe it's that mystical. Oh, speaking of which, I just uncovered a shocking secret." Xiao Chenze frowned. "What nonsense are you about to spout now?" Pei Cheng leaned in closer, lowering his voice to share a few words in Xiao Chenze's ear. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chenze immediately challenged him. "You must be fabricating that. Whoever concocts such tales deserves to be cut down to size. You're definitely making this up. Relationships don't typically manifest in that manner among girls." Pei Cheng, eyes wide, protested. "If they have a good relationship, it can happen. If someone like that emerged from my dorm, I wouldn't be able to sleep a wink." Xiao Chenze waved his hand dismissively, "Then hurry back and investigate, Pei. When I tell you something, you don't take it seriously. You're gossiping behind their backs. And I'm the one who should be concerned? Seriously, be cautious. Your Mulan Senior might be led astray. Go on, shed your tears. Get lost. Stop spreading baseless rumors." A dog bites Lu Dongbin, failing to recognize a good heart. Xiao Chenze chose to ignore Pei Cheng's ramblings, recognizing that this fellow had forgotten the pain of his injury too soon. Tong Rui still had not sufficiently dealt with him. In the afternoon, Xiao Chenze continued to manage the game orders for Ma Tong, as usual. However, to his dismay, the female companion had completely ensnared Ma Tong. Previously, she had maintained her aloof demeanor and rarely engaged in conversation. Now she has begun to flirt with herself, her desire to seek favor laid bare upon her countenance. Yet, due to the involvement of Ma Tong, Xiao Chenze cannot afford to confront her directly and must instead indulge her whims. This woman possesses a modicum of cunning. For the past while, Xiao has predominantly been accepting assignments from Ma Tong, and she has discerned that Ma Tong is his major client. By leveraging this connection, the prospect of collaboration may indeed flourish. He must at least consider Ma Tong's reputation and cannot outright reject her, otherwise, her embellishments to Ma Tong could render future dealings exceedingly troublesome. Resignedly, Xiao acknowledges that earning a living often requires one to endure indignities. Ma Tong currently compensates 80 per hour, totaling 400 for half a day. Thus, he resigns himself to the situation for now. Chapter 42. It seems the senior has changed at 7 in the evening, Mulan returned. Xiao Chenze had also concluded an afternoon of torment, seated in the living room, mulling over the matter of the female companion. Upon seeing Mulan enter, he directed his gaze towards her and remarked, "Senior, you're back quite late today." Mulan inhaled deeply before exhaling, setting her satchel down, and replied with a hint of exasperation, "The station's owner insisted on dragging us out for drinks and dinner. However, I'm not fond of alcohol. I only had a bit to eat before returning." Xiao felt a flicker of curiosity at her words. The owner of the part-time job was providing perks? Perhaps he was a wealthy individual seeking to experience life. "Have you eaten?" Mulan inquired. Xiao shook his head, stating, "I was waiting for you to return." With a gentle tone, Mulan said, "I apologize for not informing you in advance." Standing with her legs together, she bore a look of youthful contrition. Xiao felt a momentary sense of awkwardness and offered a bashful smile. "No need to apologize, senior. You are not my caretaker." Mulan nodded slightly, then added, "Let me prepare something for you to eat." "You're free this evening, right?" Xiao asked, "Has training begun?" Mulan confirmed, "Yes. Our free time is quite irregular, so we must seize opportunities whenever they arise." Xiao considered this, since Ma Tong had not mentioned any plans for the evening. He indeed had time. "All right, I'm free." "Good," Mulan responded before heading to the kitchen to cook. Approximately half an hour later, She brought 2 dishes to the dining table for Xiao. Please eat first. I'll go change and prepare some things, she said. Xiao replied, okay, thank you, senior. Mulan left him with a smile as she picked up her satchel and headed to her room. Once inside, Xiao felt a slight itch in his head, as if he were gaining insight. Why did it seem that Mulan was different from before? He sensed a change in her demeanor, particularly towards him, as if she were increasingly attentive, almost treating him like a cherished son. After contemplating this, he concluded that Mulan had always possessed a gentle and amiable nature, and with few friends, he could only consider himself fortunate. Upon returning to her room, Mulan leaned against the door, lost in contemplation, her thoughts bubbling like boiling water. In distress, she mused, how can I be ambiguous? It feels like there's no reason for any contact. Should I just directly say, come touch me? Instantly, she dismissed this peculiar notion, tightly closing her eyes and covering her cheeks with her small hands. That would be far too direct and casual. Forget it, forget it. I should tidy up first. Shaking her disheveled thoughts, Mulan walked towards the wardrobe. Inside, there were 2 sets of sportswear, one she had purchased herself, a form-fitting long outfit, the other, a gift from Tong Rue, consisting of a crop top and shorts that she had only worn once during a badminton match with Tong Rue, which had attracted a throng of lecherous onlookers. Since then, she had never donned it again. Without hesitation, Mulan took out a sports bra and the long sports outfit. The short set was simply too embarrassing. After removing her current clothing and slipping into the sports bra, she suddenly frowned, glancing down at her chest, a sense of uncomfortable constriction washing over her. In surprise, she exclaimed, and then lamented, did it shrink in the wash, or is it just smaller? Although the sports bra was snug, it shouldn't be this uncomfortable. It was either that the bra had shrunk, or perhaps Mulan had grown. With a resigned sigh, she pondered, how can I still be growing in my 3rd year? Running is exhausting, but I can't just push it back. Mulan adjusted herself and put on her outerwear. Shortly after, she changed into her sports shoes and stood up to pull open the drawer of the bedside table. Inside lay the massage gun she had purchased earlier. Just as she was about to retrieve it, she hesitated, crouching down with a conflicted expression. Maybe I forgot to bring it, she thought. However, as soon as the thought crossed her mind, her cheeks flushed. Oh dear. Mulan quickly shoved the drawer closed, only to open it again swiftly and take out the massage gun. Moments later, Mulan stepped out with her shoulder bag in tow. Xiao Qinze had already washed the dishes and changed his clothes, ready to head out. Upon seeing Mulan in her sports attire, his gaze involuntarily shifted towards her. This was only the 2nd time he had seen her in such a snug outfit, her long legs accentuated, making her even more striking than usual. Xiao Qinze inhaled sharply and stood up, saying, Senior, shall we go? Mulan nodded, but as Xiao Qinze turned towards the door, she suddenly called out, wait a moment. Xiao Qinze turned back to look at her. What is it, Senior? Mulan's eyes wandered uncertainly, and then her voice lowered slightly as she asked, how do I look? This was a classic ambiguous line that had suddenly popped into her mind, one that could easily lead to misunderstandings and carried suggestive undertones. However, in her nervousness, she failed to articulate it fully. With this unexpected question, Xiao Qinze appeared somewhat bewildered, asking, what do you mean? How do you look? Mulan quickly brushed her hand over her body and added, this outfit of mine looks quite good. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qinze finally understood Mulan's intention and smiled, saying, it's quite nice, form-fitting and neat, perfect for exercise. Listening to Xiao Qinze's appraisal, Mulan's lips twitched involuntarily. Who asked you to say that? However, from Xiao Qinze's perspective, it could not be said that it accentuated her figure or was particularly eye-catching. Mulan bit her lip, seemingly a bit disappointed, and said, oh, let us go? After descending the stairs, Xiao Qinze brought the electric bicycle and took Mulan away from the community. On the way, he remarked, Senior, you also bought sportswear. Xiao Qinze was not particularly fond of sports, making sportswear a rarity for him. Mulan replied, when I first arrived in my freshman year, I was quite fond of sports and even joined the badminton club. By the way, this coming Saturday and Sunday, the club will be recruiting new members. Could you help me by joining the badminton club to boost our numbers? Boost the numbers? Xiao Qinze asked, puzzled. During his freshman year recruitment, he had no interest in any clubs and thus did not join any. Mulan continued, well, I am the president of the club, and I need to bring at least one new member. But I'm a bit busy, and this matter hasn't been settled yet. Xiao Qinze readily agreed. Sure. I don't mind. Thank you. I used to exercise regularly, but ever since I took on a part-time job, I haven't had much time. I haven't worn my sportswear in ages. Hearing this, Xiao Qinzhe recalled that the last time he saw Mulan in sportswear was about a month ago. He half-jokingly said, "That's still better than me. Aside from physical education class, I hardly ever go to the playground." Mulan chuckled and replied, "Aren't you busy with your own work as well? However, you should still get out and exercise. It's not good for your health to stay inactive for too long." "All right, I'll take your advice. I'll run a couple of laps later," Xiao Qinzhe responded. Chapter 43. Isn't Mulan's figure delightful? A moment later, they parked at the entrance of the playground. The playground is essentially a sanctuary for the nocturnal life of ordinary university students. Sports, strolls, board games, usually bustling with people in the evenings, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Upon reaching the open space on the lawn, Xiao Qinzhe asked, "Senior, what should I do?" Mulan replied, "In a moment. You'll help me time my runs and observe if my running posture is incorrect." Mulan had done her research on this. Proper form is crucial. An improper running posture would expend more energy and affect speed. Running posture? But I don't know what is correct, Xiao Qinzhe said, feeling a bit awkward. Mulan then pulled out her phone and showed him a picture of a series of simple sketches depicting running figures. "Just follow this. There shouldn't be too much deviation. Just focus on the upper body and arm movement." "All right, having a reference is good enough," he replied. "Now, I'll warm up and try running a lap first." After a brief warm-up routine, Mulan began her trial run around the track. Mulan's running posture was remarkably standard, devoid of any discernible flaws. Upon completing a lap, her final time was recorded at 1 minute and 29 seconds. She panted heavily, her ample chest rising and falling with each breath. It seemed evident that she needed to train more, as 1 minute and 29 seconds would hardly secure her a place among the ranks. Xiao Qinzhe remarked, "Senior, that's quite impressive. I recall the 10th place for the women's 400 meters last year was just 1 minute and 27 seconds. With a little casual practice, you could easily catch up." Xiao Qinzhe was genuinely surprised by Mulan's athletic prowess. Her performance in the women's 400 meters was already close to the top 10. With a bit more training, she might very well be vying for a position among the elite, which would undoubtedly enhance his own standing as well. In response, Mulan shot Xiao Qinzhe a quizzical glance and teased, "You don't even like sports, yet you watch women's competitions." "What?" Xiao Qinzhe stammered, taken aback. Mulan chuckled before inquiring, "How was my running form just now?" "Quite standard, though if you could quicken your arm swings a bit, that would be ideal." Mulan raised her arms to demonstrate, and then declared, "Let us do another lap. This time, I'll speed up." As she positioned herself on the track, Xiao Qinzhe shouted, "Go!" and Mulan surged forward. This time, her speed was noticeably greater, and her arm movements more pronounced. In no time, she completed a third of the lap. Xiao Qinzhe glanced at the timer. It read 26 seconds, a significant improvement from before. "Zai, you seem quite invested." Suddenly, Xiao Qinzhe felt a jolt as he turned around. Pei Cheng stood there, chin held high, eyes narrowed as he scrutinized him. "Do you have any idea how frightening you can be?" Pei Cheng chuckled. "You're just too focused, Zai. How about Mulan's figure?" "Quite splendid, I assent it." Upon hearing Pei Cheng's crude remark, Xiao Qinzhe retorted, "Get lost. Who else like you, with your brain in your pants?" Pei Cheng remained unperturbed, instead grinning and teasing. "Come on, Zai, we're all men here. Who doesn't understand these things? Living under the same roof as such a statuesque senior, you truly harbor no affection or intentions." Xiao Qinzhe didn't rush to deny it. Claiming otherwise would be disingenuous. Mulan was indeed wonderful, graceful, and virtuous. Adept in both the parlors and kitchens, an ideal type. Yet in his heart, he could not refer to her with the pedestrian term goddess. She was a celestial being, to be approached with caution. Given his own woeful state, feeling unworthy, he resigned himself to mere thoughts of her. Waving his hand dismissively, Xiao Qinzhe said, "Let it be. I'm self-aware. She is a celestial being, and I don't even qualify as a mere earth deity." Pei Cheng scoffed, "Zai, your sense of responsibility is commendable. But you're too sentimental, always worrying about what a girl might lack. While girls today may be materialistic, there are still those who cherish pure love. Like Senior Mulan, she embodies kindness without any contradictions. Such a good girl doesn't require grand gestures. She will always consider you as well. I observe that Senior Mulan is quite remarkable. Moreover, to be frank, she seems to lack certain advantages you possess." Xiao Qinzhe furrowed his brow and remarked, "How do you know so much, you rascal?" Pei Cheng, seemingly a bit exasperated, replied, "I gleaned it from that mother crocodile." "Oh, Pei Yi, It appears you've struck up a conversation, Xiao Chenza chuckled. Pei Cheng shot him a glare and retorted, "What conversation? I haven't been let off the hook yet." As Pei Cheng finished speaking, Mulan had just completed a lap. Xiao Chenza pressed the timer to pause. With beads of perspiration glistening on her neck, Mulan placed her hands on her hips and took several deep breaths. Upon seeing Pei Cheng, her expression shifted to one of surprise. "Pei Cheng." Pei Cheng raised his other hand in greeting. "Senior Mulan, what brings you to the playground?" Pei Cheng pulled out a sheet of paper on which several lines were inscribed. Xiao Chenza glanced over. "I, Pei Cheng of the Golden Class, solemnly apologize to Tong Rui." The farce of seeking forgiveness on the playground during the National Day holiday was entirely fabricated. "Wow, Pei Yi, this is a genuine letter of contrition." Xiao Chenza couldn't help but laugh. Mulan, too, found the situation somewhat amusing. How had their feud not yet concluded? Hadn't Rui claimed that all grievances were to be forgotten? Pei Cheng plopped down on the grass, scoffing with a cold smile. "There are far too many scoundrels spreading rumors." She demanded that I clarify things on the school wall before returning to the playground, just like last time. Xiao Chenza burst into laughter once more. "Pei Yi, isn't this a case of reaping what you sow?" Mulan shook her head in resignation, unable to fathom the complexities between Pei Cheng and Tong Rui. Mulan approached Xiao Chenza and inquired, "How did it go this time? What was the score?" 1 minute and 28 seconds, Xiao Chenza replied. "It's almost equivalent to the 10th place." Upon hearing this, Mulan seemed somewhat dissatisfied. "All right, I lost a bit of energy in the latter half. Let's call it a day for now. After a short rest, could you help me relax my muscles?" A moment later, Mulan lay on the grass. Her perfectly proportioned pear-shaped figure on display, with a slender waist and curvaceous hips. "There's a fascia gun in my bag. Use that." Xiao Chenza retrieved the fascia gun from his satchel. At that moment, Pei Cheng slightly furrowed his brow and shot an inquisitive glance at Xiao Chenza. "What is going on here?" Mulan explained, "I signed up for the sports meet, and he is my logistics support." "What?" Pei Cheng raised an eyebrow, intrigued as he regarded Xiao Chenza. "What is the issue?" "Logistics support counts for extra points," Xiao Chenza asserted. "If Senior Mulan places, my physical education will be automatically filled, a sure win." Upon hearing this, Mulan glanced back at Xiao Chenza with a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Was he merely seeking extra points? Chapter 44. You wouldn't want to see Mulan distressed, would you? Pei Cheng pointed at Xiao Chenza, reproaching him. "You're secretly coasting, while I'm still at 0 points. Huh, you should find someone for logistics too." Upon concluding his statement, Pei Cheng promptly extracted his phone and dispatched 2 messages to Xiao Chenza. "Say, what a splendid opportunity. Why not seize the moment to pursue what you desire?" Upon reading the message, Xiao Chenza cast a disdainful glance. This fellow truly is a simpleton. Following an intense session with the fascia gun, Mulan felt a slight ache in her calves, her expression tightening as a result. "It's simply because you are too beautiful." Pei Cheng's phone rang. "Hello, what's up?" "I'm at the playground, northwest corner. Senior Mulan is also here." After uttering this, Pei Cheng hung up the phone. Mulan turned to Pei Cheng and inquired, "Is it Rui?" "Yes, she's worried and wants to come check on me." Pei Cheng replied, somewhat irked. Xiao Chenza interjected with a smirk. "She's right to be concerned about you. After all, last time, the campus walls witnessed quite the romance." Pei Cheng, feeling unjustly accused, retorted with wide-eyed indignation. As if anyone would want to end up like that with her, a female crocodile. Suddenly, a furious shout echoed, "Pei Cheng!" All eyes turned towards the source, where Tong Rui stood, fuming about 6 or 7 meters away. "What do you think you'll do if you get the chance?" Xiao Chenza laughed heartily, thoroughly amused. For Tong Rui was undoubtedly Pei Cheng's nemesis. Each time Pei Cheng let slip an ill-advised remark, Tong Rui was quick to catch him. Pei Cheng instinctively recoiled, hastily rising to flee. Contemplating how swiftly this female crocodile had arrived, Mulan quickly stood to restrain Tong Rui, hoping to prevent a confrontation between the two. It had slipped her mind to remind Pei Cheng that Tong Rui's guitar class was conveniently located right at the northwest gate of the school. To reach the playground, one merely needed to enter and walk a couple of streets to arrive at the north gate. The group was still facing the north gate, just a couple of steps away from it. With Mulan guiding Tong Rui to sit down, she glared at Pei Cheng, observing Mulan's presence. Pei Cheng also resumed his seat, curling his lip in a display of disdain. After all, the enmity with Tong Rui had long been established. What was there to fear? Tong Rui huffed coldly and snatched the paper from Pei Cheng's hand, scrutinizing it before returning it. "Hold it properly." Upon witnessing this, Xiaoqinza couldn't help but grin. It was evident that Pei Qing had once again provoked Tong Rui's ire with his antics. The two were indeed a pair of arch-nemeses. Tong Rui returned to sit beside Mulan and remarked, "Mulan, you've already begun training. Typically, one would wait a few days until mid-October for training to commence. So you seem to be ahead of schedule." Mulan smiled and responded, "Neither Xiaoqinza nor I have a fixed schedule, so whenever we find the time, we practice." Tong Rui inquired, "How are your results?" Mulan replied, "Quite well. With a bit of practice, I should be able to secure a good ranking." "That is excellent. Your scores will surely reflect that," Tong Rui remarked, suddenly noticing Xiaoqinza beside her, who was reveling in Pei Qing's misfortune. Suddenly, a mischievous smile spread across Tong Rui's face as she leaned close to Mulan's ear and whispered a couple of sentences. Upon hearing this, Mulan's beautiful autumn-like eyes widened momentarily, and a faint blush graced her pale complexion. "This is too direct," Mulan protested. "What if the other girls act first?" No, Mulan barely managed to respond before Tong Rui interjected, "It's nothing to worry about." With that, she playfully pushed Mulan down onto the grass. As Mulan attempted to resist, Tong Rui plopped down on her back, leaving Mulan unable to fight back. Xiaoqinza, the nearby Xiaoqinza, who had been casting a mocking glance at Pei Qing, turned his attention upon hearing Tong Rui call his name. "Tong Rui, what are you doing?" he asked, bewildered by the sight of Tong Rui sitting on Mulan. With a playful flick of her fingers, Tong Rui replied, "I'm here to help Mulan relax her muscles with a massage." Underneath her, Mulan seemed to have been triggered by the touch, struggling to rise. However, her strength was insufficient. Even though Tong Rui wasn't heavy, Mulan found it difficult to escape. "But you just used a massage gun on her," Xiaoqinza remarked, perplexed. Tong Rui waved her hand dismissively, saying, "The massage gun is too intense. It would be uncomfortable for Mulan. A low-intensity massage is best for a 400-meter run, not a high-powered gun." Hearing this, both Xiaoqinza and Pei Qing exchanged incredulous glances. "Zai, are you really going to take advantage of this situation?" Pei Qing questioned, turning to Xiaoqinza. At that moment, Mulan hurriedly interjected, No, Rui, Tong Rui, quick on the uptake, covered Mulan's soft mouth with her hand. "Shoo," she urged. Mulan was nearly in tears, desperate to protest. With a sly smile, Tong Rui raised an eyebrow and said, "Come here. Let me teach you some massage techniques." Senior, you know how to massage?" Xiaoqinza queried with confusion. Tong Rui waved her hand nonchalantly. "I've learned a bit on my own. I've given my mom back rubs." "Then you should just massage Mulan," Pei Qing suggested. "I wouldn't be appropriate for that." Upon hearing this, Pei Qing raised a finger, wearing an expression of exasperation mixed with disbelief. "How can you refuse such a good opportunity?" Tong Rui frowned. "Why should I? You're supposed to assist Mulan. Besides, my fingers are still sore from playing guitar." Pei Qing suddenly chimed in. "Who plays guitar without fingerpicks?" Tong Rui shot him a fierce look, exclaiming, "You should be quiet. You don't know how wearing fingerpicks affects sound sensitivity." Pei Qing huffed and fell silent. Meanwhile, Mulan struggled again beneath Tong Rui. Having already run a couple of laps, she was beginning to tire, only managing a slight squirm before yielding to fatigue. Tong Rui continued to reason with her. "If I teach you these techniques, you will be able to massage Mulan in the future. The intensity of the fascia gun at this level is quite uncomfortable and detrimental to the muscles. You wouldn't want to see Mulan in distress, would you?" Xiaoqinza, in a fit of frustration, raked his hair, observing Mulan's desperate struggles. He sensed her extreme reluctance. Perhaps it would be best to let it go. "What do you mean, let it go? Come here. Otherwise, I shall post a bounty on him on that certain platform and execute him on the school wall." Tong Rui pointed her small hand accusingly at the gleeful Pei Qing. Pei Qing shivered, straightening his neck. "Hey, why is this my concern? You're such a drama queen." Tong Rui's gaze sharpened as she addressed Pei Qing. "Last time you caused me to sprain my ankle, Teacher Song Yan is still unaware of the reason. Otherwise, you two would have been summoned to write a reflection long ago." Pei Qing was rendered speechless. Indeed, they were fortunate that Mulan and Tong Rui had shown mercy. In the past, Shanghai University had faced criticism due to local students bullying those from outside the region, which tarnished the institution's reputation. Consequently, they introduced a moral education component to extracurricular credits, with a maximum score of 5. Any infractions would result in deductions, and students were expected to find ways to compensate for the loss. Although this could not entirely eradicate such issues, instances had diminished significantly. Had the details of the incident been discussed, both Xiao Qinze and Pei Cheng would have faced significant deductions in moral education and received formal reprimands. Hurry up. I need to get back to the dormitory, urged Tong Rui. Pei Cheng chimed in. All right, Zay, just give a massage. I don't wish to lose any moral education points. Stop being so petty. It's not you who will enjoy it, Tong Rui retorted angrily, her brows furrowing. It was evident that she was being deliberately provocative. However, she had a point. Mulan's exertion during the 400 meters indeed rendered her unsuitable for the fascia gun, especially since it was a large model. Mulan clearly felt discomfort earlier. How could this possibly be acceptable? Chapter 45. Can't you conquer Xiao Chunan? Xiao Qinze conceded. All right then. Tong Rui's eyes brightened, and she hurriedly said, Come over, come over. Xiao Qinze approached Mulan and remarked, Senior Tong Rui, perhaps you should release Senior Mulan now. Tong Rui glanced at Mulan and then displayed a knowing smile. We must care for our competing athletes. It's the duty of the support team. Let her go. With that, Tong Rui released her hold, allowing Mulan to exhale a warm breath, her petite tongue peeking out slightly. Xiao Qinze's lips twitched. There was something peculiar about that statement. He turned to Mulan beneath Tong Rui, asking, Senior, what do you think? Should we proceed or not? Just as Mulan was about to respond, her lips sealed again, seemingly conflicted. Tong Rui confidently declared, Let us proceed. Rest assured, this is a fingertip technique. Not a palm technique. It's done with the pads of the fingers. You won't be at any advantage. After speaking, Tong Rui squinted her eyes at Xiao Qinze. What's wrong? Were you secretly elated just now? Need I say more? Absolutely. Pei Cheng suddenly interjected with a chuckle. If you keep talking, I'll call Teacher Song Nian immediately. Pei Cheng scoffed dismissively, then promptly fell silent. Xiao Qinze awkwardly chuckled and said, Senior, wasn't it you who pressured me into this? Tong Rui ignored his words and pouted, definitely feeling pleased. Mulan, how about you? Mulan hesitated for a few seconds, then spoke softly. The fascia gun is a bit uncomfortable. Before Mulan could finish her sentence, Tong Rui waved her hand dramatically. That is fine. Come on. As she spoke, Tong Rui playfully slapped Mulan's pert backside, causing it to jiggle enticingly. Rui, what are you doing? Mulan's cheeks flushed, unsure if it was from embarrassment or the earlier teasing. Tong Rui smiled with delight, commanding, Get closer. Stretch out your hand. Xiao Qinze complied. Upon seeing Xiao Qinze's hand, Tong Rui's mouth slightly parted in surprise. Wow, why are your fingers so long? Xiao Qinze looked at his own hands in confusion. Pei Cheng, watching Tong Rui with narrowed eyes, disdainfully remarked, My brother is a professional level master. He has broken more keyboards than you've ever seen. This time, Tong Rui didn't engage with Pei Cheng, merely expressing mild astonishment. Is it really that impressive? Xiao Qinze humbly replied, It's just average, enough to get by. Tong Rui nodded. All right then, long fingers are even better. Let us get started. She pointed at Mulan's left calf. Mulan suddenly turned her head, biting her lip tightly, akin to a child about to receive an injection. Xiao Qinze extended his hand forward but quickly felt embarrassed, sensing that it might be inappropriate to invade a senior's personal space. Oh dear, why so shy? Seeing Xiao Qinze hesitate, Tong Rui seized Mulan's calf and presented it to him. Mulan let out a playful protest. Xiao Qinze's palm was filled, his large hand nearly enveloping Mulan's slender calf entirely. The soft sensation spread throughout his palm. Xiao Qinze widened his eyes, although not socially anxious. He had never been in a romantic relationship and had never held a girl's hand before. Are girls' skin really this soft? Mulan's entire body stiffened, feeling as if a needle had pricked her skin. Tong Rui, observing Xiao Qinze's astonished expression, smiled mischievously. Can't even handle Mulan's exquisite figure, Xiao Qinze? Pei Cheng, witnessing the scene, was equally mesmerized. Zai impressive. Tong Rui shot him a cold glance, causing Pei Cheng to lower his head in submission. Subsequently, Tong Rui released Mulan's calf, stating, Learn from this. With that, she placed her 5 fingers on Mulan's calf and began to knead, occasionally gliding slightly towards her thigh. It appears that Tong Rui has indeed acquired some knowledge. After a series of maneuvers, Mulan felt significantly more at ease. All right, that's about it. Now it's your turn. For her upper body and shoulders, Mulan could simply knead them at her leisure. Xiao Qinze acknowledged with a soft O, then mimicked Tong Rui by placing his fingertips on Mulan's other calf. However, Perhaps Xiaoqinza possessed a bit more strength than Tong Rui? Mulan showed a slight reaction, letting out a soft sound. Tong Rui glanced over and, with a shift of her gaze, remarked, "The position is incorrect." "The position is incorrect? You're mistaken. Move a bit higher, don't keep pressing in one spot." Oh, Xiaoqinza responded, gradually shifting upward. "Higher, higher. Move up further." "Not enough." "Higher, higher." Xiaoqinza furrowed his brow, realizing he was nearly reaching her thigh. Meanwhile, Tong Rui remained fixated on Mulan's pert posterior, wearing an expression of excitement. "Move up." The furrow in Xiaoqinza's brow deepened as he thought to himself, "What are you trying to see?" At that moment, Mulan abruptly sprang up, causing Tong Rui to be unceremoniously flung off. "Hey!" Upon standing, Mulan's fair face blushed deeply, extending to her neck. She hurriedly walked over to grab her bag and was ready to exit. So embarrassing. Tong Rui quickly got up to catch up with Mulan. Embracing her closely as she whispered, "Mulan, we were almost successful." "Successful?" Mulan frowned at Tong Rui. Tong Rui, with an awkward smile, replied, "I'm sorry." Mulan shot her an annoyed glance and quietly reprimanded, "I think you're just indulging your curiosity. This is far too obvious. He must think I'm quite casual. Surely he is not enjoying this. Could it be that he is not thrilled?" Tong Rui queried. Mulan jabbed a finger firmly into the soft flesh at Tong Rui's waist, causing her to tense up. "Really, I shouldn't have trusted you. I'd better consider this myself." Meanwhile, Pei Cheng sat down beside Xiaoqinza. Observing Mulan and Tong Rui not far away, he shook his head slightly and remarked, "Zai, it seems you've been played by the opposing strategist." "Strategist?" Xiaoqinza responded, puzzled. Pei Cheng shrugged with a knowing smile, his expression suggesting he saw through everything. "Zai, you truly lack experience." He then lowered his voice, saying, "It's glaringly obvious. That female crocodile is here to assist Senior Mulan in winning you over." "Huh? What nonsense is that?" Xiaoqinza frowned. Pei Cheng continued in a hushed tone, "Senior Mulan certainly likes you, and perhaps she lacks experience. So that super-dominant female hyena is here to help her. Just now, it was obvious she was setting the stage for some flirtation. I suspect that after some time of this ambiguity, the next step will be a confession." Upon hearing that Mulan liked him, Xiaoqinza instantly shot him a disbelieving look. "What are you talking about? You're just making things up." Pei Cheng, exasperated, squinted at him and said, "Zai, are you genuinely naive or just pretending? I've seen enough romantic novels to recognize this pattern. People have allowed you to touch their legs and engage in intimate acts. I must inquire, if you hold no interest in her, what girl would permit such behavior? Engaging in these activities at a bar requires a 4-digit expenditure, and one might as well be treading on a sewing machine. What could possibly motivate her beyond affection? Have you bewitched her?" Chapter 46. The enchanting senior admires me. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqinza appeared somewhat hesitant. Could this truly be the case? He was not excessively self-deprecating, feeling unworthy in any sense. Standing at a height of 185 meters, neither overweight nor underweight, with a handsome countenance, he believed himself quite deserving. Yet, Xiaoqinza felt that these attributes were merely advantageous for courting wealthy women. Lacking the financial means to engage in a romantic relationship, he had long ceased to contemplate love since university, as most young women seemed preoccupied with wealth. Thus, the sudden revelation that a fair and ethereal senior harbored feelings for him left him bewildered, akin to Cao Cao at the Battle of Chibi. Pei Cheng leaned in, his expression dramatically exaggerated, and passionately advised, "You're oblivious. It's practically written on your face. Consider this. Has Senior Mulan exhibited any peculiar behavior towards you recently? An excessive concern for your well-being, affectionate inquiries, playful teasing, and subtle probing?" Xiaoqinza made an effort to recall and realized there was indeed some truth to Pei Cheng's words. Senior Mulan had been unusually attentive to him of late, occasionally teasing and joking. With a resounding clap on Xiaoqinza's shoulder, Pei Cheng exclaimed, "I knew it. You are indeed fortunate, for you have found true love." Xiaoqinza shrugged off Pei Cheng's hand, retorting, "Come now, what could I possibly offer her? Just the cold, hard cash in my account, merely 20,000 or so." Pei Cheng pulled Xiaoqinza closer, raising his voice dramatically. "Oh dear Xiao." This caught the attention of Mulan and Tong Rui, who turned to glance our way. Pei Cheng quickly waved his hands, assuring them, "It's nothing, nothing. Please continue your discussion." The two girls promptly resumed their conversation. Pei Cheng then insisted, "Xiao, a genuinely caring girl would not be swayed by the contents of your wallet. Consider this. If Senior Mulan were materialistic, with her impressive qualifications, why would she engage in this ambiguous entanglement with you? At this, Xiao Qin's eyes widened, visibly moved. He understood that Mulan was certainly not the type to be driven by material gain. Rather, she was a kind and gentle soul. Pei Cheng raised his hands in exasperation, stating, "Furthermore, can you truly claim that 20,000 is a lack of funds? It's not as if you're being asked to provide a betrothal gift. Just don't let a sincere and devoted girl slip through your fingers. You cannot possibly be indifferent towards Senior Mulan." Xiao Qinze found himself swayed by Pei Cheng's words. Money could be earned over time, but if he were to miss the chance with someone truly deserving of his affection, he might never encounter such a person again. After a moment of deep contemplation, he turned to Pei Cheng and remarked, "I suppose I do have a certain fondness for you, but that is merely your assumption. I hope I am not the one indulging in misplaced feelings." Upon hearing this, Pei Cheng's eyes sparkled with newfound enlightenment as he replied, "Ah, exactly. When encountering a benefactor, one should first establish a career. When encountering a kindred spirit, one should first build a family. Rest assured, based on my experience, the odds are overwhelmingly in favor. Allow me to serve as your strategist. Even in the absence of genuine affection, I shall ensure that Pei Cheng wins their heart." Xiao Qinze scoffed. "You've never even engaged in a serious romance yourself, yet you presume to be my advisor." Pei Cheng quickly retorted, "While I may lack personal experience, I have certainly consumed a plethora of films. What on earth are you referring to?" Xiao Qinze's expression shifted to one of disdain. Pei Cheng sheepishly clarified, "Not films, but rather novels and dramas." Xiao Qinze regarded him with a peculiar gaze, scrutinizing him intently. At that moment, not far away, Mulan and Tong Rui concluded their conversation and approached the two. Pei Cheng greeted them with a smile. "Have the two of you devised a strategy for dealing with us?" Mulan appeared taken aback, while Tong Rui shot him a disapproving glance. "Get lost. Stand up and hold your sign properly." Pei Cheng replied with a dismissive expression. 2 hours is quite sufficient. But it hasn't even been an hour. The two adversaries were once again at odds. Mulan observed the situation and said, "If there's nothing else, we shall take our leave." With that, Mulan turned to Xiao Qinze. He gazed into her enchanting eyes, hesitating momentarily before nodding and rising to accompany her back. Tong Rui flashed a friendly smile at Mulan and said, "Well then, goodbye, Mulan. Remember what I told you." "Indeed," Mulan replied. Pei Cheng raised an eyebrow and glanced at Tong Rui, subsequently addressing the now following Xiao Qinze. "Remember what I mentioned too, my friend." Upon hearing this, Tong Rui's expression soured as she shot a sharp glance at Pei Cheng. "What did you tell him? What schemes are you both concocting?" Pei Cheng scoffed, his laughter laced with derision. "Who is concocting schemes? I merely wish to invite my brother for a foot bath or a massage. Is that objectionable to you?" Tong Rui's eyes flashed with irritation, though she felt powerless in this situation. "Not a single decent person among you. Again with the insults?" "A foot bath does not involve you," Pei Cheng retorted. "What did you say? You infuriate me. You scoundrel. Stop right there. I shall infuriate you." Meanwhile, Mulan and Xiao Qinze had already walked a considerable distance. Upon hearing the ruckus behind them, Mulan glanced back and then broke into a gentle smile. They have truly become sworn enemies. Xiao Qinze chuckled. "Indeed, it is often said that one becomes acquainted through conflict. You and I are no different. You once put on quite the spectacle with your handbag." At this, a hint of shyness blossomed within Mulan, her fair cheeks tinged with a delicate flush. Mulan was about to apologize out of habit when suddenly, she recalled Tong Rui's earlier lesson about being delicate and how boys could hardly resist a sweet, coquettish demeanor, except for Sigma males, of course. Taking a moment to mentally prepare herself, she softened her voice. "I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you. Why did you have to be so close to me?" As she stammered through her words, a wave of warmth flushed her cheeks, and her delicate fingers nervously rubbed together. Having had little contact with boys, she was as inexperienced in matters of the heart as a blank canvas, unsure of how to navigate this situation. Nearby, Xiao Qinze felt a tightening in his chest upon hearing Mulan's awkward yet earnest attempt at flirtation. He wasn't oblivious. He could tell she was deliberately trying to be charming, and it appeared to be her first time doing so. It seemed that Pei Cheng's words had struck a chord. Mulan truly had an interest in him. Suddenly, Xiao Qinze's heart swelled with inexplicable excitement. A beautiful, fair, and sweet-natured senior liked him. This wasn't a fantasy of a lovesick gamer on the verge of being dumped. However, Xiao Qinze soon found himself in a predicament. Lacking romantic experience and having had minimal interactions with girls, he was at a loss. He now knew that the enchanting senior had feelings for him and had even acted coyly, yet he was uncertain how to respond. Pei Cheng-han provided any guidance for this situation. Taking a deep breath, his expression tense, he realized he had to speak. Silence was not an option. Thus, he replied, "I was just focused on the map at that time." After a brief pause, he added, "Perhaps it's because you're just too charming, senior." Yet, as he spoke, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. This was becoming painfully awkward. Mulan immediately reacted, turning her head away, a hint of flustered playfulness flickering in her eyes as she fidgeted. Xiao Qinze, still fumbling for words, felt compelled to continue, unable to leave the conversation hanging. Clearing his throat, he awkwardly added, "I couldn't help but be drawn in by you." After uttering those words, his face turned crimson, and he cast his gaze aside, overwhelmed by the embarrassment of his own admission. He thought to himself that he should have just played the fool instead. Thus, both of them, caught in a web of awkward sincerity, fell into silence. After a moment, they arrived at the parking spot for the electric bikes. As Xiao Qinze pulled his bike out, Mulan broke the silence. About what just happened, Xiao Qinze instinctively halted, raising his eyes to meet hers. Mulan quickly turned her head away, but then seemed to realize something and turned back. Yet her gaze remained focused on the ground. Avoiding direct eye contact with Xiao Qinze, as if she were searching for coins on the pavement, the atmosphere between the two appeared to have escalated. Imbued with a vague sense of intimacy, akin to the delicate moment of a paper window being halfway pierced. Observing Mulan's demeanor, Xiao Qinze felt a twinge of excitement within. "Is everything all right? I seem to be benefiting as well." Upon hearing this, Mulan's previously dissipated anxiety surged back. "You're a bit mischievous," Xiao Qinze replied with an awkward chuckle, scratching his head, perhaps due to the recent shift in their relationship. His attention and thoughts shifted more towards Mulan. He had momentarily succumbed to the temptation of teasing her. This was the essence of ambiguity. "Senior, let us get in the car and head home," he suggested. The two of them left together, their faces flushed under the sweltering heat. In the following week, Mulan seemed to gradually acclimate to the subtle, teasing banter that was both intentional and unintentional. Xiao Qinze, in unspoken agreement, adeptly engaged with the ambiguous remarks laden with misunderstandings. They both appeared to revel in this hazy flirtation. The next Sunday, after lunch, Xiao Qinze rode his bicycle, bringing Mulan to the school playground where the clubs were recruiting new members. The recruitment spanned 2 days, Saturday and Sunday. But Mulan had been quite busy during this time. Finally, on Sunday afternoon, she found a moment to accompany Xiao Qinze to register for the badminton club. Upon parking their bike and surveying the playground, they were greeted by a row of tents adorned with various signs and slogans, some of which were rather peculiar, such as supernatural events and mystical creatures. Xiao Qinze scoffed lightly, remarking, "They can form a club for that? A supernatural literature club?" Mulan turned to him and inquired, "Didn't you come for recruitment last year?" With a smile, Xiao Qinze replied, "I did, but I quickly glanced around and found nothing of interest." "Why is the recruitment so late this year?" Mulan asked. "We started at the end of September during our freshman year." She explained, "It depends on specific circumstances, school applications, and coordination among departments. There are many factors, so there is no fixed date." "Ah, I see." They ventured further in, but had yet to spot the badminton club's tent. Just as Mulan was about to make a phone call for inquiries, a figure suddenly darted out beside them. "Hey, ah!" Mulan exclaimed, startled, her body jolting. Turning around, she saw Tong Rui. "Rui, you nearly gave me a heart attack." Tong Rui raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile gracing her lips. "Oh, you seem quite engrossed with the junior." Mulan hurriedly nudged Tong Rui. Feeling the implications were too overt, Xiao Qinze merely chuckled awkwardly, opting to sidestep the blatant tease and greeted Tong Rui. "Senior Tong Rui, what brings you here?" With a smile, Tong Rui responded, "I'm here to join a club as well and lend a hand." However, being a third-year student, her role in recruitment was typically fulfilled by second-year students. Clearly, she was there to support Mulan. Before long, Mulan's call connected. "Hello, Shueshua, where's our tent?" "I brought a newcomer." "Senior Mulan, we're at the southeastern corner." "All right." Mulan promptly ended the call and declared, "Let us go." "The tent is located in the southeast corner. It's quite a distance. No wonder I couldn't find it." Subsequently, the two followed her towards the southeast corner. After a short while, they arrived at the badminton club's tent, where a young man and woman, Zhao Shuo and Xue Xue, both sophomores, were seated. Upon seeing Mulan's arrival, they both greeted her enthusiastically. Senior Mulan. Hello, Senior Mulan. Mulan smiled and waved her hand, approaching them. Xue Xue. Is it just the two of you? Xue Xue replied. We arranged a shift, and this afternoon it's Zhao Shuo and me. Mulan nodded and added. I've brought a newcomer. Could you please register him? At this, Xiao Qinze stepped forward to stand before them. Xue Xue looked up and exclaimed, Wow, you're so tall and handsome. Hearing this, Xiao Qinze felt a sense of gratification. She certainly had a way with words. Then, Xue Xue glanced at Mulan, leaned back slightly to include both of them in her view, and, after a moment of mental processing, excitedly asked, Senior Mulan, is this your boyfriend? Mulan was taken aback, her expression one of disbelief, and she was about to deny it vehemently. However, at that moment, Tong Rui unexpectedly poked her from behind. Mulan quickly pivoted, altering her response. No, not really. At Mulan's words, Tong Rui beamed with satisfaction, nodding vigorously. Finally, it seemed there was a hint of that vibe. Her efforts in teaching had not been in vain. These simple 3 words revealed far too much. Xiao Qinze, of course, could discern the underlying meaning, not really implied something was indeed underway. Nevertheless, he opted for a tacit understanding. Upon hearing Mulan's words, Zhao Shuo and Xue Xue exchanged knowing glances, exclaiming, Oh my, Senior Mulan. Mulan hurriedly interrupted them. All right, please proceed with the registration. Xue Xue, sporting a motherly smile, nodded, Sure, please provide your name, student ID, and phone number. Xiao Qinze wrote everything down, while Mulan swiftly transferred 20 yuan for the club fee. After receiving his membership card, he hastily turned to leave. Tong Rui flashed a mischievous smile at Xiao Qinze before following suit. Xiao Qinze felt a bit awkward. The unspoken tension in the air was rather amusing. Chapter 48. You all don't need to rush. Soon after, the trio wandered around the venue but found no particularly intriguing clubs. As they were about to depart, Mulan turned to Xiao Qinze and inquired, So, did anything catch your interest? There are several new clubs this year. If something piques your curiosity, you might consider joining. Participation in club activities can sometimes earn you extra credits. Xiao Qinze replied, Nothing particularly interests me. My interests are somewhat narrow. Just as Mulan finished speaking, Tong Rui suddenly exclaimed, Hey! Both of them turned to look at her. Tong Rui appeared as if her meridians had been unblocked, slightly excited as she exclaimed, There's a club that you will surely find intriguing. What is it? Asked Xiao Qinze, puzzled. The Gaming and Esports Club. There's such a club? Xiao Qinze immediately expressed his confusion. Tong Rui nodded vigorously. Yes, indeed. Some of the guys have formed it. I happened to overhear the boys in our class talking about it. A few individuals from the computer science department applied for the club this year, and it got approved. However, being a new club, it lacks a solid foundation, and they aren't allocated any venue for recruitment. Therefore, it's quite difficult to find them here. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qinze became genuinely interested. There's even a club for gaming? I must check it out, even if it's just to sample the waters. But without a proper venue, where can we find them? Xiao Qinze then inquired, How can they participate in the recruitment fair without a venue? Mulan also chimed in. Yes, I haven't heard of such a club. Tong Rui waved her hand dismissively. You two need not rush. Rui. Mulan cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Qinze, playfully chiding him. Tong Rui chuckled before continuing. Since it's a club, the school will allocate a venue for their activities. I heard from the boys in class that their venue is on the 4th floor of the comprehensive building. If you wish to join, you should go take a look. Upon hearing this, Mulan turned to Xiao Qinze. Curiosity piqued, Xiao Qinze said, Then let us go take a look. Without further ado, the group exited the playground. Xiao Qinze and Mulan prepared to ride their bicycles to the comprehensive building, but Tong Rui stood frozen in place. You both rode here? Xiao Qinze shrugged, Of course. Why would I walk when I have a bike? What about me? The comprehensive building is quite far from the playground. Tong Rui looked at Mulan with a pitiful expression. Mulan felt conflicted. She didn't want to make Xiao Qinze walk either. Moreover, the bicycle belonged to Xiao Qinze. Then Rui, you can walk. We'll go slowly and accompany you. Tong Rui's mouth dropped open in surprise. Her eyes wide as she pointed at Mulan, seemingly at a loss for words. Mulan, you're driving me crazy, she exclaimed. Xiao Qinze chuckled inwardly. Mulan's words landed like a direct hit, delivered in a calm and gentle tone, so ruthlessly effective. Only because you are so beautiful. The distinctive ringtone of Pei Cheng echoed through the air. Xiaoqinza pulled out his phone. "Hello, what's up?" Pei Cheng replied. "Where are you? Let us head to the comprehensive building together and check out a club." Xiaoqinza pulled the phone away, glancing curiously at Tong Rui. Tong Rui furrowed her brow, silently questioning him. Xiaoqinza then brought the phone closer and said, "The gaming and esports club? Oh, you know about it. I thought you were indifferent. It's organized by some folks from the computer science department. Shouldn't we take a look?" Xiaoqinza beamed at Tong Rui and nodded. Tong Rui, bewildered, murmured, "What does that mean?" Xiaoqinza spoke to Pei Cheng on the phone, saying, "All right, why don't you meet me at the entrance of the playground?" "The playground? What for?" "They have no establishment there." Xiaoqinza replied with a smile, "Come pick me up." "Pick you up? Fine, I'm just passing by." "Great." With that, Xiaoqinza ended the call. Mulan inquired, "What is going on?" Xiaoqinza answered with a smile, "Let us wait for a bit. A friend is joining us." "A friend is a friend, but why were you just looking at me?" Tong Rui asked. As soon as Tong Rui finished speaking, a scooter sped toward them and came to a sudden halt in front of the group. "Pei Cheng." Tong Rui's expression changed instantly. "Mother alligator. Who are you calling a mother alligator?" Seeing this, Xiaoqinza chuckled. "Well, that resolves it. Let us go, senior." Mulan also smiled slightly as she took a seat on the back. The two departed. Watching them leave, Pei Cheng and Tong Rui were both bewildered. "Are you not letting me pick you up?" Pei Cheng asked. "Aren't you waiting for your friend?" Tong Rui retorted. Once Xiaoqinza and Mulan had moved on, the two exchanged glances, instantly understanding each other. Subsequently, they both displayed expressions of disdain in unison. Pei Cheng initially intended to turn and leave, but Tong Rui was, after all, Mulan's close friend. They were both headed to the comprehensive building, and not bringing her along would tarnish Mulan's reputation. He didn't want to appear awkward in front of his good brother. Pei Cheng was quite considerate of his friends. After a few seconds of silence, he impatiently urged, "Get in the car." "You, damn Pei Cheng. If it weren't for Mulan." Tong Rui grumbled, but eventually hopped onto the back seat of Pei Cheng's scooter. She was determined to assist her friend in finding happiness, even if it meant enduring Pei Cheng's annoying presence. Moments later, Xiaoqinza and Mulan arrived at the foot of the comprehensive building. After a while, Pei Cheng and Tong Rui followed suit. "Hey, don't come too close. I maintain my dignity." "What nonsense about maintaining dignity? Look at my fair legs. That's a different matter. Get lost. I enjoy being close to you. Who knows? You might be trying to take advantage of me." "Hey, you mother alligator, don't say that." Smack. "Watch it. I'm driving with one hand. If I flip over, you'll end up in the hospital." Xiaoqinza and Mulan exchanged glances, remarking, "These two are truly destined to be rivals." Mulan chuckled wryly. "I really don't know why they have such animosity. Rui is usually quite generous. It seems they will be at odds for quite some time." Soon, the four of them entered the comprehensive building together. There was no need to head up to the fourth floor, as a conspicuous stall was set up in the lobby. A sign boldly displayed 5 prominent words, "Gaming Esports Club." Beside it, 2 tables housed 2 computers, occupied by 3 burly men, 2 of whom were muscular gym enthusiasts. A slender figure, bespectacled and clearly adept in technology, elicited a chuckle from Pei Cheng. This somewhat resembled the essence of a declining sect. However, Xiaoqinza furrowed his brow, his gaze fixated on one of the trio, the most diminutive among them. As the group approached, it seemed the trio sensed their intent, their previously weary expressions instantly sharpening with alertness. "Join our esports club. Skilled in gaming? Come forth. Unskilled? Join us. Even if you don't play games, you're welcome." The crowd murmured, "Whether skilled or unskilled, that's acceptable. But what's the point of inviting those who don't play games?" It appeared that the esports club had yet to recruit a single member. In Chapter 49, the notion of joining a club based on rank was introduced. One burly boy with a square face enthusiastically exclaimed, "Would you like to take a look at our facilities? I assure you, you will be satisfied." Yet before he could finish, the slender boy beside him interjected, "Zay, is that you?" Upon hearing this, Mulan and the others turned to Xiaoqinza, who suddenly had a realization. "Chao Song, it's truly you." The small figure among the trio was indeed Chao Song, the student from the Institute of Electrical Engineering who had provided Xiaoqinza with the crawling software. Chao Song nodded repeatedly, smiling as he explained, "We impulsively started this club." Mulan and the others exchanged puzzled glances, wondering how the two were acquainted. Noticing the confusion in Mulan's eyes, Xiaoqinza leaned closer to her, preparing to elucidate. Mulan's cheeks flushed, her body instinctively shifting. However, she soon leaned back in compliance. Behind them, Pei-Ching and Tong Rui, the two strategists, wore expressions of maternal satisfaction, sensing that the atmosphere was becoming just right for the next step. Zyakins whispered to Mulan. The software for writing papers that I mentioned last time was installed by him when he came to my dorm. At this, Mulan merely nodded in acknowledgement, her thoughts occupied with the closeness and intimate ambience just shared. Meanwhile, the burly boy inquired, Chao Song, is he your friend? A hint of discomfort crept onto Chao Song's face, quickly replaced by a stiff smile. I originally sought a gaming companion. He added, Zay is from our school's finance department. Upon hearing this, the two fitness enthusiasts nearby furrowed their brows and leaned back in their chairs, their expressions tinged with disdain. A junior? And he calls you bro? Quite the distinction. Standing over 6 feet tall and robust, they appeared unimpressed. Chao Song, feeling a bit put on the spot, attempted to smooth things over. Zay is a sophomore, in the same year as us, but he is an extraordinary sharpshooter in shooting games, earning around 60 to 70 per hour. Really? That impressive? The two exchanged skeptical glances. At that moment, Tong Rui leaned closer to Mulan, whispering, perhaps we should leave. This feels a bit untrustworthy. They resembled bandits. Pei-Chung stepped forward and rapped the table with his good hand. Hey, who do you look down on? My brother is capable of professional level play. The two men exchanged a sneer, their expressions dripping with disdain. Is that for real? Just say it plainly. All three of us are into gunfights, Fearless Covenant, Delta Force. We're tired of mindless killing in online games. We formed this club to participate in collegiate competitions. Although our facade may be modest, we adhere to a principle of quality over quantity. We're not just looking for good looks, Pei-Ching scoffed. I see only the three of you here. With your current state, I wouldn't be surprised if you get expelled from school next year. I'm not even inclined to join. Oh, a plaster worker like you, and we wouldn't want you anyway. The two men shrugged off his remarks with a sense of defiance. Pei-Chung, now irritated, declared, fine then, keep wasting time. I'm leaving. Just as he was about to turn away, Xiaoqinza suddenly interjected, wait a moment. Pei-Chung turned back, casting a sidelong glance at him. Zizha, are we really going to wait for a club like this? Upon hearing this, Xiaoqinza surveyed the trio. Chao Song smiled awkwardly. Xiaoqinza spoke with a grin. After all, they are my clients. Let us give them some respect. Quality over quantity does have its charm. I'll join this club. We can play together if you're interested. However, I maintain my principle of quality over quantity. At this, the two men perked up. The implication was clear. They were being subjected to a test of skill. Pei-Chung, bewildered, asked, Zizha, are you really joining? Xiaoqinza simply replied, I find this somewhat interesting. So why not join? Pei-Chung cast a dismissive glance at the trio, scoffing. The two men, filled with excitement, said, then let us see what you've got. We could use some fun. One of them grasped the mouse and said, let us check the rankings first. I'm Wang Ming, my rank is Mythic 1. The other chimed in, I'm Zhang Zhua, Mythic 2. Come on, let us see what you're made of. The ranking tiers are Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Exceptional, Mythic, and Empowered Spirit, with each tier comprising 3 subdivisions. The Empowered Spirit rank is akin to peak rankings, typically within the top 500. Pei-Ching couldn't help but display his astonishment. His own rank was merely exceptional, and Mythic was already quite a stretch for him. These two actually possessed some skill. Hearing this, Tong Rui couldn't help but ask, what does that mean? Pei-Chung, impatient, glanced at her. Game rank. Tong Rui frowned. Of course I know it's a rank. But which game? Pei-Chung looked at her and inquired, what games have you played? I've only played Honor of Kings. Pei-Chung casually tossed the plaster aside and replied, that's equivalent to several stars in Honor of Kings. Tong Rui looked at Mulan in astonishment. Several stars? That's so high? I've never reached the rank of honor. Mulan had little experience with gaming and was somewhat perplexed. Tong Rui expressed her concerns in a hushed tone. Mulan, it seems to be about rankings. What rank is Xiaoqinza? Surely he can't be far behind them? Upon hearing this, Mulan turned her gaze toward Tong Rui, a flicker of worry glimmering in her eyes. I don't know either. Wang Ming remarked as he addressed Xiaoqinza. Hey, just log into your account. We can also see how you fare in a one-on-one match. With a nonchalant smile, Xiaoqinza replied, all right. He then maneuvered around the table to log into his account beside the two. Observing this, Tong Rui leaned closer to Pei-Ching and inquired, hey, Xiaoqinza can't be worse than them, right? Pei-Ching responded, I'm not entirely sure. The last time we played, he was at Mythic 1. However, Wei Shen mentioned that high rank points are meaningless until you actually play. Pei Cheng had considerable faith in Xiao Chen's abilities. Tong Rui, unable to decipher Pei Cheng's words, quickly took small steps towards Mulan, pulling her around the table to watch from behind. Tong Rui whispered into Mulan's ear, "Mulan, if he loses face later, don't comfort him immediately. Wait until we return." What the? Before Tong Rui could finish her sentence, Wang Ming and Zhang Zhuo suddenly exclaimed. Their faces nearly pressed against the screen. Empowered Battle Soul. What? Pei Cheng also gasped, hurriedly joining them at the screen. What the? You're already in the top 300 for Empowered Battle Soul. Pei Cheng turned to Xiao Chenza in astonishment. Chapter 50. This is our senior from finance, my brother's friend. Xiao Chenza chuckled and said, I just played yesterday. It's nothing special. It's merely rank points. They don't mean much. In Xiao Chenza's eyes, rank points were merely a means to earn money. If it weren't for the need to boost his rank for profit, he would have certainly surpassed that level. Pei Cheng immediately puffed out his chest, raising his chin confidently. Yes, rank points are insignificant. You only know once you play. Come on, who wants to challenge first? Pei Cheng's expression radiated confidence and bravado. Wang Ming and Zhang Zhuo instantly wilted, waving their hands in refusal. No, Zegu is too formidable. I might have spoken too loudly just now. Right. There's no need for a one-on-one. Harmony is key, isn't it? The two showed a commendable level of self-awareness, recognizing the considerable gap in skill. In a match, they would likely be mercilessly defeated, and they preferred to save face, especially with two girls present. Witnessing their sudden change in demeanor, Tong Rui and Mulan exchanged puzzled glances. Tong Rui stepped forward, pulling Pei Cheng aside. What is going on? What do you mean by top 300? Pei Cheng grinned proudly. It's akin to the national ranking in the peak competition of Honor of Kings. Among all players of this game, he ranks in the top 300. With this clarification, Tong Rui and Mulan could finally grasp the concept. In the context of a final examination attended by several million individuals, Xiao Chenza secured a position within the top 300. Tong Rui inhaled sharply, casting a glance towards Xiao Chenza. No wonder Pei Cheng referred to him as a professional-level player. Just moments ago, there were concerns about losing face. Who would have thought it was a complete domination? The distinction between rank and overall server standings is indeed monumental. Meanwhile, Xiao Song slightly shook his head, a smile gracing his lips. You underestimated him, and now you're facing the consequences. He is indeed a remarkable player. Tong Rui's gaze flickered towards the contemplative Mulan, and she shot her a significant look. Subsequently, Mulan, her eyes momentarily dazed, stepped forward to stand beside Xiao Chenza. Upon sensing the enchanting fragrance emanating from her, Xiao Chenza couldn't help but turn his head. Mulan wore a gentle smile, tilting her head to gaze at Xiao Chenza, her soft voice resonating. I didn't realize you were so skilled at gaming. The trio of Wang Ming nearby felt a shiver run down their spines upon hearing her melodious voice, as if an electric current coursed through them, causing them to gasp in astonishment. They had been so engrossed in their competition that they had hardly noticed. This girl was truly ethereal. Such exquisite beauty and a voice so sweet. Was there such a goddess at Shanghai University? As they were lost in admiration, Pei Cheng playfully slapped Zhang Zhuo on the back of the neck. Hey, what are you staring at? This is our senior from the finance department. A close friend of my brother S. Tong Rui, Mulan, and Xiao Chenza all turned their attention to Pei Cheng. Mulan's face flushed with panic, her cheeks aflame. Tong Rui furrowed her brows, pointing her delicate finger at him. Realizing the intensity of their gazes, Pei Cheng quickly corrected himself. I meant my brother's dear friend. Tong Rui and Mulan exhaled in relief. Thankfully, he held it together. It would be far too awkward to lay everything bare in this setting. However, Wang Ming and his companions exchanged knowing glances, their expressions suggesting they understood all too well. Xiao Chenza found this exchange rather exasperating. It would have been better not to mention the dear friend at all. He then turned to the flustered Mulan, who was masking her embarrassment with a gentle smile, and remarked, Gaming is just SOSO, I suppose. Upon hearing Xiao Chenza's words, the four boys, including Pei Cheng, displayed expressions of bemusement. It seemed a tad pretentious, yet he indeed possessed the skill to back it up. With such credentials, if he were to stream live, numerous spectators would undoubtedly flock to witness his prowess. As for making money through gaming, one could easily earn a 4-digit sum in a day's time. Shortly thereafter, Wang Ming and his companions hurriedly added Xiao Qinze as a friend, eager to secure his favor. At that moment, Chao Song suddenly spoke up. Hey, why don't you give the balloon game a try, Zego? Balloon game? Tong Rui and Mulan exchanged puzzled looks. What balloon? However, the boys were well aware. This actually referred to a free game designed to practice shooting skills, colloquially known as the balloon game. Within the confines of the grid shooting game, balloon-like targets sporadically emerge, rewarding players with points for each hit. The faster one shoots, the quicker the balloons appear. After a minute, the final score is calculated, demanding high levels of precision and reflexes, an excellent exercise for honing shooting skills. Pei Cheng, with a disdainful gaze, remarked, "What's wrong? Do you doubt my brother's prowess?" Chao Song immediately clarified, No. I am developing an automatic aiming trajectory package that requires data testing. Zeech, your accuracy is undoubtedly of great reference value. Automatic aiming? Really? Pei Cheng inquired. Chao Song shrugged, seemingly proud, and replied, It's part of it, but I am not the one creating that. I merely write the code. Zyakins was not particularly surprised, as he was aware that the writing software for web crawlers had been developed by Chao Song himself. Chao Song possessed notable talent in computing. Zyakins cheerfully agreed. All right, I'll give it a try. Wang Ming and Zhang Zhua quickly made way for him. Zyakins settled on the right, prompting Zhang Zhua to hurriedly say to Mulan, Sister, you should sit on the left. This young man certainly knew the dynamics at play. Mulan, slightly embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly. Well, Tong Rui immediately urged Mulan to take a seat. Oh, Mulan, you don't know much about games. So this is a perfect opportunity to witness the skills of a gaming master. Tong Rui's words were vivid, but her intentions were more than what met the eye. Zyakins turned to Mulan beside him, smiling gently. Sister, at home, you're always on my right, so I'm a bit unaccustomed now. Huh, at home. Mulan instinctively recalled how, during their tutoring sessions, Zyakins would always sit to her left. However, bringing it up now felt a touch provocative, inviting misunderstandings from others. As she uttered a few words, her lips fell silent, her face flushed with shyness. Nearby, Wang Ming and the others exchanged knowing glances, wearing amused smiles, whispering to one another, Oh my, at home. Are they getting married? It certainly seems so. Could it be for extra credits? Tong Rui gently tapped Mulan's shoulder, leaning in closer, whispering teasingly, At home. Huh? Mulan quickly shook her head, tightly closing her eyes, appearing quite adorable. After this period of playful teasing and subtle probing, Mulan was nearly certain that Zyakins was aware of her feelings. Moreover, he did not seem to reject the flirtation, indicating that he likely harbored some affection for her as well. This realization brought Mulan immense joy, and she became increasingly enamored with their vague romantic tension, often taking the initiative. Chapter 51. You should directly take her out tomorrow. Shortly afterward, Zyakins opened the Steam platform. The four boys, including Pei Cheng, gathered closer behind him. With the game mode and parameters set, Zyakins commenced his play. The screen displayed a minimalist background, with targets randomly appearing in the center, each one shot down in succession. Xiao Qinze intently focused on the screen, his right hand deftly maneuvering the mouse with increasing speed. The display soon became a dazzling blur, as the faster he clicked, the more targets materialized before him. Initially, Wang Ming and his companions struggled to keep up with the action, but as the pace quickened, they found themselves overwhelmed. In the latter half of a minute, the targets began to leave afterimages, causing a wave of dizziness among the group. Tong Rui, an avid gamer, was so taken aback by the rapid pace that she had to step away. Wang Ming leaned over and whispered to Zhang Zhua, This is astonishingly fast. There should only be a maximum of 3 targets appearing simultaneously, yet it seems like there are 9 on the screen. This was due to Xiao Qinze's exceptional speed and precision in his maneuvers. A target would be hit before it had completely vanished, only for another to emerge in its place. Zhang Zhua gasped in astonishment. His reflexes and accuracy are incredible. If I were to face him in a duel, I would be shot the moment I revealed myself. Mulan, watching intently, found her gaze inadvertently drifting towards Xiao Qinze's face. His focused expression while donning headphones exuded an undeniable charm, reminiscent of an esports idol. She became momentarily entranced. As the minute concluded, Xiao Qinze achieved a staggering score of 120,000. Such a feat in reflexes and precision was indicative of a professional level. Wang Ming and Zhang Zhua exchanged glances with Pei Cheng, realizing he had not been exaggerating earlier. Upon sensing their gaze, Pei-Cheng smirked and remarked, "So, what do you think of my brother's skill?" Wang Ming and Zhang Zhuo nodded in agreement, acknowledging his prowess. Impressive, truly remarkable. Removing his headphones, Xiao Chenza turned to see Mulan, who appeared dazed. She flinched slightly, as if startled, and averted her gaze. "Wow, you're incredible," she thought, though the words "so beautiful" lingered unspoken in her mind. For someone as shy as Mulan, being caught lost in admiration was a source of embarrassment. To voice her thoughts again felt daunting. Noticing the subtle flush on Mulan's cheeks, Xiao Chenza refrained from further teasing. Understanding her reserved nature and the potential discomfort that excessive banter might cause, Tong Rui, perceptive to the situation, led Mulan aside. Pei-Cheng, observing the two, eagerly rushed to sit beside Xiao Chenza. "Zai, this is the perfect moment for you to take the plunge. Did you see the way Mulan looked at you? You should ask her out tomorrow." "Out for what?" Xiao Chenza furrowed his brows in confusion. "Ah, not a date. But rather, you could," Pei-Cheng began, but suddenly felt an intense gaze upon him. Turning around, he found Wang Ming, Zhang Zhuo, and Chao Song leaning in, their expressions curious. "What do you mean by could?" Pei-Cheng's expression darkened as he pushed them away. Forget it. Just scram. Hurry up and take care of your own business." The three individuals were instantly enveloped in a profound sense of disappointment. Xiao Chenza rose to inscribe his name, student ID, and contact number, subsequently preparing to scan the code for the club fee. Wang Ming hastily intervened, exclaiming, "Zhe Gu, just let it be. We'll cover it for you. In the future, simply take us along when the opportunity arises, hee." Xiao Chenza responded with a calm smile, tucking away his phone. "All right, let's play together when the chance comes." With that, he turned to Pei-Cheng and suggested, "What about you? You should join as well. One cannot possibly be part of university without joining any clubs. By the third year, recruitment will no longer be an option." Pei-Cheng surveyed Wang Ming and the others, contemplating for a moment before replying, "Then I shall join." However, Wang Ming and Zhang Zhuo remained motionless, their earlier deference to Xiao Chenza completely evaporated. "What is your rank?" Wang Ming half opened his eyes, casting a sidelong glance at Pei-Cheng. Zhang Zhuo chimed in, "We don't take anyone below mythical rank. Any hidden strengths or special abilities would suffice. Our team doesn't nurture the weak." Pei-Cheng glared at them, ready to retaliate with sharp words. "These two brutes. How dare they underestimate me?" Xiao Chenza placed a hand on his shoulder, addressing the duo. "Though my brother Pei-Cheng may not have reached the mythical rank, he possesses a unique ability." "What is it?" "His monthly living expenses are nearly 20,000 yuan. Brother Cheng must join our team." Before Xiao Chenza could finish, Wang Ming and Zhang Zhuo exclaimed in unison, promptly dragging Pei-Cheng to the table. They then executed a series of well-practiced gestures, presenting a pen, standing at attention, and bowing in one fluid motion. 20,000 yuan for living expenses. What a concept. That amounts to around 700 yuan a day, exclaimed one of them, marveling at the fortune. Pei-Cheng lifted his chin and inhaled deeply, feigning a somber demeanor as he sighed and coughed lightly. "I preferred your earlier defiant attitude. How about we revert?" Upon hearing this, the two immediately resumed their earlier postures, brandishing their swords with disdain. Xiao Chenza and Chao Song couldn't help but burst into laughter at the scene. Money truly speaks volumes. Pei-Cheng elegantly pinned his information in the registration book, then turned to them. "You both look rather undernourished. I'll treat you to a nice meal in the city next time. We shall face any challenges ahead." "Brother Cheng," they both shouted in unison. "Yes, indeed," Xiao Chenza remarked with a shake of his head, reflecting on the undeniable advantages of wealth. "Well then, we shall take our leave." Chao Song suggested, "Zhe Gu, aren't you going to check the venue and equipment?" Xiao Chenza chuckled, "Isn't our venue and equipment just a computer? My own laptop suffices." "All right then, we'll create a group chat for further communication." With that, Xiao Chenza and Pei-Cheng exited together. As they passed by Tong Rui and Mulan, it seemed Tong Rui was still offering Mulan strategic advice, speaking animatedly. Pei-Cheng seemed to still carry the remnants of his earlier bravado, casting a sidelong glance and remarking, "Mother Hyena, are you plotting again to deal with my brother?" Tong Rui immediately halted, her icy gaze piercing through, as her petite foot landed a swift kick on Pei-Cheng's calf. "Damn it!" She shot him a glare, then took Mulan's hand, leading her away. However, after taking a few steps, she turned back to face Xiao Chenza. "The keys." Xiao Chenza glanced at Mulan, who responded with a gentle smile, indicating that she would escort Tong Rui home. Xiao Qinzhe returned her smile. Seeing this, Tong Rue expressed her mild annoyance. Oh, enough of your sweet nothings. Xiao Qinzhe awkwardly smiled, retrieving the keys and handing them to Tong Rue. After the two exited the lobby of the complex, Pei Cheng muttered, that scheming crocodile. I must seek my revenge. Xiao Qinzhe approached Pei Cheng, advising, enough, Pei, Tong Rue is destined to be your nemesis. I refuse to believe that. All right, let us make haste. Chapter 52. Senior, you smell delightful. Moments later, Mulan directly dropped Tong Rue off at the dormitory. After stepping out of the car, Tong Rue excitedly exclaimed to Mulan, Mulan, please contemplate what I just said. Xiao Qinzhe's demeanor and response clearly indicate he is aware of your feelings. The 2 weeks of your ambiguous relationship have not been in vain. 2 weeks? Is that considered long? Mulan asked, perplexed. Having never experienced romance, she was unaware of any temporal standards. She merely found this flirtation quite enjoyable, with the occasional veiled sweet nothings and unintentional hand brushes, making it hard to extricate herself. She wished for an additional 2 weeks of such bliss. Tong Rue, somewhat exasperated, replied, oh dear, a normal period of flirtation is typically shorter. After all, there is a natural desire. One tends to become bolder, and the boundaries are swiftly crossed. But you are shy, and he is rather dense, hence the prolonged duration. Mulan lowered her head, her cheeks slightly flushed. What do you mean by that? Tong Rue frowned. You truly are an innocent flower. In this age of desire, relationships are often solidified within a day or two, leading straight to hotels. Hearing Tong Rue's brazen remarks, Mulan was taken aback. Oh, Rue, please refrain from being so explicit. Observing Mulan's blushing and bashful demeanor, Tong Rue couldn't help but smile gleefully. If only I were a boy, I would marry you. Such a wonderful girl. All right, I shall cease. However, the timing is ripe now. It merely requires a date and a confession. Let us break through this barrier. Tong Rue declared confidently, raising her fist. Mulan pondered for a moment. Then a faint smile graced her face as she replied, I shall think it over. Rest assured, as the moment arrives, I shall take charge of you. Farewell. Farewell. At this juncture, Xiao Qinzhe and Pei Cheng are leisurely driving towards the school gate. Ziyi, just now, Senior Mulan's gaze towards you was positively electrifying. Pei Cheng exclaimed excitedly from the back seat. The time has come. You and Senior Mulan are merely a date and a confession away from shattering this ambiguous relationship. Let us seize the day. Pei Cheng patted Xiao Qinzhe's shoulder, passionately delivering his speech. Xiao Qinzhe cast a sidelong glance. Why does it seem you have more confidence than I do? Pei Cheng chuckled lightly and replied, of course. After all, I am a seasoned dandy who has wandered through the realms of romance. You two have been so ambiguous while living under the same roof. It's only because Senior Mulan is shy, and you, like a fool, harbor no ill intentions towards her. Otherwise, you two would have long since crossed that line. Xiao Qinzhe shot him a glare. You love to think about these things. I find our current ambiguous relationship rather delightful. It allows for endless teasing and closeness, yet maintains a sense of distance that intrigues the other. Pei Cheng's lips twitched, clearly at a loss for words. What peculiar taste is this? Xiao Qinzhe retorted, get lost. You know nothing about it. All right, we've arrived at the entrance. You drive off. I've texted Senior Mulan. She'll be here shortly. Xiao Qinzhe promptly exited the vehicle. Pei Cheng moved to the front seat, grasping the steering wheel, and said, Ziyi, you and Senior Mulan cannot remain in this ambiguous state forever. Continuing like this will lead her to doubt your character. What's the deal? Are you merely enjoying the benefits of ambiguity without making any progress? Do you actually like her and want to be in a relationship? This could easily fall apart. Don't mess it up. The timing is perfect. The tension of ambiguity is at its peak. Xiao Qinzhe scratched his head in confusion. Is there such a notion? I shall contemplate it. Primarily, it's not that I've never been on a date. Pei Cheng immediately began to make exaggerated expressions. I'll be there to guide you. Fear not. Xiao Qinzhe questioned directly. Are you even capable? Pei Cheng thumped his chest, assuring, of course. My brother, your lifelong happiness is worth my utmost effort. If not, I'll sacrifice my own kidneys for you. Xiao Qinzhe hastily waved his hands in response. No need for your kidneys. Let me think it over. Just a few minutes after Pei Cheng departed, Senior Mulan arrived at the school gate on her electric scooter. Senior, you've come, he greeted. MHM. Senior Mulan replied as she prepared to dismount. However, Xiao Qinzhe stepped forward to stop her, saying, Senior, please drive me. I'm a bit tired from earlier. Senior Mulan hesitated momentarily, then revealed a tender smile, softly responding, all right. Xiao Chenza felt a surge of joy in his heart and quickly took a seat on the back. Senior Mulan engaged the throttle, and together they departed from the school. On the road, Xiao Chenza's gaze remained fixed on Mulan's impeccably straight back. Her high ponytail cascaded down to her shoulders, and her fair neck, as white as snow, was tantalizingly visible. Due to their height difference, Xiao Chenza's nose hovered just above her ponytail, and a slight tilt of his head would bring him into contact with it. He had first noticed this distance when Mulan had driven him. The fragrant scent emanating from her hair was intoxicating, and combined with her pear-shaped figure, the back seat felt like an alluring potion, leaving Xiao Chenza entranced on several occasions. Fortunately, Mulan's attire was relatively loose. Had she worn tight-fitting jeans, any normal man seated behind would have been overwhelmed by desire. Senior, Mulan turned her head slightly, her ponytail swaying, and a few strands brushed against Xiao Chenza's nose. A gentle, almost delicate voice followed. What is it? Xiao Chenza's lips curled into a smile as he involuntarily expressed his thoughts. Senior, you smell wonderful. A hint of fluster crossed Mulan's beautiful eyes, quickly followed by a torrent of thoughts. He must be intentionally feigning fatigue to have her drive him. Then, he teasingly made suggestive remarks in the back seat, even commenting on her fragrance. Although slightly bashful, Mulan found herself thoroughly enjoying this ambiguous interaction, as it made her feel that someone with a fervent heart was drawing closer to her. Since entering university and following her grandmother's passing, she had often felt empty and lonely. Now, with love and companionship returning to her heart, she found it impossible to reject. Her mind raced as she crafted a few retorts. You don't seem tired at all. Still have the energy to focus on me. Xiao Chenza, prepared with a response, replied without hesitation, Senior, your charm is so captivating that it has energized me. Mulan's eyes widened as she looked ahead, biting her lip in surprise. You're quite the smooth talker. No, I need to up the ante and deliver a bold move. How would you know I smell delightful if you haven't experienced it yourself? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chenza felt a jolt of surprise. Huh, I meant that you smell nice. Not that it tastes good. Yet, he quickly realized that Mulan was playfully teasing him. Taking a deep breath, he leaned forward slightly and asked, Senior, why don't you let me have a taste? Gulp, gulp, gulp. Mulan's face flushed with warmth, akin to water boiling over, her wide eyes and tense expression betraying her bewilderment. Her mind went completely blank, utterly overwhelmed. Such a statement was indeed beyond the bounds of propriety. Even her neck began to flush. Ah, Xiao Chenza suddenly exclaimed from the back seat. As Mulan's mind abruptly activated upon going offline, her eyes widened in astonishment. Suddenly, a child of merely 1 meter in height darted out from behind a parked vehicle by the roadside. In a frantic response, Mulan gripped the brakes tightly, her mouth agape as she inhaled sharply. The force of inertia propelled Xiao Chenza forward, landing him against Mulan's back. One of his strong hands encircled her slender waist, while the other pressed against her thigh. In that moment, they truly experienced the undeniable chemistry between them, a testament to Mulan's character, who always followed through on her intentions. Yet, neither of them had the luxury to ponder this intimate closeness. Perhaps having grown accustomed to each other's proximity and the underlying tension, their cheeks nearly brushed, and they both exhaled in relief, recognizing the peril they narrowly avoided. Had they collided, the consequences would have been dire, and with neither wearing helmets, they would have been guilty of reckless driving. After a few tense seconds, Mulan regained her composure, but her reaction was not one of aversion. She merely turned her head slightly to glance at the side of Xiao Chenza's face. Her cheeks flushed with warmth, yet her heart felt remarkably fulfilled by this embrace. At that moment, a woman in her 30s rushed over, clearly the child's mother, and swiftly scooped him into her arms, offering profuse apologies. I'm so sorry, my apologies, she repeated, recognizing that the child's reckless behavior was due to her negligence. Observing this, Xiao Chenza thought to himself how fortunate they were to encounter a reasonable individual, as he had expected to be embroiled in a potential scam. However, his gaze fell upon Mulan's warm figure nestled against him, and a pang of disappointment washed over him. Why did he have to encounter someone so sensible? Otherwise, they could have prolonged the moment, perhaps even indulged in a little playful tug-of-war. Yet, unexpectedly, Mulan spoke up, addressing the woman. Auntie, how could you let your child run onto the road? It's incredibly dangerous. What would have happened if he had been hit? You nearly scared me to death just now. Xiao Chenze turned to look at Mulan, astonished. This was unexpected. Given her gentle and kind nature, he would have thought she wouldn't dwell on such matters or chastise the mother. Wasn't she supposed to inquire if the child was all right before moving on? The woman holding the child offered an awkward smile, feigning reproach towards her son, who appeared innocent and bewildered. Xiao Chenze quickly reacted, allowing a smirk to grace his lips, a grin so wide it could not be flattened by any hydraulic press. Indeed. Auntie, what transpired? That sudden break almost scrambled my brains. I might even need to replace my tires. The woman's smile froze, her lips twitching in disbelief. What was happening? It was one thing for her to avoid unreasonable claims, but now this young couple was lecturing her? The situation seemed to veer off course. Did young people truly have so much time on their hands? Oh, I sincerely apologize. The woman, after expressing her desire to cease entanglement, swiftly turned away, cradling her child. Xiao Chenze called out, "Hey, don't leave just yet. We ought to discuss this properly." He proceeded to enumerate the costs: compensation for lost work, emotional distress, depreciation of the electric vehicle, time costs, and opportunity costs. I must elucidate the origins and developments of microeconomics to you. After a brief silence, Mulan cleared her throat twice. All right, let us return for now. With that, she tapped Xiao Chenze's hand twice with a single finger. He had no choice but to retract his hand, feeling a flicker of excitement and exhilaration replace his earlier sense of disappointment. It was quite remarkable that Mulan had actively delayed their departure. It added a touch of life to the moment. High-caliber hunters often present themselves as prey. The two remained silent as they walked, each secretly relishing the unspoken thrill. Once they returned to the apartment, Xiao Chenze retreated to his room, while Mulan received a message from Tong Rui. Eagerly, Tong Rui inquired whether Mulan had made a decision. Should they arrange a date, culminating in a heartfelt confession? Seated on the sofa in her living room, Mulan slowly set down her phone, her gaze becoming somewhat vacant as she pondered. The ambiguity between them had persisted for a fortnight now, which seemed ample time, and she found herself enjoying the flirtation immensely. Her eyes drifted toward Xiao Chenze's room, seemingly entranced, filled with tenderness. After a deep breath, Mulan exhaled slowly and picked up her phone, sending Tong Rui a message. Yes, let us aim for next Saturday. I'll ask him shortly. Tong Rui replied instantly. Yes. Rest assured, I'll handle it. Next Saturday, you two shall become a couple, but you must hold back. Don't be so forthright. A confession needs a touch of spectacle, otherwise, it won't leave a lasting impression. Mulan gazed at the words become a couple, a silly smile of happiness spreading across her face, her heart fluttering in anticipation. After a while, Xiao Chenze emerged from his room, initially letting out a soft sigh. However, upon noticing Mulan's smiling face in the living room, his mood instantly brightened. He approached her with a smile. "Senior, you seem quite happy." Mulan, having already sensed Xiao Chenze's approach, feigned modesty, avoiding his gaze for fear of revealing her fervent excitement. She bit her tongue lightly and then turned toward him as if extending an invitation. "Next Saturday, I wish to go shopping. Rui, doesn't he have time to accompany me? Do you have time?" As soon as she spoke, her lips instinctively parted, as if to release pent-up heat. Xiao Chenze felt a jolt of surprise at her words. "Is this a date? Oh my, I too am going on a date with my senior." Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, "I'm free." Yet, he soon realized that his Saturdays were typically busy, as Ma Tong would likely come looking for him. However, that young man, oblivious as he is, has been clearly invited by the sweet senior. Upon hearing Xiao Chenze's agreement, Mulan felt a flurry of emotions akin to ants crawling within her, a mix of excitement and a nervous tension, as if standing on the brink of a great challenge. Xiao Chenze, of course, noticed Mulan's current demeanor. The senior appeared somewhat anxious, indicating her earnestness regarding this rendezvous. Perhaps she was contemplating the possibilities that lay ahead, holding hands, confessions of affection, and this thought stirred a wave of exhilaration within him. The prospect of romance was imminent, and the anticipation of the fair maiden was intoxicating. Chapter 54. The bold freshmen shortly thereafter, both regained a semblance of calm from their earlier excitement. Xiao Chenze sat down and remarked, "Senior, I recall that you are quite busy on Saturdays." Mulan responded with a sweet, indulgent smile. "Then I shall take a day off." Her voice, softer and sweeter than usual, carried an endearing hint of playfulness, unmistakably tinged with a touch of coquetry directed at her boyfriend. The tranquility within Xiao Qinze was once more disrupted by a surge of emotions. I must go? I would brave any peril to attend this date. Away with Ma Tong. I shall block him. Very well, let us take a stroll together next Saturday, he finally conceded. For reasons unknown. Mulan seemed to have already adapted to her playful inflections, each word laced with a hint of charm. Xiao Qinze couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight. Mulan then stood up, saying, I need to complete my coursework. Don't you have any tasks at present? He inquired. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qinze wore a look of resigned exasperation. Originally, he had none, yet that girl had insisted he teach her about gaming mechanics and strategies, dragging Ma Tong along. And they calculated the cost accordingly. Mulan furrowed her brows slightly, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Yet, as their relationship had yet to be defined, she understood Xiao Qinze's predicament. She resolved not to burden him with her worries. Masking her inner turmoil, she merely nodded and said, one must earn a living. Not everything goes smoothly. By the way, I'll be working the evening shift tonight at the station, so dinner will be a bit earlier. After finishing her morning shift, her boss had informed her of the evening schedule. Xiao Qinze frowned and asked, evening shift? Mulan nodded. Yes, from 6 to 10. The hourly wage is 28. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qinze was not particularly surprised or delighted. Instead, an inexplicable worry washed over him. Senior, is there something amiss with this evening shift? He pondered for a moment before voicing his concerns. I find it rather troubling. 10 o'clock is rather late, don't you think? I'm not one to indulge in conspiracies, but what is your boss up to? Must the parcel sorting be completed today? Senior, you're a young woman out late at night. Our place is quite far. Do you recall my visit to see the apartment? Upon hearing Xiao Qinze's words, Mulan grasped his underlying concern. However, this was not entirely within her control. As the saying goes, earning a living through labor feels akin to begging on one's knees. I understand, yet I am not the sole individual working the night shift at the station. 2 others share the burden as well. It is manageable with an electric bike, and I return quite swiftly. After a moment of silence, Xiao Qinze finally remarked, all right, senior, do take care. One must always be vigilant. Following this, Xiao Qinze revealed a light-hearted smile. Primarily, senior, you possess an undeniable charm. In such desolate darkness, encountering a man devoid of any ulterior motives is exceedingly rare. Mulan felt a surge of joy, her gaze fixated on Xiao Qinze. What about you? Xiao Qinze momentarily faltered, then playfully responded to Mulan's teasing. Senior, haven't you already verified that? On that day, I did nothing and still ended up receiving a beating. Mulan could not help but chuckle. Who told you to rush away so hastily? Who instructed you to be so captivating, senior? Mulan quickly stifled her laughter, locking eyes with Xiao Qinze, and playfully blinked a few times. Xiao Qinze, wearing a subtle smile, did not shy away from Mulan's gaze. After a few seconds, Mulan pouted slightly and turned her head away. Little junior, how audacious. With that, Mulan sauntered towards her room. Xiao Qinze's gaze followed her until the door closed. Once back in her room, Mulan could no longer contain her excitement and flopped onto her bed. After propping her legs up, she rolled over to stare at the ceiling, her face radiating a youthful smile of blossoming affection. Thinking of the impending events, an overwhelming shyness enveloped her, prompting her to pull the blanket over herself. By 5:30 in the afternoon, Mulan had prepared dinner. After a light meal, she set out. Meanwhile, Xiao Qinze continued to instruct a girl named Zhuo in gaming techniques. Xiao Qinze was quite repulsed by the experience. As a professional gamer, his skills were undeniably exquisite. However, imparting knowledge to someone entirely inexperienced proved to be an arduous task. This process was undeniably torturous for him, further exacerbated by the girl's occasional flirtations and playful antics to win his favor, which made him feel nauseous. After having tasted the delicacies prepared by Mulan, everything else seemed utterly mundane. The following day, Monday, the notorious early morning classes resumed, subject to the ire of countless students. Yet, Xiao Qinze harbored little resentment, for Mulan had risen early to prepare a delightful breakfast, complemented by her own enticing presence. Let the other weary early risers envy him. After breakfast, Xiao Qinze, feeling content and at ease, set off with Mulan towards the finance building. Upon arrival, Mulan alighted from the vehicle, sweetly stating, I'll study while waiting for you after the morning class. Xiao Qinze was utterly captivated by her melodious voice, leaving him in a daze. All right. Soon after, Mulan departed. As Xiao Qinze was about to turn and head towards the classroom staircase, A peculiar voice broke the silence. Oh, I'll wait for you during self-study. Xiao Chenze turned to see Peiqing nodding vigorously in the direction of Mulan's departure. Zai, it's truly time to ask her out for a confession. Xiao Chenze frowned and replied, when did you arrive? Were you eavesdropping on our conversation? Peiqing, with a cheerful demeanor, joined Xiao Chenze as they walked towards the staircase. I arrived earlier than you, just in time to see you both. So, have you made up your mind? Xiao Chenze shrugged and smiled. No need to think. Yesterday, Senior Mulan asked me to accompany her shopping on Saturday, and I agreed. Peiqing, filled with excitement, pulled Xiao Chenze closer and whispered, is that for real? Indeed, Xiao Chenze confirmed. Wow, didn't I tell you? That cunning crocodile must have concocted a plan for Senior Mulan to invite you out for a confession. All right, this Saturday, it's just you and me, brother. I'll help you seal the deal. Xiao Chenze wore a skeptical expression as he glanced at Peiqing. What on earth are you going to do? It's a date. Having you around would be quite a distraction. Peiqing looked utterly exasperated. Zai, do you think I'm foolish? Am I going to just stand between you two while you're on a date? I'll be the mastermind behind the scenes. Just wear headphones. And we'll be on the phone. I'll guide you on how to handle everything. Upon reaching the classroom, they sat down, and Xiao Chenze casually remarked, that's unnecessary. It's not like we're going to war. Peiqing, however, responded earnestly, hey, this is definitely something to take seriously. It's your first date, and you might even confess your feelings. Zai, let me ask you, how many dates have you been on? How many times have you gone out with a girl? How many styles of skirts do girls have? Answer me. Xiao Chenze was left speechless. 0 times. I don't know a single style. Chapter 55. Who let him steal my girlfriend? Despite being tall and handsome, he was truly a novice in matters of romance, never having gone shopping with a girl, let alone knowing the various styles and types of skirts. Peiqing scoffed. You see, Zai, with your approach on a first date, you're bound to make mistakes. When shopping, you must pay attention. Girls love to look at clothes. If Senior Mulan asks you how a certain piece looks, and you simply respond with okay or nice, you're just being dismissive. That will easily dampen her expectations and lead to awkward conversations. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chenze realized that Peiqing's advice held some merit. So what should I do? Peiqing immediately shifted into serious mode. You definitely need to mention some specific names, like long skirts, floral skirts, pleated skirts, or dresses. Be sure to compliment her on how she embodies the essence of that outfit, highlighting a particular trait that enhances her charm. This will surely resonate with her. Xiao Chenze shrugged and remarked, but I don't understand any of this. It's too late to delve into it now. Peiqing chuckled, then it seems I must assist you. In the game, you are a formidable force, yet in this realm, you are far from my prowess. Moreover, there are myriad experiences. Going out on a date is altogether different from spending time at home together. I suspect you are planning to stroll around for half a day and deliver a cliché confession. Xiao Chenze's lips twitched as he offered an awkward smile. Indeed, that was his intention, nothing elaborate, just a straightforward declaration. Peiqing appeared to grasp the situation entirely, beaming with pride. All right, my good brother. I shall surely help you navigate this challenge. Xiao Chenze replied, very well, but please refrain from excessive meddling. Just give me a nudge if necessary. Peiqing confidently assured. Fear not. I will handle it with utmost care. At 10 in the morning, the first early class concluded. Xiao Chenze and Peiqing were to attend the second evening class, while Mulan took Tong Rui to an empty classroom for self-study. The pair of good friends returned to the same deserted classroom as before. Tong Rui could hardly contain her curiosity, immediately bombarding Mulan with questions. So, Mulan, what was his reaction when you mentioned the date yesterday? Was he particularly excited? He wouldn't have felt pressured to agree, would he? With a calm demeanor, Mulan appeared composed, a faint smile gracing her lips. Why do you seem more anxious than I am? Tong Rui exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. Of course, watching others fall in love is far more delightful than experiencing it oneself, especially when it involves you, my enchanting little fairy. Upon finishing her sentence, Tong Rui's gaze greedily wandered to the ample assets that adorned Mulan's chest. Her small hand instinctively reached out. However, this time, Mulan intercepted her. Tong Rui pouted in complaint. Oh, Mulan, such delightful curves used to be exclusively mine. We haven't even confirmed the relationship yet, and you're denying me this pleasure. Mulan narrowed her eyes, responding with a hint of melancholy. I never said you could touch them before. It was you who insisted on grabbing me. Honestly, you have plenty yourself, Tong Rui laughed. Mine just aren't as ample as yours. You eat so little yet still possess such size. Xiao Qinze must be incredibly fortunate. Huh, what do you mean by fortunate? Mulan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she leaned forward, attempting to conceal her two prominent peaks against the table. Seeing Mulan retreat like a shy flower, Tong Rui felt an urge for mischief and a pang of jealousy toward Xiao Qinze. In nearly every aspect, Mulan was the epitome of a perfect girlfriend, even stirring emotions within Tong Rui, a girl herself. She lamented why she could not be a boy, for she would undoubtedly take Mulan home as his bride. Later, upon learning that Mulan had never even visited a website, Tong Rui ceased her teasing. After Mulan shared the situation, Tong Rui thoughtfully analyzed. So, it seems Xiao Qinze is quite eager as well. He readily agreed. Perhaps he is planning to ask you out too. Mulan rested her chin against her fair arm and remarked, I feel the same. So why bother going out? You could simply state it outright. Tong Rui promptly disagreed. That's simply one to to confess directly and confirm the relationship lacks depth. You might not even remember an anniversary, and the bond would certainly be fragile. Mulan lifted her chin, leaving a faint red mark on her fair skin. Fragile? Is it? After a moment of hesitation, Tong Rui continued, that is what I've seen in romance novels. You're relying on novels for this. How reliable can that be? Mulan responded, never mind, I'm utterly clueless about love, while you at least have had one experience. Ultimately, Mulan decided to trust Tong Rui's judgment. Tong Rui's mind raced as she turned over the thousands of romance novels and dramas she had consumed. After a while, with newfound confidence, she said to Mulan, don't worry, Mulan. I will arrange everything perfectly for you. Mulan gazed into Tong Rui's determined eyes, uncertain of what ideas were swirling in her mind. 5 days later, on Friday at 5 in the afternoon, Mulan concluded her half-day part-time job and waited at the entrance of the station. Shortly after, Tong Rui approached from the opposite intersection. Rui. Upon hearing Mulan's call, Tong Rui turned her gaze in this direction. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a bit of stubble emerged from the side. He was the station owner. Mulan, is this your friend? The owner inquired, and Mulan turned, offering a token smile. Yes. The owner's gaze shifted to the approaching Tong Rui, and with a somewhat lewd tone, he remarked, all beautiful women here. Mulan refrained from engaging further, simply smiling in response. Soon after, Tong Rui arrived at the entrance. Mulan, you work part-time here? Mulan nodded slightly and replied with a smile, yes, the university is just next door. After saying this, Mulan turned to wave at the owner, we're leaving now. The owner glanced at the two and casually replied, all right. The two then departed together. After walking a distance, Tong Rui turned back, casting a suspicious glance. She then quietly inquired, Mulan, what is the owner like? Mulan pondered for a moment and said, he is rather generous, but has a bit of a rogue streak. Sometimes he says things that make girls uncomfortable. Another girl who worked part-time here even had a quarrel with him. Tong Rui immediately frowned. Mulan typically spoke in a pleasant manner, which Tong Rui was well aware of. Things that make girls uncomfortable? Does he make lewd comments? With that rogue demeanor, isn't he just a scoundrel? Tong Rui's eyes widened in shock. Mulan, has he ever? Tong Rui's voice trailed off. Understanding her implication, Mulan replied earnestly, no. He has been quite courteous to me. Moreover, we usually work in pairs. Hearing this, Tong Rui felt somewhat reassured and nodded. That is good. One must always be cautious. I'm mainly worried about you being taken advantage of. Mulan's face broke into a gentle smile. Yes, I will be mindful of that. By the way, why did you suddenly invite me to your home? Tong Rui chuckled. Of course, it's to prepare for tomorrow. By the way, do you have any issues with your schedule for tomorrow? Mulan replied. I informed my boss that I would take a leave for personal matters. That is good to hear. You'll stay at my place tonight, and tomorrow, I'll make sure you are splendidly dressed for your outing. Mulan's expression turned slightly startled. Staying at your house seems a bit inappropriate. Besides, I need to go back to cook dinner. Tong Rui gave her a knowing look. The main reason for going back is to cook for Xiao Qinze, isn't it? Mulan pouted but did not deny it. She sighed softly, shaking her head. Alas, when a girl grows up, she tends to favor her boyfriend over her friends. Oh, that's not true. Mulan retorted, flustered. Tong Rui laughed. All right. Not true at all. You're not his housekeeper. Let him fend for himself for one meal. What matters most is tomorrow. You certainly can't show up in the morning looking like a modest housewife, wash your face, and wake him up for a date, can you? That would be a bit too much. The first step of a date is waiting for each other and meeting. Therefore, you'll depart from my home tomorrow. I've already selected the perfect spots for you. After saying this, Tong Rui took out her phone and dialed a number. Moments later, the call connected. And Tong Rui bluntly stated, Xiao Qinjia, Mulan is staying at my place tonight. You can order takeout for yourself. Okay, came the response just before Tong Rui hung up, cutting him off mid-sentence. Mulan, wishing to say something, found herself unable to speak and could only look at Tong Rui with a resentful expression. Tong Rui glanced at Mulan and asked, What's wrong? You look like a jilted lover. Once he becomes your boyfriend, I'll be courteous to him. Humph, who told him to steal my girlfriend? Hearing this, Mulan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Half an hour later, Mulan followed Tong Rui to a residential complex in the city center. The amenities were quite complete, and the surroundings appeared immaculate, far surpassing the neighborhood of Song Nian's residence. So this is where you live? Mulan inquired. Tong Rui, holding Mulan's hand as they walked inside, replied, Yes, I moved here about 6 months ago. However, my parents often stay in the second ring due to their busy work schedules. Passing by the entrance of the building, Mulan noticed a promotional board nearby. 52,000 per square meter. Mulan gasped in astonishment. A house of around 100 square meters would cost at least 6 to 7 million. This was undoubtedly an astronomical price for her. Mulan could hardly imagine that one day she would reside in such a place. Tong Rui's home was on the 8th floor, a relatively standard 100 square meter layout. Mulan took the initiative to prepare dinner, and after they finished eating, Tong Rui eagerly led Mulan to her room to pick out clothes. Tong Rui opened 2 large wardrobes, both brimming with a variety of garments, akin to a bustling clothing market. Rui, are all these clothes yours? Mulan mused, knowing full well that her own collection could hardly fill a single wardrobe. Tong Rui nodded. Yes, my mother has a penchant for purchasing clothes and often drags me along on shopping trips. Most of these have never even been worn. You and I are likely of similar size. Why not try a few on? I'll gladly gift you some, she offered. Mulan hesitated, casually picking up a crop top paired with snug shorts. Upon seeing the scant material, she quickly returned it. Such attire was far too daring for her to wear outside. Tong Rui, however, promptly intervened. Oh, just this one. It hasn't been worn either. Give it a try. Mulan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. This isn't quite appropriate to wear out, she protested. Tong Rui waved her hand dismissively. Everything can be paired well. This can serve as an inner layer. And you can choose something else for the outside. Come on, give it a shot. It's just you and me. What is there to be shy about? Tong Rui's excitement was palpable, her eagerness to see Mulan's nearly perfect figure evident. With a resigned sigh, Mulan conceded, All right, I'll give it a try. Her intention was not solely to appease Tong Rui, but rather to earnestly explore a suitable outfit, especially one that would captivate Xiao Qinjia's attention and convey her enthusiasm for their date. As Mulan lifted her hands to remove her long-sleeve top, 2 ample curves, encased in delicate fabric, made a sudden appearance. Tong Rui gasped, Wow, Mulan, you've grown. Huh. Mulan felt a mix of embarrassment and confusion. You've noticed a change? Tong Rui smirked. I caught a glimpse when I visited your room last semester and saw you bathing. You've definitely grown a bit. The faint blush on Mulan's cheeks swiftly spread to her ears and neck, as if the very blood coursing through her veins had risen to the surface, igniting her face with warmth. Rui, you spied on me while I bathed. Tong Rui rushed forward, embracing Mulan, her cheek brushing against her fair and sculpted collarbone as she took a deep whiff. Oh dear, back then I thought you might never find a husband. So I considered my options. Perhaps I'll marry you someday. Mulan shot her a playful glare before unfastening her bra. Wow, so ample, so fair, so soft, and perfectly perky. Tong Rui couldn't help but drool. Mulan felt a shiver of unease. Why does it feel like you want to devour me? Tong Rui chuckled, handing Mulan a new bra that appeared snug, specifically designed to complement the crop top. After putting it on, Mulan frowned slightly. It's a bit tight. No worries. You are just used to looser fits. This one is more athletic, Tong Rui reassured her. Come on, change into it, and see the effect. The details of the pants change have been handled by me and the reviewer for everyone. Moments later, the crop top was donned. Tong Rui's eyes sparkled. Wow, Mulan. This piece suits you perfectly. Your exquisite figure is beautifully accentuated. The ample bosom, the perky derriere, the curvaceous long legs. And your stomach even has a hint of a defined waistline. It's undeniably alluring. I can't believe Xiao Qinjia hasn't reacted. Mulan replied with a hint of melancholy. Rui, you always speak so provocatively. This outfit feels quite revealing, perhaps too much. Tong Rui's eyes widened with excitement. Of course it should be revealing. Mulan, your physique is like a remedy for men. If you don't make use of it, that would be a tremendous waste. I haven't even paired it with black or white stockings yet. However, with your fair complexion, bare legs would be more enticing than stockings. Let us keep it like that. Mulan was somewhat taken aback. Oh, really, just like this? She still felt a tad reluctant, perceiving it as overly casual. Tong Rui continued. It's not just about that. This style is rather different from your usual vibe. Add a light jacket or a sheer white blouse on top. Black and white together. Transparent. No, perhaps a jacket is better. Tong Rui didn't press Mulan further, saying, all right, a jacket it is then. Wearing something transparent would indeed be too ostentatious. Xiaoqinza, stop doubting your private disparities, she added. Eventually, Mulan chose a light-colored thin jacket that perfectly draped over her curves without hindering her figure. Then Tong Rui, filled with enthusiasm, also changed her attire, and the two spent several hours trying on various outfits. At 9 in the evening, after tidying up the space, Tong Rui wiped her forehead and said, all right, tomorrow morning, I'll do your makeup for you, giving you those soft, voluminous waves. Humph. When you, the stunning mature woman, walk before Xiaoqinza, your voice will exude sweetness and tenderness. Tong Rui closed her eyes momentarily, her expression one of bliss. That contrast. If he doesn't react or glance your way, he must be an abnormal man, one who remains indifferent even while browsing websites. Mulan chimed in. He definitely won't be indifferent. He should be normal. Upon hearing this, Tong Rui's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh, how can you be so sure? Mulan quickly interrupted, explaining the incident regarding Xiaoqinza's wallpaper. After listening, Tong Rui stroked her chin thoughtfully. Oh, what is that about? I'm not sure. He said it was a wallpaper software, Mulan replied. Tong Rui chuckled. You believe him just like that? When it comes to such matters, men never tell the truth. Ask him what's in his browser history, and he certainly won't be honest with you. If he could be so transparent, then there's no doubt he wouldn't hide anything from you. Never mind, that is not important. Let us go to bed. Tomorrow we'll do a light makeup that will enchant Xiaoqinza. Chapter 57. The senior's figure is exquisite and beautiful, quite overwhelming the following morning, at 8 o'clock. Tong Rui arose early, having breakfast before commencing to adorn Mulan with makeup and preparing her bag. They departed around the agreed time, heading towards the commercial plaza situated 2 kilometers away. Tong Rui had meticulously selected this locale, a relatively affordable commercial district in the city center, conveniently located near a large campus of a technological university. In order to cater to the student populace, the merchandise there is generally priced reasonably, relying on volume for profit. After Mulan set off, Tong Rui proceeded to a nearby self-ground coffee shop to oversee the proceedings. Meanwhile, Xiaoqinza and Pei Cheng also hailed a taxi to the vicinity. Xiaoqinza had changed into a different outfit, appearing polished and well-groomed. While Pei Cheng had forcibly applied some hair wax to style his hair, Pei Cheng glanced around, adopting the demeanor of a commanding officer, and remarked, all right, we're almost there. Zay, you head straight to meet Senior Mulan. I'll scout the situation at the coffee shop. Xiaoqinza inserted his earphones and replied, got it, I'm off. You better not mess this up. Absolutely. You can count on me. The two then parted ways. Pei Cheng hurriedly entered the self-ground coffee shop, casually selecting a seat, and scanned the code to order a cup of coffee. His expression grew earnest as he focused intently on the sounds emanating from his headphones. Completely oblivious to Tong Rui seated at the table before him, also intently listening. Following the directions provided by Mulan, Xiaoqinza arrived at a certain tea shop on the ground floor of the plaza. A breathtakingly beautiful profile suddenly filled his vision, with subtly wavy hair, an alluring figure, and fair skin accentuated by long legs clad in white and pink sneakers. Xiaoqinza stood frozen 10 meters away. Is that really Senior Mulan? He had never seen her in such a style. In fact, Mulan had never seen herself dressed this way either. Xiaoqinza felt a surge of anxiety. Pei Cheng was right. Dating in public was entirely different from casual interactions at home. The shift in atmosphere was palpable, and Mulan was irresistibly captivating. The sight of her enchanting long legs left him momentarily entranced. Perhaps it was due to their flirtatious exchanges that had led to certain thoughts of physical closeness. In a state of desperation, Xiaoqinza sought help. Hey, I need assistance. The senior's figure is too stunning. I can barely handle it. Pei Cheng quickly responded, "Stay calm. Zay, this is a test. Trust me, it's fine to look. But be discreet. If Senior Mulan catches you staring, she won't have put in all that effort for nothing. Just don't fixate too much. Moderation is key." Taking a deep breath, Xiao Qinze felt an overwhelming tension. This was his first date with a girl. Once again, it is a sweet and self-assured senior that captivates the heart. I must not falter. With newfound courage, Xiao Qinze approached Mulan. "Senior," he called. Upon hearing his voice, Mulan turned around. Suddenly, her breathtakingly beautiful face was presented before Xiao Qinze's gaze. Compared to her usual appearance, Mulan had groomed her eyebrows and applied eyeliner, elongating the corners of her eyes. Her naturally rosy lips were adorned with lipstick, adding a touch of allure to her already stunning cheeks. Facing Xiao Qinze, Mulan smiled, her voice soft and melodic. "You're here." Xiao Qinze's eyes darted nervously, and he swallowed hard. Senior, have you been waiting long?" "A little while," she replied. "Tong Rui lives nearby. Your journey was longer." This response was a script Tong Rui had prepared for Mulan at home. The glitch of "I just arrived" felt too insincere and outdated. Hearing Mulan's slightly delicate reply eased Xiao Qinze's anxiety. With a smile, he said, "Well then, let us go, Senior. Where shall we explore first?" Mulan took a couple of steps closer, almost brushing against Xiao Qinze. He nearly extended his arm for her, but she seemed oblivious to such gestures. "Let's first check out the clothes on the 3rd floor." "All right." The two walked side by side towards the entrance of the shopping mall. Along the way, Xiao Qinze found his gaze drawn to Mulan. It was not intentional, nor was it a ploy suggested by Pei Cheng. Mulan's attire was simply too captivating. Not only Xiao Qinze, but several others around had also noticed, their eyes lingering on Mulan's legs. A wave of displeasure washed over Xiao Qinze. He yearned to admire her, yet he didn't want others to gaze upon her as well. Mulan, however, was undoubtedly aware of Xiao Qinze's attention, as most of her focus was directed towards him. It was easy for her to perceive that he was looking at her. As for the glances from others, she paid them no mind, for all her attention was fixed on Xiao Qinze. A sense of joy blossomed within her. It was clear she held a certain allure for him. The two took the elevator to the 3rd floor of the mall. Mulan casually entered a clothing store and selected a beige short coat from the women's section. After exchanging pleasantries with the staff, she decided to try it on. Holding the coat in front of her chest, she turned to Xiao Qinze with a smile, asking, "What do you think of this one?" Xiao Qinze knew precisely how to respond. The beige coat pairs well with lighter colors, but Senior, you are the epitome of a fashion model. As long as it fits, it will look stunning. Instantly, Pei Cheng's voice of approval echoed in his ear. Tong Rui was somewhat surprised by Xiao Qinze's insight. Wow, Xiao Qinze really knows his stuff. They must have gone out together. Mulan, however, filtered out Tong Rui's comment, feeling a warm glow in her heart. After all, who wouldn't be flattered by praise from someone they admired deeply? "I'll go try it on," she said. Mulan smiled radiantly, her petite steps hastening towards the fitting room. The eagerness to don the attire and solicit feedback from her almost boyfriend, Xiao Qinze, was evident on her face. Nearby, the sales attendant wore a knowing smile and leaned towards Xiao Qinze, whispering, "Young man, it's clear she has a fondness for you. Don't let this opportunity slip away." The attendant, seasoned in her craft, could discern that the two had yet to define their relationship. While Xiao Qinze recognized her intent to encourage a sale, he nonetheless relished her words, nodding with a smile. Inside the fitting room, Mulan activated her video. Tong Rui glanced at the beige jacket. "It's short and somewhat aligns with your style today, though it will expose your waist. When you step out, don't just ask him for his opinion. Pull him over to stand beside you in front of the mirror, allowing him to participate. Ask the attendant if it suits you, and she will undoubtedly extol how well you both complement each other." This strategy can also be applied when a boy tries on clothes. Inviting a girl to stand before the mirror together is quite effective. And for a first date, if someone dresses beautifully, it's only natural to admire them openly. If you don't notice their efforts, it would be a disservice to their appearance. Chapter 58. Mulan is not a certain female fighter. Mulan's heartbeat quickened, and her movements became somewhat clumsy as she changed. Half a minute later, she donned the jacket, adjusted her appearance, and pushed open the fitting room door. Xiao Qinze and the attendant's gazes converged on her simultaneously. The attendant was the first to speak. "Oh, what that gentleman just said was indeed correct. You're a natural at wearing clothes. It fits perfectly." Naturally, Mulan paid no mind to the attendant's remarks, her fervent gaze solely fixed on Xiao Qinze. She then grasped his arm, leading him to the full-length mirror. Xiao Qin's eyes widened slightly, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Nevertheless, they needed to present themselves well. Mulan leaned closer to him, turning to the attendant. How does it look from this angle? Is it suitable? The attendant instantly understood the cue. Oh my, a match made in heaven. The colors complement each other splendidly. You two are a perfect pair. Tong Rui's keen insights bore fruit. The attendant showered them with praise. Both felt slightly awkward, realizing that not purchasing would be an unsatisfactory conclusion to the moment. However, the intent to enhance the atmosphere between them had been achieved, and a purchase seemed inevitable. The jacket was priced at $289, which Mulan found a tad expensive considering the average quality and lack of standout features. Nevertheless, it was priced for this location. She contemplated negotiating the price. But Xiao Qinze interjected, "Senior, let me choose a piece as well." Mulan hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Xiao Qinze turned to the shop assistant and said, "Miss, please bring me 2 items at a discount." The shop assistant replied, "What a delightful surprise. A promising start. Certainly. Right this way to the men's section." Leaning closer to Xiao Qinze, Mulan whispered, "Be cautious. The prices here are significantly marked up. Don't let them deceive you." Just as Mulan finished speaking, Tong Rui urgently chimed in through her earpiece. "Hey, Mulan, wait." Tong Rui felt that Mulan's caution might reveal her frugality. If Xiao Qinze thought Mulan was being stingy, it could spell trouble. However, Tong Rui perhaps was still viewing the situation from her own perspective. Xiao Qinze was quite familiar with Mulan's daily life, and he himself was not particularly affluent. Thus, they shared a complete understanding regarding their financial prudence. Leaning closer to Mulan's ear, Xiao Qinze reassured her, "Don't worry, senior. I have money, but I'm not foolish. These shop assistants are merely trying to sell us clothes. They will undoubtedly exploit my sense of pride in front of a lady to avoid lowering the price. Yet, both of us are quite aware of the value of money. A wealthy man is not a fool." Upon reaching the men's section, the shop assistant eagerly presented several long-sleeved shirts and jackets to Xiao Qinze. He selected a beige long-sleeve that complemented Mulan's outfit. After trying it on, Mulan, just like before, proactively stood beside Xiao Qinze. He quickly glanced at her, feeling a surge of joy, unable to contain himself from breaking through the subtle barrier between them. "Ah, perfect fit. This matches beautifully with the attire of this lovely lady." The shop assistant continued to fan the flames of excitement. Xiao Qinze turned to Mulan and inquired, "What do you think, senior?" A gentle dimple graced Mulan's cheek as she replied, "Yes, it looks quite handsome." After changing back, Xiao Qinze stated, "All right, I'll take this one. When it comes to purchasing clothing, boys tend to be straightforward. If it fits well and looks decent, that suffices. What is the total for these 2 items?" The shop assistant quickly calculated the price. "This long sleeve is $279, and that one is $289. The total is $568. With a discount, it will be $550. Hearing this price, Mulan slightly furrowed her brow, realizing that the discount was minimal. It was evident they were attempting to overcharge. Judging by the marked prices, they were not merely making a modest profit, but rather aiming for a substantial markup. Xiao Qinze, meanwhile, assessed a bottom line in his mind. He did not state a figure, but instead observed Mulan as she pronounced 3 digits, 520. Upon hearing this number, Mulan was suddenly reminded of her earlier words to Xiao Qinze, 520, the number of my residence. A long-buried memory surged forth, causing her eyes to flicker in turmoil. Her gaze shifting uneasily. There was no need for confessions or declarations. They had already expressed their feelings to each other. The shop assistant's expression turned to one of difficulty upon hearing Xiao Qinze's offer. "This may not be feasible. The price is exceedingly low, particularly for this jacket. The most fashionable style, which is already marked at the lowest possible price." The sales associate, seasoned and shrewd, employs classic sales rhetoric, subtly elevating Mulan's status by emphasizing that particular jacket. It is akin to placing Xiao Qinze under immense scrutiny. The clerk, inwardly pleased, thinks to herself, when a girl goes shopping with a boy, will she refrain from purchasing an item simply because it is slightly more expensive? How will he face the situation? However, before Xiao Qinze could respond, Mulan decisively interjects, "Never mind, I've changed my mind. I no longer want this jacket. I will take this long-sleeve top instead." She promptly retrieves her phone to scan the payment code. The sales associate is left dumbfounded. Is she really foregoing it? How has the situation shifted to her making the payment? According to standard protocol, Should it not be the sycophant who pays? Clearly, she miscalculated. Mulan is not some Na'vi girl. Xiaoqinza remarks, Senior, let me cover this. Yet, Mulan declines, saying, No, you came out with me. It is only right that I treat you to a piece of clothing. She pays 279 and states, Wrap it up. The clerk takes the garment. Her heart a tumult of emotions. Mulan's boldness caught her off guard, leaving her regretting her misjudgment. Even on the 520 occasion, selling 2 items would undoubtedly yield more profit than one. Her usual tactic of deceiving college students had failed with Mulan. Shortly thereafter, the two departed from the clothing store. Both strategists began to analyze the outcome. Sigh, impressive. Going out with a senior, not spending a dime, and even acquiring a garment. Who knew there were girls willing to spend on boys? You've truly hit the jackpot. That 520 was quite well executed. You are not entirely oblivious to the game. Xiaoqinza cast a glance at Mulan, smiling. The moment felt akin to playful banter at home, an effortless exchange. Meanwhile, Tong Rui remarked to Mulan, You two are a match made in heaven. I thought you might falter, yet it seems you are on the same wavelength. How is it that you both could reach a consensus on bargaining? Well, you two possess your own chemistry. I was initially worried you might be hopeless in love, but it appears I only need to ensure you avoid pitfalls. Mulan grinned, realizing that when one is with someone they genuinely like, there is no need for external guidance on matters of love. Chapter 59, Confessions. At every moment subsequently, the two strolled around the 3rd floor of the mall, gradually feeling more relaxed and at ease. Mulan purchased a jacket and a skirt. This marked her first venture into buying skirts, motivated solely by Xiaoqinza's assertion that she would look splendid in them. As noon approached, the pair decided to seek a dining establishment. The dining area in the mall was teeming with patrons, prompting Pei Qing and Tong Rui to fervently suggest that the two seek out a less crowded restaurant for their meal. After all, they were there for a date, not merely to browse and dine. A quieter venue would undoubtedly foster a more intimate atmosphere for their blossoming romance. Unfamiliar with the area, Xiaoqinza scoured his phone and discovered a nearby barbecue restaurant approximately a kilometer away. The duo decided to walk there. Along the way, they exchanged laughter and playful banter, occasionally pausing to indulge in snacks or peruse local shops. Mulan felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Her part-time job kept her too busy to enjoy leisurely outings. Her excursions with Tong Rui were infrequent. But this outing with Xiaoqinza brought her a deeper satisfaction than any previous outing with Tong Rui. She found herself forgetting how long it had been since she had allowed herself such unrestrained happiness. At a nearby intersection, Xiaoqinza remarked, You've never explored Shanghai since your freshman year, have you? He smiled as he replied, Indeed. At that time, I didn't know Pei Qing. I mentioned to my roommate that I was reluctant to go out alone. Mulan skipped ahead a couple of steps, then turned gracefully, her face illuminated by a radiant smile. She faced Xiaoqinza and declared, So, that means I'm the first person to accompany you shopping. Xiaoqinza gazed at Mulan's sweet smile, briefly lost in thought before responding, Yes, senior, you are indeed the first. Wait a minute, she asked the first? Didn't I invite you out to play video games during freshman year? Pei Qing interjected, visibly displeased. Xiaoqinza, however, seemed to disregard Pei Qing's protests entirely, his attention solely captivated by Mulan, as if she radiated light. Feeling the warmth of Xiaoqinza's gaze, Mulan stepped closer to him. You're also the first male companion I've had for shopping. Pei Qing and Tong Rui exchanged incredulous glances through their headsets, thinking, well, these two don't even need to confess their feelings. They're declaring them every moment. After a brief moment, the traffic light turned green. Mulan softly suggested, Shall we go? Xiaoqinza keenly noticed that Mulan had not merely said, Let us go as she typically would. She had included we in her statement. However, he deemed this observation somewhat too sensitive, as he felt more nervous than he would in the final rounds of a competition, alert and focused. The pair crossed the intersection and approached the right sidewalk, with only a few hundred meters left to walk. All right, Mulan replied with a smile. They continued forward for several more meters, passing by a shop that emanated a kaleidoscope of colorful lights. Xiaoqinza couldn't help but glance to the side, and upon seeing the shop's name above the entrance, he felt his lips twitch involuntarily. The Neon Town Esports Hotel. Doesn't this resemble the map from the game Fearless Covenant? The merchant certainly knows how to seize an opportunity, especially with the game currently trending, opening an esports hotel near the Technology University. Mulan noticed Xiaoqinza's reaction and glanced at the hotel beside them. What is wrong with this hotel? Xiaoqinza chuckled and replied, "It's nothing. The name is rather unique and feels quite familiar." Familiar? Mulan's expression was one of hesitation when suddenly Tong Rui interjected, "Mulan, I've packed a charger and your ID in your bag. You don't have to go back tonight. After all, the hotel has a better ambience than home. Just order a few boxes of takeout." Pop. Mulan's mind was struck like a thunderbolt. Her face flushed crimson. "I don't want that," she exclaimed involuntarily to Tong Rui. Xiaoqinza noticed Mulan's peculiar reaction. "Senior?" Mulan snapped back to reality, giving an awkward smile as she said, It's nothing. Let us hurry. I'm a bit hungry." Xiaoqinza, not pondering further, nodded and continued walking ahead. Meanwhile, Tong Rui was already in fits of laughter through her headphones. "Haha, a bit hungry? You're practically eager to devour Xiaoqinza." Mulan's eyes widened in disbelief as she hurriedly took out her phone and typed a flurry of messages to Tong Rui. "Stop talking. Stop talking. Stop talking. Stop talking. Or I'll hang up. Oh dear, you two are confessing to each other every single moment. I can't even imagine how you plan to express your feelings. Perhaps a bold confession at the hotel would do the trick. Once the rice is cooked, he surely one tea run away." Mulan sent a message back. "You little rascal." A moment later, the two entered a restaurant. It was mealtime, and though there were many patrons, it was significantly quieter than the dining area in the mall. They found a discreet spot to sit, and Xiaoqinza promptly scanned the code to order a large set meal. Mulan remarked, "A large portion? You won't finish that, will you? I eat very little." However, Xiaoqinza looked at Mulan with a teasing smile and said, "Did you forget the time we had noodles at the noodle shop?" At this, Mulan recalled that occasion where she had barely eaten half a bowl, with Xiaoqinza finishing the rest. Xiaoqinza usually had quite an appetite, yet Mulan didn't dwell on it. Instead, she felt a rush of shyness, remembering how they had been mistaken for a couple. "Senior, I once had barbecue with Peicheng. The portions at the Shanghai barbecue restaurant are quite small. A large set should be enough, and there is plenty of meat, just right for you to sample everything. If it's good, we can come back next time." Hearing this, Mulan lowered her gaze, biting her lip as she looked at the table, a silly smile breaking across her face. "Next time." She then lifted her head and smiled brightly. "Yes, that sounds great. Let us come back together next time." 10 minutes later, a waitress approached with a cart laden with an array of meats, elegantly arranged over 3 tiers, accompanied by complimentary side dishes. "Esteemed guests, allow me to assist you with the grilling," she offered. "Thank you," Mulan replied politely. The waitress began to prepare the meat, and indeed, the generous portion was as modest as Xiaoqinza had indicated. Moments later, the waitress placed several grilled pieces onto a central plate. The two of them each took a piece to savor. Mulan nodded slightly and remarked, "The taste is quite delightful, rather enjoyable." Xiaoqinza glanced at Mulan, a smile gracing his lips. "What you mean, senior, is that we should come together again next time." Caught off guard by Xiaoqinza's sudden advance, Mulan faltered. "I didn't say that," she retorted defensively, hastily lowering her head until her chin nearly touched her collarbone, as if this would conceal her overwhelming embarrassment. Xiaoqinza felt a surge of pride, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, Peicheng interjected with exasperation, "Zai, must you always flirt verbally? If you wish to advance your relationship, you ought to engage in activities typical of couples. Just shove the meat into your mouth with gusto. Feed her." Chapter 60, Senior. "I see myself in your eyes," Xiaoqinza involuntarily exclaimed. "Huh?" with surprise and a hint of discomfort. Meanwhile, Mulan across from him appeared equally stunned. Tong Rui passionately urged in her ear, "You glutton, just eat for yourself. What is wrong with you two?" indirectly hinting at confessions instead of doing what couples do. "Feed him." Mulan promptly echoed, "Huh?" her face reflecting the same astonishment and embarrassment. Both turned to look at each other, resulting in an awkward gaze that was simultaneously averted. Just then, the waitress brought over a freshly grilled selection. "This is tender beef shoulder. It must be eaten quickly for the best flavor." Unbeknownst to her, she was about to witness something peculiar. Xiaoqinza and Mulan simultaneously picked up their chopsticks. Reaching for the tender meat on the plate, each selected a piece, and according to custom, they should have returned it to their own mouths. However, in an extraordinary display of unity, they instead raised their chopsticks towards one another. "You eat." "No, you eat." Their movements were perfectly synchronized, their words spoken in unison, reminiscent of a synchronized dance. "Huh?" they both questioned in unison once more. At that moment, their earpieces echoed a nearly inaudible "huh?" Xiao Qinzhe and Mulan held their chopsticks poised just inches from each other's mouths, the tension palpable. This was undeniably awkward, yet neither could retract their gestures. They both shared the same thought, and without further hesitation, they continued to offer the morsels towards one another's mouths. However, the two remained engaged in a silent exchange of glances until the moment the meat reached their lips, as if the morsels on their chopsticks were mere figments of imagination. Once they set their chopsticks down, they noticed a waiter quietly standing nearby for quite some time. Her eyelids drooped as though they might fall to the ground, and the corners of her mouth seemed to be pulled down to her collarbone. With her eyes squinted into mere slits, she glanced between Xiao Qinzhe and Mulan. The tongs for grilling meat in her hand were gripped tightly. It was already a bothersome shift, and yet here they were, indulging in a romantic exchange over their meal. After taking a deep breath, she turned and called out, "Lao Yang, can you help me out for a moment? I'm feeling a bit unwell and need to head to the kitchen." The male waiter at another table responded, "Sure, I just finished grilling. Wait a moment. You're not feeling well? What do you need to go to the kitchen for?" She promptly turned back, stating, "I need to get a knife." Huh. The male waiter, named Lao Yang, cast a glance at her retreating figure and hurried over to take her place, muttering, "Come on, it's just a breakup. Is it really that serious?" Xiao Qinzhe and Mulan exchanged glances, both thinking that this was truly a stroke of misfortune. Pei Cheng could no longer contain himself. "Zai, this is too much. I have accurately predicted Senior Mulan's next move. It just so happened that you two ended up sharing a moment." Meanwhile, Tong Rui was having similar thoughts. One cannot deny that these two adversaries seemed destined to be lifelong rivals. "Please bear with us. She just broke up with her boyfriend yesterday." Both Mulan and Xiao Qinzhe quickly chuckled nervously and waved their hands, saying, "It's fine, it's fine. Sorry about that." They then exchanged awkward glances and resumed their focus on the grilled meat. Approximately half an hour later, they finished their meal and stepped outside. Upon reaching the previous intersection, Mulan looked up and broke the silence. "It seems a bit overcast now. Since the sun isn't too strong, let us take a walk by the city moat." At her words, a picturesque image of the moat of Xinghai City, a renowned cultural landmark, sprang to Xiao Qinzhe's mind. The area boasted superior greenery and was a popular spot for strolls and shopping. Inside the coffee shop, Pei Cheng immediately directed through his earpiece, "Zai, it's time to agree. We should transition to the main topic. I'm moving to the fruit tea shop by the moat." After saying this, Pei Cheng stood up and exited. Tong Rui, equally excited, exclaimed, "Mulan, excellent choice with the moat. I'm heading to the fruit tea shop there right now. You two are close. Don't rush ahead without me." The intersection where Xiao Qinzhe and Mulan stood was less than 2 kilometers from the moat. Xiao Qinzhe hailed a cab, and within 3 minutes, they arrived at their destination. However, the two strategists were still en route. They couldn't afford to wait for their arrival any longer. Thus, Mulan suggested to Xiao Qinzhe, "Let us walk along the railing ahead." Before them stood a stone bridge, a place where a secret awaited revelation. Mulan gazed at Xiao Qinzhe, her bright eyes twinkling playfully. It seemed as though Xiao Qinzhe had been struck by the electric spark emanating from her gaze, rendering him increasingly captivated and momentarily lost in thought. "Hey," Mulan called out, noticing his dazed expression. Startled, Xiao Qinzhe snapped back to reality. Yet his eyes remained fixated on the charming, dimple-gracing Mulan's smile, causing him to swallow nervously. "Why do I get the impression that you sometimes short-circuit?" Mulan teased with a smile. "You keep staring at me, looking lost. Is there something on my face?" Xiao Qinzhe sheepishly ran a hand through his hair, replying, "No. No." Mulan's smile turned more mischievous as she continued. "Is it that all skilled gamers experience such moments of mental lapse? Or are you genuinely gazing at me?" With that, she blinked several times, her eyes searching for his response. For a moment, Xiao Qinzhe found himself unable to meet Mulan's gaze, his mind momentarily blank. However, he recalled Pei Cheng's advice: never allow the conversation to falter during a date, especially when a girl initiates a topic. He hastily gathered his wits. Senior, there's nothing on your face. It's as fair as snow. However, there is something in your eyes." Mulan raised her gaze, frowning. "Something in my eyes?" Xiao Qinzhe seized the opportunity, leaning in closer. "Senior, I'm looking at you in my eyes." "You in my eyes." Mulan instantly lowered her head, casting her gaze aside, clearly flustered by his words. I wasn't looking at you." Her cheeks flushed. She resembled a shy mimosa. "Then how would you know I was looking at you?" he countered. Mulan was momentarily at a loss for words, ultimately huffing in mild annoyance. You are being unreasonable. I won't talk to you anymore. Let us just walk. With a swift turn, she strode ahead, while Xiao Qinze felt a surge of excitement and joy behind her. Her shy reaction had been nothing short of a perfect boyfriend moment. Chapter 61. A photo with the scent of milk. After a brief moment, they walked along the moat. Xiao Qinze broke the silence. Senior, what inspired you to come here? Mulan replied with a smile. Because this place is delightful, whether by day or night. By day, the sun shines and the gentle breeze stirs the willows along the riverbank, while at night, the tranquil starry sky unfolds, accompanied by the shimmering stars and moon. When I was feeling down, my grandmother would bring me here to gaze at the stars. Stars. Xiao Qinze pondered, a hint of confusion arising within him. In his understanding, one would typically observe the stars from a rooftop or a mountaintop, where the view is unobstructed. How could one come to the moat to see the stars? However, Mulan was quite certain, smiling gently at Xiao Qinze and saying, indeed. Come, follow me. She grasped Xiao Qinze's arm and led him toward a nearby stone bridge. This was a renowned scenic spot in Xinghai City, famously frequented by visitors. Most photographs online were taken on this very bridge. As they reached the middle of the bridge, they noticed several young couples capturing moments together. Wow, taking photos at noon, Xiao Qinze remarked, bewildered by the practice, as he considered himself inept at photography. Mulan glanced around and chuckled. It's a popular influencer spot. Young couples tend to indulge in some wild romantic gestures. Last year, I saw a young man hiding a large bouquet behind the railing, exchanging rings with his girlfriend. Xiao Qinze replied, so romantic, this place seems quite popular. Mulan nodded lightly. Well, we too have come here to partake in some adventurous escapades. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qinze turned to Mulan, his heart racing. We? Adventurous escapades? More like romantic gestures, I suppose. How many confessions have there been today? Mulan's gaze faltered, and she awkwardly glanced away toward the stone railing across from them. Let us go over there. Xiao Qinze observed Mulan's retreating figure, feeling an intense anticipation for a pivotal moment. He quickly followed her. They arrived at the stone railing on the opposite side of the bridge, where Mulan lightly placed her hand on Xiao Qinze's shoulder and gave it a gentle pat. Crouch down. They both crouched against the railing, and Mulan tilted her head upward, raising her delicate fingers to point at the sky. If you look this way, the view will be obscured by the railing below, but the two slightly taller buildings on either side will frame it perfectly. If you rest your hand above, it creates a picture frame. After 10 o'clock tonight, the stars and the moon will shine together within that frame, even more beautiful than a starry sky. My grandmother used to bring me here often. Each time offered a different celestial display. Xiao Qinze imitated Mulan's gesture, placing his hand in front of him, but the frame was not quite perfect. There was a slight misalignment. Mulan encouraged, you should lean a bit closer to me. This spot is the best, just like in your games. Oh right. Xiao Qinze shifted toward her, nearly pressing against her side. Upon feeling his proximity, Mulan's heart raced. Adjust your upper body this way. Xiao Qinze complied, leaning his head closer to her. Mulan gazed at the profile of Xiao Qinze, her mouth slightly agape, her heartbeat quickening. A little more, she urged. More? Yes, yes. This position is perfect. All right. Xiao Qinze's cheek almost brushed against Mulan's delicate face, and she did not shy away. They remained almost inseparable in proximity. The young man gazed into the distance, while the young woman attentively observed the profile of his face. Ah, how picturesque it is, truly a frame worthy of art. As he spoke, Xiao Qinze turned his head towards Mulan. However, just as he did, Mulan, still caught in her thoughts, was abruptly startled. Their faces were mere inches apart, and both pairs of eyes widened in surprise. Click, click. The sound of two shutter releases echoed, prompting them to instinctively turn forward. A Polaroid camera was aimed directly at them. Pardon me, you two. I am a photographer from a nearby studio, here to gather material for a photo wall, spoke a young man wearing a baseball cap, who appeared to have just graduated from university. He continued, I couldn't help but notice how well-matched you are. So I took the liberty of capturing a couple of photos to include in our shop's display. I must ask for your consent. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qinze looked at Mulan. She smiled awkwardly and replied, it's all right. The photographer beamed with delight, quickly producing the freshly taken photos and handing a business card to Mulan. Thank you both. The photos are a complimentary gift. Here is my card. Should you need any photography, feel free to visit my shop. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he departed with the camera in hand. At that moment, Mulan found herself staring intently at her own image in the photograph. Just moments prior, her eyes had been filled with deep emotion as she gazed at Xiao Qinze's profile. Anyone could discern from the photo that her gaze spoke of affection. As she examined the image for several seconds, a wave of embarrassment began to swell within her heart, akin to a river in flood. Previously, she had never observed her own expression while looking at Xiao Qinze. Now, it was captured and presented before her. How mortifying! Was she truly so infatuated? Noticing Mulan's silence and her awkward demeanor, Xiao Qinze attempted to sneak a glance at the photograph. However, the moment he tilted his head, Mulan, like a startled kitten, swiftly concealed the photo within her embrace. Xiao Qinze was taken aback by her quick reaction. He hadn't even had the chance to act. Yet, his curiosity prevailed, and he persisted. "Senior, let me see how it turned out." "No, I want to show you." Xiao Qinze frowned slightly and lunged forward, reaching out. Yet Mulan remained vigilant, shrinking away as if trying to bury her head between her thighs. "Come on, Senior, please show me. I'm in it too." Still, Mulan resolutely shook her head, her eyes tightly shut. Then, in a move that nearly caused Xiao Qinze to choke on his own breath, she suddenly lifted her head, slightly pulled aside her clothing, and tucked the photograph inside. With a thunderous shock, Xiao Qinze felt as if he had been struck by lightning. This senior sister. How could this be? Blocking the path entirely. However, I must find an opportunity to acquire this photograph and caress it. It is my first encounter with a picture exuding a milky fragrance. Chapter 62. Hereafter, this shall be our shared starlit sky. Mulan rested her arms upon her knees, her chin propped on her fair arms, hesitantly murmuring, "Did you notice the picture frame?" Xiao Qinze's lips twitched, his gaze still fixed on Mulan's vine trellis, his heart reluctant. "Yes, I saw it." Mulan nodded slightly and continued, "This location is known only to my grandmother and me. Before her passing, she declared it to be my exclusive starlit sky. Even if it is framed within a painting, only I can behold its beauty." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qinze's eyes widened momentarily in surprise. After a brief pause, his expression turned somber as he replied, "Senior sister, I apologize, I was unaware. Your grandmother must have treated you very well." Mulan's gaze dimmed slightly, and she nodded a few times. Then, as if it were a difficult task, she spoke. "Now you are aware of this place." After uttering these words, Mulan buried her face in her arms, her forehead resting on them, appearing quite bashful. Xiao Qinze's eyes widened in astonishment. "I have confided my deepest secret to you, sharing something I cherish. Is this not the most genuine confession?" How should he respond to such a heartfelt declaration? That scoundrel Pei Cheng was now silent. It seemed he must rely on himself. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Qinze mentally prepared himself 1,000 times. "Senior sister, this place was once exclusively your starlit sky." Henceforth, before he could finish, a sharp explosion pierced his ears, followed by a cacophony of chaotic voices. "Mother Crocodile, how could it be you? You rascal, Pei Cheng. Try saying that again. Hey, there are many people outside. I refuse to engage with you. Hey, I can't believe it. You truly are a mother hyena." Xiao Qinze hastily removed his headphones. Simultaneously, Mulan's expression contorted as she too experienced the piercing din. Upon removing her headphones, they both glanced towards the fruit tea shop. A few dozen meters away across the stone bridge, there stood two figures, upright against the glass wall, exchanging words defiantly. Indeed, it was none other than the quarrelsome Pei Cheng and Tong Rui. What? How could they? Mulan furrowed her brow in astonishment. Before she could finish, a few drops of rain began to fall from the sky, quickly intensifying into a downpour. Xiao Qinze looked up briefly and then said to Mulan, "Senior sister, let us seek refuge in the shop from the rain. Additionally, we should try to persuade them." Mulan nodded, quickly rising to her feet. The two hurried towards the fruit tea shop. Just as they entered, the skies opened up, unleashing a torrential rain. The shop was still relatively crowded, filled with patrons seeking respite, and most were observing the two strategists, Pei Cheng and Tong Rui. The two individuals were embroiled in a heated argument. "Oh, come now. Don't be so excessive. You drank the fruit tea that I had." One exclaimed, "How could you even say that? It was not intentional." The other retorted, "Come sit beside me. This isn't deliberate." The patrons in the shop began to chuckle. Xiao Qinze and Mulan exchanged glances, understanding the underlying tension. Both had enlisted strategists to assist in crafting the perfect date, and as they smiled at one another, it seemed a silent connection had formed between them. Mulan remarked playfully, How untimely. Our starry sky has begun to rain. Let us go check on them, she suggested. All right, Xiao Qinze replied with a smile. Though his previous thought had been interrupted, it was evident that Mulan had grasped his intent. For both of them, understanding each other's feelings was paramount, as they had ample time to express their words in the days to come. At least, that was how Xiao Qinze perceived it. They approached Pei Cheng and Tong Rui, quickly grasping the two. Hey, you two. Do you not see where you are? So many people are watching, Xiao Qinze urged. Pei Cheng, sitting defiantly, responded. Isn't it because she wouldn't let go? Tong Rui, pointing at herself in disbelief, exclaimed, Me? I wouldn't let go? You drank my fruit tea and took advantage of me. And now you think you're in the right? Mulan hurriedly intervened. All right, Rui, please sit down. What is going on with you two? Tong Rui retorted angrily. Let him speak. Xiao Qinze and Mulan turned their attention to Pei Cheng, who felt a twinge of guilt but declared, I'll say what I need to. There are many people here. I went to buy some desserts and mistakenly sat at the wrong table. She ordered the same fruit tea as I did, and I took a sip of hers. Now she won't let it go. Tong Rui, exasperated, couldn't help but laugh. You only took a sip of my fruit tea. That's what I had already consumed. Xiao Qinze and Mulan exchanged knowing looks, realizing that Pei Cheng was attempting to emphasize their indirect kiss. Well, it seems your strategists have outpaced the protagonists, Mulan observed, recognizing that these two adversaries were destined to remain entangled for life. Pei Cheng took a deep breath, exhaling with a resigned expression. Fine. What do you want? Tong Rui replied coldly. The usual arrangement. Both Xiao Qinze and Mulan looked at her in confusion. The usual arrangement? They had become accustomed to this routine. Pei Cheng readily agreed. All right, I'll transfer 100 as a snack fund. Xiao Qinze chuckled, glancing at Pei Cheng. Looks like you've added the green bubble. You must be a regular customer. Tong Rui shot a glance at Pei Cheng, then turned to steal a look at Mulan and Xiao Qinze. She quickly faced them again, feigning surprise. Oh, what brings you two here? Mulan, have you accomplished your task? Upon hearing this, Pei Cheng also looked at the two. Their lips twitched in silent exasperation. Was their reflex arc truly this long? Only now did they seem to care about that. Mulan smiled and replied, It suddenly started raining outside. Tong Rui's gaze was abruptly drawn to the bulge in Mulan's chest, and she reached in to retrieve the previous photograph. Oh! Tong Rui's face instantly lit up with an ant-like smile, her eyes sparkling. Mulan hurriedly blushed and attempted to snatch it back. Pei Cheng, seeing Tong Rui pull a photo from Mulan, cast a peculiar glance at Xiao Qinze. Xiao Qinze shot him a cold stare and pointed a finger at Pei Cheng's nose. He said nothing, yet it felt as though he conveyed everything. Pei Cheng awkwardly chuckled and quietly asked, So, what's the verdict? This mother crocodile is causing trouble, and now it's raining. Xiao Qinze replied with a smile. It's not perfect, but it's sufficient. Pei Cheng nodded. That's fine then. Honestly, you two probably knew what was happening at home before this date anyway. Goodness. With all the hints and confessions, I'm left feeling bewildered and a bit envious. What's with this formal confession? If it were up to me, I would suggest heading to a hotel to make use of the umbrella. Xiao Qinze immediately frowned and gave Pei Cheng a gentle squeeze at his waist. The four of them lingered in the fruit tea shop for half an hour, but the rain showed no signs of stopping. Originally, Mulan had planned to enjoy the evening, taking Xiao Qinze to see the starry sky framed in the evening. However, it seemed that stargazing was no longer an option. Thus, the group decided to take a taxi home. Tong Rui insisted on not sharing a car with Pei Cheng, forcibly dragging Mulan to hail a cab. Pei Cheng grumbled, as he was the one footing the bill for the taxi. Yet, he was surprisingly willing, as if he had truly offended Tong Rui. On the way back, Tong Rui couldn't contain her curiosity. Mulan, what did you two talk about at the stone bridge? Did he confess to you? Mulan appeared perplexed. Why must it be him who confesses? Can't I confess to him? Tong Rui waved her hand dismissively, declaring, That's simply not the same. The one who confesses first is at a disadvantage. Confirming the relationship is always a reactive move. Mulan frowned. Huh? What kind of logic is that? There's no superiority or inferiority between us. Tong Rui chuckled. What a noble sentiment you express. Mulan immediately blushed, pushing Tong Rui away as she exclaimed, Oh dear. What new term is this? Tong Rui waved her hand and laughed. All right. I won't tease you anymore. So what is the status between you two? Mulan hesitated for a moment and finally said, I suppose I was the one who spoke first. And did he respond? Mulan immediately nodded seriously. He replied, he replied. Instantly, Mulan's mind recalled Xiao Qin's words. In the past, this starry sky belonged solely to you. Mulan could effortlessly guess the latter part of that statement. In the future, it will be our starry sky. Later, after listening to Mulan's recount, Tong Rui displayed a hint of hesitation. Isn't that just an implied confession between you two? Mulan's expression turned blank. Huh, is that still an implication? To me, it feels like a clear declaration. Tong Rui looked at her incredulously. Oh, silly girl, what does a clear declaration look like? It's saying, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? That is what one would call a clear declaration. Mulan furrowed her brows slightly. Is there really a difference? I think what we have is quite good. Why should we conform to conventional norms? Tong Rui's lips twitched slightly, filled with conflict. Well, that might be true. What you two have is indeed rather unique. Is it like this for everyone who starts living together? I haven't read this kind of novel before. Forget it. After this day, it seems I can't offer you much advice. You both are free to explore this on your own. The strategist across from you is probably just as clueless. Take your time. When you end up sleeping together, well. Tong Rui smirked. Mulan blushed, her cheeks turning crimson as she replied, that's still quite far away. Tong Rui playfully poked Mulan's chest. The photos have been taken, and they're right there on your chest. Ahem, the female driver matched with the client coughed awkwardly. Mulan's face instantly turned beet red, and she forcefully pushed Tong Rui aside, covering her face with both hands. Tong Rui burst into laughter. However, on a serious note, she said, in truth, couples do need a loud confession to confirm their relationship. Otherwise, if you remain in such a vague state, when it comes time to take the next step, you might find it difficult to let go. This could potentially become a source of distrust between you. Having never been in a relationship, Mulan naively remarked, distrust? I don't think that would happen. Tong Rui quickly clarified, that's not what I mean. You've never dated, so you wouldn't know. You like him so much, and he likes you just as much. You both will be particularly sensitive to each other, understand? Whatever the other does will trigger feelings of insecurity. This is a common issue for all couples. Some can resolve it with a conversation, while others cannot. It's not because you are inadequate, but rather because you care for him so deeply. After saying this, Tong Rui shrugged and continued, likewise, he feels the same. Be cautious not to fall into this trap. When I was dating that scoundrel, I often found myself overthinking. I'm not one to easily suspect others, but back then, I couldn't help it. She then made a vomiting gesture, emphasizing her disdain for her past relationship. At that moment, the female driver in front suddenly remarked, she is not wrong, little girl. If you have never been in love, it is difficult to comprehend this. The dynamics of a romantic relationship are intricate. Sensitivity and trust alone pose significant challenges. The driver, possessing a wealth of experience, certainly bore the marks of maturity. Mulan silently glanced at Tong Rui, who nodded earnestly in agreement. After a few moments of contemplation, Mulan replied, very well. Pei Cheng and Tong Rui alighted midway to return to school, while Xiao Qinze and Mulan proceeded back to the community. Upon entering, Mulan noticed Xiao Qinze waiting downstairs. Approaching him with a smile, she teased, you haven't forgotten your keys at home again, have you? At her words, Xiao Qinze experienced a momentary lapse in thought, quickly followed by a sheepish smile. All right, I was just waiting for my senior to rescue me, he replied. Mulan tilted her head adorably, and then reached into the side pocket of Xiao Qinze's trousers, retrieving a set of keys. Ah, I see, she chuckled. Xiao Qinze grinned sheepishly, while Mulan pouted her lips, appearing quite endearing and a tad spoiled. I've noticed you're gradually learning to be mischievous, she remarked playfully. After sharing a silly laugh, Xiao Qinze suddenly recalled the photos taken on the stone bridge. Curiosity piqued. He asked Mulan, Senior, could I take a glance at the photos? A gentle smile graced Mulan's face. Why? She inquired. Xiao Qinze, scratching the back of his head, responded, I just want to see if they turned out well. Mulan tilted her head slightly, her voice soft as she replied, they look quite nice. In that moment, Xiao Qinze felt as though Mulan had transformed into a little girl. Senior you. Mulan glanced at him, her smile taking on a mischievous quality. As if teasing him, she agreed. All right, I'll show you. Xiao Qinze eagerly nodded, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. His gaze fixated on the mysterious area in front of Mulan. He was exceedingly eager to behold the enchanting expression of admiration in her eyes. However, upon noticing Xiao Qinze's gaze, Mulan furrowed her brows, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she exclaimed, I'm getting it out now. Xiao Qinze snapped back to reality. his expression turning awkward. Huh. Oh, all right. Mulan shot him an exasperated look before retrieving a photograph from her bag and handing it to Xiao Qinze. At this point, their relationship had become an unspoken understanding of being together. Although they had not formally confessed or defined their relationship, they were constantly affirming their feelings for one another. Fully aware of each other's affections, Mulan felt no qualms about letting her boyfriend see the way she admired him. Upon receiving the photograph, Xiao Qinze immediately caught a faint scent of milk wafting from it. He inhaled deeply, though it wasn't tea held directly to his nose. His imagination began to wander. Observing Xiao Qinze's reaction, Mulan shyly lowered her gaze to her chest, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Xiao Qinze gazed at the photograph, capturing Mulan's nearly ethereal gaze, her eyes brimming with unspoken sentiments, momentarily ensnared in its allure. On one hand, Mulan's expression was undeniably captivating. On the other hand, Xiao Qinze could scarcely believe that he had captured the admiration of a fairy-like senior. As he pondered the quality of the photograph, he was roused from his reverie by Mulan's voice. He lifted his gaze to find her face flushed, her eyes darting away in shyness. A wave of nervousness washed over him. Mulan's demeanor radiated an enchanting vitality. The atmosphere turned unexpectedly intimate, and Xiao Qinze recalled the unfinished words he had intended to say on the stone bridge. Now seemed the opportune moment to express them. Senior, in the future, Mulan. The two entranced individuals were abruptly jolted back to reality by an unexpected call, both turning to search for its source. Xiao Qinze's gaze fell upon the entrance of the community. Mistress of Extinction, what is she doing here at such an inopportune moment? He thought, hastily concealing the photograph in his hand. At that moment, Mulan turned to see. Teacher Song? She inquired as Song Nian approached, observing the two with a curious gaze. What is the matter with you both? Noticing their awkwardness, particularly Mulan's rosy cheeks, she raised an eyebrow and asked, Xiao Qinze, have you been bullying Mulan? Xiao Qinze was taken aback, utterly bewildered by such an assumption. Mulan quickly intervened. No, Teacher Song. We just went shopping and have just returned. What brings you here? Xiao Qinze forced a smile and nodded, feeling as though they had been caught in a youthful romance by a parent. Song Nian scrutinized Xiao Qinze for a few moments before replying. Well, he has been living here for a month. I came to check on the apartment and to see you. Hearing this, Xiao Qinze felt a wave of relief wash over him. So, Song Nian was merely conducting a routine inspection. It was only natural, considering that landlords typically check on rental properties regularly, especially after the prior tenant had been rather negligent. Mulan glanced at Xiao Qinze and then smiled. Teacher Song, shall we head upstairs? Yes, Song Nian nodded. By the way, Xiao Qinze, you and Pei Qinghua performed quite well on the recent exam. In response, Xiao Qinze humbly smiled. I owe it all to Senior Mulan's guidance. Indeed. Let us proceed upstairs. The three ascended together. Moments later, Xiao Qinze and Mulan sat obediently on the living room sofa, their eyes betraying their anxiousness as they occasionally glanced at Song Nian, who was moving about the room. After a few minutes, Song Nian settled down beside them, a look of satisfaction crossing her face. Mulan, you still maintain such a pristine environment. I am relieved to have entrusted this place to you, as I seldom find the time for cleaning. Mulan replied graciously, it is my responsibility. Song Nian, having set such a modest rent for herself, believes that maintaining the cleanliness of the home is of utmost importance. She promptly turned her gaze toward Xiao Qinze and inquired, Xiao Qinze, do you assist Mulan with the household chores? Xiao Qinze was taken aback, for he could not lie. Indeed, he had not lifted a finger to help Mulan with the chores. Aside from washing a few dishes, he had relied on the senior's culinary skills for sustenance. Song Nian's expression soured. You reside here too. It is unfair for Mulan to shoulder all the responsibilities. You have a cleaning schedule in the dormitory as well. Xiao Qinze found himself at a loss for words, abruptly thrust back into the reality of the situation. Seeing this, Mulan hurriedly interjected, Teacher Song, it's really not much work. I can manage on my own. Xiao Qinze tends to be quite busy. Song Nian replied firmly, that simply won't do. Everyone has their own commitments. Fairness is paramount. From now on, you shall share the household duties equally. Xiao Qinze quickly acquiesced. Yes, Teacher Song. Subsequently, Song Nian engaged in conversation with Mulan for quite some time, completely disregarding Xiao Qinze. After approximately 10 minutes, the two saw Song Nian off. Once the door was closed, Xiao Qinze exhaled heavily, as if emerging from a battle. Phew, Mulan, amused, observed him and remarked, "You look as though you've just fought a war." Xiaoqin's aside, it's truly daunting with her. In her eyes, you are a cherished disciple, while I am merely the dregs of a nefarious sect. Mulan chuckled, it's not that exaggerated. With that, she extended her fair hand, seemingly requesting something from Xiaoqinza. Pretending to be oblivious, he responded, "What are you doing, senior? I don't have any candy for you." Mulan's serene, autumn-like gaze widened slightly as she advanced her hand, her eyes fixed on Xiaoqinza, playfully exclaiming, Xiaoqinza, pulling out a photograph, chuckled awkwardly, "Senior, I haven't had a proper look at it yet." "Then hurry and take a look. I want it back," Mulan pouted, adopting a somewhat unreasonable stance. "All right," Xiaoqinza conceded, glancing at the photo before clearing his throat. "Ahem, senior, about that." Just then, the sound of incessant ringing interrupted his train of thought. Xiaoqinza frowned, glancing at his phone in his pocket. He retrieved it and answered with evident irritation, "Hey, Ma Tong, why are you calling so late?" Upon noticing, Mulan quickly raised her hand, signaling him not to speak so harshly. Xiaoqinza looked at her, then exhaled a deep breath. "What is it? Are you planning to play games again?" Ma Tong replied, "Say good, what's going on? Are you busy?" Xiaoqinza sighed heavily within, responding, "I am a bit occupied." "Why are you calling?" Ma Tong chuckled awkwardly before admitting, "Zhe Gu, Jiruo sent you a message, and you haven't checked it. Could you help her with her training in the Fearless Pact? She needs to improve her skills. The individual genuinely wishes to engage with us in a gaming session, offering remuneration in accordance with the prevailing rates for companionship." Upon hearing this, Xiaoqinza casually acknowledged the statement and terminated the call. Subsequently, he transitioned to the chat interface. The female companion from the previous encounter indeed reached out, requesting guidance in marksmanship and strategic positioning, with compensation set at a commendable 70 per hour. However, it was evident that the funds were sourced from Ma Tong. How remarkable it is that this woman possesses such prowess, managing to ensnare Ma Tong so thoroughly that he willingly invests such an amount. Is it possible that he remains oblivious to her ulterior motive of seeking to latch onto his success? Noticing Xiaoqinza's solemn expression, Mulan inquired, "What troubles you?" He replied, "The civil engineering student has offered to pay me to coach that female companion in marksmanship and enhance her gaming skills. I am somewhat reluctant to accept." Mulan contemplated for a moment and responded, "Isn't he one of your regular clients? Wouldn't it be unwise to decline?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoqinza's countenance fell, revealing a hint of exasperation. He truly wished to avoid any discord with Ma Tong, especially since he is a reliable source of consistent support. Mulan continued, "Such matters are unavoidable. You should proceed." Ultimately, Xiaoqinza resignedly stated, "Very well. However, I am quite disinclined to instruct her. I shall inform that fellow that this will be my last engagement." Understood, Mulan nodded obediently, finding the arrangement agreeable. Even though it was a financial opportunity, she felt a twinge of reluctance at the prospect of Xiaoqinza gaming with another female. He scratched his head and said, "So, senior, just now I was about to." Mulan interrupted gently, "I know." She smiled with a softness akin to flowing water. "I am well aware." Indeed, Mulan was acutely attuned to Xiaoqinza's unspoken sentiments, yet articulating them might render both parties somewhat awkward. She remained uncertain about how to navigate this, feeling too shy to confront it directly. Knowing it in her heart sufficed, preserving an air of mystery and intrigue. Xiaoqinza chuckled lightly before stating, "Senior, I shall take my leave now." "Very well." Chapter 65. The young boyfriend can no longer wait in the ensuing 3 to 4 days. It seemed as though Xiaoqinza and Mulan had unlocked a portion of their emotional pathways, their interactions becoming increasingly intimate, even to the point of holding hands once. Nonetheless, they appeared to relish the ambiguity of their relationship, never explicitly stating their feelings for one another. On Thursday morning at 9:30, Xiaoqinza was set to attend an evening class, and Mulan coincidentally had an elective course as well. They continued their routine of riding a shared electric bicycle to class. Upon arriving at the classroom, Xiaoqinza seated himself beside Pei Cheng. However, Pei Cheng regarded him with curiosity, his gaze fixed upon Xiaoqinza. Noticing this, Xiaoqinza turned to Pei Cheng with a furrowed brow, questioning, "What are you staring at?" Pei Cheng replied, "I must ask, what exactly is going on between you and Senior Mulan? You both appear unchanged since before your supposed dates. Is it merely a platonic ambiguity? Just a casual arrangement?" Xiaoqinza shot him a disdainful look. "Why do you concern yourself with such matters? I find this quite agreeable." The beauty of distance lies in its infinite proximity. Pei Chung scoffed, then remarked, "My goodness, Zay, you two are truly unconventional. After all, you are both love-struck fools with such thin skins, embarking on a cohabitation arrangement. However, I must advise you, if this continues, problems are likely to arise." "What do you mean?" Xiao Chenzo inquired. Pei Chung shrugged nonchalantly. "What else could it mean? You cannot even consider yourselves a proper couple. At the very least, you cannot openly refer to each other with endearing terms like darling or brother. There is a palpable lack of security, and you could easily engage with another person in the same manner. After all, neither of you has boldly proclaimed your feelings, declaring one another as the sole beloved. I assure you, this approach invites complications." "Really?" A contemplative expression appeared on Xiao Chen's face. Pei Chung responded earnestly, "That is because you have yet to encounter someone or something significant. Once you do, you will realize the fragility of the security between you. Especially for a woman, who tends to be more sentimental, it is easy for her to overthink. Seeing as you only belong to her in spirit, I suggest you hasten to the playground and declare your feelings with some confession balloons." Xiao Chenza immediately dismissed this suggestion internally. With Mulan's shy nature, she would likely explode on the spot. Ding! A message notification interrupted Xiao Chen's thoughts. He pulled out his phone to check. It was yet another message from Ma Tong, accompanied by one from a girl named Jura. "Want to meet, brother?" Followed by a heart emoji. Xiao Chenza felt a wave of nausea. Damn, not again. He had already declared that the last time would be his final teaching session. Yet, this girl was relentless, not even pursuing technical knowledge, merely seeking to get close to him, clinging like a parasite. She incessantly urged Ma Tong to seek his expertise, becoming a source of annoyance. The money Xiao Chenza earned felt akin to begging on his knees. With a dark expression, Xiao Chenza sent 2 curt messages. "Tonight, Neon Town, a game map and fearless contract." He replied to the girl with half-heartedness, intending to postpone the conversation. The girl responded immediately, "All right, brother. I'll wait for you in the room tonight." Xiao Chenza thought to himself, "You really had to mention a room. Just stick to customizing." Pei Chung glanced over and remarked, "A date? In a room as well? This isn't Mulan, is it?" Xiao Chenza exited the chat window, explaining, "No, it's the girl from that civil engineering student. She's not even familiar with the map. She's been pestering me to teach her techniques, trying to hitch a ride on my coattails. It's infuriating." Pei Chung chuckled. Earning money is like eating. However, that civil engineering student seems rather affluent. You must have raked in at least 7,000 or 8,000 from him. Xiao Chenza let out a sigh and remarked, "It's precisely because of this that I find myself in this predicament, begging for favors. Well then, let us push forward. Shall we? Wait, isn't there a gathering planned by the esports club tonight? Why are you scheduling this for the evening? It would be remiss for such a prominent figure not to attend." Xiao Chenza expressed his surprise. "Oh, there's a gathering? I was completely unaware." Pei Chung replied, "The message was just sent out, but it wasn't posted in the group chat. Those 3 are still figuring out the details. I'll let them know to eat later. You must swiftly handle the arrangements with that female companion. They mentioned an all-night gaming session at the Internet CAF, and we certainly don't want anyone lagging behind." Xiao Chenza, unfazed, responded, "All right, I'll manage my time accordingly. I'll also inform Senior Mulan." Pei Chung scoffed, "Look at you. Always referring to her as Senior Mulan. Are you two living together now?" Xiao Chenza waved his hand dismissively, "Scram. We have our own pace. Haha, you're gaming now, and even making progress. Just don't get stuck halfway," Pei Chung teased. Xiao Chenza merely rolled his eyes at him, choosing not to elaborate further. At noon, classes concluded for the day. Mulan and Tong Rui descended the staircase side by side. Tong Rui began, "Mulan, it feels like you and Xiao Chenza are still in a state of ambiguity, with no tangible advancement." Mulan was indeed aware of this. However, she found herself enchanted by this vague flirtation, relishing the comfort it brought. "It's fine. Perhaps we are both novices in love, hence the slow pace." Tong Rui laughed. "How do you know he hasn't been in a relationship before? He hasn't disclosed anything to you. This lack of clarity is quite precarious. Without a confirmed relationship, it appears to outsiders that you are not a couple. With no formal acknowledgement, should any issues arise, suspicion would surely fall heavily upon you. I advise you to find a moment to share a drink with him and take it to the room." Tong Rui animatedly waved her hands in the air, performing an exaggerated display. Mulan playfully shook her hand over Tong Rui's head. "You are such a mischief maker." Tong Rui chuckled, "I'm merely jesting." You both should promptly declare your feelings and solidify your relationship. Just consider it, though I may not have much experience. No sooner had Tong Rui finished speaking than Mulan's phone chimed with a message notification. She pulled out her phone to check. Tong Rui instantly understood and exclaimed, "Oh dear, your little boyfriend can hardly wait." Mulan felt a rush of warmth and shyness. Tong Rui smiled and waved her off. "All right, go on. Hurry back to prepare lunch for your little boyfriend." Mulan shot Tong Rui an eye roll, but offered no further rebuttal. "I'll take my leave then. MHM." Moments later, Mulan arrived at the main entrance of the finance building, where Xiao Qinze awaited her. Mulan gracefully approached Xiao Qinze, tilting her head adorably and inquiring, "Have you been waiting long?" Xiao Qinze responded with a gentle smile, "Not at all. I just arrived and was waiting for you, senior. Let us head home." Mulan nodded with a smile, her heart swelling with happiness. Over the past few days, her admiration and affection for Xiao Qinze had reached a zenith. The mere sight of him sent waves of emotion surging within her, and her focus was predominantly attuned to him, rendering her acutely sensitive to all matters pertaining to him. Even in class, her mind would occasionally wander, eliciting a silly grin upon her face. Chapter 66, Senior. Your blushing face is simply adorable. On their way back to the community, Xiao Qinze spoke up, "Senior, the esports club I joined is having a gathering tonight." Mulan nodded lightly and replied, "Yes, I might be a bit busy today. I was going to let you know that I would be home late." Xiao Qinze glanced at her with a slight smile. "Oh, by the way, Peiqing and the others mentioned they plan to play all night." He added, "You don't need to wait up for me, senior." Upon hearing this, Mulan's expression turned a tad concerned. "All night? That's quite taxing on the body." After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Qinze responded, "Senior, I could have declined this gathering, but I have some new ideas and might transition to a different role in the gaming industry. At that point, I may not have enough time." Understanding dawned on Mulan immediately. No wonder Xiao Qinze had chosen to join this makeshift club. It was clearly about networking. It seemed that this social obligation could not be avoided. "Very well, but do take care of yourself," she said. "Indeed." With that, Mulan's smile returned. "Aren't you the one with the key? Why would I need to leave the door open for you?" Xiao Qinze chuckled lightly before replying, "Well, it depends on which door you are referring to, senior. I certainly have the key to the main entrance." Mulan was momentarily taken aback, but after a moment of thought, she realized the implication. Besides the main door, there was only her room door. Instantly, her cheeks began to flush, warming faster than she could comprehend. "You tease." Mulan playfully tapped Xiao Qinze on the back, her shyness evident. "Haha, senior, I was referring to the main door. If you lock it from the inside, my key won't work from the outside." Mulan was unaware of this detail. She had always lived alone, casually locking the main door behind her. "It doesn't open from the outside?" Xiao Qinze raised an eyebrow. "Senior, you didn't know that? In this community, if the door is locked from the inside, it cannot be opened from the outside, unlike those with fingerprint access." Mulan whispered, "I truly didn't know." "Were you teasing me on purpose?" "Of course, your blushing face is just too adorable," he replied. Mulan felt as if she might burst from embarrassment. Oh dear, I shall remain silent." Xiao Qinze wore a triumphant smile, as if he had just emerged victorious from a battle. Upon arriving home, Mulan prepared lunch as she usually did. After their meal, Mulan set out for her part-time job, while Xiao Qinze began tackling his gaming assignments. By 6 in the evening, having achieved his target, he stretched lazily. At that moment, a message popped up in the group chat. Wang Ming announced, "We're having barbecue tonight. The address has been sent." Following this, information about the barbecue restaurant was shared. Wang Ming continued, "There's an esports hotel right next door. A 5-person room. No need to go to the internet CAF. Whoever comes last has to take off a piece of clothing." Ha ha ha. Xiao Qinze frowned at this. Was he really suggesting stripping? And at a hotel, no less? This was getting a bit out of hand. With a casual smile, he was about to exit the chat when his gaze was drawn to the name of the barbecue restaurant Wang Ming had mentioned. To his astonishment, he realized it was the very same place he had dined at with Mulan on their date. The nearby esports hotel? Ah, it was the one called Neon Town. Xiao Qinze chuckled to himself, intrigued by this coincidence. At that moment, Peiqing sent a message. "Zhe, what do you think?" Xiao Qinze promptly replied, "Sounds good. The food there is quite tasty." Peiqing responded, "Great. I'll go ahead and make the reservation." Wang Ming chimed in, "Brother Cheng, you're generous. The boss must be wealthy." Zhang Zhua echoed, "Brother Cheng, you're generous. The boss must be wealthy." Chao Song added, Brother Chung, you're generous. The boss must be wealthy. Xiao Chenza burst into laughter. If these fellows were in ancient times, they would surely have secured a position as chief eunuchs with their sycophantic flattery. Once the dining arrangements were confirmed, Xiao Chenza sent a message to Ma Tong, instructing him to summon that female companion and quickly set up a custom session to teach her for an hour. He truly didn't want to deal with her. Ma Tong didn't ask further questions and agreed to message her. However, after 40 minutes had passed, the female companion still hadn't arrived. Ma Tong informed him that she had been rebooked and would need to wait another hour. Xiao Chenza grew increasingly irritated. The schedule he had arranged was now disrupted by her lack of reliability. Damn it, he detested such untrustworthiness. Ma Tong seemed a bit embarrassed and sent another message. Zegu, why don't you arrange another time with her? Xiao Chenza instinctively opened the chat with the girl named Zhihua. Frowning, he took a deep breath, feeling even more annoyed. This woman hadn't bothered to inform him of her conflicting schedule in advance, and now she hadn't sent a single message. Did he really have to go and grovel for her attention? Forget it. She could come or not. He didn't care. Xiao Chenza decided not to indulge Ma Tong any further. His time was far too precious to accommodate her whims. He promptly minimized the WeChat window, stood up, and began to change his clothes in preparation to leave. A minute later, dressed and ready, Xiao Chenza was set to head out. The chat box on the computer screen pinged with a message. Brother, I'm coming right away. I'm sorry, brother. Xiao Chenza frowned and cursed under his breath. Damn it. I've been waiting for an hour, and now you show up with this nonsense. He immediately dialed Ma Tong. Hey, I have plans for tonight and need to leave now. Don't let her keep messaging. Xiao Chenza's tone was laced with impatience, especially given the woman's incessant and irritating calls of brother, which struck a nerve. Ma Tong seemed to sense the awkwardness and replied, All right, my apologies, Zegu. I'll talk to her. After Xiao Chenza hung up, the messages ceased to pop up in the chat box, indicating that Ma Tong had indeed intervened. At that moment, the sound of the door opening echoed from outside. Xiao Chenza pushed the door open to find Mulan entering the living room. Noticing Xiao Chenza, she expressed her confusion. Aren't you supposed to be out for dinner? Just as her words faded, Xiao Chenza's phone rang again. This time, it was a call from Pei Chung. Unsurprisingly, it was a reminder for Xiao Chenza to head out for dinner, as he was indeed the pivotal figure in their circle. After answering, Xiao Chenza informed them he would be leaving shortly and hastily ended the call. Senior, I'm heading out now. Mulan's expression held a hint of peculiarity, yet she responded. All right, I'll just use your computer for a bit to write a paper. Xiao Chenza glanced back at the door and said, Sure, I won't shut down the computer. The desktop has instructions. It's quite straightforward. Mulan nodded obediently. Xiao Chenza hurried towards the main entrance. Take your time. Mulan called after him. Got it, senior. She watched his hurried figure with a smile, shaking her head. It reminded her of her own frantic rush to part-time jobs. Both she and Xiao Chenza were individuals of integrity, never one to break commitments or arrive late. Chapter 67. Mulan's misunderstanding. Mulan set down her bag, intending to complete her paper before dinner. After changing into comfortable clothes, she settled in front of Xiao Chenza's computer. Grasping the mouse, she opened the software Xiao Chenza had used last time, along with the accompanying instructions. A brief glance at the detailed and easy-to-follow notes written by Chao Song reassured her that she only needed to input a few strings of code. Next, she prepared to log into the computer to transfer the necessary files. As Mulan clicked on the taskbar, the screen instantly displayed Xiao Chenza's chat box left open. His WeChat. Without a second thought, she intended to close it and log back in, but just as she clicked the close button, the window vanished, causing her to freeze momentarily. Quickly, she clicked the icon in the lower right corner, and the window reappeared. Mulan widened her eyes, staring at the contents of the chat box. Moments later, Mulan suddenly shuddered, her small mouth agape as if unable to close. Her bright, beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, appearing somewhat dazed and devoid of luster. In Neon Town, Mulan fixated on the dialogue in the chat box, lost in a myriad of thoughts. No hidden blades. No green hat scenarios. To further the plot and the relationship between the two characters, misunderstandings will soon be resolved. It will only become sweeter. If it's not sweet, come at me. 2 hours later, Xiao Chenza and his 4 companions were engrossed in an intense gaming session at the hotel. The stakes were high. Whoever lagged behind had to shed clothing. Pei Chung was left with only his underwear, and any further removal would leave him exposed. Meanwhile, Wang Ming and the others were not faring much better, all bare-chested. Xiao Qinze, however, remained impeccably dressed and composed, as if they were merely competing for second, third, and fourth place. After concluding a game, Chao Song, lagging behind, without a word, discarded his pants, finding himself in the same predicament as Pei Cheng. How audacious! Ah Song. Able to accept defeat, Xiao Qinze couldn't help but laugh throughout. The entertainment was undeniable. Just as he was about to begin the next round, his phone rang. Xiao Qinze picked up the device to see it was Mulan. Had she finished her thesis? He quickly answered the call and waved his hand to the others, who understood immediately and fell silent. Hello, senior. Have you completed your thesis? Silence ensued. Xiao Qinze frowned slightly at the ongoing call. Why wasn't Tishi speaking? Senior? Finally, Mulan's voice emerged, faintly saying, No? Does that mean you don't understand it? That's all right. The author is right beside me. Chao Song. Could you explain how to use that writing software? Sure, I'll explain, Chao Song readily agreed. However, at that moment, a breathless denial came through the phone. Not that. At these words, Xiao Qinze's expression froze for a moment. Then he gestured to Chao Song. The others exchanged confused glances. Senior, what's wrong? After several seconds, Mulan finally spoke. Where are you now? Xiao Qinze frowned directly. Why did Mulan's voice sound somewhat low and hoarse? Her mood also seemed off. What was happening? We're at the same barbecue restaurant we visited last time, then went to the nearby esports hotel, which is even more economical than an internet CAF. Upon hearing this, the four bear men beside him exchanged glances, incredulous at the need to report their whereabouts. Yet, Mulan on the other end reacted differently. After a prolonged silence, she responded, Is that the hotel called Neon Town? Yes, Xiao Qinze replied. Senior, what is going on? Mulan sniffled and said, It's nothing. Could you send me a photo? I've never been to an esports hotel. Take a photo. Xiao Qinze glanced at the four bear men beside him. Perhaps it would be better to refrain. The senior might simply want to ascertain her location, concerned for her safety. A positioning message would suffice. Thus, Xiao Qinze turned to Mulan and said, Senior, let me send you my real-time location. Location? You. Mulan's words were left unfinished. Xiao Qinze promptly shared his whereabouts. The Neon Town Esports Hotel. After that, Mulan fell silent, with the occasional sound of inhalation and exhalation emerging from the phone. Senior, are you all right? Are you feeling unwell? Have you eaten? In response to Xiao Qinze's inquiries, Mulan did not reply, and eventually, with a hint of indignation, uttered a few words. Let us leave it at that. With that, she hung up. Xiao Qinze was utterly perplexed, wondering what was amiss. It felt as though something was off with the senior. Pei Cheng leaned in to mock. Ziya, those who are already attached are indeed different. Even when out for dinner and gaming, they still have to report in, TSK. Get lost. Xiao Qinze shot him a glare. Pei Cheng chuckled. So what now? Once it's dealt with, just come back. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Qinze replied. Let us just play for now. He felt utterly at a loss, sensing that Mulan was both in a good place and yet strangely unsettled. Was it because he was not home at night? That shouldn't be the case. They hadn't even shared a bed. How peculiar. Meanwhile, Mulan had returned to her room, lying listlessly on her bed, her spirit seemingly drained. Her bright eyes were filled with a dull melancholy as she lay there, tears staining her nose and cheeks. The chat messages she had just seen replayed incessantly in her mind. Zhiruo, care to meet, brother? Xiao Qinze, tonight at Neon Town. Zhiruo, all right. Brother, I'll book a room and wait for you. Brother, I'm on my way. I'm sorry, brother. The content of that conversation pierced Mulan's heart like a sharp blade. She was no fool. Would she really think they were merely playing house? Her pale, lifeless hand clutched her phone tightly, the screen displaying a location on the map, pinpointed precisely to the Neon Town Esports Hotel, where she and Xiao Qinze had previously been near the barbecue restaurant. Little did Mulan know, this was merely a game map. Yet, the dialogue in the phrase book a room made her eyelids flutter as she gently closed them, another tear escaping the corner of her eye. Why did you send me your location if you can't take a photo? The name of the hotel feels strikingly familiar. So that is what it meant. Within just 2 hours of seeing that chat, thousands of possibilities flooded Mulan's mind. Each time, justifications for Xiao Qinze would invariably surface. Yet, every rationale seemed so feeble, even failing to convince herself. Not to mention the inability to obscure the haunting words, I'll wait for you in the room. Those 2 hours might well have been the longest in Mulan's life. The pain was excruciating. However, perhaps she was reluctant to accept the reality she had witnessed, fully aware that sometimes one must confront the truth and essence of matters. Ultimately, clinging to a flicker of hope, Mulan resolved to make a call for verification. Little did she anticipate that Xiaoqinze would respond in such a manner. Regardless of the identity of this Zhuo, be it girlfriend or friend, it obliterated all the fantasies Mulan harbored about Xiaoqinze. She buried her face in the bed, tears soaking the sheets. Why had it come to this? Am I truly such a detestable person? My father and mother do not favor me. My grandmother has departed, leaving me isolated and bullied. Now, the only solace I had hoped for has turned into a mere jest. Mulan could no longer bear it. Her body trembled uncontrollably, her nails digging into her palms as she clutched the bedspread. The anguish that had long been suppressed within her surged forth like an overwhelming tide. Why must I constantly endure such bitterness and suffering? Am I destined for a life of solitude and torment? Chapter 68. Did you argue with Senior Mulan? The following day, Friday, at 10 in the morning, Xiaoqinze, still in a daze from his slumber at the hotel, remained oblivious to the events that had transpired. Upon waking, Pei Cheng and the others were still deep in their dreams. Xiaoqinze washed his face and decided to call Mulan, realizing he had accidentally slept until 10 o'clock and needed to report to her. The phone rang for quite a while before connecting. "Hello, Senior." No response came from the other end. Xiaoqinze inquired, "Are you at home?" Mulan replied flatly, "Not at home." Upon hearing this, Xiaoqinze nodded. She must have gone to her part-time job. "All right, Senior, I'll head home now." Mulan responded rather casually before abruptly ending the call. Xiaoqinze lowered his phone, glancing at the screen indicating the call had ended, feeling somewhat perplexed. Why was Senior so reticent today? Wasn't she usually quite sweet? Perhaps her mood was poor? Last night had also felt a bit strange. After pondering for a moment without any clarity, he decided to return home first. Exiting the hotel, Xiaoqinze hailed a cab and soon arrived at the entrance of his neighborhood. Still groggy, he trudged towards the corridor with half-open eyes. "No, I need to grab another nap. I can sleep until noon when the Senior returns, right?" As he reached the corridor, he suddenly halted, his gaze drifting to the side. His previously drowsy eyes widened in an instant. As his electric bicycle remained obediently parked beside the corridor, Xiaoqinze pondered the absence of his senior sister. Had she not taken her electric vehicle? Was she not engaged in part-time work? Yet, it seemed unlikely, for there were no classes on Friday morning. With a heart laden with uncertainty, he stepped into the hallway. Upon returning home, the familiar sight greeted him. His abode was impeccably tidy. However, fatigue soon enveloped him, and he succumbed to slumber upon collapsing onto his bed. It was not until afternoon that Xiaoqinze roused himself. Strangely, his senior sister, Mulan, had yet to return. This was unusual. She should have been back by now. He attempted to reach her by phone, but Mulan merely stated she was dining out before abruptly ending the call. Assuming she was perhaps preoccupied with her part-time job, he ordered takeout for himself. Yet, seated at the dining table, every morsel he attempted to consume felt tasteless, and his appetite waned. Ultimately, he could only manage half a box before surrendering to his disinterest. In the afternoon, Xiaoqinze completed a minor task after a few hours of casual work. At 6 in the evening, Mulan entered the house. Hearing the door open, he promptly rose and ventured into the living room. There she was, dragging her weary form inside, clearly exhausted from a day of part-time labor. "Senior sister, did you not ride your electric vehicle today?" he inquired. Mulan offered no response, her gaze averted from him. This marked the first instance of a palpable silence laden with tension since their relationship had turned ambiguous. Xiaoqinze intended to alleviate the awkwardness, but Mulan abruptly interjected. "I won't be having dinner. You can eat the takeout." With that, she retreated to her room. The sound of the door slamming shut jolted Xiaoqinze back to reality. Mulan's tone had been flat, even somewhat indifferent. Initially, he believed her exhaustion stemmed from her part-time job, yet it now seemed more akin to emotional fatigue. Confusion enveloped him. What had transpired since their last encounter when all appeared well? Who had upset his senior sister? Approaching her door, he raised his hand to knock, but hesitated. Mulan had shown little desire to converse, and he was ill-equipped to offer words of comfort. Perhaps it was best to allow her some solitude. Clenching his fist, he turned and returned to his room. As he heard the door close outside, Mulan, leaning against her door, felt her body tremble uncontrollably. Deep down, she yearned for Xiaoqinze to continue his pretense, to utter words that would warm her heart. Yet, as she slowly crouched down, resting her delicate face against her knees. It was sorrow she felt this time, not shyness. Moments later, she hastily wiped her cheeks and the corners of her eyes. Resigning herself, she resolved to treat their relationship as if it had never existed, deciding to revert to the status of strangers with Xiao Qinze. In the face of an impending romantic entanglement, she found herself compelled to forget. This was the only course of action, for her affection for Xiao Qinze had become an unyielding attachment. Forgetting seemed to be the most suitable form of detachment. Throughout the evening, Mulan remained secluded in her room. The ensuing weekend saw her rise early each day, departing on foot and remaining unseen for the entirety of the day. Meanwhile, Xiao Qinze had not partaken in any of Mulan's culinary creations, opting instead for takeout over the course of 2 days. He found himself somewhat disoriented by this change, sensing that something might be amiss. On Monday morning, upon rising, Xiao Qinze discovered that Mulan had already left for class, just as she had in the previous days. He stood at the doorway in a daze for quite some time before finally gathering the resolve to head out for his own classes. After riding his electric scooter to the finance building, Pei Cheng arrived precisely on time. "Oh, Ziyi, where is Senior Mulan? Why isn't she with you? Doesn't she have class?" Xiao Qinze furrowed his brow, his expression tinged with melancholy. Noticing his silence, Pei Cheng grew concerned and inquired, "What is the matter, Ziyi? Did you have a quarrel with Senior Mulan?" Xiao Qinze secured his scooter and sighed. "No, but she has been very indifferent towards me these past couple of days. It feels like a parabolic descent." Pei Cheng raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Really? Are you sure you haven't upset Senior Mulan? Perhaps you inadvertently stepped on a landmine?" At this, Xiao Qinze fell into a state of perplexity, scratching his head in frustration. "I have no idea. It started the night we went to the hotel to play games all night." Pei Cheng stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Oh, could it be that Senior Mulan is upset about that? Did you inform her?" Xiao Qinze shrugged. "I mentioned it beforehand. Besides, Senior Mulan isn't the type to hold grudges." Pei Cheng conceded. "That is true. She is certainly not as difficult as that ferocious crocodile. It must be something between you two. Have you been caught in some ambiguous situation with another girl?" Xiao Qinze looked incredulous. "Hey, when have you ever seen me chatting with a girl? Aside from that irritating female companion, which Senior Mulan is already aware of." Pei Cheng chuckled helplessly. "But there must be a reason. Could it simply be that she is in a bad mood? Perhaps you should wait a few days and then say something endearing and flirtatious. That might resolve things." "That is all I can do," Xiao Qinze replied resignedly. Feeling utterly lost, as this was his first foray into romance, albeit a half-hearted one. How had they suddenly fallen into a silent standoff? Meanwhile, in the experimental classroom, Mulan sat beside Tong Rui, her demeanor noticeably glum. She had scarcely exchanged a few words with Tong Rui, her spirit heavy with discontent. Tong Rui could not help but inquire, "Mulan, did you not accompany Xiao Qinze today?" Mulan's expression remained unchanged as she softly replied, "No." Tong Rui furrowed her brow, keenly sensing that something was amiss with Mulan's demeanor. On a Monday, when there were early classes, Mulan and Xiao Qinze typically clung to each other, sharing a ride to class. "Have you and Xiao Qinze had a quarrel?" Tong Rui cautiously probed. Mulan turned to her, seemingly surprised, and asked, "How did you deduce that?" Tong Rui shrugged and remarked, "Usually, when Xiao Qinze is mentioned, your words become tangled. This morning, you unusually came to class alone." Mulan fell silent, perhaps acknowledging the truth, but uncertain. Observing her response, Tong Rui sighed, "I told you so. This uncertainty in your relationship will surely lead to trouble. How can a relationship thrive in ambiguity? It breeds insecurity. Even minor issues can become overwhelming and fragile." "Minor issues?" Mulan's brows furrowed in cold disapproval. Tong Rui fell silent, hesitant to continue. After a few moments, she softly asked, "What exactly is going on between you two? Not long ago, things seemed fine, but you've appeared somewhat discontented these past few days." Mulan remained silent for a considerable time before responding, "Don't mention him. It will remain the same in the future." Upon hearing this, Tong Rui's suspicions were confirmed. Clearly, this naive couple was entangled in a misunderstanding. "Mulan, sometimes it is essential to sit down and openly discuss matters." "Enough, let us not talk about it," Mulan said impatiently, evidently reluctant to delve into the subject. She had already resolved to forget this relationship, and Tong Rui's persistent inquiries felt like an additional burden. Yet, Tong Rui was unaware of the specifics of their fallout. She refrained from pressing further. "All right, but what about the upcoming sports meet? It's approaching quickly. Your training volume must be greater than usual, Tong Rui said, sounding somewhat troubled. Given that Xiao Qinze was responsible for Mulan's logistics during the sports meet, there was no chance of a change now. They would need to synchronize their training closely before the event, but how could they manage that under the current circumstances? After a moment of contemplation, Mulan replied, "We can simply focus on our own tasks." Focus on our own tasks? Tong Rui's lips twitched, but she chose not to comment further. After all, this was Mulan's personal matter, and it was not her place to interfere. In the following days, up until Thursday, Mulan did not prepare a single meal for Xiao Qinze. They had not shared a meal together since. Xiao Qinze could clearly sense that something was amiss. Mulan could not possibly remain in a foul mood for an entire week without reason. Additionally, Mulan had always been remarkably optimistic. The excuse of feeling down was evidently insufficient. Xiao Qinze grew increasingly anxious and asked Mulan several times what was troubling her. However, Mulan's responses were consistently ambiguous, deliberately establishing emotional distance from herself. That evening, as per the schedule, Mulan summoned Xiao Qinze to train on the playground. Xiao Qinze pondered incessantly about how to address Mulan. He felt compelled to unravel the mystery surrounding their current situation, lest he remain ensnared in this inexplicable Cold War. If Mulan merely sought to indulge in ambiguity for a while, without the intention of pursuing a relationship, then clarity was essential. It was unreasonable to linger in such uncertainty. Thus, Xiao Qinze resolved to ascertain the underlying reasons. The training commenced swiftly, and Xiao Qinze pressed the timer as Mulan began her 400-meter run. His gaze remained fixated on her athletic form, yet his mind was preoccupied with thoughts. After a little over a minute, Mulan came to a halt. Xiao Qinze approached her with a bottle of water, which she accepted before sitting down beside him. "What was the time?" she inquired. Faced with her sudden coldness, Xiao Qinze found himself at a loss for words, stammering, 1 minute 25 seconds. "You've already caught up to 7th place. Mulan nodded slightly, stating, "All right, let us run 2 more laps before heading back." After a brief 2-minute rest, she urged Xiao Qinze to restart the timer and dashed off once more. Throughout their training, dialogue was sparse, and Mulan offered no opportunities for conversation. She completed another 2 laps in silence. After 5 or 6 minutes, Xiao Qinze retrieved a muscle gun, intending to help her relax her muscles. However, Mulan abruptly rose and declared, "Let us go back." "What? Senior, aren't you going to relax your muscles?" "That's not advisable," he protested. "It's essential to loosen up after exercise, especially since you have a competition coming up. Returning without proper recovery could lead to muscle tightness and diminished elasticity, impairing fatigue recovery." Yet, it was evident that Mulan was disinclined to heed such advice. "I'll take care of it myself," she stated firmly, packing her belongings and turning to leave. Xiao Qinze stood there, stunned, as Mulan's icy demeanor grew even colder, leaving him feeling unsettled. He had long harbored feelings for her, and this sudden chill was almost unbearable. Watching her retreating figure filled him with a profound sense of discomfort. As Mulan walked a distance away, she found herself glancing back multiple times, though she forced herself to stop. Her lips, unbeknownst to her, were nearly bitten raw from anxiety. Yet, this was her pride, regardless of whether the girl named Zhao was Xiao Qinze's girlfriend or a mere flirtation. She could not allow herself to continue in this emotional turmoil. Ultimately, Mulan did not look back. 2 individuals approached Xiao Qinze from behind, positioning themselves on either side of him. "Zay, there must be some misunderstanding. Don't rush to conclusions." Although Xiao Qinze was equally unaware of what transpired between him and Mulan, he felt the weight of the situation. "However, it appears you are also unaware. I shall inquire about Mulan on your behalf." Pei Cheng cast a glance at Tong Rui, contemplating how this mother crocodile has finally engaged in human affairs. He had been uneasy and specifically intended to check on her, only to discover that this mother crocodile had arrived as well. "Thank you, Senior Tong Rui," he said, before Xiao Qinze turned and departed the playground unceremoniously. Unable to contain his curiosity, Pei Cheng pressed on. "Hey, what on earth is wrong with your good friend? What does this sudden change signify? Even if she has grown tired, she ought to provide a clear explanation." Tong Rui pinched Pei Cheng's ear. "Ouch! Let go, let go? How could Mulan possibly be that sort of person?" Pei Cheng hastily wriggled free, exclaiming, "What is the deal then? Did my brother err in some way? How would I know? Mulan hasn't informed me." "Then you should hurry and ask. You're ordering me around now. You said that yourself. Mind your own business." Chapter 70. Xiao Qinze enters the emergency room the following day. Mulan set out early once again. In truth, it was not that she disliked being at home or seeing Xiao Qinze. Rather, the owner of the courier station had recently dismissed a part-timer, leading to an increase in her workload. Mulan found herself compelled to return to her previous routine at the dried fruit store, often being asked to stay for the evening shift. Nonetheless, she did not complain, as the financial reward was worthwhile. Working tirelessly for over 10 hours each day, exhausting herself to the point of mental fatigue, was, in a way, comforting. Xiao Qinze, too, found himself reverting to the monotonous routine of ordering takeout twice a day. The difference was that the meals were utterly devoid of flavor. He realized it was not the food that lacked taste, but rather the absence of the person who once shared those meals with him. Any dish, seasoned with an ingredient of solitude, would inevitably become tasteless. That evening, Xiao Qinze received a significant order and prepared to work late into the night to alleviate his insomnia. After ordering a takeout meal, he settled into his work and enjoyed a smooth 2 hours of productivity. However, by 8:30, he suddenly felt a discomfort in his stomach and an overwhelming sense of fatigue. He had no choice but to step away from his tasks and lie down for a moment's respite. Yet, as he reclined, his stomach began to churn violently, accompanied by waves of nausea and dry heaving. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he rushed to the bathroom to vomit. It seemed he might be experiencing a gastric issue, likely due to the heavy meals he had been consuming lately. After a bout of vomiting, Xiao Qinze felt somewhat better and retrieved the leftover stomach medication from his room. It appeared his plans for an all-nighter were dashed. Yet, Xiao Qinze's expectations were somewhat naive. Before long, as he lay resting, the discomfort in his stomach intensified, and he felt as though he had been completely drained of strength. Just as he attempted to rise and reach the door, he was struck by a wave of dizziness. Alas, this time, the situation feels even more severe. Before Xiao Qinze could finish his words, a violent bout of vomiting replaced his feeble voice. Simultaneously, a dull ache began to gnaw at his stomach, prompting him to instinctively cover it with his hand. Unbeknownst to him, his complexion had turned pallid, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Goodness, why does my stomach feel like it's about to take off? Curse it, the takeaway must be at fault. This is more than just a stomach ailment. It surely stems from the food consumed. Yet, there was no time for further speculation. He needed to rush to the hospital. Ugh! Xiao Qinze felt as if his stomach were about to leap out, convulsing violently within him. His arms trembled uncontrollably, a chaotic energy swirling inside him. It felt as though he might faint at any moment. Powerless, he slumped down, leaning against the doorframe. Creak! The door swung open. Xiao Qinze, on the verge of closing his eyes, forced them wide in an attempt to glimpse the entrance, though he could only perceive a double vision. Senior Mulan had just entered, initially oblivious to Xiao Qinze's presence by the door, only to be met by an unusual and pungent odor. Upon hearing Xiao Qinze's faint voice, her gaze fell upon him in a dreadful state, and her face turned ashen. Xiao Qinze. Mulan hastily dropped her bag and rushed to his side. Spotting the remnants on the floor exuding a strange smell and noticing Xiao Qinze's lips turning purple, her eyes widened in shock. Food poisoning. Senior. At this moment, Xiao Qinze could barely discern Mulan's appearance, perceiving only two swaying shadows before him. Xiao Qinze. Xiao Qinze. Mulan's anxiety surged, akin to ants on a hot pan. Tears welled in her strikingly deep eyes. Food poisoning is no trivial matter. It could be fatal. Wiping her eyes, she hurriedly looked around. Once she regained her composure, she sprang up to grab her phone and dial emergency services. In mere minutes, the wail of an ambulance siren pierced the air. Xiao Qinze, barely conscious, was lifted into the vehicle, with Mulan accompanying him. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the emergency room, and Xiao Qinze was rushed into the resuscitation unit. Watching the door close behind him, Mulan could no longer contain her mounting anxiety. Her lips parted and closed as she paced back and forth near the entrance, her mind consumed with worry. Images of Xiao Qinze's recent fainting spell flooded her thoughts. The earlier incident at the Neon Town Hotel was completely forgotten. How could this happen? How could this happen? Food poisoning, from the takeaway. Mulan stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. She felt responsible for leading Xiao Qinze back to the perilous path of takeaway meals, ultimately resulting in this food poisoning incident. While cooking was not her obligation, he was, after all, someone dear to her heart. The weight of responsibility towards a beloved is an indelible burden. Mulan's eyelids fluttered before she closed them, two streams of tears escaping her eyes, causing her chin to tremble slightly. After a brief moment, Mulan composed herself enough to retrieve her phone and dial Song Nian's number. Such a significant incident warranted the immediate presence of their misguided counselor. However, as Mulan was unaware of Chun He's contact information, she had no choice but to reach out to her superior, Song Nian. After Mulan reported the situation, within 10 minutes, both Song Nian and Chun He rushed to the hospital, visibly breathless as if they had sprinted the entire way. Upon arriving at the emergency room, Chun He was the first to inquire, "Is Xiao Qinze inside? How is he?" His words were laden with urgency. Song Nian echoed the question, "Mulan, how did he suffer from food poisoning?" Hearing their anxious tones, Mulan felt her composure slipping, tears cascading down her cheeks. With a quivering voice, she stammered, I just returned home tonight. He was nearly unconscious at the door. It's all my fault." Taken aback, both Song Nian and Chun He exchanged puzzled glances, struggling to comprehend her words. How could she possibly be to blame for his food poisoning? Did she poison him? Taking a deep breath, Song Nian replied, "Let us not panic. We should wait until the rescue operation is over." Mulan's head drooped almost to her collarbone as she nodded faintly. Subsequently, Song Nian sat beside her, offering support. "Chun He, could you please contact Xiao Qinze's family?" Chun He instinctively intended to comply, but as he pulled out his phone, he froze, tightening his grip on it. Ultimately, he responded, "I'll try." With that, he walked away. For the next 10 minutes, Song Nian and Mulan waited by the door, during which two more individuals were wheeled into the emergency room. Song Nian turned to Mulan, who remained silent and dazed, and asked, "Mulan, what exactly happened? Why did he suffer from food poisoning?" Mulan bit her lip in guilt, her voice filled with remorse. It must have been from the takeout. Upon hearing this, Song Nian felt a wave of dizziness and frustration wash over him. It was indeed the takeout. The school had consistently emphasized the dangers of consuming unregulated external food and encouraged students to dine at the cafeteria. Establishments outside the campus had not undergone rigorous scrutiny, leaving their hygiene and quality in question. Yet, university students often sought variety in their meals, investing considerable time in their culinary choices, leading to several hospitalizations from external takeout in the past. Song Nian rubbed his forehead, contemplating how to explain the situation to the administration. Suddenly, a thought struck him, recalling Mulan's earlier remark of feeling responsible. He probed further, "Mulan, why do you say this is your fault?" Mulan, her spirits low, whispered, "During this time, he has been eating with me. If it weren't for me..." Mulan was interrupted by a call. The two turned to look down the corridor, where Pei Cheng and Tong Rui appeared. "Rui, what brings you here?" Pei Cheng replied, "It was Brother He who called us." Song Nian immediately glanced at Pei Cheng, her brows furrowing. Teacher Chun He." Pei Cheng quickly corrected himself with an awkward grin. At that moment, Chun He walked down the corridor. "Teacher Chun, have you been unable to reach his family?" Chun He shook his head and said, "No, I haven't been able to get in touch." Song Nian chose not to press further. They would wait until the rescue operation concluded to discuss matters. Pei Cheng glanced at the emergency room, while Tong Rui looked somewhat bewildered. "What happened to my brother? He wouldn't be in there, would he?" Song Nian and Mulan exchanged glances, and Tong Rui's face reflected her confusion. How had Xiao Qinze ended up in the emergency room? It seemed that Chun He had yet to share the specifics with them. Moments later, after Mulan briefly explained the situation, they simultaneously exclaimed, "Food poisoning." Tong Rui hurried to sit beside Mulan and whispered, "Mulan, did you poison him? You two wouldn't go that far over a quarrel, would you?" Song Nian frowned and gently tapped Tong Rui on the head. Tong Rui shrank back, embarrassed, and waved her hands dismissively. Pei Cheng inquired, "How did he end up with food poisoning? Is his stomach issue acting up again? He had a stomach ailment once before." At this, Mulan's face paled in shock. Stomach issues. Xiao Qinze had mentioned this, and Mulan felt a wave of guilt wash over her. However, her guilt stemmed solely from her affections for Xiao Qinze, leading her to unconsciously shoulder the blame. Just then, Chun He interjected, "It shouldn't be that. It is indeed food poisoning. I just saw several others brought in with the same issue. The doctor mentioned they all consumed the same food, which contained botulinum and salmonella. It appears to be due to takeout from outside the campus." A few minutes later, the light in the emergency room dimmed, and a masked doctor emerged. The group hurriedly surrounded him. "Which of you is the family member?" Tong Rui quickly pushed Mulan forward, speaking rapidly. His condition. Are you his family?" What is your relationship? The doctor regarded Mulan with a peculiar look. Chun-Hee and Song Nian also exchanged odd glances at Tong Rui. Flushed, Mulan stepped back a couple of paces and pinched Tong Rui's waist. The doctor scanned the group and frowned. Who is the family member, exactly? Chun-Hee spoke up. Doctor, my apologies. We haven't been able to reach his family yet. I am his counselor. Please share any information with me. I can take responsibility for this. Teacher Chun. Pei Chung said in surprise. This responsibility is far greater than just covering for Xiao Chen's absences. Chun-Hee nodded slightly. It's all right. The doctor then responded, all right. Let me briefly explain. Fortunately, he was brought in early and received timely care. He is now out of danger. He is a typical case of bacterial food poisoning, but he did not consume much and promptly vomited due to gastrointestinal reactions. We have just performed a gastric lavage and with subsequent treatment. He should not experience any adverse reactions. He will be hospitalized for a week for observation. As long as there are no complications affecting the nervous system, he will be fine. Upon hearing this, the group felt a sense of relief. The situation sounded relatively positive. Chun-Hee stated, I will go settle the expenses. The others nodded in agreement. A moment later, in the hospital room, Song Nian asked, Chun-Hee, has his family been contacted yet? What kind of parents are they? So unreliable. They haven't even answered a call. However, Song Nian was unaware of the conflict between Xiao Chenza and his father. Xiao Chenza's mother had left home after an argument with his father, only to be involved in a car accident that night. Since then, the relationship between Xiao Chenza and his father had plummeted to an icy silence. Although they appeared to be father and son, they had become estranged. Chun-Hee was already aware of this and had refrained from calling Xiao Chenza's father. Chun-Hee and Pei Chung exchanged glances, both understanding the situation but unsure how to address it now. They ultimately fell into silence. Noticing their demeanor, Song Nian found it peculiar. I'll call myself, she declared. Rising to check the number, Chun-Hee hurried to stop her, prompting a frown from Song Nian. With resignation, Chun-Hee said, Song Nian, allow me to explain the situation. Curious, Song Nian followed Chun-Hee outside. Tong Rui and Mulan also sensed something was amiss. Tong Rui turned to Pei Chung and inquired, Hey, what's going on? Pei Chung glanced at her dismissively, retorting, Why are you asking so many questions? Tong Rui furrowed her brow. Do you believe I won't report to Teacher Song Nian how you looked at my legs? You. Pei Chung seethed, pointing at Tong Rui, his fists clenched. This incident seemed bound to haunt him until university ended. With a resigned tone, Pei Chung replied, all right. It's no big deal anyway. After all, Mulan, you and he are married, so you will find out. Mulan, unable to contain herself, stood up in embarrassment. What nonsense are you talking about? Married? Pei Chung and Tong Rui were entirely unaware of the events between Mulan and Xiao Chenza, merely perceiving the two as bickering. Huh, Mulan, you two aren't really going to end things amicably, are you? Pei Chung questioned, puzzled. Mulan was at a loss for words. How could she simply state that it was over? Tong Rui firmly pressed Mulan back into her seat, smiling as she said, of course not. Right, Mulan? Hey, let us not add to Xiao Chenza's troubles. He is still unconscious, Tong Rui advised. Mulan pouted, resigned to suffer a significant injustice. Tong Rui urged, do explain quickly. What is going on with him? Pei Chung replied, I will give you a brief overview, but please do not share this with anyone who would willingly spread such news. Hurry. Pei Chung took a seat and continued. The situation is that Zai Ye's father and mother have an estranged relationship, often embroiled in arguments. The last quarrel occurred at the beginning of his freshman year when his mother left home alone and subsequently had an accident. Zai Yi returned home and had a fierce confrontation with his father, almost coming to blows. However, his father seems somewhat obstinate, never addressing his own issues and harshly criticizing Zai Yi for being unfilial, hurling many unpleasant remarks. Since then, Zai Yi has not returned home, and his father has not reached out to him. Beyond that, I know little. Please do not disclose this. Pei Chung warned the two seriously. Chapter 72. Just apologize to him and devote yourself. Tong Rui and Mulan were utterly astonished. Xiao Chenza's experiences were even more harrowing than Mulan's. It was likely that Xiao Chenza had been closer to his mother in the past. It is difficult to fathom the turmoil he must have felt when his mother tragically passed away in an accident, especially following an argument with his father. This was indeed a dreadful calamity. With his mother's passing, his relationship with his father deteriorated, leaving Xiao Chenza entirely isolated. Mulan stood by, momentarily stunned by the shocking revelation. Xiao Chenza's situation mirrored her own. Hadn't he also been enjoying the sudden warmth of companionship during this time? Yet now, she was abruptly withdrawing from him. A wave of emotion washed over Mulan. Her nose tinged with sorrow as her eyelids involuntarily flickered. Guilt surged within her, akin to a relentless nail driving deeper into her heart. Yet, she could not shake the memory of Xiao Qin's conversation with that female companion. Confusion enveloped her. On one hand, her empathy sought to absolve Xiao Qin of any infidelity, while on the other, she could not erase the reality she had witnessed. At that moment, Tong Rui glanced at Mulan, noticing her disoriented expression. "Mulan," she called, and Pei Cheng turned his gaze toward her as well. After a few moments of silence, Tong Rui supported Mulan. "Let us step outside for a moment." With that, Tong Rui shot a fierce look at Pei Cheng. "You stay here and watch." Pei Cheng protested. "Why should I? He is my brother." Tong Rui shot him a disdainful glance, then took Mulan's hand and led her outside. Once outside, they spotted Song Nian and Chun He engaged in conversation not far away. The two exchanged glances before moving aside. They sat on a bench in the corridor, and Tong Rui asked, "Mulan, are you thinking about your family matters?" Tong Rui sensed that Mulan had been reminded of her own circumstances. Xiao Qin's condition caused a wave of anguish to wash over Mulan's heart. She swallowed hard, as if forcing back the tears of discomfort that threatened to spill forth. "No," Tong Rui exclaimed in surprise. "Then how come?" After a brief pause, Tong Rui suddenly asked, "What exactly is going on between you and Xiao Qin?" This time, Mulan reacted, her gaze shifting towards Tong Rui. After a moment of inner turmoil, her empathy ultimately prevailed. For her affection for Xiao Qin had taken deep root within her heart. "I saw him chatting with another girl that day." Mulan then recounted the entire sequence of events to Tong Rui with meticulous detail, anxious not to overlook any nuance. It was evident that she harbored a fervent hope that Tong Rui, whom she regarded as a romantic expert, might uncover some flaw that would vindicate Xiao Qin. Minutes later, Tong Rui wore a puzzled expression, seemingly frozen in contemplation. After a brief interval of reflection, she tentatively remarked, "Mulan, are you absolutely certain you didn't misinterpret what you saw?" Mulan nodded affirmatively. Well, it's no wonder you've been so cold towards him. Anyone would react that way. But somehow, I feel that Xiao Qin is not the type to behave in such a manner." Upon hearing this, Mulan's eyes widened in surprise, and she quickly inquired, "Why do you say that?" Tong Rui regarded Mulan with an enigmatic smile before responding. "Based on what I just heard, it seems that Xiao Qin's home situation is rather troubled. His parents are not harmonious, yet he is particularly concerned about his mother. Thus, he is likely quite sensitive about emotional and marital relationships, which would suggest he typically wouldn't engage in reckless romantic entanglements. However, this is not absolute. It is merely a perspective I encountered online, as well as character archetypes portrayed in novels." Mulan promptly disregarded the latter part of Tong Rui's statement and hurriedly pressed on. "Does that mean I misunderstood him? Should I apologize to him now?" Tong Rui's lips twitched in exasperation. "My dear sister, you still harbor feelings for him, don't you?" "Mulan, I just mentioned that it's not definitive. You must seek clarity first. You could confront him directly. Besides, he's currently unconscious. How could you possibly apologize to him?" Mulan lowered her head in defeat. "Then what should I do?" After pondering for a moment, Tong Rui suggested, "Find an appropriate time and approach the matter subtly. After all, you two have yet to formally confirm your relationship. Do not blame yourself, it's not your fault. You did indeed witness their conversation. They had booked a room together and stayed out all night. From your perspective, it certainly appears as though he concocted excuses to deceive you while frolicking with that girl at the gaming hotel. Anyone would find that unacceptable. You need to clarify whether this is a misunderstanding. If it is, then offer a sincere apology and perhaps consider making amends." Tong Rui closed her eyes in delight, a look of enjoyment gracing her face. Upon hearing Tong Rui's vividly lewd remarks, Mulan's expression shifted dramatically, her cheeks flushing with a mix of embarrassment and irritation. "Rui, Teacher Song Nian and the others are still here," she exclaimed. Tong Rui waved her hand dismissively, chuckling. "Oh, come on, we're all adults here. It's nothing to worry about. Now, shall we go inside and take a look?" Mulan shot her an exasperated glance before replying, "All right." As they took a few steps forward, Tong Rui turned back to Mulan and added, "By the way, don't mention this matter for the time being. He's still in the hospital. Let's talk about it after the sports meet. You need to focus on preparing for that. If your grades in the third year don't meet expectations, you'll have little opportunity in the fourth year." Mulan understood the gravity of the situation and nodded in agreement. The two then entered the hospital room, followed closely by Song Yin and Chun He. Song Yin glanced at the unconscious Xiao Qinze and sighed. She then approached the group and said, "Please help take care of him. Chun He and I will inquire about the situation with the takeout restaurant. Since there are multiple victims, this qualifies as a public health incident. We should seek compensation." The others nodded in agreement, as it was the weekend and they had no other commitments. Ultimately, the three stayed for 2 hours, leaving Peiqing to keep vigil at the hospital. The following day, Saturday morning, Xiao Qinze awoke from his coma and immediately saw Peiqing snoring beside him. A quick scan of the empty hospital room revealed only the two of them, stirring a sense of inexplicable disappointment within him. As he shifted his leg, Peiqing's arm slipped off, causing a loud thud. "Ouch! Ah!" Peiqing yelped, clutching his head as he sat up. Upon realizing Xiao Qinze was awake, he momentarily forgot his pain. "Wow, Zai, you're finally awake. I stayed up until 3 or 4 last night." Xiao Qinze frowned slightly. "Are you sure you didn't sleep the entire night?" Peiqing chuckled nervously at the look on Xiao Qinze's face. "Zai, you seem a bit let down. Where's Mulan? She was here yesterday, but she has to go to her part-time job today, so I stayed to keep watch." Xiao Qinze felt a bit relieved by this information. Peiqing sat down and remarked, "Zai, you've really had some bad luck this time. You got food poisoning from the takeout." Xiao Qinze inhaled sharply and replied, "I noticed something was off with the taste while eating. I tossed the rest away, but I guess I still ingested the botulinum toxin." Peiqing waved his hand dismissively. "What a misfortune. Let me call the doctor." A moment later, the doctor arrived to examine Xiao Qinze. His condition was stable, with no signs of complications. From the doctor, they learned that several others had suffered food poisoning, but Xiao Qinze had fared the best among them, with one individual having convulsed and become rigid. After the doctor departed, Peiqing inhaled sharply, his face etched with terror. "Zai, it seems you have narrowly escaped a grave misfortune." His tone suggested the situation was quite serious, and he seemed to be on the verge of spitting. "I'll inform them that you've regained consciousness." Peiqing sent a message to Tong Rui. Later, around noon, Mulan and Tong Rui arrived at the hospital room. Upon seeing Xiao Qinze's pale and frail visage, Mulan felt a pang of anguish in her heart. Tong Rui discreetly prodded Mulan with her finger. Mulan approached and seated herself, inquiring, "How do you feel?" A sudden warmth enveloped Xiao Qinze's heart. Mulan had finally taken the initiative to speak to him. I'm all right," he stammered. Mulan's eyes widened, turning to Tong Rui and Peiqing with a look of concern. "Why is he stuttering? Is this a complication?" "Huh!" the three exclaimed in unison, likely causing the attending physician, situated several meters away, to sneeze. Tong Rui's lips quivered slightly. "Sister, you're being overly sensitive. He is clearly just a bit nervous." Peiqing chuckled awkwardly. "Goodness. This pair of lovelorn fools should just hurry up and get married." Peiqing then relayed the doctor's earlier remarks verbatim to Mulan, which provided her with some relief. "Oh, I thought nerve damage had led to complications." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qinze felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Mulan's concern instantly transported him back to the flirtatious exchanges they shared a week prior. Tong Rui glanced at Mulan, deliberately clearing her throat twice before saying, "It's noon. I'll go fetch some lunch." "Xiao Qinze, what would you like to eat?" Peiqing interjected. "The doctor said he can't eat anything today. You two go eat. And bring me something back." Tong Rui shot him a sharp look, retorting, "I said he can eat." She then pointed at Peiqing, commanding, "You, come with me." "Hey, Mother Crocodile." Peiqing began to protest but quickly changed his tone. "A little light food wouldn't hurt, right? All right, let's go buy something." Tong Rui nodded appreciatively and turned to head out. Mulan quickly rose as well. Remaining behind would be purely awkward. Anticipating this, Tong Rui turned back and playfully shoved Mulan back into her seat. Mulan chose not to rise again, suddenly realizing the necessity of leaving someone to watch over Xiao Qinze. Thus, Tong Rui and Peiqing exited together. With a soft click, the door closed behind them, and Mulan shrank back in her chair like a kitten just weaned, feeling strangely alienated and apprehensive in the quiet surroundings. Xiao Qinze sensed the awkwardness between them, but it was evident that Tong Rui had intentionally created this opportunity for them. If he were to change the subject now, he might miss the chance to clarify matters. Gathering his courage, Xiao Qinze prepared himself and, a few seconds later, asked, "Senior, why have you been ignoring me these past few days?" At his words, Mulan found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Because Tong Rui had just mentioned not to confront the situation openly, and Mulan was somewhat apprehensive that there might be no misunderstanding. Her hopes would once again be dashed. For the bettered Xiaoqinze, this was not a favorable situation either. Noticing Mulan's silence, Xiaoqinze continued to inquire, "Senior, have I done something to upset you?" Upon uttering these words, his heart immediately sank. After a brief moment, Mulan nodded. "Can you tell me what it is?" Xiaoqinze genuinely could not recall what offense he had committed. As for the girl accompanying Xiaoqinze, he had never regarded her as a matter of significance, let alone the chat records, which had long been forgotten. At this moment, Mulan shook her head and said, "Let's discuss this when you are feeling better." "Ah, Senior, could you at least give me a hint?" Xiaoqinze asked, feeling troubled. Mulan pondered for a moment before finally asking, "Have you ever been in a relationship before?" Immediately, Mulan's face flushed, and she bit her lower lip. Although this was a tentative inquiry, she felt as if it was akin to clarifying their relationship. Xiaoqinze looked puzzled. "Senior, are you concerned about this?" "I'm not. I've had very little interaction with girls. If you don't believe me, ask Pei Cheng. I am absolutely 100% pure." Upon hearing this, Mulan gasped in surprise. No, that is not what I meant." Mulan found herself at a loss for words, unsure how the conversation had veered in that direction. Then, "Senior, what do you mean?" Mulan quickly waved her hands. "Forget it. We can discuss it in detail once you recover. By the way, I will be quite busy this week. The sports meet is approaching, and I need to help our team score points. Plus, I have a part-time job, so I might not have much time to visit you." Xiaoqinze promptly replied, "It's all right. Senior, you focus on your tasks and make sure to rest." Regarding the logistics, Mulan said, "I've spoken with Rui. She will adjust her training schedule to cover for you." Xiaoqinze nodded in agreement. "All right, please thank her for me. I'll come to watch your competition." Mulan responded, unconsciously becoming more demure. Faced with someone she deeply liked, the first boy to capture her heart, Mulan found it incredibly difficult to resist. The two engaged in a few more casual exchanges, yet there remained an unmistakable sense of distance between them. Compared to their previous flirtatious intimacy, the gulf felt immeasurable. Later, upon returning from the restroom, Mulan encountered Tong Rui and Pei Cheng just outside, returning from buying food. Observing Mulan, who was lost in thought with her head lowered, Tong Rui approached her. "Hey, huh?" Mulan was jolted back to reality by Tong Rui's greeting. Tong Rui, puzzled, asked, "What were you thinking about?" Mulan began to respond, but noticed Pei Cheng eavesdropping behind Tong Rui. Tong Rui turned around, shooting a cold glare at Pei Cheng. Then, with a gentle push, she urged Pei Cheng a few steps away. "You go in." Pei Cheng shrugged and entered, carrying his belongings. Afterwards, Mulan whispered, "I feel like I might have misunderstood him. I'm contemplating whether I should apologize now." Tong Rui frowned and asked, "Really? What did he say to you just now? In such a short time, you've already fallen for him again." Mulan pouted slightly, appearing somewhat reluctant. Yet the truth remained. Upon seeing Xiaoqinze's frail and pallid complexion, her heart softened instantly. She pondered various possibilities to rationalize the chat content she had witnessed that day. Tong Rui pressed further, "What were you two discussing? You didn't lay everything bare, did you?" Mulan quickly denied, No. I merely asked him if he had ever been in a relationship." Tong Rui's expression turned slightly astonished. "Oh, and what did he say?" Mulan's cheeks flushed, her small tongue peeking out from her supple lips, nibbling at her pearly teeth. "He mentioned that he has had very little interaction with girls. He is definitely a virgin." Chapter 74, Atonement Through Self-Sacrifice. Tong Rui could no longer contain her laughter. This goofy couple is rather amusing. How straightforward can one be? Who openly declares themselves as a virgin? What are you laughing at? As Tong Rui chuckled, Mulan felt even more bashful. Tong Rui laughed heartily, her words becoming somewhat garbled. He said, "You believe him, right?" Ha ha. Mulan playfully tugged at Tong Rui. "Oh, stop laughing. I feel like he's not lying." Tong Rui furrowed her brows, intrigued. "How could that be? I can't believe he hasn't. You know? I'll ask him." Mulan quickly grabbed Tong Rui. "Hey, what are you going to ask him?" Tong Rui replied, "About that. I just can't believe he hasn't done anything." "What does that mean?" Mulan inquired innocently. You don't know what that means?" Tong Rui's mouth twitched, looking at Mulan in disbelief. "I don't know. What does it mean?" Tong Rui cleared her throat, feeling somewhat speechless. Her dear friend was truly innocent to the core. If she hadn't shared a few risky jokes with her, she probably wouldn't even know the purpose of men. "Well, you can ask him about it later." "If this is indeed a misunderstanding," Mulan pouted and softly said, I think it is a misunderstanding. Tong Rui sighed dramatically. Oh dear sister, you've been enchanted by him. Women are emotional creatures, often lacking rational thought in matters of the heart. I was deceived for quite some time before realizing it. How do you know he isn't just toying with you? Mulan gazed at Tong Rui and replied, I just don't think so. Hearing this, Tong Rui took a deep breath. Well, I must admit that I am quite repulsed by the behavior of that scoundrel, which is why I suggested you clarify matters, for fear that you might endure a similar experience as mine. When two individuals genuinely commit to a romantic relationship, it is imperative to extend complete trust to one another. However, you have already distanced yourself from him significantly. At that moment, Mulan immediately lowered her head. I found it somewhat unbearable, thinking it might be best to act as if it never occurred. Tong Rui, witnessing Mulan's demeanor, was at a loss for words. Indeed, it is quite difficult to remain composed when one discovers that the person they have wholeheartedly accepted as their boyfriend has checked into a hotel with another girl. The two fell into silence for a few seconds before Tong Rui finally spoke. Mulan, you are truly remarkable. Despite this incident, you have not uttered a single negative word about him, nor have you confided in us at all. Were I in your shoes, I would have publicly condemned him on campus by now. For now, focus on preparing for the sports meet, and once that's over, we can find time to discuss this matter thoroughly. If it truly is a misunderstanding, a sincere apology is in order. If all else fails, perhaps a bit of contrition might suffice. As Tong Rui spoke, her expression shifted, revealing a mischievous smile. Mulan frowned slightly and playfully swatted Tong Rui's hand. In the subsequent week, Xiao Qinze was compelled to remain in the hospital, diligently recuperating. After undergoing several days of intravenous therapy and numerous examinations, it was ultimately determined that the food poisoning incident stemmed from the use of spoiled meat by the takeaway restaurant. They were ordered to compensate him, covering all medical expenses and additionally awarding him 10,000 as compensation for emotional distress. Meanwhile, true to her word, Mulan focused on preparing for the sports meet, also finding time to take on a part-time job. Each day was filled with busyness, and she only visited Xiao Qinze once during his hospital stay. On November 14th, at 10:30 in the morning, it was finally the day of Xiao Qinze's discharge, coinciding perfectly with the day before Mulan's competition. Pei Cheng, the considerate friend, came to pick up Xiao Qinze, conveniently shedding his cast in the process. Upon entering the hospital room, Pei Cheng smiled and said, Zizha, don't hold your breath. It's just me, Senior Mulan, and that formidable matriarch are still discussing the competition for tomorrow. Are you disappointed? After changing his clothes, Xiao Qinze shot him an irritated glance and replied, disappointed? Indeed, very disappointed. Pei Cheng, unfazed, chuckled and feigned sarcasm. Ah, Zizha, even a straight-laced gamer like you has found himself enchanted by a girl. I see Senior Mulan seems to be in much better spirits. You should hasten to win her back. Xiao Qinze retorted, you never have a kind word to say. Just head back. The two exited the hospital together. As they reached the entrance, Pei Cheng triumphantly pulled out his phone. Hey, come and pick us up at the entrance. Moments later, a robust Hummer rolled up and parked steadily before them. No way, is this real? Your father actually got you a Hummer? Pei Cheng brushed his hair back and remarked. Of course, I already own a car, though I seldom drive it. I've hired a dedicated chauffeur, so whenever we venture far, we shall use this vehicle. Come on, let us get in and experience it. Xiao Qinze felt a flicker of anticipation. After all, he had never ridden in a Hummer. Once inside, Pei Cheng addressed the driver, saying, This is my brother, who just got discharged from the hospital today. Please drive slowly. From now on, whatever he says will be as if I am saying it. He is at your service. Understood, the driver replied promptly. Xiao Qinze immediately demurred. Perhaps that is unnecessary, given that he is your driver. Pei Cheng waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, What does it matter? My father is wealthy. He pays over 10,000 a month just to chauffeur me to and from school. It's a trivial matter. The driver had no grounds to refute Pei Cheng's assertion, and he was likely pleased to have such a favorable job. Xiao Qinze smiled and ceased to protest. After all, he shared a strong bond with Pei Cheng, and this was merely a small favor in his eyes. When he first met Pei Cheng, he never anticipated that this good brother was a wealthy heir. The author suggests that readers promptly inquire about their own good brothers. Moments later, the two returned to Xiao Qinze's residential community. Upon entering, Pei Cheng was somewhat astonished by the bright and tidy interior. Goodness, Senior Mulan truly is an unparalleled model of a devoted wife and mother. This is cleaner than my own home. Xiao Chenza glanced toward his room and recalled the mess he had left behind, now impeccably tidied by Mulan. Indeed, Senior Mulan had a penchant for cleanliness. Pei Cheng settled into the living room, his hands clasped behind his head, and said, "This goes beyond mere cleanliness. Even the most fastidious individual has their untidy moments. Yet, upon returning here, not a trace of disorder is visible. That speaks to character. Ziyi, you ought to rejoice in secret. In this era, encountering a gentle and gracious senior who is also strikingly beautiful is truly fortunate." Xiao Chenza, for once, did not counter Pei Cheng's observation, but instead smiled and inquired, "So, how is your progress going?" "What progress?" Pei Cheng replied with a look of disdain, even mimicking a gagging expression. "Her? I'd rather retch. She's like a female crocodile. Aside from her legs, she's truly insufferable. Do you have any idea how much of my snack money she devours? She's nothing but a glutton. How much money would I need to sustain her? And that unyielding disposition of hers, tch. Although I lean towards the assertive type, there's no possibility with her. She's a tempestuous beast." Xiao Chenza listened to Pei Cheng's tirade with astonishment. "But, Pei Yi, you seem to have quite an in-depth understanding of Senior Tong Rui, don't you? It appears you've put a considerable amount of thought into this." Pei Cheng scoffed dismissively, shrugging as he remarked, "I simply prefer watching the animal kingdom." Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed, snap. Pei Cheng. Xiao Chenza and Pei Cheng immediately perked up, and Pei Cheng's expression shifted dramatically as he glanced fearfully toward the door. "Mother hyena, what did you say again? Oh, come on. Hey. With that, Tong Rui, in a fit of anger, began to chase Pei Cheng around the room. Caught again. Xiao Chenza and the newly arrived Mulan both wore amused expressions. "Senior, what brings you back at this hour?" Pei Cheng had just remarked that Mulan and Tong Rui were preparing for the competition the following day. Mulan, still maintaining a polite tone, replied, "Aren't you being discharged today? I assumed you wouldn't be eating takeout anymore." "Rui and I thought it would be nice to have a meal together since we're all here." "Oh, I see. That's fine. Thank you, Senior," Xiao Chenza responded somewhat disappointedly. "By the way, how is your competition preparation going? Are you confident?" Mulan chuckled lightly, assuring him, "There shouldn't be any issues. I expect to place well. Your scores will certainly be added. However, you'll need to assist with logistics during the event. I'll explain what to do later." Xiao Chenza replied, "All right. By the way, Senior, do you have a part-time job today?" Mulan, walking toward the kitchen, answered, "A few days ago. The boss said he adjusted the part-time schedules to evening shifts to accommodate us students. I'll be going in later tonight." Xiao Chenza frowned, a wave of confusion washing over him. All evening shifts? Who prefers working late at night? How strange. Yet, this arrangement allowed Mulan to manage her classes and other matters during the day, though it would undoubtedly be tiring. 40 minutes later, Mulan had prepared a sumptuous lunch. Tong Rui pulled Pei Cheng over to sit obediently, his mouth still showing signs of redness. "You didn't eat, just say that. I heard everything from the doorway," Tong Rui exclaimed, raising her hand threateningly, causing Pei Cheng to instinctively shrink back. Xiao Chenza and Mulan couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. What goes around comes around, they mused. After taking a deep breath, Pei Cheng begrudgingly picked up his chopsticks to serve himself, but upon tasting the food, he complained, "Senior Mulan, why does this lack flavor?" Tong Rui shot him a glare, retorting, "You talk too much. Was this made for you?" Hearing this, Pei Cheng immediately turned his gaze toward Xiao Chenza. Mulan discreetly tugged at Tong Rui beneath the table. Tong Rui, lifting Mulan's delicate hand, exclaimed, "Oh, weren't you the one who insisted on coming back to make food for the sick?" Pei Cheng grinned like a mischievous ant, while Xiao Chenza and Mulan appeared visibly embarrassed. "Rui, I never insisted." All right, you didn't Let us eat quickly," Mulan said. Her face flushed as she focused on her meal. Tong Rui then delivered a final jab, "Stop secretly pulling at me." Rui. After finishing their meal, Mulan and Tong Rui headed back to school together. Xiao Chenza immersed himself once more in the preparations for the athletic meet. Having felt pinned up after a week of idleness, sending daily messages of inquiry to his friend. The following day, on Saturday, the first day of the sports event, Mulan donned her athletic attire and arrived early at the playground alongside Xiao Chenza. The venue was already bustling with anticipation, filled with spectators and participants alike. The opening ceremony commenced with a classic parade of athletes, where groups of participants practiced their formations. Mulan was scheduled to compete in the women's 400-meter race in the morning, which was the first event of the day. The two friends made their way to the track to warm up. Mulan remarked, "The competitors and the logistics are adjacent. I'm number 13 in the first heat, and the logistics will follow the even numbers. You are number 14. After the opening ceremony, uniforms will be distributed, so remember to wear yours. Once I finish my race, you'll need to verify the results, as long as there isn't a significant discrepancy from your timing. There is one opportunity to request a re-race during the event, which will be scheduled for a different heat. However, I do not intend to run again. Once my results are valid, we can simply verify them with my class at the academy." Xiao Qinzhe, somewhat perplexed, asked, "What about the uniforms? Why aren't they distributed in advance?" Mulan explained, "Of course, there will be uniforms, just a simple vest that you can put on. If they were distributed early, what would happen if participants exchange numbers? They all have registered numbers." "All right then, it seems that's a lesson learned," he replied. After warming up, they found a quiet spot to rest. Mulan felt a twinge of nervousness, despite having trained hard enough to surpass last year's fourth-place finish. Yet, with new competitors emerging each year, the strength of this year's rivals remained uncertain. Noticing her anxious demeanor, Xiao Qinzhe reassured her, "Senior, do not be anxious. Your performance is already commendable." At his words, Mulan turned slightly and smiled. "Yes, I will do my best and help you achieve full marks." Xiao Qinzhe smiled back, "Thank you, Senior. Hey, you two seem quite cozy." A pair of small hands suddenly rested on her shoulders, startling Mulan. "Rui, you scared me. What brings you here?" She turned to see Peiqing fuming behind her, with Tong Rui casting a disapproving glance. "Of course, we're here to cheer you on," Peiqing declared as he settled beside Xiao Qinzhe. "So Peiqing, what's this? You all agreed to come together?" Xiao Qinzhe chuckled. Peiqing retorted, "Agreed? Nonsense. I just thought I'd come to support you and pass the time watching the competition. I ran into this crocodile at the entrance." "Damn you, Peiqing. Don't say that." He promptly fell silent, his head bowed in a submissive posture. Xiao Qinzhe burst into laughter, finding amusement in Peiqing's predicament. The four of them engaged in light conversation until the opening ceremony of the sports meet commenced. However, there was little to behold. Each year, the spectacle consisted solely of parades, with various colleges showcasing their flair, merely amplifying the grandeur of the occasion. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the sports competition commenced. The track events featured only the men's 1,000 meters and the women's 400 meters, each consisting of one heat. Mulan went to collect her vests. One numbered 13 and the other 14. Upon seeing this, Tong Rui couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, 13-14. Mulan, you have quite the knack for selecting numbers." Chapter 76. When is the senior not charming? Mulan's cheeks flushed and her voice softened. In a shy and melodious tone, she replied, "These are assigned by the academy." Tong Rui waved her hand dismissively, chuckling, I see. Hurry and register your information." Moments later, Mulan and Xiao Qinzhe proceeded to the other side of the field to register. Now, they awaited the call for their races. "Mulan, which group are you in for number 13? Mulan responded, "Group 1, with 5 competitors. I'm in the second group." "No rush. You can go over after the first group finishes. They will need to verify the results and determine their validity." Tong Rui nodded. "Then you should rest here for now. Your performance will easily surpass theirs." Soon after, the men's 1,000 meters, consisting of only one group of 8 participants, swiftly concluded. The first group of the women's 400 meters began, causing Peiqing to become excited. "They're coming." Both Xiao Qinzhe and Tong Rui turned to Peiqing with astonished expressions. "Pei Ge, you don't seem to be here just to cheer," they remarked. Peiqing chuckled sheepishly. "Cheering is my primary aim. The spectacle is merely secondary." Xiao Qinzhe sighed in disbelief, while Tong Rui frowned, rolling her eyes in disdain. "What a creep." Peiqing shrugged nonchalantly, unperturbed. Meanwhile, Mulan focused intently on the 5 figures on the track. "They are so fast." Tong Rui and Xiao Qinzhe lifted their gazes. The first group completed the first half of the race in under 45 seconds. With a strong sprint in the latter half, it was entirely possible to finish within 1 minute and 25 seconds. "Wow, are they all on steroids?" Tong Rui frowned. Mulan's best time was 1 minute and 24 seconds, and by the looks of it, the pressure was indeed significant. However, the acceleration in the latter half soon revealed its limitations, with only one runner maintaining the speed to the finish. Ultimately, she clocked in at 1 minute and 24 seconds, matching Mulan's previous record. The others finished beyond 1 minute and 25 seconds. Phew, that was close. I thought they were truly on a performance-enhancing spree. It appears they were merely on subpar substances, Tong Rui remarked, placing a hand on her chest and exhaling deeply. Mulan needed to secure a ranking, aiming for at least the top 20 to maximize her extracurricular credits. A top 10 finish was essential to help Xiaoqinzi excel. If they couldn't compete, what was the point? It's our turn. Let's go, Mulan said, rising to her feet. Xiaoqinzi responded, all right, good luck. Tong Rui and Pei Cheng chimed in simultaneously. Good luck. They then exchanged cold glances, each expressing their mutual disdain. You must not mimic my speech. I spoke first, didn't I? It was clearly my voice that echoed first. Xiaoqinzi and Mulan exchanged glances, sharing a resigned smile. These two were truly beyond redemption. Moments later, both approached the finish line. The first group was still verifying their valid scores, while Xiaoqinzi took the opportunity to double-check the information of the second group. After confirming its accuracy, he joined Mulan. Senior, one of them placed 5th last year. She should be the strongest competitor. At the outset, do not chase her. Instead, maintain your own rhythm. Given your capabilities, you can perform on par with her if you play to your strengths. This is a crucial aspect of racing. One must not pursue the fastest runner at the beginning, as it can disrupt your own tempo. Gradually surpassing those who are weaker will undoubtedly boost your confidence and energy. Xiaoqinzi had thoroughly analyzed the previous year's competition, fearing the possibility of being distanced by such formidable opponents. Mulan, uncertain of the timing, might panic, so it was essential to strategize in advance. Mulan nodded in agreement. All right, I understand. With that, she flexed her ankle and took a deep breath. A few minutes later, the first group's score verification was completed, and the second group was summoned to the track to prepare for the race. Xiaoqinzi stepped off the track and walked towards the grassy area. Senior, give it your all. Mulan smiled back at him from the inner lane, responding, don't worry. After the other staff cleared the track, the 5 girls assumed their starting positions. Ready, bang. At the sound of the starting gun, the second group surged forward. As expected, one of the shorter girls had an exceptionally fast start, immediately pulling away from the others by several meters. Mulan, however, found herself in second to last place during the initial half of the race. Yet, she was known for her late-stage acceleration, making the early phase less critical. After 200 meters, Mulan had advanced to 3rd place, continuously gaining speed. As she closed the gap with the girl in 2nd place, the competitor ahead sensed her approach and glanced back, clearly flustered. With no clock on the field to indicate their times, they could only gauge their performance by observing the other runners. While it was impossible to catch the first, securing the 2nd position was paramount. Both girls were steadily accelerating, even reducing the distance to the leader. However, Mulan maintained her training rhythm and did not succumb to panic like the girl ahead. After running alongside her for several meters, the competitor began to tire, dropping to 3rd place. Xiaoqinzi stood on the sidelines, watching Mulan with bated breath, his heart racing with anxiety. Fortunately, Mulan continued to uphold her pace, remaining unfazed. If this persisted, she would surely deliver a performance reflective of her true potential. On the track, with just the final 100 meters remaining, the finish line was tantalizingly close. It was time to unleash a full-throttle sprint. After taking a deep breath, Mulan's long legs, defined by muscle, began to accelerate fiercely. Simultaneously, the petite girl who had consistently held the lead also surged ahead with great vigor. Only a few meters separated the two, both driven by an unconscious desire to claim 1st place, neither willing to yield. Mulan pushed herself harder than during her training, for at this moment, anyone would strive for victory. Wow, they are so fast. They might break the record. The competition among the girls in our school's 400 meters remains as fierce as ever. Beep. The timer concluded. The two crossed the finish line almost simultaneously. Xiaoqinzi hurried over to Mulan, for he alone could discern that she had overexerted herself compared to her usual training. Such exertion would surely take a toll on her body. Senior, Xiaoqinzi swiftly supported the nearly exhausted Mulan. She was still gasping for breath, her legs feeling weak. However, she could not afford to collapse, as it would harm her leg muscles. How did I do? Mulan gasped. Xiaoqinzi promptly replied. My timer records 1 minute, 23 seconds, and 5 milliseconds. That performance is already in the top 5. The previous champion of the women's 400 meters finished in 1 minute, 23 seconds flat. Mulan had truly given her all this time. She nodded slightly, and then said, you should go check the results. Senior, there's no rush. You should lean on me for a moment. You're a bit fatigued, Xiao Chenza urged. It seemed Mulan could barely hold herself up, leaning heavily against him. Xiao Chenza looked at the beads of sweat forming on her forehead, while the fragrant scent of her body lingered in the air, swallowing hard. When has the senior ever been unappealing? Clad in that snug athletic attire, she appeared strikingly heroic, yet now she leaned against him, fragile and delicate. The fantasies of a youth obsessed with gaming, just before being struck down, had materialized into reality. Chapter 77. How could such a notorious femme fatale exist in this world? After resting for a few minutes, Xiao Chenza assisted Mulan in verifying the results. The girl who had crossed the finish line alongside Mulan had just finished checking and approached Mulan with a bright smile. "Senior, you are amazing." Mulan turned to her, surprised to see that she was a junior. With a polite smile, Mulan responded, "You are impressive as well. I felt completely drained after the race." The girl waved her hand dismissively. No, I used to train in athletics, so I had a slight advantage. You actually helped me break my own record. That's truly commendable. Is this your boyfriend? He's so handsome." At that moment, Xiao Chenza and Mulan found themselves leaning closely against each other, appearing quite intimate. They couldn't help but feel a sense of embarrassment, but chose not to deny it, fearing that such denial might lead to misunderstandings. "Senior, may I add you to my contact list?" Upon hearing this, Mulan did not refuse and replied directly, "Of course." They then exchanged contact information. After she departed, Xiao Chenza smiled and remarked, "Senior, you have captured the heart of a junior." Mulan, with a peculiar expression, retorted, "What heart? She simply wants to make a friend." "Just joking," Xiao Chenza chuckled awkwardly. Of course it was a jest. Two girls becoming friends. Could there be any other possibility? The odds are exceedingly low. Xiao Chenza meticulously compared the scores, finding that his timing was not significantly different from his own. Ultimately, Mulan's score settled at 1 minute, 23 seconds, and 4 milliseconds, just a millisecond faster than the previous girl, and the result was deemed valid. Both felt a sense of relief, and Mulan joyfully exclaimed, "I was faster by a millisecond." Indeed, Xiao Chenza expressed his happiness for Mulan. Simultaneously, he felt assured that his own score would also be commendable, likely within the top 10 of the school. He assisted Mulan as they prepared to head to the academy for score verification and registration. Pei Cheng and Tong Rui were already waiting outside the competition area. Upon seeing the two emerge, Tong Rui hurriedly approached with inquiries. Mulan, what was your time? I saw everyone astonished. You must have broken the record." 1 minute, 23 seconds, and 4 milliseconds, Mulan replied with a smile. "Wow, that must secure our academy's top position," Tong Rui exclaimed, her excitement surpassing even Mulan's. Pei Cheng, equally astonished, added, "This ranking is surely within the top 5. Tong Rui shot him a disdainful glance, scoffing, "Top 5? More like top 3. Your vision is rather limited." Pei Cheng, pointing at Tong Rui, protested, "Hey, who are you calling short-sighted? You act as if you ran it yourself." Tong Rui retorted defiantly, "I didn't run it, my best friend did. You should just wait for our school to include gaming as an event in the sports meet." Xiao Chenza quickly interjected, All right, here you go again. We need to verify our scores with the academy and class." With a huff, Tong Rui strode over, linking her arm with Mulan's fair, flushed arm. "Come, let us flaunt our achievement. The top of the academy has arrived." Shortly thereafter, the group arrived at the logistics area established by the academy and class. The academy's setup was rather simple, consisting of a single tent for unified registration. The class had its own logistics resting area, varied in form and location. After Xiao Chenza assisted Mulan in confirming her score, Tong Rui led the way as they made their way to the class's logistics tent. The logistics area for the junior year of the computer science class was relatively well organized. Under the direct management of their group leader, Song Nian, several tents were pitched, offering drinking water and energy replenishments. Inside sat a few male participants of the competition, along with students responsible for logistics. Where is Teacher Song Nian? Tong Rui glanced around, puzzled. Mulan replied, "Teacher Song Nian is the group leader. She has to oversee an entire major." "Well, let us proceed directly to the registration." Tong Rui, brimming with joy, raised her chin and walked alongside Mulan towards the adjacent table. This was undoubtedly an impressive moment, as Mulan was certainly the top student of the academy. However, upon reaching the table, Tong Rui's expression shifted to one of displeasure, for seated before them were Mulan's two roommates, Fan Mingqi and Lu Shi. Tong Rui furrowed her brow and muttered softly. I had forgotten, they also signed up as registration coordinators. Mulan's 3 roommates were equally lacking in scores. They had applied for logistical support for the sports meeting while also filling out the registration coordinator forms to accumulate additional points for their physical education. Tong Rui, without hesitation, declared, verify the scores. Registration information. Fan Mingqi glanced down at the recently reported scores and then, adopting a deliberately mocking tone, remarked, your name is not on this list. Miss Tong. Tong Rui's anger flared within her. It was evident that Fan Mingqi had said this on purpose. She could not possibly be unaware of Mulan's score. Mulan gently restrained Tong Rui's arm and calmly replied to Fan Mingqi, my score is 1 minute and 23.04 seconds. Mulan's demeanor was composed, showing no inclination to engage further with Fan Mingqi. Yet, at that moment, Fan Mingqi's tone turned sarcastic. Oh, so it's our little pauper princess. Mind your manners. At these words, Tong Rui's irritation escalated. Fan Mingqi, I advise you to watch your tongue. Xiao Qinze and Pei Cheng regarded Fan Mingqi with icy glares, their expressions dark as coal. How could such a vile creature exist in this world? Meanwhile, Lu Shi smiled at Xiao Qinze and remarked, logistical support or participants are required for registration. Perhaps Miss Tong should step back. Tong Rui scoffed dismissively, letting out a derisive snort. With a stern countenance, Xiao Qinze stepped forward and stated, I am here as Mulan's logistical support. Bring forth the signature sheet. Fan Mingqi shrugged dismissively, offering a contemptuous smirk as she tossed the signature sheet towards him. Sign your name, but do not sign for the pretty boy. Xiao Qinze's brows knitted together, his anger surging within him. Mulan's previously calm expression also turned frosty. Pei Cheng, unable to contain himself any longer, surged ahead of Tong Rui and slammed his hand down on the table. Damn it! Say that again if you dare. Such a person did not deserve any courtesy. And Pei Cheng pointedly berated her. The other boys resting nearby began to rise, their gazes drawn to the scene. You dare? Fan Mingqi had just noticed Pei Cheng and now saw his imposing demeanor. Pei Cheng showed no fear, smirking coldly. Indeed, it was I who bumped into you last time. Do you have a problem with that? Fan Mingqi's expression contorted with rage as she stood, pointing accusingly at Pei Cheng, her face flushed with anger. Now it was her turn to feel discomfort, having encountered someone formidable. Xiao Qinze, struggling to suppress his fury, stepped forward to restrain Pei Cheng. Hey, let it go. A few individuals came to register their information, and it was unnecessary to entangle with such people. Moreover, this was Song Yin's class, and Mulan certainly did not wish to trouble her. Xiao Qinze signed his and Mulan's names on the registration sheet, casually tossing the pen aside. Let us depart, he declared. As they turned to leave, an unexpected event unfolded. Chapter 78. Try being reckless again. Suddenly, Mulan felt a chill at her back and neck, prompting her to emit a soft gasp. Xiao Qinze and the others turned to her, observing a significant wet patch on her back, with her hair dampened as well. Xiao Qinze swiftly turned around. Fan Mingqi held a half-finished bottle of mineral water in her hand, wearing a triumphant smile. A classic case of picking on the vulnerable when unable to confront the strong. Yet, she was sorely mistaken. Xiao Qinze, already simmering with frustration, was now incensed that she had the audacity to splash water on Mulan. He gently brushed Mulan's hair aside, his expression transforming into a fierce glare as he strode purposefully back. Arriving at the table, he seized the mineral water next to Lu Shi and opened it. In the incredulous gaze of Fan Mingqi, he yanked her collar and forcefully pushed her down onto the table. Bang! The sound of her head striking the surface echoed sharply. Xiao Qinze! Mulan exclaimed in shock. However, Xiao Qinze firmly pressed her head down, pouring the mineral water over her entirely. Lu Shi, astonished, stared wide-eyed, unable to close her mouth. How dare you? Fan Mingqi, the little fairy, always believed herself to be the underdog, emboldened by her perceived strength. Mulan and Tong Rui hurried to restrain Xiao Qinze. He discarded the water bottle aside and kicked the table inward with a forceful shove, sending it flying over a meter. Fan Mingqi, without uttering a word, was already overturned on the ground. Try being reckless again. At that moment, several boys, witnessing the escalating situation, rushed in to mediate. However, they merely attempted to separate the combatants and offered a few words of peace. Following them was another boy in sports attire, of similar height to Xiao Qinze, who approached with an aggressive stance, evidently having a dubious connection with Fan Mingqi. He forcefully shoved Xiao Qinze's shoulders, pushing him several steps back. Hey! Mulan and Tong Rui stumbled forward from the inertia. Behind them, Pei Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? You dare to touch my brother? He did not concern himself with disputes among girls, but if someone dared to lay hands on Xiao Qinzi, he had to intervene. Pei Cheng charged forward and kicked out. Xiao Qinzi, still brimming with fury, advanced alongside Pei Cheng. Brothers unite. The three soon became embroiled in a scuffle, leaving the nearby girls aghast. Fan Mingqi and Lu Shi could hardly believe how events had escalated, rendered speechless by the unfolding chaos. Stop! Stop fighting! Quickly! Summon teacher Song Nian. Moments later, accompanied by Song Nian, 8 individuals appeared in the office. Xiao Qinzi and Pei Cheng stood side by side, their expressions devoid of any hint of remorse or regret. After all, they had won. The boy beside them bore the marks of their victory, his face adorned with bruises. Song Nian took a deep breath, feeling a pang of frustration. Third-year and second-year students fighting at the sports meet, and all from the same department. What a disgrace. Who struck first? Upon hearing this, Fan Mingqi immediately pointed at Xiao Qinzi, exclaiming, "They struck first. He splashed water on me." Song Nian's gaze shot sharply towards her. Meanwhile, Mulan furrowed her brows, appalled that she would dare to accuse Xiao Qinzi first. Tong Rui, however, was quick to defend, retorting, "Fan Mingqi, you were the one who splashed Mulan with your unfinished drink, all right?" He only retaliated. Fan Mingqi, evading the crux of the issue, continued to point at Xiao Qinzi. "You truly have no shame." Tong Rui huffed, exasperated by the maliciousness of such a vile girl. "You've lost all sense of dignity." "Enough." Song Nian rose, her voice firm. She approached Fan Mingqi, her eyes frosty. "Fan Mingqi, I will ask you once more. Did you strike first?" Fan Mingqi trembled, her heart faltering. It was clear she had instigated the situation. "I didn't. They hit me first." Pei Cheng scoffed derisively, sensing her fear. Song Nian's lips curled into a cold smile as she nodded. "Very well, Fan Mingqi, let me enlighten you. I've already spoken to the students present. I merely wish for you to admit your mistake. Did you think I was oblivious to your words? I will not impose a collective punishment. Think again." With a sharp reprimand, she sent a shiver down Fan Mingqi's spine. Lu Shi, standing nearby, shrank back in fear. "You and Lu Shi will each lose 3 points in moral conduct. Now apologize to Mulan. Later, you will write a 500-word reflection and post it in the class group." "What?" Fan Mingqi and Lu Shi exclaimed in unison. How could Song Nian demand they apologize to someone they deemed beneath them? Song Nian's icy gaze bore into them. "If you refuse to apologize, I will clear your moral conduct points entirely. We will apologize." The two hastily agreed. They knew that losing their points could haunt them until their senior year. Once the girl's situation was resolved, Song Nian turned her attention to the 3 boys. "As for you 3, do you feel any remorse for your altercation?" Xiao Qinzi and Pei Cheng boldly declared, "No." The boy who had been attacked fell silent. The room fell into a heavy silence. "No." Song Nian regarded them with a smile and a nod. "Very well, if that is the case, you 2 shall cover the medical expenses." "What? Medical expenses? Just like that?" Observing Song Nian's demeanor, it seemed she initially intended to impose no judgment whatsoever. Yet, for the lack of remorse, she imposed a fine for medical expenses. Is the formidable master of extinction truly this lenient? I had anticipated a significant deduction for moral conduct. The boy who was assaulted wore an expression of utter disbelief. Is this how it concludes? A mere monetary settlement to bring closure? Yet, he was clearly underestimating the situation. Song Nian halted and turned back. "By the way, you initiated the altercation. Therefore, a point will be deducted from your moral conduct." "What?" He was utterly taken aback. A penalty for being assaulted? But Song Nian was indeed the master of extinction, and he had no grounds for rebuttal. Moreover, her assertion was undeniably accurate. In truth, both he and Fan Mingqi were at fault. "Very well. I comprehend the circumstances thoroughly. Do not approach me with grievances regarding the disciplinary action. And as for you, Fan Mingqi and your companions, I expect you to conduct yourselves with more decorum henceforth. Do you understand the implications? Should this occur again, prepare for expulsion. Now disperse. You 2, apologize to Mulan and submit a written reflection." With her arms crossed and an aura of authority surrounding her, Song Nian commanded respect. Fan Mingqi and Lu Shi slightly bowed, their voices barely audible. "I'm sorry. Did you leave your vocal cords at home?" Song Nian's tone was stern. The 2 immediately raised their voices. "We're sorry." Observing this, Tong Rui, Pei Cheng, and Xiao Qinze felt a sense of satisfaction. The Master of Extinction had displayed a more human side today. Shortly thereafter, the five departed the office, leaving Fan Mingqi and Lu Shi to pen their reflections. Once outside, Pei Cheng erupted with excitement. Wow, Zay, this is exhilarating. The Master of Extinction, Teacher Song, ISNT entirely devoid of humanity. That fellow even lost a point for moral conduct, huh? Just as Pei Cheng reveled in his triumph, the boy who had been assaulted passed by, glaring at the two. Pei Cheng retorted, what? Unhappy about it? Just wait until I turn around and give you 20. Go to the infirmary for some red ointment. The boy was seething with anger but felt utterly powerless. Clearly, Pei Cheng and Xiao Qinze were formidable adversaries, unafraid of anything. They watched as he left in disgrace, feeling a singular word resonate within them, satisfying. Chapter 79. To devote oneself to him behind them, Tong Rui tugged at Mulan's arm, unable to contain her excitement, and whispered in her ear, he just stood up for you. Fan Mingqi had sustained a bump on her head. He. Tong Rui was bubbling with enthusiasm. Why are you even more excited than I am? Mulan looked at Tong Rui in confusion. Tong Rui waved her hand and laughed. I'm just so enamored with the two of you. Wow, a boyfriend standing up for his girlfriend, even to the point of engaging in a brawl. Tong Rui inhaled deeply, as if savoring a fine delicacy. So endearing. Mulan shot her a disapproving glance, as if suggesting that engaging in brawls was a commendable act. Tong Rui, catching Mulan's gaze, could only pout in resignation. Subsequently, Mulan approached Xiao Qinze and advised, in the future, remember not to act too impulsively. The unpredictability of fights can be considerable, and sometimes they are simply not worth it. Xiao Qinze looked at Mulan and nodded slightly. He did not particularly heed her words, yet he listened to her nonetheless. Pei Cheng interjected, Senior Mulan, how can that not be worth it? She said such despicable things and even splashed water on you. I believe that Ziyue was justified. Teach that vile woman a lesson. Mulan did not refute him, but replied, not at all. I am not a saint. Just now, 2 against 1 would have been perfectly fine. However, at times, one may end up at a disadvantage. What if you injure your hand? Mulan's final words dwindled to a whisper, almost inaudible, as her demeanor turned notably bashful. Pei Cheng remarked, while Tong Rui chimed in, Sister, you could have just said you were worried about Xiao Qinze getting hurt. So that is what it meant. Fighting is fine, but one must ensure they have the upper hand and avoid injury. Pei Cheng's lips twitched as he added, you two truly are alike. Just as gaming requires strategy, so does fighting. With her eyes tightly shut, Mulan inexplicably found the strength to wave her hands vigorously. Tong Rui approached her with a mischievous grin and whispered devilishly in her ear, weren't you feeling particularly exhilarated just now? And don't you think Xiao Qinze is exceptionally handsome? Mulan's face flushed crimson as she pushed Tong Rui away. No, that is not it. I'm leaving. With that, she turned to head toward the stairwell. Xiao Qinze pointed at Pei Cheng and Tong Rui. Realizing these two were seizing every opportunity to stir the pot, Pei Cheng chuckled awkwardly and called out, Senior Mulan, don't leave just yet. With such excellent results, let us celebrate with a meal. It's on me. Mulan glanced back at Xiao Qinze, seemingly seeking his approval. Only when he smiled and nodded did she turn back, obediently standing beside him. Tong Rui chuckled softly. This couple of fools had no reason for misunderstanding at all. She teased Pei Cheng, you're just showing off your wealth. Pei Cheng disregarded her comment and retorted, indeed, I am wealthy. Today's fight was quite exhilarating. Let us go out and feast. It's the perfect opportunity to treat Ziyue. And so, they all piled into Pei Cheng's father's Hummer and headed to the city for a sumptuous meal. They reveled in the festivities from the afternoon until after 7 in the evening before returning. Upon arriving at the community, Mulan exited the car first, walking ahead while Xiao Qinze followed closely behind. As they reached the stairwell, an awkward silence enveloped them, just as Mulan was lost in thought. Xiao Qinze unexpectedly spoke up. Senior, can we speak now? Mulan instinctively gasped, and upon realizing what Xiao Qinze was referring to, she felt a wave of conflict within her. At this moment, she was convinced that this situation must be a misunderstanding. After all, Xiao Qinze had not displayed any traits of a scoundrel who juggled multiple relationships. He had even defended her honor in a recent altercation. Such actions seemed far removed from the behavior of a typical cad, or at least that was her belief. However, she was at a loss for how to apologize to Xiao Qinze, as she knew that the time she had neglected him must have caused him considerable distress. Merely uttering the words "I'm sorry" felt insufficient. After a moment of inner turmoil, a sudden thought crossed her mind. Perhaps she should take the advice of Rui and offer herself to him. But as soon as this notion emerged, Mulan quickly swallowed hard and dismissed it, deeming it too extreme and hasty. "Let us call it a day. I'm a bit tired," she said. "I'll come back tomorrow evening to discuss this." Mulan had not yet formulated a proper apology for Xiao Qinze. A simple sorry would not suffice, especially since she had been the one to abruptly distance herself without seeking the truth. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Qinze did not press the matter. Given that Mulan had a competition today and had spent the afternoon with those two adversaries, it was clear she must be exhausted. "All right then. I'll follow your lead, senior. Tomorrow evening," he replied. Mulan nodded in agreement, her heart heavy with guilt. She regretted allowing her emotions to dictate her actions, leading to a hasty decision. There was undoubtedly a misunderstanding at play. The term Mian Town might not solely refer to a hotel. Reflecting on this, Mulan recalled the chat logs she had seen that day. She swiftly dismissed the thought, deciding to ponder her apology tomorrow and then address it openly. It was best not to overthink the situation further. Later, the two ascended the stairs and returned to their respective rooms to rest. The following day, Mulan received a notification from the delivery station manager regarding her part-time job. She woke early to prepare breakfast and left a note for Xiao Qinze before heading out. At 8 in the morning, Xiao Qinze awoke. After freshening up, he noticed the breakfast laid out on the table and hurried over. Picking up the note, a smile spread across his face, realizing that Mulan's attitude towards him had evidently improved. Taking a deep breath, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, and he sat down to enjoy his meal. After finishing, Xiao Qinze intended to pick up a delivery, but just as he settled back into his room, he received a phone call. "Hello, Xiao Qinze, could you come to my office?" Teacher Song." He recognized her voice immediately. "What's this about, Teacher Song?" "Nothing serious. I just want to have a chat." Xiao Qinze furrowed his brow. It seemed unusual for the stern teacher to seek him out for a casual conversation, which did not bode well. With a reluctant sigh, he replied, "All right, I'll head over now." Xiao Qinze hung up the phone, pondering. Could it be related to the altercation from yesterday? Did we not agree that Master Miezhu would not go back on her word? With a sense of unease, he changed his clothes and stepped outside. A short while later, he arrived at the financial building on his electric bicycle. Indeed, Mulan had not taken her electric bike to her part-time job. However, it was not an attempt to distance herself from Xiao Qinze or to draw boundaries. Rather, it stemmed from a feeling of guilt. At the very least, Mulan could not bring herself to openly discuss the misunderstanding or formally apologize to Xiao Qinze and seek his forgiveness before she could feel at ease. Upon reaching the 6th floor's financial team office, Xiao Qinze found Song Nian seated at her desk. He approached her with a smile and greeted her, "Teacher Song Nian." She glanced up at him before rising to sit on a nearby sofa. "Please, take a seat." At her words, a shiver ran through Xiao Qinze. He had never been at such odds with Song Nian before. His confrontations were typically with the counselor Chen He, where they maintained a brotherly rapport. Now, he found himself directly engaging with her, bypassing the counselor and the group leader altogether. Feeling a tightening in his chest, Xiao Qinze slowly sat down opposite Song Nian.